Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1. So this is the magical world. London, South Kensington. Garden Street, 101. This is a 3-story single-family villa. The front yard is surrounded by white wooden fences. The high gate and the imposing spire reveal that the owner of the estate has an extraordinary family background. South Kensington is a well-known wealthy area in London, and the people living here are at least among the elites of the middle class, such as lawyers, dentists, anesthesiologists, and so on. Among them, number 101 is particularly eye-catching. This house is twice the size of other houses and has a large backyard. And the owner of the villa, August Gaunt. I was sitting in the living room, staring at the round-faced fat chicken. A minute later, the letter caught in its claws was dropped, and the round-faced fat chicken fluttered and flew away. Before leaving, he also left some excrement at August's house, expressing his dissatisfaction that August did not give him some food. August took the letter in his hand and read it slowly. 101 Garden Street, in your stately living room, received by Mr. August Gaunt. August's hands trembled slightly. An owl delivers a letter, and on a pale yellow envelope, an emblem consisting of a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle. August's heart was complicated at this time. He originally thought that he was simply reborn in London in 1980. He didn't expect it to be this magical Harry Potter world. Hogwarts, Hermione, Luna, Fleur. Cough cough. The point is not these people, but fantastic magic. August is an ordinary rebirth, a glorious 996 worker in his last life. After dying from overwork, I opened my eyes and came to London in 1980. Orphaned, protagonist template. Originally, August thought that he would awaken the system and traverse the world. But 11 years have passed. August knew he was thinking too much. Goldfinger didn't wake up, but with the spiritual power bonus obtained from his rebirth, his memory greatly increased. Plus a little bit of special ability. August also achieved financial freedom early. With some weak financial knowledge in his previous life, he opened an investment company. Don't talk about how to make money at the age of 11, the protagonist has an idea. After donating part of it to the orphanage every year, I still have hundreds of thousands of pounds left. 2 years ago, I bought this house and moved out. I thought I could spend my life in peace. Wait for a few years of bubble crises to make big bucks, then buy another wave of coins. I too can become rich. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a magical world. August now has both longing and anxiety. Although August in his previous life was not an avid Harry Potter fan, he had seen the entire series of movies. As time passed, although he did not know all the plots, he also had a general memory of the main story. This is not a peaceful world. It's 1991, and I should have entered the school in the same year as Harry Potter. From the 1st grade to the 4th grade, as long as I live a normal life and don't get involved in the affairs between the Old Bee and the Savior trio, I can enjoy my life. After all, the dangers Harry encountered in the past 4 years were all the result of his death and Dumbledore's help. But in 5th grade, after the arrival of Umbridge the Frog, things got more complicated. In grades 6 and 7, we couldn't stay at this school. Hogwarts has become Voldemort's territory. To be precise, we can't live in the entire wizarding world of Great Britain. But magic, who doesn't yearn for it? When watching a movie in a previous life, August was attracted by the magical world presented in the movie. Now that he came to this world and had the opportunity to explore the mysteries of magic, it would be a lie if he didn't want to have it. Otherwise, go to the 5th grade, and after passing the OWLS exam, I will not go to school and find a place to hang out. Thinking of this, August opened the envelope and looked at the contents. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, First-Class Mage of the Order of Merlin, Chief Mage of Wizengamot. We are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. In addition, due to your family circumstances, we will send a professor to your home on July 31st to answer some questions for you. Vice Principal. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Just as August read the letter, there was a sudden sound in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has come into contact with the extraordinary system of this world, and is scanning the world. Ding. The scan is complete, and a system that conforms to the laws of the world is being customized for the host. System customization is complete, your system, the magic card drawing system, is online. You are welcome to use the magic card drawing system. This system has no subjective consciousness and cannot analyze and present the current situation for the host. However, this system does not have any punishment, please rest assured to use the system. The corners of August's mouth twitched. No wonder, as a traverser, the standard system has not arrived yet. It turned out that he had never been in touch with the real side of the world. This is good, the system is awakened, and as long as I am not too rambunctious, there shouldn't be any danger at Hogwarts, right? System, introduce yourself. In addition, you have been late for so many years, send me my compensation and novice gift package quickly. In his previous life, the system had been with him for so many years, and August was at least a Dumbledore-level expert in terms of how to scour the system. Like a game or something. Ding, it is detected that the system has been sleeping for 11 years, the accumulated energy is divided into 50% with the host, and the host is rewarded with 5,000 gold coins. Distributing novice gift, do you want to open novice gift? Open. Opening the novice gift, congratulations to the host for getting a chance to trace the source of the bloodline, and the bloodline which spirit has been activated. All of a sudden, August felt as if a volcano was erupting in his body again, but it soon calmed down. He took a closer look, and the magic he thought could only be subtly felt in the flow of that energy. But now it was like a stream flowing through his body. August is very satisfied, the advantages brought by any world bloodline cannot be ignored, otherwise, the protagonists of the fantasy world will not be this body and that body. After the bloodline is activated, he can master some self-protection power in a short period. System, what is the function of gold coins? Seeing the compensation given by the system, August couldn't help but complain. This system also learned to divide the spoils, directly deducting half of its energy. However, considering that the novice reward is so good, I chose not to care about the system. Chapter 2, Draw Card System, start with 50 consecutive games. Gold coins are the only currency in the system. Considering that most of the traversers are orphans, one is poor. This system has deliberately cancelled the recharge system, and all gold coins are obtained within the system. Then I thank you. August's mouth twitched, speechless. With the system, I also have my assets, which are double the happiness. Why is this happening? Yes, the joy of Krypton gold is gone. Even if he is very helpless, August can only accept this reality. After researching the system, August found that the main function of the system is to draw cards. Draw cards with gold coins. 100 gold coins once. Cards are divided into white, blue, purple, and gold. 4 grades. White cards, some basic spells for wizards, magic materials, and gold galleons. Blue card, there will be some offensive or defensive spells, such as the beginning of the disarming charm, severing charm, and the like. Purple cards are rare and hard to learn magic spells. Similar to Occlumency, Patronus Charm, Apparition, etc., there is also some comprehension of overall subjects. For example, knowledge of potions, and knowledge of transfiguration. Gold cards are some character cards. Every time a character card is drawn, a knowledge, spell, or even talent of a character can be selected to improve. The gold coins are also very simple to obtain, and there will be gold coin rewards or card package rewards for completing some achievements. After August enters the school, he will open the daily task system. If he completes some small tasks every day, he will be rewarded with 100 gold coins. There will also be an opportunity to withdraw cards every day. The opportunity to draw a card that will be given will not be able to withdraw a gold card, and a maximum of only a purple card. System, is there my panel? Personal panel generated for host. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 11 years old. Birthday, October 31st. Identity, the behind-the-scenes boss of August Investment Company, a fresh graduate of Garden Elementary School, and a prospective freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Witch Spirit, Awakening, increase strength until fully awakened. Magic Scale, 3. Magic Items, none. Charms Talent, 5, Outstanding. Transfiguration Talents, 3, Unremarkable. Divination Talent, 0, Troll. Black Magic, 8, Born Azkaban. Gold, 5,000. August. Looking at his 8-point talent in Black Magic, August felt that he should not go to Hogwarts. If I put on the sorting hat and yelled out Azkaban directly, wouldn't I be the first freshman in history to enter Azkaban directly at the sorting ceremony? The host does not need to worry. Except for the system, no one else can quantify the specific information of the host's talent. That's fine. August breathed a sigh of relief, and he didn't have to worry about entering Azkaban directly. Looking at the 5,000 gold coins on the account, August rubbed his hands together. After being reborn, his mobile phone is still a brick, let alone a mobile game card. I haven't drawn a card for a long time. Let's see what good things can come out of the luck I have accumulated in the past 10 years. August clicked on the card draw interface. A pop-up window suddenly popped out. To celebrate the successful binding of the system, we hereby open the legendary character set card pool, Light and Dark Kings, White Devil Dumbledore, Dark Lord First Generation Grindelwald. When the host gets either the White Devil Dumbledore or the Dark Lord Grindelwald, he can get another legendary gold card. This effect will only take effect once in the up card pool this time. After that, the bottom guaranteed card pool will be a random gold card, and the bottom guaranteed card will be drawn after 50 draws. This system also comes in sets, but it is worthy of being a novice card pool, draw 1 for 2, and make a lot of money. August looked at the 5,000 gold coins on the system, which happened to be guaranteed once, and wondered if the system had calculated it. When I came to the bathroom, I rubbed my face fiercely and washed my hands several times. System, all 5,000 gold coins have been drawn. Next, a pentagram magic circle suddenly appeared on the system interface, and 10 streamers drilled out of it. 5 white, 3 blue, and 2 purple. Congratulations to the host, get 100 gold galleons, white. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans gift pack, white. Congratulations to the host, get the magic spell, Light Creation Spells. Congratulations to the host, get the magic spell, Occlumency, purple. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a rare potion, Inspiration Potion, purple. I looked at my 10 draws, and it felt okay. 100 gold galleons, enough for 1 year's expenses, and this are from the white card. I don't need to be bothered by gold galleons anymore. The basic spells he obtained were also good. After obtaining the spell appeared in his mind, and he knew the points to pay attention to when casting the spell and tone. As long as he has a wand now, he can release it smoothly. Looking at the reward of the purple card, he knew that with the clemency, although there was a system in place, the secret of his rebirth would not be noticed by the Master of Legilimency. But some of his instant thoughts and complaints were indeed easily detected by Old B and Snape. After all, have to be guarded. Another bonus, the Inspiration Elixir is a nice addition. Elixir of Inspiration, created by potion masters in ancient times, the brain is hyperactive within an hour of taking it. Thinking, inspiration, and computing speed are greatly increased. This is a panacea reward, whether it is used for researching spells keys magically, or taking them in times of battle crisis, it is a good choice. Good stuff, keep it. As soon as the mind moves, the inspiration potion and other items disappear. This is one of the basic functions of the system and can store anything drawn by a lottery. System, continue to draw. August signaled the system to continue the draw. The rewards that follow are also pretty much the same. Each 10th is 1 or 2 purple, and it seems that there are 10ths guaranteed. There are also quite a few basic spells, as well as some galleons and potion materials. But August's face was getting worse and worse. What's the meaning? Is this card pool less than guaranteed and no gold cards? It's all 40 draws, and not a single gold card will come out. Just when August was getting desperate and his eyes gradually became dull, the last 10 consecutive bursts came out. 2 gold, 2 purple, 3 blue, and 3 white rays of light shot out from the magic circle, and the golden rays of light were so dazzling that they covered the brilliance of the other 3 colors. August's eyes immediately saw a golden light and were overjoyed. Chapter 3, Start Raising Phoenix today, professors come to the door. August couldn't believe it. His first 40 draws are basic guarantees. He didn't expect the luck of the last 10 draws in a row, including the buff reward from the beginner card pool. August drew 3 gold cards in a pool. Excitedly staring at the 2 gold cards on the screen, watching them slowly dissipate the light, revealing their true colors. Name, Albus Dumbledore. Quality, gold. Talent, Transfiguration, 8, Legend of History, Dark Magic, 8, Natural Azkaban, Defense Against Dark Magic, 8, Justice Companion. Spells, Most Black Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Transfiguration. Name, Phoenix, Pet Card. Quality, gold. Gender, female. Talent, Nirvana. Abilities, Healing, Tears, Messaging, Apparate. Name, Gellert Grindelwald. Quality, gold. Talent, Black Magic, 8, Prophecy, only the 2 strongest talents are shown. Spells, Most Black Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Ancient Black Magic. Looking at the 3 cards in front of him, August was sluggish. As expected of the 2 Demon Kings, especially Dumbledore, not only are White Magic and Transfiguration an 8th level talent, but Black Magic is also comparable to Grindelwald. There is also the Phoenix, the symbol of the boss before he entered school, the Phoenix as a pet. Even in Hogwarts in the future, you can use the Phoenix to apparate and leave at any time. However, August immediately got into a tangle, and each gold card could only choose 1 talent or spell to strengthen. Dumbledore doesn't have to think about it, it must be Defense Against the Dark Arts. August's Dark Magic defense talent is 4, which belongs to the small genius range and needs to be strengthened. However, this card of Grindelwald is difficult to choose. August wants to choose Defense Against the Dark Arts and raise his Defense Against the Dark Arts to level 6. In this case, it is already second only to a few Demon King level characters. According to August's calculations, even Snape, Sirius Black, and James Potter, the most outstanding people in their generation, are level 5. But looking at his level 8 black magic talent, as long as he integrates Grindelwald's talent, he can reach level 9, the highest level in the system evaluation. It doesn't matter, the defense against black magic will be improved later. Let's see what it feels like to have a full-level black magic talent first. System integrates Dumbledore's dark magic defense talent and Grindelwald's dark magic talent. Ding, it has been fused for the host. August. Is this the end? I feel that my body has not changed. But also, this is just a talent, and it may be reflected in the process of learning in the future. Extract the Phoenix. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of August's eyes, and then slowly expanded into a ring of fire. A bird full of gorgeous and noble breath all over his body flew out of the halo. It stopped on August's shoulder. He put his golden beak close to his face. August stroked the phoenix's feathers and was very fond of the phoenix. One person and one bird interacted for a while. Dumbledore's bird is called Fox, and I have to give you a name, and you will be called Fury from now on. After playing with Fury for a while, August immediately checked his other draws. Galleon *500, several various spells. 6 purple cards were issued. Transfiguration *1, Potions *1, All Incantations *2, Occlumency *2. Combining various spells, August closed his eyes and silently received the information in his mind. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. Yes, Occlumency is no less than 10 years of study, and other magic spells have also been introduced. After entering Hogwarts, I don't have to worry about my secret being exposed. Old bees and old bats shouldn't be doing their best to cast Legilimency on a single student. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 11 years old. Birthday, October 31st. Identity, the behind-the-scenes boss of August Investment Company, a fresh graduate of Garden Elementary School, and a prospective freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Witch Spirit, Awakening, increase strength until fully awakened. Magic Scale, 7. Magic Items, none. Charms Talent, 5, outstanding. Defense against the Dark Arts, 5, outstanding. Divination Talent, 0, Troll. Black Magic, 9, the Demon King comes to Earth. Gold, 0. A wave of card draws increased August's strength a lot, and the magic power in his body doubled. According to the system introduction, ordinary young wizards are basically around 1 when they enter the school and will reach 5 when they become adults. Now August is comparable to ordinary adult wizards. Of course, this is referring to the total amount of magic power in his body, not the achievement in magic. Without enough knowledge, he can easily be defeated if you only have a magic power. In the days after that, August began his magical journey. Because there is no wand, and no wandless spellcasting skills are drawn. August can only browse the knowledge of potions and transfiguration that he has drawn. The systematic knowledge drawn through the system, not all knowledge of transfiguration and potions, is only given to the second-year level of Hogwarts. However, each time a repeated card is drawn, August's understanding and mastery of spells and various knowledge will continue to improve. Of course, August can master this part more firmly and use it more skillfully through his study. His upper limit is not locked by the system. In this way, the day slowly came to July 31st. 9 a.m. Ding dong. Ding dong. When the doorbell rang, August knew that this was the Hogwarts professor, but he didn't know which one was coming. Curious, August opened the door. As the door opened, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He had greasy black shoulder-length hair, thin cheeks, a gaunt face, a huge hooked nose, and thin lips. Wearing a wide robe, it swelled with the breeze. Live like an old bat. August knew that this was Snape, but he had to pretend he didn't know. "Excuse me." Snape gave a meticulous gentleman's salute, and a slightly hoarse voice sounded in August's ear. "Good morning, Mr. Gaunt." In person, Severus Snape, Professor of Potions at Hogwarts, head of Slytherin House. Today's visit is mainly to guide you into the world you originally belonged to. I will be your guide and take you to buy some necessary supplies for school. August's face showed just the right amount of surprise, and he randomly drew his handle to the door. "Come in, Professor Snape. I couldn't believe the letter I received from the owl before. There is magic in this world, but your presence makes me hopeful about it. Let's go inside and talk." Chapter 4, The Gaunts, Diagon Alley. When they came to the living room, the two sat opposite each other. August looked at Snape across from him with a little emotion in his heart. Snape is a character he liked very much when he watched movies in his previous life, although August didn't like this character well in the previous movies. But as he gradually learned about Snape's life, he gradually understood why Snape treated Harry like this. After all, the father's debt is repaid. This is a character with a tragic life. Because of himself, he killed the only love in his life. Since then, he has lived in remorse and self-blame, and the final death may still be a relief for him. Snape, who was sitting next to August, didn't notice August's thoughts and said in a deep voice. Mr. Gaunt, your surname is well known in the wizarding world. Your ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, is one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the founder of Slytherin Academy. Due to some reasons, your family has declined in recent years, but the glory of pure blood still flows through your body. I believe that at Hogwarts, you can also make this surname great again. Immediately afterward, Snape began to explain some common sense in the magic world. August suddenly realized that he had no impression of his surname. But after Snape finished speaking, he remembered that Voldemort's mother was from the Gaunt family, and the resurrection stone in the Horcrux was the ancestral treasure of the Gaunt family. Now that is still in the old house of the Gaunt family, lying quietly. As time passed, Snape also slowly stopped explaining. This is the general information. For more information, you can also find out after going to Hogwarts. I don't know if Mr. Gaunt has any questions. No, Professor, I'm looking forward to my future life, and I can't wait to go to Diagon Alley. August is not lying, his curiosity about the wizarding world has already reached its peak. Then ask Mr. Gaunt to stand by my side and grab my wrist. Snape was also resolute, and when August grabbed his wrist and stood firm, he used to apparate. Immediately, the figures of the two disappeared along with a whirlpool that appeared when the toilet was flushing. Diagon Alley. August looked at the scene in front of him curiously. This was a long cobblestone street full of pedestrians wearing wizard robes, coming and going very lively. Let's go to Gringotts first and get some galleons. Although the Gaunt family has fallen, as the Holy 28 family, there is still some heritage over the years. With that, Snape walked towards Gringotts. Entering the hall, Snape walked to an empty counter and said to a goblin sitting inside. We're going to the Gaunt family's vault, this is the heir to the Gaunt family. The goblin glanced at August, let him squeeze out a drop of blood, put it in a magic container, and fiddled with it for a while. After confirming for a while, he took them to the vault. The Gaunt family warehouse is at number 710, the deepest part of the ground. August also experienced the feeling of sliding from a small minecart, but he didn't see the fire dragon, maybe it was sleeping. Opening the door of vault 710, the two and the goblins walked in. The entire vault is very large, but because the Gaunt family has fallen, there are not many galleons, and they are only stacked 2 meters high. About 50 to 100 galleons, that's enough for the next year. Snape's voice came from behind him. Although August drew a lot of gold galleons, it was inconvenient to use them now, so he left after packing galleons in a bag. After leaving Gringotts, the two came to the door of a small shop. The gold sign on the door had peeled off. As a wizard, wands are part of their lives, and Snape naturally brought August to pick out the wand first. Walking into the store, August found that it was much larger than it looked from the outside, and it should have been cast a traceless stretch spell. The shelves in the store are full of slender boxes. Good morning, Mr. Snape, it's been a long time since I saw you, let me think. Birch, the dragon's nerve, 13 1/2 long, right. A soft voice came from August's right, and an old man with bright eyes appeared beside them. Yes, you remember correctly, this is Mr. Gaunt. I brought him today to choose a wand that suits him. Snape replied emotionlessly as if he didn't seem to be having more discussions with Ollivander. It's the wand that chooses the wizard. Ollivander didn't care about Snape's indifference, but he was very serious about what he said later. But after rebutting, he began to look at August. Mr. Gaunt, I see, boy, what is your dominant hand? With a wave of Ollivander's wand, a tape measure flew to his side and floated. Right hand, August replied. Then the tape measure worked on him. Retracting the tape measure, Ollivander took August to the shelf area. But before he could pick out a wand, the wand box on the shelf trembled. Wow. Almost 1/10 of the wand box was flushed open instantly, and countless wands rushed to August's side, floating and spinning. Oh my Merlin. Ollivander showed a surprised expression and released his inner shock. It's a miracle, let me see, these flying wands are all made of phoenix feathers. Son, your fit with this type of wand has refreshed my understanding. You must know that Dumbledore's wand was sold by my grandfather back then, and the scene at that time was far less shocking than it is now. August knew that this must be because of Fury. Thinking of Fury, if he made a wand from Fury's feathers, would it fit him better? Then, August's thoughts moved, and fire instantly appeared in the air. Under the surprised eyes of Snape and Ollivander, Phoenix Fury flew gorgeously onto August's shoulder. This is my buddy, Fury, and she showed up at my house 2 days after I received my Hogwarts notice, and we became buddies. Looking at the Phoenix in front of them, they did not expect that other than the Dumbledore family, there would be people who would be recognized by the Phoenix. August took the opportunity to ask, I think it may be because of Furies, so I am more suitable for a wand made of Phoenix tail feathers. I wonder if Master Ollivander can use Fury's tail feather to customize a wand for me. Ollivander's eyes lit up when he heard August's words. In recent years, Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fox's temper has become more and more serious. He hasn't provided him with new tail feathers for a long time. He has not had much stock in his hand, and he doesn't know when it will be out of stock. Now that there are more phoenixes, how can he be unhappy? Immediately Ollivander took August to the studio behind, and the old and the young began to discuss. Chapter 5, Cho Chang. Before reading this chapter, please see the auxiliary volume first. Diagon Alley, in front of Ollivander's wand shop, Ollivander sent August and Snape away with a wry smile. Snape looked strangely at the smiling August. You're bound to be a great businessman in the wizarding world. August heard the slight irony in Snape's words, but he didn't care too much. Just now, he sold one of Fury's tail feathers. One tail feather can make many wands, for 100 galleons. And get permission to customize the wand for free. Afterward, Snape took August to complete the purchase of all the items needed for the first grade. At August's request, Snape sent him to the Leaky Cauldron, where August planned to stay for 3 days while his wand was finished. Because there is no magic wand, the boss Old Tom here needs to help open the passage. Simply August didn't go back home and went back to his home after he got the wand. Snape talked to Old Tom and left August here. August went into his room and simply cleaned up the slightly messy room. He sat on a chair by the bed. August finally had time to check his system. The moment he entered Diagon Alley, its system reminded him of beeps from time to time. Since Snape was beside him, it was difficult for him to check it. Congratulations, host, activate the achievement system. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, exploring the Diagon Alley in the magic world, and getting a gold coin reward of 200. A few more achievements followed, Greengrass, Ollivander's wand shop, and a few other places Snape took him to. However, these don't reward much, with 50 gold coins per store. It seems that I will have to visit each store in the future. When I have enough strength, I can also get a wave of rewards when I turn to the Nocturne Alley. Looking at the gold coins on the system panel, August decided to save enough money to go for a dashing wave. Only the big draws can give him a sense of security. 3 days later, with the help of Old Tom, August successfully entered Diagon Alley. During the 3 days he lived here, August had gotten to know Old Tom very well by his good looks and his talkative temperament. In the past 3 days, August also saw Harry Potter. At that time, the whole bar was a sensation, and everyone looked at Harry Potter with excitement like a group. August also glanced from a distance and saw the rather thin Harry standing beside Hagrid. But he didn't join up. After all, the formula Harry equals trouble would hold for the next 7 years. August didn't want to have too many foundations with him. After all, his surname is already very sensitive, and the old bee may have been eyeing him. Coming to Diagon Alley, August couldn't wait to come to Ollivander's wand shop and push the door in. Mr. Gaunt, here you are. Ollivander greeted August a little tiredly. It seems that he has been working overtime to make wands for the past 3 days. Come here, Mr. Gaunt, these wands are my work for the past 3 days. They are all phoenix tail feather wand hearts, but the length and the trees used are different. You can try them. Ollivander was slightly tired, but excited, beckoning August to try the wand. How about this one, Maple, 9 inches? Ollivander handed August a wand, and as soon as he got it in his hand and waved it, a red laser shot out and hit the wall, creating a large hole. No, this wand is a good fit, but it's too sensitive. Pushing the glasses, Ollivander took the wand from August's hand, turned around and took another, and handed it to him. Try this, Mahogany, 13 inches, a good companion for transfiguration. August felt that he had no say and could only take it. Waved. There was no red light coming out this time, but with August's wave, all the wand boxes around him flew up. Wonderful, both wands are perfect for you, but there's always a slight disagreement. After thinking for a while, Ollivander took out a red wand, and it emitted a burst of heat. Sycamore wood, 10.5 inches. August took the wand like a puppet, but before he could wave it, he instantly felt the magic all over him become hot. Involuntarily concentrating the magic power on the wand, August raised the wand high, and a phoenix drilled out from the top of his wand, making a loud cry. Fly towards the door. But at this moment, the door of the wand shop was suddenly opened, and a beautiful Asian girl walked in. Seeing the phoenix flying towards her, the girl who hadn't figured out what was going on was immediately frightened and stood motionless. Seeing this, August roared and waved his wand to the right. Fortunately, the magic phoenix seemed to sense something, obeyed his command, flew sideways in front of the girl, bypassed the girl, and hit the wall next to it. Superior. Boom. The dust was flying, and the phoenix disappeared. August didn't care about anything else, and rushed to the girl in 3 or 2 steps, holding her shoulders. I'm sorry, are you okay, are you hurt? As he spoke, August also looked at the girl in front of him and had to sigh, this girl is really beautiful. A pair of eyes were full of fear and confusion, making her look a little naive. Cho came to Diagon Alley today and was going to go to Ollivander's magic shop to buy a set of wand care kits. Because both parents have jobs, she came here alone. But she never expected that as soon as she walked into Ollivander's wand shop, a flaming phoenix flew toward her. Not expecting this situation, she was completely stunned. She just watched the phoenix, brushed past her, and hit the wall next to it. Then, a boy rushed up, looked at her nervously, and asked about her condition, which made her gradually come back to her senses. He's good-looking. This was Cho's first thought. August himself is a handsome boy, and with the awakening of his bloodline, some changes have taken place. The whole person has reached the level of handsomeness, which is only slightly inferior to the level of the legendary reader. I'm fine. Cho came back to his senses and looked at August's hand supporting his shoulders. 2 blushes appeared on his white face, making him even more lovely. Ollivander looked at the scene in front of him. The handsome boy nervously looked at the shy beautiful girl. An inexplicable feeling. My stomach is a little bloated even though I haven't had lunch. Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Express. You'll be fine. Seeing that the girl in front of him was just startled, August couldn't help but sigh in relief. I don't know what your name is yet. Cho Chang. My name is Cho Chang. I'm a second-year student at Hogwarts. I haven't seen you at Hogwarts. Are you a freshman this year? Hello, my name is August Gaunt, this year's freshman. Seeing the Asian in front of him, August had already guessed it, but he was still shocked. Damn European aesthetics, the Cho in the movie was selected by the British audition. It's simply a buyer's show and a seller's show. The Cho Chang in front of him was indeed an existence that could amaze Mr. Savior. I'm sorry, Miss Chang, I just got my wand and I didn't control my magic power. August apologized one after another. Although the wand didn't belong to him yet, August had already decided on just this one. It's okay, very beautiful Phoenix, don't call me Miss Chang, just call me Cho. The girl said crisply. Ollivander. The 2 young people didn't talk about martial arts, and they started to flirt in front of an old man like me. Cough cough. August noticed Ollivander's eyes next to him and coughed lightly. Mr. Ollivander, I think this wand suits me very well, and I don't think I need to try the others. Of course, Mr. Gaunt, the Phoenix just now is the best proof. This wand will be your best partner. Ollivander agreed and then waved the messy shelves back into order. Then he asked Cho again. Miss Chang, may I ask what happened to the wand this time? No, Mr. Ollivander, my wand is in good condition, I just want to buy a set of care kits and take care of it more often. Cho Chang responded with a smile. Then, August and Cho, who bought a set of nursing tools, walked out the door. Standing at the door, looking at Cho in a white dress, standing beside her, August invited. To express my apologies, I invite you to the Florin cold drink shop. Looking at the Cho in front of him, August decided to take up the pit early. As for Mr. Savior, make him go to Weasley. It's alright August, don't do that, but the cold drinks there are really good. Cho did not refuse August's invitation. Then the 2 came to the Florin cold drink shop and enjoyed a cold drink. During this period, August made Cho laugh like a flower with jokes about his previous life, and the relationship between the 2 also improved a lot. When they parted, Cho also invited him to the carriage on the Hogwarts train and would introduce him to his good friend. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is August 31st. August packed his bags and looked at a small box in front of him. Satisfied nodded. Extension charm is really easy to use. It's not suitable for me to go to school with a big bag. In the daily free draw for the past few days, August was lucky enough to draw the extension charm, purple, and successfully remodeled a suitcase. Although it is only entry level, there is enough space inside to hold his luggage. Calling for a taxi, August came to King's Cross. When he walked slowly into platform 9 3/4, he saw someone pretending to inadvertently bump into the pillar and went straight in. Entering the pillar, the vision suddenly opened up. Next to an old-fashioned steam train, parents and children in 2s and 3s were chatting enthusiastically. The scene was very lively. August walked briskly into the carriage, found a random carriage to sit down, waited for the train to start, and then prepared to look for Cho. Soon, the train set off, and August also searched the carriages. He was lucky, and he found Cho after 2 more carriages. Cho, long time no see. Standing at the door, August greeted Cho who was sitting inside. A freckled girl sat opposite her. August, here you are. Cho is also pleased. Although the 2 haven't seen each other for nearly a month, they often communicate through letters, so they don't seem unfamiliar. At that time, when Cho saw Fury sent a letter, he was also very surprised, and the letter continued to ask about the topic of Phoenix. August suddenly sat next to Cho Chang and nodded to the girl opposite. Cho, why don't you introduce me? Yes, August, this is Marietta Edgecombe, a good friend of mine. Marietta, this is August Gaunt. Cho introduced the 2 to each other. Gaunt, is it the Gaunt of the Holy 28 family? My mother said that this family has disappeared from the British wizarding world. Yes, it's that gaunt. I didn't know these things until Professor Snape came to the door. You must know that I was raised in an orphanage in the Muggle world. August looked as usual as if he was not the one who grew up in the orphanage. Marietta immediately apologized. As for Cho, she felt sorry for August. She didn't expect this very cheerful little boy to be so pitiful since he was a child. In desperation, Cho stretched out his small hand and held August's hand, as if this would convey his courage and encouragement to him. August's heart warmed, and seeing the girl in front of him, although shy, Stolding held his hand tightly. Although August felt that it was good to grow up in an orphanage, after all, he didn't want other parents, Cho's concern and worry still made him very useful. He held Cho's hand with his backhand, feeling very soft. The relationship between the two also heated up quickly in this wonderful atmosphere. I don't know how to write emotional dramas, so let's just settle on one first. Not wanting to see Cho worrying about him, August quickly changed the subject and chatted with Cho about her favorite Quidditch. As expected of a future Ravenclaw seeker, when it comes to Quidditch, Cho seems to have opened the conversation box and can't stop talking. But August didn't care either. When he watched the movie in his previous life, he thought it would be cool to go up and explore the sky, so why didn't he give it a try in this life? Moreover, in the daily card draw a while ago, he also drew the blue flying experience. He felt that he could play the game after getting familiar with it. After a while, a smiling salesman pushed open the private room door and asked, "Do you have any food you need, my dears?" August was also curious about the snacks in the magical world, so he ordered a portion of each snack directly, and the smiling salesman couldn't close his mouth. Quickly put food on the table. Looking at the table full of snacks, August greeted Cho and Marietta. "I bought more, let's eat together." After some time, the three of them were familiar with each other, and Marietta was not polite to August. The three of them ate and chatted again. Chapter 7, Journey. While the three of them were talking, time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and the speed of the train gradually decreased, ready to arrive at the station. The three quickly took off their Muggle jackets and put on Hogwarts robes. Looking at the light rain falling outside the window and feeling the wet and cold weather outside, August couldn't help shivering. Thinking of something, August opened his suitcase, took out a scarf from it, and helped Cho wrap it around his neck. "Put this on, it's raining and cold outside." Cho Chang blushed slightly but did not reject his kindness. The train arrived at the station, and August and Cho walked out with the crowd. First-year freshmen come here." A loud voice came from not far away. A man who was more than 3 meters tall stood there, constantly beckoning new students to gather around him. "Cho, I'll go first." Nodding to Cho, August was going to line up at Hagrid's side. "Come on, August, I look forward to your to Ravenclaw." Cho looked at August tenderly and said with anticipation. Looking at Cho's expectant eyes, August felt a little bitterness in his heart. Just for his surname Gaunt, he is a Slytherin. But just for the sake of Cho, he had to try it out to see if he could convince the Sorting Hat. In addition, he didn't like Slytherin very much. Entering Slytherin as his half-blood wizard, there will be troublesome people looking for him. Soon, all the new students gathered around Hagrid, and Hagrid counted the number of people. Hagrid took an oil lamp and led a bunch of little wizards to the distance, walking and shouting back, "Watch out for your feet, be careful, this part of the road is hard." A group of little wizards followed Hagrid with difficulty. Hagrid was far away, and the old oil lamp was very dim. August pulled out his wand, Lumos. Immediately, his wand gave off a cloud of white light. The little wizard behind also breathed a sigh of relief. "Wow, Ron, look at him, he's amazing." Hearing the voice, August couldn't help but turn his head. Unexpectedly, behind him were Ron and Harry. Seeing August turn around, Harry felt a little embarrassed, and the behind-the-scenes discussions were always a little embarrassing, even if he was bragging just now. "Hi, my name is Harry Potter, and next to me is Ron Weasley." August nodded at him and introduced himself. "Hi, my name is August Gaunt." Harry saw that August didn't show any excitement because he heard his name, and instantly guessed that August was probably from the ordinary world. "Hello, are you from a normal family, I mean, a Muggle family?" "You are amazing, I still can't get a spell, but I met a girl on the train, her name is Hermione Granger, she is also Muggle, but she can help me fix glasses with a spell." Harry was very happy. Although people in the wizarding world treated him very well, everyone regarded him as a savior, but he had no idea what he did or how to do it. So when he goes to school, he sees a child of the same Muggle family as himself and doesn't make a fuss just because he hears her name. Makes him very happy. "It's nothing, I just learned it myself after I got the book, and I was lucky enough to learn 1 or 2 things. August did not deliberately alienate Harry, he would not refuse normal communication, as to whether the old bee would arrange some pits for him to jump in. It depends on who is higher. Harry smiled embarrassingly. Since he got the textbook, he has also read it, but after chanting the spell stupidly, there is no response at all. He didn't try again. Which house do you want to be assigned to? Ron said. Gryffindor is the best house, I hope I won't be assigned to Slytherin. Ron nodded in agreement. For the Weasleys, only Gryffindor was the best house. If he is assigned to Slytherin, it is estimated that he will become a shame in the family. August smiled and didn't make any comments, thinking of the beautiful girl with her soft hands. He said involuntarily, I'd rather go to Ravenclaw. Well, it's very moist. What? Harry said he didn't hear. Nothing, I think Ravenclaw is a good fit for me, I prefer it there. Oh fine. Harry was a little disappointed to find that his new friend didn't want to go to Gryffindor, but he didn't interfere too much with other people's thoughts. Under the leadership of Hagrid, the little wizards got on the boat in groups of 4. The boat gradually approached the cliff. Under the command of Hagrid, the little wizards lowered their heads and passed through the bridge. August couldn't help but want to laugh. It was obvious that Hagrid was twice as tall as the little wizard when he lowered his head, but a bunch of people still lowered their heads. Finally, the boat slowly approached the pier, and Hagrid led them through the tunnel, across the grass, and came to the main entrance of this magnificent castle. After a sound, the gate of the castle slowly opened. A witch with a serious expression and an old-fashioned face walked out wearing an emerald green wizard hat. The serious expression made the little wizards who were still chattering just now not dare take a breath. Professor McGonagall, the first-year students are here. Hagrid pointed to the back. Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid, just leave it to me. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, and with a wave of his wand, the little wizard behind him was refreshed because of the rain and the messy robe. Immediately, the little wizard's impression of Professor McGonagall changed. Professor McGonagall took the lead a group of freshmen into the hall. Simple and elegant are the countless burning torches hanging on the wall. Countless stars are twinkling. The first one was a long table placed horizontally, with a gray-haired old man in the middle, talking to Snape on his left. The 4 long tables below are arranged vertically, and countless candles float on the long table. The table is full of golden goblets and plates, and the old students sit next to them. There is a high platform in the center, and the hats that must be worn out are placed there quietly. Professor McGonagall did not lead them directly through the hall, but turned right, and asked the little wizards to line up. Some of the other students in the auditorium were talking to each other, and there were also many wizards looking this way. Welcome to Hogwarts. Next, we need to determine which house you belong to before you can officially enter. Next, I'll call your names, and then please get on the high platform in the middle, put on the sorting hat, and he will decide where you belong. August lined up with the little wizards, looking at the scene in front of him, like a dream. Excited. Hogwarts, here I come. Chapter 8, Farce at the Sorting Ceremony. On the high platform. The sorting hat suddenly split open and became his mouth. Singing the shitty sorting hat song. As the sorting hat's voice fell, the auditorium burst into applause. The sorting hat bowed to the 4 houses one by one, and finally remained motionless. At this time, Professor McGonagall took out a piece of parchment and said loudly. Next, the classmates I'm chanting names, please go to the high platform, put on the sorting hat, sit on the stool, and wait for the sorting. Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall was very puzzled and said these words unconsciously. Hannah Abbott hurried over, put on the hat, and the hat immediately shouted, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuffs cheered loudly, applauding their first new schoolgirl. Next, one has a name pronounced. Whenever the sorting hat shouted the name of the house would applaud. Gryffindor was the loudest, and the 2 redheads were still booing when Slytherin was announced. Finally. August Gaunt. When Professor McGonagall called out the name loudly, the professor on the high platform immediately cast a gaze. The people of Slytherin Academy were also very sensitive to this name, and they craned their necks, wanting to see what this legendary last orphan of the Gaunt family looked like. In the queue of freshmen, a cute loli with fluffy brown hair and a messy head also cast a startled look. August didn't seem to notice this, and he came to the sorting hat in front of everyone's eyes. He glanced at the sorting hat in disgust as if he had made a great determination to put it on his head. The boy of damn it, I'm the hat of the founder of Hogwarts, and countless excellent wizards have chosen the appropriate academy under my assignment. The sorting hat's voice echoed in August's mind. Oh. That great sorting hat, didn't so many good wizards think of cleaning you up? Who said no? 200 years ago, a Gryffindor kid threw me into the Black Lake. August couldn't help but complain. Washed once 200 years ago, you are really clean. Slytherin's blood, what else to say? Stop. I'm going to Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. Hearing the sorting hat, August kept repeating Ravenclaw in his head. Why? Although you also have a thirst for knowledge, your ambitions for magic and your bloodline prove that you are a natural Slytherin. Bloodline is not the standard for sorting, right? My desire and my quality are the most important, aren't they? You said that I have the qualities of Ravenclaw, then let me go to Ravenclaw. Uncompromising, August kept sending the Sorting Hat his desire to go to Ravenclaw. Okay boy, as long as you promise me, come and do a cleaning for me when you have time, I will promise you. No problem, August agreed immediately. If Rowena found out, he would laugh at Salazar. Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat read it out loud. Not only the little wizards were stunned, but even the professors on the teacher's chair were stunned. Just now, the Sorting Hat Slytherin had already shouted half, but it stopped abruptly, and after a silence, it became Ravenclaw. Especially Snape, the coldness on his face seemed to act as a refrigerant. For nearly 1,000 years at Hogwarts, there has never been a little wizard who forcibly reversed the Sorting Hat's will and reselected the house. As a result, now, there is a little wizard in front of him, who strongly rejected Slytherin and chose Ravenclaw. Dumbledore's eyes buried under his glasses flashed a golden light of interest. He didn't expect that the little guy from the Gaunt family didn't go to Slytherin, which was a big surprise to him. The students at the long Slytherin table also understood this truth. After a short period of shock, they looked at August with hatred, and they wanted to take out their wands and give him a curse. August didn't care about this and happily placed the Sorting Hat on the stool. Suddenly he took out his wand and pointed it at the Sorting Hat. Aqua eructo. Immediately, a stream of white water spurted out from the tip of his staff and shot on top of the Sorting Hat. Oh. Ah. Shit, comfortable. Boy, you are really good, you are much better than that kid 200 years ago. More. I want more. August has a black line on his head. Where did this broken hat learn from, and why are his words so strange? Ignoring the shouting of the Sorting Hat, August turned and walked towards the Ravenclaw table. And the little wizards gradually came to their senses, and the fierce applause came from the long table of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Especially a pair of red-haired twins, shouting excitedly at August. Nice job, August. You should be in Gryffindor. So cool. Then, he was suppressed by another older red hair. Walking to Cho's side, and looking at Cho's surprised eyes, August sat down and hugged Cho tightly. Whispered to her. I am coming. Welcome to Ravenclaw. Cho was very excited, seeing that the boy in front of him had become the first person in Hogwarts history to openly change the will of the Sorting Hat because of herself. Very moved. August looked at the girl whose eyes were full of admiration and surprise and gently held Cho's hand, and the two had an intimate conversation. The uproar caused by August was suspended and the sorting ceremony continued. When Hermione came on stage, she glanced at August but was still assigned to Gryffindor. Then it was Harry's turn, which caused another sensation. When Harry was assigned to Gryffindor, Gryffindor burst into cheers. The twins shouted, "We have Harry! We have Harry!" But it didn't affect Cho and August, they were talking with each other. Soon, the sorting ceremony was over. Dumbledore stood up, and the noise in the audience gradually subsided. Looking at the little wizard sitting under the stage, a look of relief flashed in his eyes. These students, this school, are the proof of his life. Looking around, Dumbledore spoke. Welcome everyone, welcome to Hogwarts, and before the banquet, I want to say a few words, and that is, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you, everyone. After he finished speaking, he sat down, a mad old man who looked nothing like the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Under everyone's stunned eyes, the plate in front of the students was suddenly filled with food. The banquet has officially begun. Chapter 9, Ravenclaw's Password. Looking at the food on the table, August moved his hand, although he ate a lot of snacks on the train. But August is in the growth phase and hungry fast. Grilled steak, pork chops, lamb ribs, mashed potatoes, French fries, hot dogs, Yorkshire pudding. Bolognese, French onion soup. August took a piece of steak directly, filled a bowl of meat sauce, and began to eat large pieces. Cho smiled brightly when she saw August eating. Because she was not hungry, she simply helped August pick up food. Slowly, Cho realized the joy of feeding. Suddenly, August, who was enjoying being given Cho's food, saw a very annoyed look. Looking up, it turned out to be a senior not far away, looking at them with envy. Seeing that August found him, he was not embarrassed and looked at August with admiration. Hello, my name is Roger Davies. I'm a 4th grader. You're amazing. When you first entered the academy, you caught the most beautiful girl in Ravenclaw. Can you teach me? Cho's face blushed when she heard this, but she didn't refute it. August replied jokingly, if you can be as handsome as me, you can do it. Maybe you need to use a wand to conjure a phoenix. Cho blushed, even more, when she heard August's joke, reached out, and pinched August's waist. But remembering the scene that day, she couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the temptation between the two, Roger Davies couldn't help but feel irritated. He doesn't want to teach me how to chase girls, why did the two of them start flirting in front of me? As everyone was full, the leftovers on the table disappeared. Okay, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school anthem together. Dumbledore waved his wand lightly, and golden characters appeared in the hall, forming the lyrics of the school anthem. Then he used his wand as a baton. Prepare, sing. Following Dumbledore's command, all the teachers and students began to sing their songs, and everyone sang according to their melody. Next to the long table in Gryffindor House, the twin brothers sang heavily to the tune of the funeral march. After singing again, Dumbledore wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, said some precautions, seduced the savior, and let the prefects return to the common room with the students of their respective houses. Ravenclaw's male prefect is Robert Hilliard, a 6th grader. He led everyone out of the dining room, climbed the marble stairs, took a shortcut, and soon came to the tower. Then we saw the door of the Ravenclaw common room. An eagle-shaped bronze door knocker was quietly placed on the door. Prefect Robert stepped forward and touched the eagle lightly. Suddenly, the eagle comes alive. Ask questions. To describe an ugly girl beautiful, what kind of language is the most suitable? Robert did not answer in a hurry but looked at the freshman behind him with interest. You can try to answer. We Ravenclaw are unique and have no fixed password. As long as you have wisdom, we Ravenclaw welcome anyone to visit. But if you can't answer his question, even if you're a Ravenclaw student, you'll need to wait for the others to open the door. But if you answer that question, whoever can get a separate dorm. Several first-year Eagles discussed, but no one stepped forward to answer. August is very interested in the independent dormitory. He has so many secrets. It is better to have a space of his own so that no one will discover his secrets. Stepping up, August whispered, "Lie." The words "correct" fell, and the door slowly opened. The other little Eagles looked at him enviously, they also wanted a separate dormitory. Dietrich smiled and led them to the dormitory, and finally arranged for August to go to a smaller dormitory. Entering the bedroom, August looked around. He was quite satisfied with the environment here. There was a double bed in the middle of the room. On the right is a large desk. On the left are the closet and a door, behind which is a dressing room. According to the prefect, August put the piece of paper with his name in the drawer in front of the bed. It didn't take long for his luggage to appear in his house. August couldn't help but be amazed. This should be because an elf house sensed his message and phantoms the luggage over. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in my mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully entered the school, and the daily task section is activated. Completing the daily task can get 100 gold coins. There is no penalty for failure. After August heard it, he turned on the system and carefully checked the new function. This is the only function he can get gold coins repeatedly now. Daily tasks, as the name suggests, refresh 3 tasks every day, and complete any 2 to get full rewards. Like today's task. Use Levitation Charm 0/10. Read Standard Spells Beginner page 0/30. Play with Fury for 0 out of 10 minutes. Seeing this, August smiled lightly. This daily task seems to be quite simple now, and it will not let him and Voldemort fight. After packing up his luggage, August snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the Phoenix Fury appeared in the air. Then he flew to August's side and lightly pecked August's hand with his beak, expressing his dissatisfaction that he had not been summoned for a day. Okay, my fault, I'm afraid that you will scare my roommate. Originally, August didn't plan to summon Fury to Hogwarts soon. After all, it's easy to startle a roommate with a bird at the start. He originally planned to call Fury after getting to know his roommate for a while. As a result, he was lucky enough to be assigned a single dormitory, and he no longer had this scruple. After playing with Fury for a while, after practicing the levitation charm 10 times, I completed today's task. August opened his panel. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 11 years old. Birthday, October 31st. Status, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Witch Spirit, Awakening, increase strength until fully awakened. Magic scale, 8.5, although there is no card drawn, it will increase naturally. The protagonist has ancient blood, and the growth rate is relatively fast. Magic items, Guardian Necklace, can resist aura level attacks 3 times, Professor level twice, Quasi-Legendary level once, cooldown 24 hours, Felix Felici's Potion *1, Inspiration Potion *3, Instant Blue Potion *3. Charms Talent, 5, Outstanding. Defense against the Dark Arts, 5, Outstanding. Spells, Levitation Charm, Shield Charm, Apparition, etc. Black Magic, 9, the Demon King comes to Earth. Gold, 1,300. Looking at his panel, August's magic power has surpassed that of many adult wizards, and he has mastered a lot of magic spells. Next, he only needs to save enough to draw out some more character cards to improve his talents. His future is limitless. After appreciating the strength that he had worked so hard to get, August took a shower, then lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow is a brand new start. Chapter 10, Charm Lessons. Day 2, Early Morning. August woke up early in the morning. Because the system does not have a map function. In order not to be late for class in the future, I can only take advantage of the absence of class in the morning to get acquainted with Hogwarts. Throughout Hogwarts, there are countless stairs, passages, and many stairs, all of which can move, and often there are little wizards who get lost on the stairs. After a morning, August finally figured out the stairs to the charms class and the auditorium in the afternoon. When he came to the auditorium for breakfast, there were already many people inside. August found an empty seat at random and sat down, enjoying breakfast. Beef patties, carrots, and vegetable soup are not hearty, but enough to fill the stomachs of little wizards. If I remember correctly, the Hogwarts kitchen, next to the Hufflepuff lounge, went there to find the elves some other day and teach them some Chinese breakfast. After so many years, August still misses Chinese breakfast, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and salted tofu brain. With the ability of house elves, I believe they will learn it soon. Seriously, August felt that coming to Hogwarts was simply a blessing. As a young wizard who had just entered the school, there were not many classes every day, and he didn't even have a class schedule on Thursday. Some house elves clean up the house every day, which is more comfortable than at home. While August was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a tap on the shoulder, and when he looked up, it was Cho and Marietta who were standing beside her. "Why didn't you wait for me? You are still unfamiliar with this place, and it's easy to get lost." Cho's slightly irritated tone sounded, and August smiled, gesturing for Cho and Marietta to sit down. "I got up early, and I had nothing to do anyway, so I went out and walked around to familiarize myself with the stairs." Cho heard it and said nothing, nodding to show that he understood. Then she took out her wand and lightly tapped, and breakfast appeared on her table. "What's your class today?" Cho asked August. "Professor Flitwick's charm class, and I have to go to the astronomy class on the top floor at night." August answered. "Professor Flitwick is a master of spells, and he's very nice to his students." Cho told August about Professor Flitwick. "It is said that Professor Flitwick has goblin blood, and he was the champion of the fighting competition that year," Marietta added. Speaking of this kind of gossip, Marietta seemed a lot excited, constantly sharing gossip from nowhere. August is also very interested in this. In his previous life, he had not seen the original book, and he had seen the movie many years ago. Just remember some main lines and know what the annual copy is. He still didn't expect that Professor Flitwick was so strong. He doesn't have that many roles in the movie. After breakfast was over, August invited Cho to go out for a walk. They walked across the grass, walked along the tree-lined path, and the two slowly came to Black Lake. August turned his head slightly and looked at the girl beside him. The breeze by the lake blew her beautiful hair. A beautiful face appeared in front of his eyes. With her upturned nose and rosy lips, August looked at her in a trance. Cho noticed his gaze and was shy. August gently took Cho's hand, walked to a bench, and the two went up to it. Looking at the calm Black Lake and the forbidden forest in the distance, enjoying the fragrance of the girl beside me brought by the breeze is very comfortable. Cho also liked this quiet feeling very much, and gradually, she leaned on August's shoulder. August felt the touch on his shoulders, and with a slight touch, he gently hugged the girl. After a while, Cho had to go to class, so the two returned to the castle. Cho went to class, and August had nothing to do, so he simply went back to the dormitory to catch up. In the afternoon, August came to the charms classroom. This charms class was with Hufflepuff, so he didn't see the trio of the two academies. Someone was already seated in the front row, and August went to the back. Sat next to a boy. "Good afternoon, Anthony." The boy next to him, Anthony Goldstein, is a pureblood wizard whose parents work in the Department of Magical Transportation. The two had a good chat on the way to the lounge yesterday. "Good afternoon, August." After the two said hello, the bell for class rang. Professor Flitwick walked in briskly. Due to being too short, the professor could only stand on a stack of books to have a normal class. Pulling out a roster, Professor Flitwick began the roll call. It gave August the illusion that he was back in college, and the teacher checked attendance. The roll call was completed successfully, and no little wizard was late. Professor Flitwick put away the roster. "Gentlemen and ladies, conjuration is the most basic part of modern magic. Wizards use spells to achieve their goals. Although the school has a defense against the dark arts class and a transfiguration class. But essentially, they are also part of the spell. Of course, the main content of our spells class is some practical spells in life. For example, levitation spells." After that, Professor Flitwick waved his hand, and the desk in front of him floated up, dancing gracefully with the shaking of his wand. Another example is the vanishing spell. Professor Flitwick pointed with his wand, and the lectern disappeared again. The little wizards in the audience were very excited. "Can't wait to start learning." Seeing his demonstration successfully aroused the interest of the little wizards, Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. With a little tap, the disappearing desk appeared in front of them, and it had returned to its appearance. Next, we're going to start our first class, the wand lighting charm. The mantra of the wand lighting is, Lumos. When casting a spell, hold the wand a little tighter and then move forward. Professor Flitwick kept explaining the rhythm of chanting spells and the changes in gestures when casting spells. Then, let the little wizards start trying. All the little wizards can't wait to start practicing. For a while, the sound of chanting spells in the classroom continued. However, many people's wands didn't respond, and some people with fast progress had a halo between their wands, but they disappeared quickly. August also took out his wand and said softly, Lumos. In an instant, a white light appeared on the tip of his wand, which was very bright. With the movement of his mind, the light group changed, constantly changing its color. Excellent, Mr. Gaunt. Professor Flitwick walked over quickly, with a very excited tone. Mr. Gaunt, I didn't expect you to succeed once, and also mastered the variant release of the wand lighting charm. After speaking, Professor Flitwick wiped the corners of his eyes. You have given a lecture. I just read the textbook in advance and tried it a few times. August was very speechless. A wand lighting charm made a professor burst into tears with excitement. He was very suspicious of what kind of students Flitwick taught in the past. Chapter 11, The Essence of Spells, Ancient Runes. With school bell reminder. The first enchantment lesson was over, too, with Professor Flitwick giving Ravenclaw 10 points because of August's excellent performance. The little wizards went out one after another, but August didn't leave. He still had some questions that he needed to ask Professor Flitwick. Seeing that everyone has left, and August has not left, Professor Flitwick asked with a little doubt. Mr. Gaunt, do you have anything else to do? Yes, Professor, I still have some questions about spells that I would like to ask you. Then let's talk in my office. Come with me, Mr. Gaunt. Then, August followed Professor Flitwick to his office. The office space is large, with bookshelves lining the walls and books on the shelves. According to August's observation, the vast majority of these books are books on spells, and many books have not even been published. Professor Flitwick took his seat and motioned for August to sit down too. August was not polite and sat opposite Professor Flitwick. Want something to drink, Mr. Gaunt? A cup of black tea without sugar, thank you. August loves tea very much, but he doesn't understand the dark food of black tea with sugar. Do Brits add sugar to everything they eat? Black tea is indeed a good choice, Mr. Gaunt. With a wave of Professor Flitwick's wand, a set of exquisite tea sets appeared on the table. Then the tea set floats up and divides the tea. Wonderful levitation spell application, Professor. Thank you, then Mr. Gaunt, what questions do you want to ask? Professor Flitwick took a sip, then asked August. Professor, I should have some talent in magic spells. Before I went to school, I had already learned most of the magic spells above the standard spells, elementary level. But when I tried silent casting and wandless casting, I ran into some difficulties. This is indeed the case. Through the system's daily card draw and his usual hard work, he has learned a lot of spells. But when he tried silent and wandless casting, he made no progress. Silent casting is fine and can be successful once in a while, but wandless casting has never been successful. Oh. Mr. Gaunt, you let me know from your performance in class just now that you are a genius. If you don't mind, can you show your current abilities? Professor Flitwick expressed interest. August didn't speak after hearing this, and showed Professor Flitwick the same hand he had in class just now, floated the teapot, and filled Professor Flitwick with tea. Casting the vanishing charm to make the teapot disappear. Finally, cast a counter charm to restore everything. Clap. 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 The applause recalled that Professor Flitwick was very happy. Very wonderful, Mr. Gaunt, if it was in class, I should have given you 20 points, no, 50 points. We haven't had a genius like you in Ravenclaw for a long time. After speaking, Flitwick pushed up his glasses and wiped his tears with a handkerchief. After a while, Professor Flitwick's mood gradually calmed down, and he began to think about August's problem. A few minutes passed, and he looked up at August. Mr. Gaunt, why do you think a wizard needs a spell and a wand to cast spells? August was stunned when he heard the question. Started thinking about this. After thinking about it, again and again, he gave his answer. Professor, I think that a wizard can concentrate when he recites a spell, and through the wand and fixed gestures, the magic in the body can be activated. It can be used for spells. August expressed his opinion, looking forward to looking at Professor Flitwick, and waiting for his evaluation. Well said, Mr. Gaunt. Your understanding of spells is close to the level of the OWLS exam. Professor Flitwick first expressed his admiration and then spoke again. However, you have overlooked a point that ordinary wizards don't care about, and that is will. Professor Flitwick pointed to his head with his hand. Will. Yes, when a wizard casts a spell, it's not just concentration, it's a process of instilling one's will into the spell. Why are we wizards? We think we can do this, and we can make it happen through the spell. After taking a sip of tea, he continued. And when you want to cast spells silently, you need a stronger will to let the spell release successfully. Because you didn't recite the spell, you need to instill enough will in your way to release it. This way naturally, you can cast spells silently. Of course, there is still some gap between the power of the spell used in this way and the release of the spell. After listening to Professor Flitwick's words, August frowned and fell into contemplation. Professor Flitwick was not in a hurry and enjoyed his afternoon tea leisurely. A few minutes later, August took out his wand and pointed at a quill on the table, which suddenly floated up. But when August relaxed a little, the quill fell slowly again. Congratulations, Mr. Gaunt, it seems that you have found a way that suits you. I have to say, your talent is amazing. Professor Flitwick was very happy. It was a pleasure for such a savvy little wizard to be in his academy. Slytherin has won the House's Cup for 6 years in a row. Although Ravenclaw pays more attention to the improvement of their knowledge. They don't care much about trivial matters. But Flitwick is head of Ravenclaw, and he still hopes his house can win the House Cup. In August's body, he saw this possibility. He is also very happy to provide some help to the talented little wizard. Thank you, Professor, thanks to your guidance, I was able to get started so quickly. August expressed his gratitude to Professor Flitwick. Professor, what if you cast spells without a staff? Do you need a stronger will? August continued to ask. Yes, Mr. Gaunt. But you still need to have some deeper knowledge of magic. In 3rd grade, I suggest you take Ancient Rune, which will help you a lot. But these are for you now. It's still too early. Flitwick patiently explained to August. Ancient Rune. I see, thank you for your help today. August understood Flitwick's suggestion, and today's goal is achieved. So he stood up and walked out of the office. Chapter 12, Night Tour. After leaving Professor Flitwick's office, August walked toward the library, thinking about the content of the conversation while walking. Helped him a lot and showed him the way forward. Magic is never a spell that can be summed up by chanting a spell and waving a wand. Magic is mysterious, and many wizards know it but don't know why. Can use magic spells, but do not understand their nature. Of course, the purpose of Hogwarts has never been to train some elite wizards, but to the entire British wizarding world, so generally speaking, professors will not talk about these things. Only when the little wizard asked, did the professors reveal more profound things. Others just need to know how to use them. And now August decided to study the essence of magic and explore more secrets, so he decided to start studying ancient runes. Coming to the library, August met the librarian, Mrs. Pants, who was a very serious witch. Books are his life. His eagle-like eyes glanced left and right among the crowd in the library from time to time. As long as anyone dares to flip through books rudely, or make a loud noise, they will immediately receive her cold gaze. August walked in and found a copy of Introduction to Ancient Runes in the general area. This is a textbook for 3rd grade and will continue to be used in 5th grade. For the current August, it is enough. Then, he found a place to read quietly. It was not until dinner that he reluctantly put the book on the shelf and walked out of the library. It looks like it's time to buy a copy, otherwise every time you come to the library to read a book, it will affect the efficiency too much. But you can't use Fury, it's too eye-catching. Go to the owl post office to borrow an owl. But you can't stop now. It seems that there will be a night tour at night. August muttered as he walked. I plan to come back to the library to read a book at night. As for the school rules. Sorry, as a fraternity heir, August's purpose is that as long as no one sees me breaking school rules, it's the perfect night out. Coming to the auditorium, August found that Cho was already there and took their place for him. August sat down, and soon, the plate in front of him was full of food, 3 or 4 times that of Cho next to him. Piled up as high as a hill. With a puff, Cho laughed. August, why are you so hungry? You know, reading is very exhausting. I just came out of the library. August filled his mouth with food and answered Cho vaguely. As expected of Ravenclaw's little genius, you got Ravenclaw's first bonus point of the school year. Cho laughed, but he still carefully brought a glass of juice for August to prevent him from choking. August rolled his eyes. He didn't care about Cho's teasing. Enjoyed dinner diligently. After leaving the auditorium, Cho didn't have class at night, so she and a few female classmates returned to the waiting room to play wizard chess. The hard-working August has to go to the astronomy tower to take astronomy classes. Astronomy classes in the wizarding world are no different from astronomy classes in the Muggle world. They all use telescopes to observe the sky and learn the trajectories of different stars, which is not magic at all. At 9 o'clock in the evening, August, who was dizzy looking at the stars, returned to his bedroom, threw himself directly on the bed, and rested. No, I can't be so decadent, I still have to go to the library. August sat up suddenly, shook his head, and forced himself to cheer up. Learn to cast spells without sticks as soon as possible, and get an extra card one day earlier. Most wizards were sheep that could be slaughtered without their wands. Whether it is sliced, rinsed, or skewered and grilled can only depend on the taste of the enemy. August didn't want to leave himself such a big weakness for the enemy to attack, so he had to master the wandless spellcasting as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, August decided to leave now, and it is estimated that there will be no one in the lounge. After tidying up, August cast a disillusionment charm on himself, walked out of the dormitory, and came to the common room. August breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that there was no one in the common room. After all, there are still many little eagles who like to read books and see them late. Go out of the lounge door and into the hallway. August walked gently towards the library. He didn't want to touch Filch and his cat. One person and one cat are like ghosts in this castle, wandering around at night, looking for students who violate school rules. I went to the library and picked up the book I read in the afternoon. After hesitating for a while, August decided to go to the forbidden book area to browse. After all, the forbidden book area is relatively far inside, so if someone comes to inspect it, it can be hidden immediately. Coming to the corner of the forbidden book area, August took out his wand, released the wand lighting spell, and then set the wand aside and read with relish. This book is indeed very suitable for him now. Ancient runes are all magical words, and the analysis of each word can be written into a book as an explanation. This book is a brief introduction to the application and analysis of several basic runes. And August needs this kind of book on the nature of magic to improve his background. At the same time. Fool George, run fast, I'll laugh at you for a semester if Filch catches us because of you. Stupid Fred, I was setting a big trap just now, let's go, let's run towards the library. A pair of red-haired twins were running down the hallway, dodging Filch's pursuit. But there was not a trace of worry on their faces, they all smirked after the prank was successful. Running and joking. Gradually approached the library. At the same time, August's ears moved, and he recovered from his immersive reading. Anyone here? August tilted his head in thought, his hands constantly moving. After extinguishing the light on his wand, he cast a disillusionment spell on himself, put the book back in place, and walked out of the library. Then, he saw the Weasley twins, who were running and playing, running towards him. There was also a roar from a Hogwarts administrator from behind. I know you're right ahead, don't let me catch you. I'm going to put you in confinement. A semester of confinement. August. At this time, August's head hurt a little, but he didn't expect that someone would bring the devil into the village. Bah, he brought Filch to the library. He did all kinds of calculations and never imagined that his perfect night tour plan would be disrupted by these two rascals. But he didn't mean to help either. The twins are already in the 3rd grade this year, and they have already gained experience with Filch, so they don't need anyone's help at all. Anyway, I can't read the book anymore, why don't I watch the play here? Chapter 13, Three-Headed Dog Fluffy. Sure enough, the Weasley twins were so smart that they secretly spilled food to mislead Mrs. Norris and took Filch away. August looked at the twins and found it interesting. When watching a movie in a previous life, the Weasley twins were very eye-catching. As the mischief king of Hogwarts, each film has its ridiculous operation. Sadly, Fred died in the end. There is only one twin left, and from now on, George is alone. August also regretted this in his previous life, but it didn't stop him from now preparing to play tricks on them. Who let the twins disrupt his night tour plans? Watching the twins walking ahead, oblivious to the impending danger, August gave him a wicked smile. With a finger of the wand, on the side of the corridor, a pair of armored helmets suddenly fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Boom. In this empty corridor, there was even an echo. The twins who just passed by were startled. Quickly looked back to see what happened. But what puzzled them was that only one helmet fell on the ground, and there was no other person. In the distance, Mrs. Norris's voice and Filch's footsteps were heard again. The twins were so frightened that they panicked and didn't bother to check what happened, so they hurriedly followed the stairs next to them and climbed to the 4th floor. August held back his laughter and restrained his footsteps, following the twins. Ha! Students of the night tour, I have to tell Filch. Suddenly, August heard a voice from the corner of the stairs on the 4th floor. It turned out that Peeves had found the twins. Peeves roamed the castle, as usual, looking for opportunities to mischief and cause chaos. When he came to the 4th floor, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps and then floated in the direction of the sound. It was at this moment that the twins who were fleeing in embarrassment appeared in front of his eyes, which made him very happy. Although he and the Weasleys are rascals, both like mischief. But that doesn't mean he won't trick them. There can only be one mischief king at Hogwarts, and that is his Lord Peeves. He, the Weasley's kid, got caught by the Great Peeves. As long as you say, the Great Lord Peeves is the most mischievous person at Hogwarts. I'll consider letting you go, how about that? Peeves opened his mouth wide and let out a weird smile. Appears very proud. The twins looked at each other, and Fred looked at Peeves with a smile on his face. The great Lord Peeves. The most mischievous person at Hogwarts, George followed. Then the twins looked at each other again, and all of a sudden they laughed and said in unison, "Of course it's us." After saying that, the twins ran to the right, leaving Peeves in a huff and jumping in place. Puffed. August couldn't help it anymore, and laughed out loud. The twins are so funny, and in this situation, they can even tease Peeves. Who? Peeves were startled when he heard the laughter. But he immediately realized that little ghosts were hiding around. Then looked around. August also wanted to see what other fun the twins could create, and he didn't want to be haunted by Peeves. Seeing the chalks falling on the ground, it was supposed to be used by Peeves in preparation for throwing at students. With his finger on his wand, he whispered, "Wadawasi." The chalk that fell to the ground, like cannonballs, smashed at Peeves, one by one. Peeves were terrified. These chalk tips did not go through his body, but hurt him, and Peeves ran to the left corridor with a whimper. August deliberately controlled the direction of the chalk, forcing Peeves to the opposite corridor from the Weasleys. But the corridor on the 4th floor, on the right, how is it so familiar? Suddenly, August's face changed slightly. Dumbledore emphasized the direction that students were prohibited from going at the opening ceremony, which was there. Isn't this where the copy of the first year is? If the twins broke into the abandoned classroom there, they would meet Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. When you don't know the weakness of the three-headed dog in the first level, it is still very dangerous. Didn't you see that a certain potion professor was bitten on his leg? Thinking of this, August didn't stop, cast a spell on his body, and walked towards the corridor on the right. Sure enough, after walking for a while, he saw the twins, who were trying how to open the door of the abandoned classroom. Fred used an unlocking spell, the door opened in response, and the two rushed in excitedly. August patted his forehead. Dumbledore's defense was too poor, and he didn't even set a counterspell for the unlocking spell. Are you afraid that Harry won't get in? He hurriedly followed the twins in, and then he saw a huge three-headed dog, lying on a trapdoor, its three heads drooping quietly as if sleeping. A stench hit his nostrils, and August quickly held his breath. Good boy, these three-headed dogs also have their biochemical attacks. The twins didn't respond so quickly. When asked about the stench, I don't know if it was George or Fred, and they blurted out, "It smells so bad." It was especially clear in this quiet environment. In an instant, the three heads of the three-headed dog opened their eyes at the same time. Two heads stared at the twins standing in front of him, and the other head looked at August standing not far away. The disillusionment charm doesn't mask the smell, it's just a spell that blends the caster with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the middle of the three-headed dog roared and pounced on the twins who were standing dumbfounded. The reaction of the two was not slow, and they pulled out their wands instantly. It's a pity that the two were just in the 3rd grade after all, and their magic power was not strong. The three-headed dog stumbled a little and then continued to attack like a normal dog. This time August didn't bother to hide anymore and showed up directly. Flipendo. In this spell, August did his best. A red light shot out from the top of the wand and slammed into the three-headed dog. Boom. Like being hit by a truck, the three-headed dog flew out immediately and slammed into the classroom wall. There was a loud bang. And the twins were startled, but they didn't expect there was a third person there. And August didn't have time to explain to them that the three-headed dog's magic resistance is very high, and a knockback jinx can't cause effective damage. Hurry up and put on some music to put the three-headed dog to sleep, otherwise the movement will be too loud and it will easily attract professors and even old bees. August's mind wandered, shouting at the twins, sing the one you sang at the sorting ceremony. Although the twins were puzzled, they also knew that August had made them do it with a purpose. Without any hesitation, the two sang, Funeral March version Hogwarts School Song. Chapter 14, Potion Lesson. At this time, August's scalp was numb. It's all this time, do they still have time to make up for it? Fortunately, the three-headed dog hears it up. After hearing the music, it stopped attacking, walked slowly to the trapdoor, and fell. Seeing this, August motioned them to slowly exit the door with his eyes, then closed the door gently, and locked the door with a spell. He exhaled softly. Turning around, August was startled, only to see them looking at him curiously. The twins exchanged glances, and quickly put their arms on August's shoulders. "Dear Master Gaunt, thank you. I'm Fred, and this is my brother George," said one of them. "Stupid Fred, I'm the older brother," another hurriedly retorted. August twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard what they called him. "What the hell is it called, Master Gaunt?" Seeing the two making fun of themselves, August did not show weakness. "Master Weasley, I was specially sent by the headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, to protect you. You can call me a guardian." Looking at August's seriousness, Fred and George seemed taken aback. "Did the principal send you here? Did he find us on our night tour?" Fred couldn't help asking. George is also a little nervous. For the principal, the twins still have some fears of lawlessness. Of course not, I also came out for a night tour. August rolled his eyes and explained to them. It turns out that the sound just now was made by you. After the twins heard it, they said in unison. I just read the book in the library for a while, and you brought Filch there. August didn't refute. Then why didn't we see you just now? What is the spell? George didn't care about this but was very curious about the magic that August suddenly appeared just now. If they also learned, they wouldn't be afraid of Filch and his cat. This is the disillusionment charm. If you want to learn it, go to the forbidden area to find it. I learned it by coincidence. August didn't hide it, he still had a good impression of these two living treasures. If possible, he would like to get the Marauder's map from the twins to study. George and Fred looked at each other and saw the eagerness in the other's eyes. As for the forbidden area, not a problem at all for them. August stretched and didn't follow the twins for such a round, it wasn't too early, and he was going back to rest. Okay, I'm going back to rest. If the two Weasley masters have nothing to do, I'll go first. August continued to be eccentric. George and Fred were not annoyed, instead, they showed a big smile, this friend can get along, and he is really good. You should come to Gryffindor, Master Gaunt. George gave a thumbs up, such August was very much to their appetite. August is much more interesting than their brother Ron. August waved at them without saying anything, turned, and left. And where the twins went, August didn't know. But he was certain that it was not the way to the Gryffindor common room. When August came to the door of the Ravenclaw common room, he gently touched the bronze eagle door knocker, and then the bronze eagle door knocker awoke. Regardless of whether the little wizard in front of him violated the school rules, he faithfully performed his duties. 2 pairs of father and son went to buy hats, why only bought 3? Because there are 3 generations of grandparents, grandfather, father, and son. After entering the lounge smoothly, August raised his head inadvertently, and then he froze. Because a girl was standing next to the entrance of the girls' dorms, looking at him blankly. Cho. August. The two spoke at the same time, and August asked first. Why are you here? I'm here to get this Quidditch training guide, Cho answered August's question in a daze, and then she realized that August's problem was more serious at this time, right? Why did you come back at this time? What did you do? Facing Cho's questioning, August couldn't hide it, so he had to tell Cho everything about tonight. Including why he sneaked out and how he met the twins. Even the last 4th floor corridor was said. When August says he's secretly pranking Fred and George, Cho is shocked. However, when she heard the 3-headed dog, Cho's face was full of shock again. When she heard the weakness of the 3-headed dog, she was relieved, and immediately became excited. It's so cool, August, you've only been at school for 2 days, and you went out for a night tour. I've been here for more than a year and haven't tried it yet. Next time there is such a fun thing, be sure to call me. Looking at Cho who was extremely excited, August cried out in his heart. He didn't expect Cho to look gentle and quiet, so was her heart so wild. But also, as a future Ravenclaw seeker, she must have the gene for the pursuit of excitement in her blood. Rubbing Cho's head, August smiled dotingly. No problem, next time I have something fun, I'll tell you. But not recently. Although I go out every night, I just read a book, it's boring. Feeling the temperature above her head, Cho smiled and obeyed August's arrangement. The two talked for a while and then went back to sleep. The next morning, August followed the other Ravenclaw wizards to the basement for potion class. During the period, they also met the little lions of Gryffindor who went with them. Harry said hello to August, and without saying a word, was pulled away by his roommates. It may be the butterfly effect caused by the arrival of August. The number of Hufflepuffs this year is exceptionally large, which is almost the same as the sum of the other 3 houses. So the school decided that after their term, Hufflepuff would take classes alone, and the other 3 houses would take classes together. So this class not only has Gryffindor but also Slytherin. Remembering that he hasn't signed in today, August said to the system silently in his heart. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host, get a copy of Potions Knowledge, purple. So lucky. August raised his eyebrows, and with the share he had received before, he was now about the same potion level as the outstanding 4th-year student. After upsetting Snape during the sorting ceremony, he thought Snape would get his revenge in potions class. August worried that his potion level might not be enough, and the system sent a timely. Sure enough, it's my eldest son, system, Dad loves you. Chapter 15, the lineup with Snape. At exactly 9 o'clock, Professor Snape in a black robe appeared at the door of the classroom on time. He strode in, the wind was blowing under his feet, and the hem of his robe fluttered in the wind behind his back. August suspects the professor is wearing the same robe he wore the last time he visited his house. In other words, all his clothes are the same. Snape passed by the crowd coldly. Without speaking, he walked straight to the podium and glanced at the students of the 3 houses present. Among them, it stayed on August for 3 seconds, and then on Harry for 5 seconds. Snape didn't speak, opened the roll call, and started the roll call. His voice was magnetic, a little deep. And revealing a deep indifference, he spoke the name at a gentle pace. But it always sounded sarcastic. Finally, he pronounced August's name. He didn't say anything, just stared at August for a few seconds. August didn't look away, and looked directly at Snape. But there was still a little more apology in his eyes. When Snape went to guide him as a freshman, he thought he would go to Slytherin, but he didn't expect August to be so disrespectful. August was a little embarrassed about that, too. After all, he hated the atmosphere of Slytherin, not Snape, head of Slytherin. Maybe he understood the message that August wanted to convey in his eyes. Snape didn't say much and continued to roll names. Then, he pronounced Harry's name. It stopped again. "Oh yes," he whispered, "Harry Potter, this is our new big name." Puffed. August turned his head, and Draco Malfoy and his 2 entourages were covering their mouths and laughing. Seeing August turn his head, he glared at him, not wanting to lose. August ignored it, and let Harry love and hate with him. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this arrogant child. Harry's sudden targeting made him uncomfortable, but what he didn't know was that it was just the beginning. Worse days are yet to come. Snape ignored the farce under the stage, and said slowly to all the little wizards. "You are here to learn the precise skill and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion preparation, and since there are no foolish wands here, many of you will not believe it is magic. I don't expect you to understand the beauty of that simmering cauldron with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You don't understand the fluid that flows into people's blood vessels, the kind of ecstasy and blurred will. Magical power, I can teach you how to increase your prestige, brew glory, and even prevent death." A burst of very bewitching words came out of Snape's mouth. Haven't waited for everyone to fully appreciate it. He suddenly spoke again. "Potter. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry was dumbfounded. "What is asphodel? What is wormwood? Who I am?" Harry didn't answer, just stared blankly at Snape, while Hermione, who was not far away, raised her right hand high. Too bad Snape ignored her. August admired this scene, which can be described as the beginning of the feud between the two. From then on, Snape and Harry began to love and hate each other. But here these 3 questions. August remembered an analysis by some great gods in his previous life. Snape's 3 questions have deeper implications. The most obvious is that the asphodel was used to make medicines according to Victorian flower language. The asphodel is a type of lily meaning, "My regrets follow you to the grave," and wormwood means absence, and also typically symbolizes bitter sorrow. If you combine that, Snape's words mean, "I bitterly regret Lily's death." It's hard for August to imagine Snape looking at that Potter's face, Lily's eyes. Harry looks very similar to his father James Potter, and his eyes are the same as his mother's, and what kind of emotion? Hatred of James Potter, who bullied himself at school. Or the guilt that he leaked information that led to Lily's death. Thinking of this, August looks at Snape, with a little more pity and sympathy. Snape caught August's eyes. He didn't understand what August was thinking, and the look in his eyes changed, but that look made him feel a little uncomfortable. As if August was sympathetically looking at a puppy. Snape rolled his eyes, stared at August, and spoke coldly. "Mr. Gaunt, it's up to you to answer these questions." August was stunned at first, but he didn't expect that he would be asked to answer. But he quickly reacted and answered. "Added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, and you will get the water of life and death, which is a powerful sleeping pill. The bezoar should be taken out of the stomach of the goat. And the monkshood and wolfsbane refer to the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite." August answered 3 questions in one go and then smiled to please Professor Snape. Snape didn't expect it. Not only did this kid answer him, but he provoked him. Without stopping, Snape asked again. "What kind of potions can moonstone be used for?" "Draught of peace potion, but it needs to be ground into powder." "What's the biggest difference between draught of peace potion and sleeping draught potion?" "The draught of peace potion has a much stronger effect, lasts longer, and is difficult to make." The rest of the little wizards in the audience opened their mouths wide, watching the questions and answers between the two. Everyone's scalp was tingling, and they all fell into the same state as Harry. Who I am? Where am I? What the hell are these two talking about? Snape took a deep breath and stopped asking questions. Said sarcastically. "It is indeed the blood of the Gaunt family. These are not things you should learn now, but you are always ready to show them off." August is very speechless. "You said that you didn't learn it now, then you still ask me what to do." Snape saw it hard to target August, and then turned his attention back to Harry. "Did you hear that, Potter? It seems that not every little wizard who just entered school is as stupid and ignorant as you. Look at other people's little wizards. Professor, Harry angrily prepared to retort, but it was a pity that Snape didn't give him a chance at all. Gryffindor deducts 1 point for your stupidity. Then Snape looked at August. 1 point for Ravenclaw. Then he spoke again. Remember to add, yes, Professor, next time you answer the question. 2 points from Ravenclaw from your rudeness. August didn't speak, knowing that anything he said now would just give Snape the chance to deduct his house points. The rest of the little wizards in the audience didn't dare to breathe, but unfortunately, Snape didn't let them go. Why are you looking at my face? Is there anything I just said on my face? Move and write it down. After speaking, he was not relieved and followed another sentence. You guys are the worst class I've ever had. Chapter 16. It turns out that Hermione and I are classmates, and it's a showdown. Next, everyone was divided into 2 groups by Snape. To prevent Hermione from helping Harry, Snape dropped Hermione into a group with August. Michael Corner, who was also a Ravenclaw student, went to join Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown. August looked at the shaggy-haired girl in front of him. The messy hairstyle couldn't hide the girl's delicate face, and the slightly discordant front teeth slightly damaged the overall beauty. But it also makes the girl look a little cuter. Well, it's a good lowly. Nodding to Hermione, showing his friendliness, August began to lower his head to handle the ingredients on hand. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed a little hesitant to speak. But in the end, she spoke up. August Gaunt, is your primary school in Garden Elementary? August raised his head in surprise and looked at Hermione. Yes, I graduated from Garden Elementary School, how did you know? Hermione let out a long sigh of relief, and the answer in her heart was finally confirmed. Then answered quickly. Sure enough, it's you. When I heard your name at the sorting ceremony, I guessed it like that. Immediately, Hermione extended her hand generously. Get to know me, my name is Hermione Granger, your primary school classmate, but I'm in class 4. I've heard your legend at the time, you can't come to school several times a year, but every time you're full marks. August suddenly realized that he and Hermione were classmates in the same elementary school. He hadn't recognized Hermione because he was so busy making money at that time that he didn't go to school a few times. If he had known that he and Hermione were classmates, he would have been. Ahem, that can't be said. August also held out his hand and shook hands with Hermione. Nice to meet you, Miss Granger. It seems that we have a lot of fate. Just call me Hermione. In addition, you kept pressing me in elementary school. When you came to Hogwarts, I would not admit defeat. I must be on top of you. The girl looked at August seriously and said confidently. August smiled and didn't care, the girl in front of him was so serious. However, it's pretty cute. Mr. Gaunt, if I were you, what I would do now is not to tease my classmates, but to immediately put the ingredients into the cauldron. Snape's gloomy voice came from the side, causing Hermione to blush. However, August's face was thick enough, and he calmly put the ingredients into the cauldron and stirred it up. Seeing that August was unmoved, Snape gave up targeting. Like a bat again, it floated to Harry's side, staring closely at Harry's every move, ready to spray at any time. Just like that, an hour later, a group of little wizards walked out of the potions classroom with dejected faces. Especially Harry, who had been sprayed by Snape into a delirious, confused mind. He had a playful expression on his face. Just now, Snape had deducted 5 points from Gryffindor because of his irregular operation. And August stayed, and seeing Harry's tragic condition, he felt the need to chat with Snape. He didn't want to be stared at by an old bat. Although he was not afraid, it was trouble after all. Mr. Gaunt, I think you should leave my classroom now. Do you want me to lock you up by staying here? August is also unambiguous and gets right to the point. Professor, I think we can talk. Snape didn't speak and stared at the young man in front of him with his black eyes like a pool of stagnant water. August continued. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't want to see what happened at the sorting ceremony, but you saw it too, the mouth of the sorting hat, too soon. As you said, although I am from the Gaunt family, I am a half-blood. As far as I know, Slytherin is not very welcome to students like me. Ravenclaw was a better choice for me, and the rest of Slytherin. With that said, August looked at Snape, waiting for his reply. The expression on Snape's face didn't change at all, he just stood there, watching August silently. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, and August could even hear Snape's breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Snape finally spoke. Mr. Gaunt, there are some things that I can stop here, but the behavior of some students is beyond my control, even if I am their head of house. August breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter was finally resolved. He also wanted to have a good relationship with Snape and learn more about potions. Of course, Professor, I only care about your attitude. As for the others, it doesn't matter. Then I'll take my leave. After speaking, August gave a slight salute and left the classroom. Snape looked at the back of August's departure and said nothing for a long time. With deep eyes, he quietly looked into the distance. If I could be like him at the time, Lily, would we have a different ending? Snape muttered to himself, and 2 tears appeared in his eyes. August had no idea what Snape was thinking, and that now he was being stopped by Fred and George. Ah. Good afternoon, Master Gaunt. Fred and George exaggerated and gave August a funny salute. August was speechless and rolled his eyes. No kidding, what's wrong? Fred grinned and hugged August's shoulders. George and I sincerely invite you to join the Hogwarts night party tonight, this Saturday, at midnight, in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. See you there. August was a little curious about what the twins were pulling him to do. But he had nothing to do anyway, just to see what they were going to do. So August agreed immediately. Seeing that August agreed very readily, George and Fred walked away. After saying goodbye to the 2 living treasures, August hurried to the auditorium and ate a few bites of lunch at random. There was a history of magic in the afternoon, so the time was a bit rushed. In the history of magic class, August fell asleep directly, and his professor was a ghost, Professor Binns. The whole time, his tone did not fluctuate, and the person listening was drowsy. August couldn't hold it, and after listening for 10 minutes, facing Hermione's hateful eyes not far away, he successfully fell asleep. At the same time, in the principal's office on the 8th floor, Snape and Dumbledore sat opposite each other, and a conversation about August was about to start. Chapter 17, Conversation in the Headmaster's Room. On the 8th floor, the headmaster's office. This is a large, bright circular room. The walls were covered with portraits of people, all with their eyes closed, but from their opening eyes from time to time, you could tell that they were just pretending to rest. On a high bench behind the desk, there must be a tattered hat, lying quietly on it, which if August would have recognized it, was the sorting hat. Snape and Dumbledore sat opposite each other. So Severus, would you like something to drink, or some afternoon dessert? Sherbet lemon. Treacle toffee. Or some cockroach clusters? Snape frowned and refused decisively. No, Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm here to discuss with you, August Gaunt. Dumbledore seemed a little regretful when he heard Snape's refusal, but when he heard what Snape said, he no longer bothered. Put down the book in his hand, and place it on the table. His expression became serious. So Severus, can you tell me what you think of August Gaunt? Snape said calmly, calm, decisive, brilliantly gifted, and with a clear purpose. Still a sweetheart, Snape added at last. Oh. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, and a flash of light disappeared. Dumbledore did not expect that such a high evaluation would be heard from Snape. If Dumbledore understood correctly, did Snape make a bad joke at the end? Now Dumbledore is more interested in August. I thought you would have some subjective prejudice against Mr. Gaunt about the sorting ceremony. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly. Yes, Dumbledore, this is what I think of him. I have a lot of things to do, and I don't want to waste my time on a first-year wizard, and added. Although his surname is special, his character will not be the next Dark Lord. He found a little girlfriend on the first day he came to school, and he also tried to tease another Gryffindor. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile again when he heard this. No, Severus, I think you've misunderstood me. My concern for Mr. Gaunt is true because his surname is a little special. You know, his surname will bring him some trouble, and Voldemort will come back after all. In some black magic, blood is often used. Tom's research in this area is to be admired even by me. Dumbledore explained the reason, seeing that Snape had no intention of expressing his opinion, and he continued to speak. Actually, during the summer vacation, I also did some little research on Mr. Gaunt. Having said this, Dumbledore also winked mischievously at Snape. Hearing this, Snape's expression became more irritated. If you've done it personally, so what's the point of my observation today? Unexpectedly, the greatest white wizard of the 20th century would pay so much attention to a teenage boy. Thinking of this, Snape felt that it was necessary to get to know the headmaster of Hogwarts again. As if not seeing the change in Snape's expression, Dumbledore continued. I have been to the orphanage where Mr. Gaunt lived, and the people there spoke highly of him. Every year, Mr. Gaunt donated a lot of money to the orphanage's expenses. The most important thing is that he has a phoenix. The phoenix can greatly dispel the darkness in people's hearts and give them great courage. So, he is not the same as Tom. I let you observe him just because I think you can provide him with some help to make him grow faster. In this way, he can also better face the future. Crisis. When Snape heard this, it was as if he had eaten a dead fly, and asked a Slytherin dean to teach a student who rejected Slytherin. Disgusting people are not so disgusting, right? But remembering the conversation in the potions classroom, Snape hesitated. As if seeing through Snape's thoughts, Dumbledore followed closely. Of course, Phileas told me yesterday about Mr. Gaunt's talent in spells, and I think he should be very happy to train a good wizard for Ravenclaw. No. Snape interrupted Dumbledore. He is also the last bloodline of Slytherin in the UK. As the head of Slytherin, I must provide some preferential treatment to the descendants of the founder. I'll go and talk to Mr. Gaunt. After speaking, Snape stood up and walked towards the door, ending the conversation. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who was leaving, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said to himself naturally, "Looks like there's another interesting little guy at Hogwarts, who can make Snape so interested in him." At this time, the past headmasters on the wall no longer pretended to be dead, and one of the portraits spoke up, looking very angry. "As a descendant of Slytherin, to choose Ravenclaw, this is a shame of pure blood. Headmaster Black, Mr. Gaunt is not pure blood. According to the investigation, his mother is the blood of the Gaunt family, and his father is just an ordinary muggle." Dumbledore explained with a smile. Hearing this, Headmaster Black became even angrier and kept saying some words beginning with F. The other irritable headmaster couldn't stand it any longer. He rushed into Black's portrait with a punch, knocking Headmaster Black to the ground. The two immediately started a scuffle. Dumbledore didn't care, and the other portraits watched the scene and started cheering for the grumpy headmaster. There were even two headmasters eager to join in. It seems that the Headmaster Black is not very popular. And Dumbledore seemed to pretend he didn't see what was happening to these portraits of the headmasters, and his deep eyes kept blinking as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 18, The Hogwarts Kitchen. Before he knows it, August's first week at Hogwarts has just passed. And his genius name has slowly spread at Hogwarts. He scored Ravenclaw in almost every class. Except for the history of magic. Professor Binns never gives credit to students. Even Professor McGonagall went so far as to openly invite August to join his Transfiguration Club. For the first time, Professor McGonagall has invited a freshman to join her Transfiguration Club. For a time, August's reputation spread among the little wizards, and coupled with his excellent appearance, no matter where he went, there would be little witches secretly observing him. When August noticed their eyes, he quickly looked away shyly, but some daring little witches were not only not shy, but also gave him a generous wink. It made Cho jealous again and again. August's waist suffered a lot. On Friday afternoon, August and Cho were doing their homework in the Ravenclaw common room. Suddenly, August remembered the invitation from the Weasley twins and looked up at Cho next to him. "Cho, George, and Fred invited me to meet in the hallway on the 4th floor at midnight tomorrow. Do you want to come?" Cho raised his head and looked at August in surprise. "Can I go?" Although Cho asked this, August saw the expectation in the eyes of the little witch. With a relaxed smile, August replied affirmatively. "Of course, you can, although I don't know what they called me for. You should be fine to come. They seem to have invited other people too." Cho got an affirmative reply from August and was very happy. She didn't care about any homework and kept pulling August to chat about what they might do tomorrow. Looking forward to it. August simply put down the pen and chatted with Cho about homework or something he can write anytime. And just like that, it's Saturday night. Near midnight, August left his bedroom and came to the common room. In the lounge, only Cho sat there, holding a copy of the history of Quidditch in his hand. It's just that her eyes glanced at the door of the boys' dorms from time to time. The mind is not on the book. Seeing Cho's anxiety, August also walked to her side in 2 or 3 steps and patted her head gently. "Smile fondly. I kept you waiting, let's go now." Cho returned a warm smile, put down the book, and followed August out of the lounge. August took out his wand, held Cho with one hand, and gently tapped Cho's body with the other hand, and Cho's figure suddenly became transparent. Then August tapped on himself and disappeared. Cho feels very magical. She stretched out his other hand and shook it. But she didn't see it. What kind of magic is this, so amazing? Disillusionment charm. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you later. Now hold my hand tightly, don't let it go, or I won't be able to find out where you are. If George and Fred were here, they would complain about August's double standard. We will be forced to secretly go to the Forbidden Book area to study, and you will teach Cho in person. Of course, if August knew about it, he would not care. Just kidding, you are not a beautiful girl. Where do so many demands come from? The two held hands all the way and came to the right corridor on the 4th floor, where they found the twins standing in a corner with a black brother next to them. After dispelling the disillusionment charm, August waved at the 3. "George. Fred." The 3 of them turned around in an instant and saw the 2 of them holding hands. One of the twins has a funny tone. As expected of Master Gaunt, even if you go out at night, you have to bring a beautiful girl with you. Cho Chang lowered her head shyly. Although many people knew about her relationship with August, she still felt embarrassed when she heard the twins teasing. August slapped the twins on the shoulders. "This is Cho, my girlfriend. Won't you introduce me to this one?" August saw the little black brother next to him. Without waiting for the twins to speak, the little black brother spoke by himself and introduced himself. "Hi, my name is Lee Jordan, brothers George and Fred, and they mentioned you to me, August Gaunt." You did a great job that day, and it's been a long time since anyone could successfully prank them. After he finished speaking, he gave a thumbs up, showing his big white teeth, and smiled at August. Cho Chang covered his mouth hard to prevent himself from laughing. Lee Jordan looked so naive. August couldn't help but want to laugh, but he remembered who him. The Quidditch narrator in the movie was always reprimanded by Professor McGonagall for pulling the sidelines. Best friends of Fred and George. A nod to Lee Jordan. Just call me August. After a few people got to know each other, August asked curiously. So, what are we doing out so late? And Lee, what's in the bag you're holding? George and Fred looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. They leaned over to August's side. We're going to take you to one of the most mysterious places in Hogwarts, and trust me, you'll love it. As for what's in the bag, you'll find out. After finishing speaking, regardless of August's reaction, the two took Lee Jordan and led the way downstairs. August and Cho looked at each other and could only follow behind. Luckily along the way, the group did not encounter Filch and his cat. Came to the basement floor. When he got here, he understood that we were going to the kitchen. Sure enough, the twins stopped before another picture full of food. Among them was a silver bowl filled with various fruits. One of the twins stepped forward and gently scratched a large green pear. Pear wriggled, smiled silly, and suddenly protruded from the painting and twisted into a doorknob. Then, with a pull, the door opened. Walk through the door and inside is a large room with a very high ceiling. The area is almost the same size as the auditorium, and there are many clean copper dishes stacked against the surrounding stone walls. More than 100 elves are busy inside. After seeing August and his party coming in, a house elf who seemed to be the lead came over. Bow respectfully. Good evening, Mr. Weasley and his companions. My name is Ning, may I be of any assistance to you? The twins are regulars here, and the elves already know them. The twins are also welcome and said carelessly. Get us some dinner, some dessert, and by the way, get us a pot of black tea, and a few cups. Chapter 19, Happy Supper. After leaving the kitchen, Cho was still stunned. It wasn't until she reached an abandoned classroom that she regained her senses. I didn't know there were so many house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen. Cho sighed with emotion. Although Cho is already in 2nd grade, she doesn't know that their usual food is made by house elves. August nodded in agreement. Although he had known many elves at Hogwarts for a long time, he was still shocked when he saw more than 100 house elves working together. Walking into the classroom, the twins and Lee skillfully put the food on the table. Roast lamb, roast chicken, and fried sausage. Cornish pasty. Yorkshire pudding, pumpkin pasty, and a bisque. Finally, Lee Jordan opened the bag in his hand, and there were several bottles inside, which contained a golden liquid. What is this? Looking at the bottles, Cho asked curiously. Butterbeer. The twins showed off proudly. How did you buy it? Will they sell it to minors? Lee Jordan shrugged. When you grew up like me, the waiter of 3 broomsticks didn't even ask my age and sold it to me directly. Puffed. Hearing Lee's answer, Cho couldn't help laughing out loud. Indeed, it is really difficult for you to tell how old a black man is, and he looks old. Looking at the sumptuous food on the table, August's appetite also came up. You know it's already midnight, and it's 5 or 6 hours after dinner time. My stomach is full. But he still asked Cho to drink less. Cho frowned and nodded in agreement. Come on, toast, and celebrate that our Hogwarts Night Squad has a new member. George pulled over a stool, stepped on it with one foot, raised the wine bottle in his hand, and motioned to the crowd. Cheers. The rest of the people also had a similar bottle and clinked it. After drinking it, August felt that the taste was unexpectedly soft, and the wine taste was not strong. Looking at Cho also seemed to think that the taste of this thing was good, and even took a few sips. Seeing this, August quickly stopped her. The banquet has just started, don't get drunk as soon as you come up. Although butterbeer is not strong, it is also alcoholic. August, this is good, I wanted to try it a long time ago, but my parents always said I was not an adult and wouldn't let me drink it. After 2 glasses of wine, Cho's little face turned red and excitedly said to August. Today's behavior made her very excited. Cho, who has been a good girl since she was a child, has never been so naughty. She broke at least 10 school rules in one night and drank alcohol. Looking at Cho Chang's naive appearance, August also found it very interesting. Cokes. If you like it, I will often bring you here in the future. The twins and Lee Jordan next to him were booing. August, we know of many secret passages to Hogsmeade. If you want to go, contact us in advance next time. George and Fred took it all in. August smiled and nodded. A few people stopped talking, burying their heads and eating, clinking glasses, and drinking butterbeer from time to time. A small banquet was formed in this abandoned classroom. Soon, the food on the table was wiped out, and several people ate it. Feeling uncomfortable sitting like this, August took out his wand, summoned a few chairs with a levitation charm, and cast a transfiguration charm, turning them into reclining chairs. After a few people saw it, their eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? They all lay down immediately. Ah. Everyone let out a satisfied sigh and let out a sigh of relief. Cho next to him couldn't help but sigh. August, your transfiguration is good. Our second graders haven't learned how to transform such a large object. Fred, next to him, also gave a thumbs up. Don't tell me you haven't learned it in second grade, even us in third grade couldn't do it. Looks like pulling August to our Hogwarts night tour group was the right choice. August waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. He gently held the little hand of the girl next to him, and his body rhythmically swayed on the reclining chair. For a time, there was only the sound of the rocking chair shaking in the entire classroom. After a while, August stretched and asked the twins lazily. Don't you have two brothers at Hogwarts, why didn't you call them this time? You mean Percy and Ron? Don't be kidding, if we let our prefect know what we did today, we'll get a howler from Mom the next day. Fred's voice sounded with a firm tone. As for our Ronnie, that's Mom's good baby, how could we have damaged him? After that, Fred laughed himself, and the rest of the people also laughed when they heard it. Percy's reputation is not very good in Gryffindor, and the little lions are complaining because of his prefect status. August also always believed that someone as ambitious as Percy should go to Slytherin, not Gryffindor. It might be because of his bloodline that the Sorting Hat didn't even look at Percy's other qualities. After all, the Weasleys were born Gryffindors. Afterward, George and Fred shared some of their deeds of glory over the past 2 years. Even shared some secret passages at Hogwarts. August and Cho enjoyed it with gusto and felt that the twins' school life was really exciting. The happy time is always short. After a while, everyone felt a little sleepy. After cleaning up the classroom and restoring everything to its original state, several people went back to their respective common room. August was afraid they would be caught by Filch after drinking a lot of butterbeer, so the twins and Lee cast a disillusionment charm. A few people left. Chapter 20, Farce in Flight Class. Watching the twins and Lee leaves, August said to Cho. Let's go back too. At this time, Cho was already a little drunk, his eyes were blurred, and she could only subconsciously nod in agreement. Looking at Cho like this, August could only helplessly shake his head, stretched out his hand to embrace Cho in his arms, and felt the girl's weakness. The two came to Ravenclaw's common room. Cho walked for a while, and his consciousness returned a lot. However, feeling the warm embrace of August, she didn't make a sound, just enjoying it silently. Thank you, August. After speaking, Cho gathered up his courage and gently touched August's handsome cheek with his moist lips. Even without looking back, she ran towards the bedroom, appearing a little flustered. August froze in place. Recalling the feeling just now, he muttered to himself. Why are you running? I don't feel anything here. Laughing dumbly, August also walked back to his dormitory, and with this trace of warmth, he fell asleep. On Thursday, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the little wizards of Gryffindor came to a large meadow in front of the castle. Today is their first flying lesson of the semester. The young wizards from many wizarding families are constantly boasting about their childhood flight experiences with their friends. Especially a group of little wizards from Slytherin House. Draco Malfoy was showing off he swept away the helicopter from a family of muggles. And complaining loudly that first-year students can't play Quidditch is very unfair. During the conversation, his eyes glanced at Harry, and August, who was chatting with Hermione, seemed very proud that they had never ridden a broom since they were children. August didn't have time to deal with Malfoy's boast. He's comforting little Loli now. It's okay, Hermione, Harry, have never ridden a broom, and many little wizards are talking big, you don't have to be so nervous. August softly comforted the brown-haired Loli in front of him. Hermione has been abnormal since she knew she was going to have a flying lesson. He heard from Harry that during breakfast in the morning, Hermione kept chanting the content of the book, The Magic of Quidditch. Neville next to him also listened hard too. Hermione's nagging, hoping to learn some useful knowledge to help him in training for a while. He can't care that the remembrall in his hand keeps flashing again. After a while, their teacher, Mrs. Hooch, arrived. Pointing at a bunch of floating brooms with her wand, and came towards them. Then everyone got a share. August looked at the broomstick in his hand, and suddenly he didn't dare to try it. The broom in his hand was very worn, and a lot of branches and leaves had fallen off the tail. Okay, now, stretch out your right hand over the broom handle. Mrs. Hooch whistled, then say, up. Up. August concentrated and called out to the broom lying on the ground. The broom jumped into his hand immediately, as did Harry. However, the other little wizards did not go so well. Hermione's broom rolled a few times and ignored her. Malfoy also yelled several times before the broom flicked into his hand, almost hitting his nose. Next, Mrs. Hooch explained some techniques, and then signaled everyone to try them out. Listen to my whistle. 3, 2, 1, kick. August kicked off the ground lightly and floated smoothly in the air. He suddenly found that his riding level was good, and the effect of the Blue Flight Experience book was already very strong. The broom will change direction according to his mind, rising and falling. Neville, who was not far away, was not so lucky. Maybe he was too nervous. When he kicked off the ground, he seemed to be using too much force. Whoosh! He saw Neville shot straight into the sky at an angle close to 90 degrees. The speed was so fast that Mrs. Hooch next to her didn't react. Neville was already 20 feet off the ground. More unfortunately, Neville's hand slipped from the broom, and he fell straight from the air to the grass below the ground. Mrs. Hooch was so frightened that she hurriedly tried to catch him with the levitation charm, but maybe it was too fast, and Mrs. Hooch's levitation charm didn't hit Neville. Just as the group of little wizards turned pale with fright, a few of the little witches had already covered their eyes, as if they had foreseen the tragic situation of that one for a while. Wingardium Leviosa. At this time, a firm and clear voice came. It was August. August's levitation charm hit Neville in the air, and Neville's falling speed instantly slowed down and then fell gently to the ground with the wave of his wand. The rest stared blankly at this scene, and the little witches who covered their eyes also put down their hands and looked at Neville, who was safe and sound. Wow! In an instant, most of the little wizards cheered, and some even applauded. Oh, Merlin! Mrs. Hooch also came back to her senses, and hurriedly stepped up to help Neville up and checked. Still worried, she decided to take Neville to the school hospital for a checkup. Ravenclaw +10. What a wonderful levitation charm, Mr. Gaunt. Before leaving, she did not forget to add 10 points to August. After all, if it wasn't for August, Neville would be miserable today, and if she made such a big mistake, it wouldn't be much better. When Mrs. Hooch was gone, Malfoy laughed loudly at Neville, and he also discovered Neville's remembrall. Picked it up. At this point, Harry couldn't stand it any longer. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry whispered to Malfoy. Malfoy laughed wildly. How about I put it on a tree and let Longbottom pick it up? After that, without waiting for Harry to agree, he got on his broom and flew. And shouted provocation at Harry. Come and get it if you can. Scarhead. Harry was also annoyed when he heard that, so he got on his broom and flew towards Malfoy. The genes inherited from James Potter made him quickly learn to control the broom, and chased Malfoy in the sky. August watched the scene in front of him, which was why Harry was drafted into the Quidditch team in his first year. Sure enough, he is the son of luck, so he can rely on strength, but only on sports. In foreign countries, people with strong athletic abilities are much more popular than those who study well. Admiring the good show of the two of them chasing each other in the air, August rubbed his chin and thought about it. At this moment, there was a sudden scream from the side. It turned out to be Hermione. Hermione was very anxious when she saw Harry rushing up. She jumped involuntarily, but she forgot that she was maintaining the position of riding a broom ready to take off. In this way, Hermione rushed into the sky like an arrow from a string. Chapter 21, Hero Saves the Beauty. All the little wizards cheered loudly when they saw Hermione soaring into the sky, thinking that Hermione was going up to stop the fight between the two. But gradually, they realized something was wrong. How could Hermione scream? August was taken aback. A group of children thought that Hermione would know how to use a broom, and they were still applauding from the ground. But August couldn't about complain. He clamped his legs, bent his knees, and kicked, and then he also flew into the sky and flew towards Hermione. August accelerated desperately and quickly approached Hermione. Hermione. Don't move, keep your balance. In the sky, August shouted at Hermione. But how could Hermione remain calm now, her hand desperately clutching on the broom, for fear that she would fall off if she let go? But not knowing what happened, Hermione's broom shook violently a few times, and then the speed suddenly increased, flying towards the distant woods. August was also in a hurry, and his upper body was almost all attached to the broom. The comet broom, which had reached its limit, accelerated again and made a creaking sound as if it was about to fall apart at any time. August couldn't care less about that. He could see Hermione's hand nearly slipping off the broom. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, Hermione couldn't hold on any longer, and the broom in her hands detached and fell straight down. And August accelerated with all his strength, finally when Hermione was still 2 meters away from the ground. August successfully came under her, released both hands on the broom, stretched out his hand, and perfectly caught Hermione, who was about to fall to the ground. When he caught Hermione, the entire broom was nearly crushed, almost touching the ground, for fear it would fall. August clenched his legs and leaned back, slowing down. When he landed with Hermione in his arms, the entire broom was completely divided into several sections, completely scrapped. Hermione stared blankly at August, who was holding her back in his arms, her mouth widened. Finally, she cried, and it was really sad for those who heard it, and those who heard it wept. Merlin. How dare you? There was Professor McGonagall's disbelieving voice in the distance. August looked back and found Professor McGonagall rushing toward them. Behind her was a woeful Harry. And further away, Professor Flitwick ran towards him. But with his short legs, this is a long distance. Mr. Gaunt. Miss Granger. You are. Before Professor McGonagall's almost roaring words were finished, she saw Hermione crying in August's arms. All of a sudden, she was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Sorry, Professor, Hermione didn't mean it, she just wanted to help. Afterward, August explained what had just happened, deliberately emphasizing that Hermione was just a mistake rather than deliberately rushing into the sky. Hearing August's explanation, Professor McGonagall opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. She understood that August was speaking for Hermione and that she had also saved the little lion in her own house. She also has to thank August. Mr. Gaunt, are you all right? At this time, Professor Flitwick came panting, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was a little overwhelmed. He just heard the shouts and found that the little wizards in the flying class below were not watched by the professor, so he came down to see what was going on. He didn't expect to see August riding a broom to catch Hermione as soon as he got downstairs, which scared him to the core. I'm fine, Professor, it's just that Hermione needs some rest. August said he had nothing to do. Mr. Gaunt, please help me get Miss Granger to the hospital wing. Also, thank you for your help today, 20 points to Ravenclaw. Potter, come with me to the office. Taking a look at the current Hermione, she found that Hermione was no longer crying but only sobbed from time to time. Professor McGonagall also knew that the little girl was just shy, so she simply asked August to send her to the hospital wing. August did not refuse and immediately carried Hermione. In the hospital wing, looking at Hermione who was still burying her head in his arms, August said helplessly. Okay, Hermione, it's just you and me here, you can let me go. Hermione didn't respond at all. August is speechless. If you don't get up, my clothes will be soaking wet. The little witch finally had some reaction and raised her head, her little face turning red. August won't know if she was crying just now or was stuffy in his arms. Looking very endearing. Seeing the little witch raise her head and didn't speak, August could only continue to coax. Okay, today was just an accident, everything has passed. You should practice more in the future. I'll never ride a broom again. Hermione reacted violently, directly interrupting August's next words. August didn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that he couldn't go against her at this time, so he followed Hermione's words to comfort her. Finally, with August's unremitting efforts, the little witch fell asleep. Today's events were a little too exciting for Hermione, and a good night's sleep would also help restore her spirits. Chapter 22, The Four Famous Houses. Finally, August dragged his tired body to the door of the Ravenclaw common room. Although the physical energy consumption is not large, just now he has been protecting the broom with magic power, coupled with the overload urging. August's mental consumption is indeed a lot. He decided to go back and take a good nap to refresh himself. But when he entered the common room, he noticed something was wrong. It was too quiet. The moment he walked in, the little wizards in the common room all looked up at him. This made August a little hairy. Cool. August. At this moment, a senior witch spoke, and then the whole common room suddenly became noisy. Yes, it was so cool just now. Yeah. You can be so good in the first year, you should join the Quidditch team. All the little wizards are excited, the hero saves the beauty plus the exciting process. This mobilized the emotions of most of the Ravenclaw students. August stared blankly at the excited crowd, and he was still a little confused. Did the news spread so quickly? Before he could think about it, a figure rushed to his side and threw herself into his arms. It is Cho. August hurriedly embraced Cho, and before he could speak, Cho's voice came over. August, are you okay? Cho pulled August nervously, anxiously checking to see if there were any signs of injury on August's body. It's fine, Cho, I'm fine. Gently stroking the girl's hair, August felt the girl's concern and warmed his heart. Seeing that August was really fine, Cho also breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, she twisted the soft flesh around August's waist angrily, expressing his dissatisfaction. August knew that this was the little witch's jealousy and that he sacrificed his life to save Hermione. No choice but to laugh. Trying to make a fool of yourself. Looking at the crowd around, Cho knew that now was not the time to investigate, and Cho retired sensibly. The little eagles next to them saw that the young couple had finished talking. Immediately, they rushed up. August, how did you ride the comet so fast? August, is this your first time riding a broom? I heard that you caught the Gryffindor at once, is it that powerful? Let me touch. Hiss. How could this be allowed? August panicked. That can't be done. At this moment, Roger Davies pushed through the crowd. He is the captain of Ravenclaw Quidditch. It's the guy who asked August at the sorting ceremony to teach him how to chase girls. Roger struggled to push the crowd away and said to August. August, Professor Flitwick asked you to come to his office. August seems to get a chance to save his life. Shouted loudly. Everyone, let me go. I'm going to find Professor Flitwick. If you have any questions, please wait until I come back. Hearing that Professor Flitwick asked August to go to his office, they had to make way. August breathed a sigh of relief and ran out of the lounge door as if running for his life. If he stayed any longer, he didn't know what would happen. At the same time, what happened in the flying class also spread to several other houses. First August's levitation charm saves Neville, then Harry and Malfoy's air chase, and finally August's hero saves Beauty. With so many things happening in one class, how could the little wizards not be curious? Gryffindor Common Room. Harry swooped down from a height of 20 feet. A few inches off the ground grabbed Neville's remembrall and stopped in an instant. Ron was talking about Harry's deeds in flying class as if he had done it all. Suddenly, George and Fred hugged Ron. Okay, Ronnie, you've talked about Harry a lot, now, tell us about August. Yeah, Ron, tell me what August did to save Hermione. A little witch next to him also said to Ron, her name is Angelina Johnson, a chaser in Gryffindor. Okay. Ron was a little frustrated, but because of the twins' arms on his shoulders, he reluctantly told how August caught up to Hermione and caught him. And Hufflepuff House also has little wizards who have a good impression of August after learning about the matter, as an honest house. They appreciate August's desperate behavior to save lives. But Slytherin's attitude towards August was a lot more ambiguous. On the one hand, August refused entry to Slytherin at the sorting ceremony, and this time he was the center of attention again. Many little snakes are ready to find a chance to teach August a lesson. On the other hand, some little witches are very fond of August's face. In addition, not only does he perform well in class, but he is also good at sports. Slytherin's nature to worship the strong makes them unable to be hostile to August. As a result, two different factions of Slytherin set off a big debate because of August. August didn't know the influence of this matter was so great. Now he has come to the door of Professor Flitwick's office and knocked gently on the door. Please come in. Professor Flitwick's voice came from inside, and August pushed open the door and walked in. It was the same as last time. After a glance, August walked to the desk. Sit down, Mr. Gaunt. Seeing it was August, Professor Flitwick smiled and motioned him to sit down. Mr. Gaunt, you're doing well today. Using the levitation charm accurately at that speed is something that many adult wizards can't do. Professor Flitwick has understood the cause and effect and appreciates the precise levitation spell. You compliment me too much, Professor, and I'm just trying my best. August said modestly. Flitwick did not continue the topic but turned to ask. Mr. Gaunt, do you know anything about Quidditch? August's heart moved when he heard this. What does he mean? Did I get the same script as Harry? Ready to enter the Quidditch team. Sir, I have a general understanding of the rules, but after all, this is my first flight today and I haven't tried it. August hinted that even though he had never played it, he still knew the Quidditch rules. After all, Cho often dragged him and gave him the rules of popular Quidditch, and the Tuts Hill Tornadoes team. Excellent, Mr. Gaunt. Professor Flitwick was even happier. Then asked. Would you be interested in joining the Ravenclaw Quidditch team? Chapter 23, Joining the Quidditch team. August was not surprised to hear this. Harry picked up a ball and was dragged into the Gryffindor team by Professor McGonagall. Thinking that Cho might join the Quidditch team this year, August thought that joining the team would also allow him to spend more time with Cho. After all, the two are not in the same grade, and they can't meet each other in class. So nodded. Of course, Professor, I'm very interested, but is that all right? I heard that first-year players are not allowed to join a Quidditch team. Don't worry, Mr. Gaunt, I'll take care of this. Hearing August's affirmative answer, Professor Flitwick was very happy and directly told August not to worry about other things, and that the rest can be left to him. Professor Flitwick stood up, jumped to the floor, and walked over to a large box by the window. Opening the lock, Professor Flitwick bent in, took out a long package, and handed it to August. Professor, is this? August was a little puzzled. This is a Nimbus 2000, the latest product this year. It was sent to me by one of my students, who is a designer at the Nimbus manufacturer. I originally wanted to give it to Roger Davies for him to use, but I'm sure you'll be more suited to it. August was speechless when he heard it. Professor McGonagall bought a gift for Harry with his own money. Unexpectedly, Professor Flitwick was here, and a student gave a gift directly. As expected of Ravenclaw House, although there are not many pure-blood families in it, there are indeed many technical talents. These people are distributed in various backbone positions in the magic world. Once activated, they will have a lot of influence. August was also welcome, took the Nimbus 2000, and held it directly in his arms. Thanks, Professor, I'll use it well. So when should I come? Next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the selection of a new batch of players. You go to Mr. Davies at that time, and he will decide what position you take. Professor Flitwick told August for a while and let him go. August didn't delay and returned to the lounge with Nimbus 2000 in his arms. In the common room, a group of little wizards watched August come back and gathered around again. August could only answer a few questions at random, send them away, and be quiet again. Cho on the side also came up. What is this? Pointing to the package in August's hand, Cho asked. Nimbus 2000. Professor Flitwick gave this to you. Cho opened his mouth wide in surprise. Well, Professor Flitwick asked me to join the Quidditch team, but the place hasn't been decided yet. Cho looked even more surprised. Aren't first-year students not allowed to join the Quidditch team? What's the matter? Professor McGonagall called Harry to the office just now. It is estimated that he will also join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. August didn't care. I heard from Professor Flitwick that next Wednesday will be the in-house selection. Cho, do you want to join too? Of course, my goal this year is to be a Ravenclaw seeker. Speaking of this, Cho's interest came. Seeing Cho's fighting spirit, August thought about it. Anyway, the morning class is over. Let's find an open space and try Nimbus 2000. Can I do it too? Of course, just a broom. After speaking, August took Cho's hand and walked out. Let's go to the auditorium for lunch first, then go to Black Lake and try it out. After the two finished their meal, they went to the Black Lake for special training. Watching Cho, who was very happy, rode the Nimbus 2000 in the sky, and completed various beautiful movements. August decided to buy a Nimbus 2000 as a gift for Cho this Christmas. As for this one, it was given to him by Professor Flitwick after all, and it would be a little bad to give it to her. In the following week, the first-year wizards gradually got on the right track. Gradually get used to life at Hogwarts. The most obvious manifestation is the increase in homework. One day August was in the library and saw Harry and Ron begging Hermione to borrow paper from the potions class. The old bat is not human, and the 3-foot-long paper left behind has to be a single-spaced space. However, this does not affect August. He can easily cope with his homework. He still had time to go to a Quidditch trial with Cho. Both have successfully joined the Quidditch team. In the end, August chose the batter, who, in his own words, can better protect Cho. Cho only needs to go all out to catch the golden snitch and leave the rest to him. He will protect Cho well. Chapter 24, Transfiguration Club. Soon, the fact that August joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team was known to the students of the 4 houses. Gryffindor House is not too surprised, after all, their Mr. Savior also joined the Quidditch team. Hufflepuff lived her own life and said nothing. As for Slytherin, Malfoy said sourly that the head of his house is a person who abides by the school rules, otherwise, he can directly enter the house team in the first year. It is said that Malfoy also reported this matter to Professor Snape, but was scared away by Snape's cold look. Ravenclaw was the happiest one. Their Quidditch scores had not been good in the past few years, but August was so good that he would lead Ravenclaw to the House Cup. To this end, several senior school sisters also formed a cheerleading team, expressing that they will cheer for August next time. Many little witches joined in, even Gryffindor girls and Hufflepuff girls. Roger Davies is very envious of this. He's the captain of Quidditch. Why doesn't he have his cheerleader? August doesn't care about this and schedules his time very tightly every day. After class every day, I go to the library to read books and do homework with Hermione. Since the last flying class incident, the little witch had avoided him for a while, and ran away every day after class, not communicating with August at all. But after a week, it returned to normal and seemed to have joined his cheerleaders. The girl's mind is too hard to guess. August didn't understand this, but Hermione was fine. That way he could copy Hermione's homework. That's right, August is too lazy to make up those long essays by himself, and every time he brings Hermione's homework in the name of a guide. Hermione didn't doubt it either. After all, August's appearance in class is usually good, and he had already scored more than 100 points for Ravenclaw. Most of August's time is spent on learning rune. He has made great progress and has mastered a lot of rune. For example, fire, wind, and water, these basic runes, he has already studied deeply. Without a wand, he can already do some simple magic wandless casting. As his research deepened, August believed that he could do any magic wandless casting. When he encounters Voldemort, he will be able to cast the killing curse and kill him in one bite. In addition to the library, August also accompanies Cho to practice Quidditch together. August wants to lend Cho the Nimbus 2000. He's a hitter and doesn't need much speed. Cho needs this broom even more. But Cho thought about it and refused, and the reason was the same as what August thought. It was given to August by Professor Flitwick, and it was inappropriate for her to use it. In desperation, August can only give up. Wait until Christmas, Cho can get the Nimbus 2000 he gave. Also missed a game. No problem. In a blink of an eye, it was October. On this day, August was having lunch with Cho as usual. Suddenly, letter flew from the air to his dining table. August was dumbfounded, opened the letter on the table, and saw that it read. Mr. Gaunt, the first Transfiguration Club of the term will take place this Saturday afternoon in the staff room next to my office. Since you are entering the Transfiguration Club for the first time, you will have a quiz to demonstrate your transfiguration skills. Professor McGonagall. After reading the above content, August suddenly realized that it was Professor McGonagall's handwriting. It's a shame that he thought there was a little witch who thought of a new way to send love letters. Cho, who was next to him, brought his little head over curiously. She wants to see what is written on it. Seeing Cho's curious look, August handed the letter to her. The legendary Transfiguration Club, we in Ravenclaw only have 2 6th grade seniors, and they only joined last year. After Cho read the content of the letter, she sighed. Her talent in transfiguration is not very good, and she can barely keep up with the progress, but her talent in magic spells is good. So she can't join Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, but Professor Flitwick's Spell Club is something to look forward to. There's nothing special about it, as long as you can turn an object into an animal, even if the animal doesn't move, it just has a shape. Cho gave him an angry look. Cho is not even familiar with the transformation between dead objects, let alone a small animal. But Cho didn't bother about it. Next month they were going to start their first Quidditch match, and Cho had to practice for a while after every training session. She has no more energy to toss with August. Soon, it was Saturday, and August also went to what Professor McGonagall called the staff room to start his first Transfiguration Club. Chapter 25, Provocation from Slytherin. On Saturday, August came to the staff room next to Professor McGonagall's office on time. August walked in and found that there were already several people inside. 2 of them he knew, one was a 6th grade Ravenclaw prefect. Penelope Clearwater. A capable witch with short hair. The second was a 6th grade boy, Ian Marshall. The 2 also saw August and greeted him, and Penelope waved and motioned for him to sit over. August walked over and sat next to Penelope. Say hello. Hello, Senior. Junior is so polite. Robert covered her mouth and smiled. Praised immediately. Junior joined the Transfiguration Club in 1st grade, which makes us Ravenclaw very proud. Senior sister is too praising, but Professor McGonagall sees that I have some talent, so let me experience it in advance. August hurriedly said he was lucky. Penelope didn't say anything after hearing this. Everyone knows Professor McGonagall's temper. You can't join this club if you don't have any real talent. However, she did not refute August but instead reminded him. Junior, we are very happy that you joined the Transfiguration Club, but the 2 people in Slytherin are not very happy. They think you are not eligible to enter this club. After speaking, Penelope also looked at the 2 boys sitting on the other side. The 2 people noticed Penelope's eyes and looked over, their eyes full of disdain and malice towards August. Both of them looked extremely ugly. At first glance, they were the product of intermarriage between close relatives to keep the bloodline pure. August also noticed the badness, but he didn't care. Just kidding, even though he's just started school, and he doesn't draw too many cards. But there are already quite a few spells and the like obtained by signing in every day, and many spells are far beyond the level of adult wizards. After all, the initial level of the magic spell rewarded by the system reached the OWLS level, and after obtaining it several times, the power of the aura's spell was not as strong as his. August ignored the 2 and smiled at Penelope. Don't worry, Senpai, a little test won't be enough for me. Soon, Professor McGonagall, wearing a dark green wizard robe and a top hat on his head, walked in. She looked around and saw that August had also arrived, and smiled with satisfaction. Classmates, today we welcome a new member, Mr. August Gaunt, let us welcome him. August got up, gestured around, and finally made a slight bow at Professor McGonagall, before sitting down. The others also cooperated and gave some applause, and even the 2 ugly Slytherins patted them perfunctorily, not daring to take Professor McGonagall's face. The applause stopped, and Professor McGonagall continued. Next, we need to give Mr. Gaunt a little quiz. Show what he's up to. Who wants to be an assistant? At this time, one of the 2 men from Slytherin House stood up. Professor, let me try this Mr. Gaunt's level. After he finished speaking, he gave August a grim smile, which made August very sick. Professor McGonagall did not object. Then Mr. Burke, let's be Mr. Gaunt's assistant. With a wave of Professor McGonagall's wand, she summoned 2 chairs from the back of the staff room. Each person has a chair, and animals are transformed through transfiguration to compete. Also, don't attack the wizard himself, and don't use spells other than transfiguration. Do you understand? The 2 nodded, and they understood. They took out their wands and began to deform. Burke made the first move. He turned his chair into a hyena and rushed towards August's chair. Burke also has talent in terms of transfiguration. The hyena he transformed has a sturdy physique, and the fangs look very sharp. Seeing the fierce-looking hyena rushing over, August didn't panic. With a touch of his wand, his chair instantly transformed into a Welsh buffalo, which has 2 huge horns and is said to be able to fight a lion without losing its power. The buffalo's head was pushed forward, and the 2 horns hit the hyena's body in an instant, and it flew out fiercely. Burke's ugly face became more ugly. He couldn't believe that August Gaunt could use transfiguration to transform a large animal like a buffalo when he was in 1st grade. When he was in 1st grade, he was still thinking about how to transfiguration matchstick. But now there is nothing he can do. He doesn't want to admit defeat, so he can only continue to cast transfiguration. The wand pointed at the whining hyena, and a wave of ripples appeared on the hyena, and the hyena was gradually turning into an owl. Flying creatures are more difficult to change than terrestrial creatures because of the more subtle magic required to make the animal fly. Burke's transfiguration level is not enough. Such a slow speed, if it is in the battle, it will be killed by a killing curse. August wouldn't interrupt Burke's spellcasting. If he interrupted him, what if he says that August is cheating? So, August quietly watched Burke's performance. Finally, after nearly half a minute, the hyena turned into an eagle, but the wings were a little uncoordinated. But still barely able to fly. That's it. August was very speechless. He didn't expect that Burke had tossed for a long time, and what he came up with was a half-finished eagle. However, August was still a little unhappy about Slytherin using the eagle to deal with Ravenclaw. I haven't changed into an eagle yet, so you changed it into one. Still, used to hit me. Immediately, August was no longer in the mood to play, and with a flick of his wand, the Welsh buffalo instantly turned into a goshawk and soared into the sky. The wings spread a full 2 meters, and the sharp eyes stared at the opposite eagle, and there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. Such an ugly eagle is simply a shame among eagles. Wow. With a long groan, transformed goshawk's wings swung instantly to the top of Burke's half-crippled eagle. The steel-like claws slammed down hard. Then he accelerated from top to bottom and pressed the bird eagle to the ground with an incomparably fast offensive. In an instant, Bird's eagle returned to its original shape and became a torn chair. Chapter 26, The Jealous Professor McGonagall, Draw Cards. Looking at the torn chair, Burke stood there blankly. August, however, sat back in his chair as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Others were also surprised by the results of this test. At first, they did think it was a huge gap. But this is the complete opposite of what they envisioned. That was Burke, one of the most accomplished transfiguration people in Slytherin. Their family, which is the famous 28 pureblood family, has a family background. However, just lost to a first-year freshman who had just been exposed to magic for 2 months. You must know that other people present did not dare to make a deal that their transfiguration must be better than Burke's. At most, it is between equals. Doesn't this mean that the transfiguration of this first-year freshman has far surpassed everyone who is doing it? Looking at Burke, who was still standing in the center of the field, with that look of despair, the feeling of sadness rose in everyone's hearts. Are they already the remnants of the old days? The crowd said it was unacceptable. Clap. 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 A burst of applause came, pulling everyone out of their shock. Looking up, it turned out to be Professor McGonagall. Very good, Mr. Gaunt, I can't believe that your transfiguration skills are far beyond my imagination. Professor McGonagall looked at August admiringly. If it weren't for knowing that Hogwarts had no such precedent, Professor Flitwick would never let anyone go. She had to pull August over to Gryffindor. Thinking of this, she felt a pit in her heart. Why did August reject Slytherin but didn't come to Gryffindor? Thinking of the scene where he rescued Miss Granger, this is a reckless little lion. But it's too late to say anything now. Taking his mind back, Professor McGonagall didn't think too much about it and refocused on today's club topic. Okay, everyone, since Mr. Gaunt passed the test, let's go to today's topic, on the second law of Gamp's deformation. Everyone also put down the shock in their hearts and listened carefully to Professor McGonagall's explanation. August also listened carefully, although his transfiguration level is good now. But a professor's explanation can still make him receive a lot of goods. Also, strengthen the foundation. Well, for the things that are already profound for these seniors, here at August, that is the foundation. It has been 2 weeks since August went to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, and Halloween is only a week away. Quidditch training has been on the rise lately. Every night, August gave Cho a massage to relieve her fatigue. The little witch was so overwhelmed with homework and Quidditch training that she scolded Roger Davies every day. But August said it's not bad, and it's okay to massage every day, cough. But today, August didn't go to practice. Today, to avoid bad luck, it is advisable to open the box. Well, it was all made up by August, because today August found out that he had saved up 10,000 gold coins, and also updated the Halloween special card pool. Limited time up, until the dead Snape, is open for a limited time. The duration of this round of UPS is 7 days. When the host draws a gold card for the first time, it must be, until the dead Snape. Until the dead Snape. Potions talents, 7. Black magic talents, 6. Defense against the dark arts talents, 5. Spell, omitted. Looking at Snape's card introduction, August was very envious. Snape had his eye on him recently, and he was frantically targeting August in potions class. And every time he refines the potion, his task is always different from others. Others make pepper up potion, he makes the elixir to induce euphoria. Others make the swelling solution, he refines the beautification potion. You must know that the lowest level of these potions can only be learned in the 4th grade. If it goes on like this, it is estimated that someday, Snape will let him refine the Felix Felicis. August's current potion level could not stop Snape's increasing difficulty. Therefore, this card appeared in the card pool this time, which can be regarded as a solution to his urgent needs. His current potion talent is 5, which is outstanding, and raising 1 level is enough to deal with Snape's difficulties in a short time. And maybe the purple card can also draw the knowledge of potions. If so, all the better. Dear, help me withdraw all 10,000 gold coins. August's tone is gentle, for fear of frightening the system. System. Oh, forget, the system has no intelligence. The tone of voice doesn't matter. Come on, finish it all at once. After speaking, August closed his eyes and waited for the final draw. After a while of ding. Ding. Ding, the card draws a prompt sound. August opened his eyes and looked at the 3 golden cards in front of him. August's mouth widened. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Did I Stab the Dark Magic Nest? Wizard rank. Looking at the 3 golden cards in front of him, August didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. One Snape card, not to mention that the other 2 are the same person. Tom Riddle. Nickname, Voldemort, 2nd generation Dark Lord. Black magic talents, 8. Defense against the dark arts talents, 6. Spells, 3 unforgivable curse and numerous black magics. Special skills, how to make Horcrux. Dizzy, August was completely dizzy. How do you get 1 Snape up and then 2 Voldemort? My black magic talent is at full level, what's your use of you? Oh, and the defense against the dark arts talent. That's fine. According to the introduction of the system, each time August fuses a card to obtain talent, the highest limit cannot exceed the upper limit of the card level plus 1. For example, Voldemort, combined with defense against the dark arts talent, August can reach the level of 7. But with any level 6 defense against the dark arts talent, he won't break through to level 8. Exactly, Voldemort drew 2 and raised it to 7. August was very happy, and the 3 cards were used perfectly. Next, he looked at the pile of purple cards and counted them. There were 18 cards in total, and the explosion rate was not bad. Look carefully at the rewards above. The more he looked, the weirder August's face became. In the end, a handsome face was directly screwed together with a very weird expression. The 16 chapter cards are: Knowledge of Potions *1, Knowledge of Conjuration *1, Knowledge of Transfiguration *1, and Cruciatus Curse *5, Killing Curse *5, Fiendfire *5. August. System, say, did you do it on purpose? Why is it all black magic? August was speechless. 18 purple cards, 15 black magic cards, and 2 Voldemort gold cards. Well, Snape counts half as well. Did he stab the dark wizard's nest? In desperation, August could only merge all the cards. The change in talent has never been realized. Countless spell messages poured out of August's mind. 5 minutes later, August slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He stretched out his palm, opened it slowly, and a group of silver flames appeared in his hand. With August's thoughts, the flames kept Changthirth's shape. Eagles, lions, snakes, and finally, became Fury, a phoenix soaring with wings. With a grasp of the palm, the flames disappeared immediately, leaving no scars on August's hands. I remember Malfoy's henchman's Fiendfire was red. Grindelwald's Fiendfire was blue. It seems that everyone's Fiendfire colors are different, but silver is not bad, it's pretty cool. August muttered to himself. Now his Fiendfire level is not far from that of Grindelwald, but it is not far behind. At most 1 or 2 more draws, it will be almost the same. As for Crabbe and Goyle, he let out a fire and burned himself to death. The rating in the system is estimated not to be even 1. Later, August checked his other magics and found that they all had different levels of improvement. Magic power has also improved a lot. Open my personal properties panel. August spoke to the system. A blue light screen appeared in front of him. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 11 years old. Birthday, October 31st. Status, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Witch Spirit, Awakening, increase strength until fully awakened. Magic scale, 19.4. Magic items, Guardian Necklace, Felix Felici's Potion *1, Instant Blue Potion *3. Charms talent, 6, excellent. Defense against the dark arts, 7, Wizards of the Sky. Shape-shifting spell talents, 4, extraordinary. Potions talent, 6, excellent. Black magic, 9, the Demon King comes to earth. Spells, Fiend Fire, Killing Curse, Cruciatus Curse, only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed. Gold, 0. Looking at the black magic talent on his panel and the 3 most proficient spells, he fell into silence. August feels like the perfect candidate for the Dark Lord's 3rd generation. Although I usually sign in and draw other magics many times, it's not worth the proficiency added by the purple card. Alright now, he drew 5 purple cards at once, and coupled with his black magic talent, he suddenly raised his black magic level to a level second only to the 3 Demon Kings. Now, I should have the level of an elite aura, right? The display of various talents and magic numbers through the system. August divided the wizards of the wizarding world into several classes. I won't mention those who haven't graduated, and then they are: Ordinary Adult Wizards, Elite Adult Wizards, Aurors, Elite Aurors, Professor level, and Pseudo-Legendary level like Dumbledore. The reason why I think Dumbledore and the others are pseudo-legends. It was because of their talent level that they did not reach level 9. That's why August added a real legendary class to it. To motivate your future self. August's current magic level has far exceeded that of ordinary wizards, 4 or 5 times that of them. Coupled with the spells he kept drawing, under normal conditions, it was no problem to deal with an aura, even an elite aura. If August used his black magic, it is estimated that even a professor-level wizard like Snape would have to deal with it carefully. Nodding, August was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, he had only been in Hogwarts for less than 2 months. It has the current strength. When Voldemort is resurrected, he will be able to protect himself no matter what. If you are lucky, you can draw more gold cards to increase your magic power limit. Maybe by then August himself would go up and confront Voldemort. When the time comes to defeat Voldemort, break up the Death Eaters, and then build your organization and become the 3. Ahak, I can't think about it anymore. It must be the system that allowed me to draw so much black magic and affected my mind. How can I be the 3rd generation? Shaking his head, August threw the unreliable thoughts out of his head. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly appeared in my mind. Chapter 28, System Upgrade, Halloween Night is coming. Ding. Congratulations to the host, through your efforts, you have completed 100 consecutive draws. The reward system has been upgraded. The system is being upgraded, the upgrade is complete. The content of this upgrade is to open diamond level cards. Listening to the prompts in his mind, August was curious that the system had been upgraded, and there was an additional diamond level card. August checked the basic information of some diamond cards. Diamond level cards, there is a certain probability, 1%, to draw a card that exceeds the limit of the current magical world, and the basic reward is a talent breaking card. Talent breaking limit card, unconditionally increase a talent level, the upper limit is 9. Note, diamond level cards have no guaranteed bottom probability protection. After reading it, August understood a little. This diamond card is a card that allows him to not be limited by the level of contemporary magic. With a diamond level card, no matter how unlucky he is, he can draw a few basic talent cards, and he can fill up all his talents. At that time, the full level talent will be full of firepower. Maybe you can break through the limits of the world and reach another level. But these things are still too far away from him now. Not to mention the power issue. It is said that just after drawing all the gold coins on his body, he will have to save at least another 3 months to draw a wave of 100 consecutive. This time, he can save 10,000 gold coins in 2 months, because August first entered the magical world. Doing something casually will have achievement rewards. In the future, the achievement tasks will become more and more difficult, and the main source of gold coins is daily tasks. August thought about it for a while and found that the system upgrade had no effect on him for the time being. Thursday, today is the last day of October, and tonight is Halloween. In the afternoon, the first-year wizards from the 3 houses were taking a spell class. Today, we continue to learn the levitation charm. Standing on a pile of books, Professor Flitwick explained the content of the day. The little wizards under the stage were a little absent-minded, and their hearts had already flown to the evening dinner party. August sat in the corner by the window and looked out the window board. After all, the content of the class can be said to be meaningless to him now. It can only be said that it is useless. Professor Flitwick could also see the restlessness of the little wizards. So the lecture was stopped, and the little wizards were asked to work in groups of 2 to contact the levitation charm. he called August over and asked August to patrol the classroom with him to correct the mistakes of the little wizard. Hermione was originally sitting next to August, but August was pulled away by the professor, and she had to go to form a group with Ron, who was alone. Ron was holding his brother's old wand, pointing to the feather on the table and shouting loudly, "Wingardium Leviosa." While shouting, both arms were constantly waving, as if this would increase his spellcasting chance. Hermione couldn't take it anymore. "You're wrong, that's how you should read it." Hermione pointed out Ron's mistake without hesitation and then used the correct pronunciation and gestures to successfully make the feather float. Not far away, Professor Flitwick saw it and was very excited. "Well done, Miss Granger." After Ron saw it, his face was always very ugly, and he shouted at Hermione, "Yeah. You're amazing, no wonder Snape calls you Miss Know-It-All." Harry saw it and wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he didn't. The little witch's eyes instantly turned red when she heard Ron's words. Regardless of Ron, she found an empty table and went to practice. And this scene, August missed because he was correcting Parvati Patil's mistake. After class, August came to the auditorium. The entire Great Hall has been decorated quite differently than usual. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling. There are thousands of pumpkin lanterns floating in the air. The candles in the middle of the pumpkin flickered on and off, creating a slightly gloomy atmosphere. August was sitting with Cho and was just about to eat today's food. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell broke in, and he ran to Professor Dumbledore in a few steps, dressed in rough clothes. "The troll, in the basement, I thought you should know." After saying that, he fainted. August's expression changed when he heard Quirrell's words. He remembered this scene. Isn't this the plot of Hermione meeting the troll? Although in the original Harry and Ron successfully rescued Hermione. But this is the real world, if they are one step late, wouldn't Hermione be in danger? Thinking of this, August couldn't sit still, and hurriedly said to Cho, "For a while, you follow everyone, don't run around. I suddenly remembered something that needs to be dealt with, don't worry about me." After saying that, August ran towards the side door. Cho looked at August worriedly, but she knew that August was measured and would not mess around, so she nodded. On the high platform, Dumbledore's words came, and the prefects took the students of their respective houses back to the common room. At this time, August also came to the second floor and went to the bathroom. He could already vaguely smell the stench of the troll. Chapter 29, Fighting Troll. Smelling the stinky smell in the air, August frowned and ran toward the bathroom. It didn't take long for August to come to the bathroom door and heard heavy footsteps in the girls' bathroom. Without stopping at all, August ran in immediately. Then he saw that ugly monster. The guy was 12 feet tall, with dull skin and a small head on top of a huge body that looked very incongruous. The lower body is thick legs like buckets, with bare feet with calluses. A little witch was cornered so hard that she forgot to scream. Who is it if it's not Hermione? Seeing the troll approaching Hermione step by step, August raised his hand. The gravel on the ground rose into the air and lined up to hit the troll's head. August didn't dare to use too much magic, mainly because he was afraid of knocking the troll flying, which would easily hurt Hermione. Just the right intensity, just to attract the attention of the troll. The troll felt that someone was attacking him from behind, and turned around awkwardly. The stupid head couldn't understand what happened. After a while, he walked toward August with big feet. When the troll was about to walk beside him, August turned the troll unconscious, stunning the troll in place. At the same time, he quickly bypassed the troll and came to Hermione's side. Seeing August's arrival, Hermione finally couldn't help sobbing in a low voice. At this moment, August can't bother comforting the little witch. The troll's skin has high magic resistance, and it is estimated that it will be able to act immediately. Sure enough, when August ran up to Hermione and blocked her behind him, the troll's body began to shake, and he could break free from the stunning spell immediately. But without worries, August can do his best. The wand is pointed at the troll. Bombarda. August was not at all soft-hearted, and a high-level blasting spell was lazing out. Pure magic effects do little damage to trolls, and black magic is inconvenient to use. The troll can only be wounded with the physical damage from the explosion spell. The troll ate a full amount of explosion charm and was knocked into the air by a huge shock wave, directly smashing through the wall of the bathroom and flying out. The wooden stick in his hand was also released and flew into the air. Saw a wooden stick in midair. August had a flash of light and pointed at the stick. The wooden stick was in the air and quickly turned into a sword. The body of the sword reflected silver light and was extremely sharp. A puño. This is an puño jinx that can assault the target with the directed object. The sword is like a magic weapon entrusted by the immortal, attacking the troll. All of this is tedious to say, but it only happens within 2 seconds. Before the troll landed, he was struck in the throat by a sword. Then nailed to the wall in the hallway. Merlin's beard. An exclamation came from outside. vaguely like the voices of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. August was finally relieved to see the troll pinned to the wall and the professors coming. Looking at the little witch who was still sobbing, August carried her out of the bathroom in a half-hug. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape were outside the door, and when they were about to rush in, they saw August come out. Then Quirrell came, and he just glanced at the troll before crouching on the ground and whimpering. Snape glanced at August, then turned to look at the troll pinned to the wall. Professor McGonagall turned pale and pursed her lips tightly. "What the hell are you doing? Mr. Gaunt, and Ms. Granger, I need an explanation." At this time, Professor McGonagall was both afraid and angry. 2 first-year wizards dare to fight trolls. You must know that although the troll is not very smart, the high magic-resistant skin has caused many adult wizards after graduation to have a headache. Professor Flitwick was also very worried at first, but he was relieved when he saw that the 2 of them were intact. Also went over to see how they killed the trolls. "Sorry, Professor, we were dating. I didn't expect a giant monster to break into the castle. I had to fight this big guy." Dating. In the girls' bathroom. McGonagall's professor's voice rose. She couldn't believe it. Is the little wizard playing so wild now? "Yes, Professor, there are few people here," August said without blushing or panting. Snape gave August a slightly mocking look. Professor Flitwick looked at August with a slightly complicated look, but he knew about the relationship between August and Cho. Flitwick didn't expect his genius little wizard to be so concerned. Hermione, who was still in August's arms, blushed. She knew that this was what August said to avoid being punished by Professor McGonagall. But she was still shy, and her mind was a mess, and she couldn't help but think about it. Then, she thought about the relationship between August and the second-year Ravenclaw sister, and her heart was even more complicated. Chapter 30, Snape's Invitation. Professor McGonagall didn't expect August to be so rude. For a while, she was stunned in place. But seeing Hermione in August's arms, she also guessed something. But Professor McGonagall wouldn't point it out. After all, there was a little wizard from her house, and it was Hermione who she admired very much. 10 points from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor because you didn't follow the professor's instructions to go back to the dorms. However, as a first-year wizard, defeating the troll earned you 20 points for Ravenclaw. I have to say, Mr. Gaunt, the sword you changed is sharp and has a strong shaping effect. I believe it will remain like this for a while in the future. As a master of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall immediately saw that this sword was derived from transfiguration. After punishing and giving praise, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As for Hermione, the 10 points deducted should be regarded as today's warning. She hopes the little witches in the future can be more stable. Hermione. Hermione, are you all right? At this time, Harry and Ron also ran over and came to the crowd panting. The 2 looked at Hermione nervously. Hermione didn't answer, just looked up at them both. Professor McGonagall saw that the matter here was also clarified, so she let a few people go. The bathroom has been severely damaged, and the floor of the corridor is also a mess. Several of their professors have to use magic spells to restore it to its original state. I have to say, wizards are convenient in some ways. Hermione also stood up from August's arms, her eyes red from crying. However, when August passed Snape, Snape suddenly stopped him. "Come to my office next Wednesday after the potions class." After Snape finished speaking, without waiting for August's reply, he went to deal with the troll's body. August was stunned for a moment. Although he was curious, he didn't ask now. After agreeing, he continued to walk forward. Along the way, the 4 of them were silent, and no one spoke. "Sorry, Hermione." Halfway through, Ron suddenly spoke. The other 3 stopped at the same time. Looking at Ron. Ron felt the gazes of the 3 of them, and although he was a little uncomfortable, he continued to speak. "Today, in the charm class, I was impulsive. I shouldn't have said that to you, please forgive me." After saying this, Ron also looked at Hermione. Hermione pursed her lips and said nothing. Harry next to him wanted to intercede, but he didn't know how to speak for Ron. August was somewhat admiring Ron at this time. Although reckless, irritable, and sometimes inexplicable jealousy. But after all, it is an upright lion. The courage to admit mistakes is a rare quality. What's more, he and Harry hurried over just now, also to save Hermione. "You're right, Ron, I am indeed Miss Know-It-All." Hermione raised her head with pride. "This title is the best affirmation for me. Next time you have a mistake, I will point it out." After speaking, she took August's hand, took the first step, and walked forward. Leaving Harry and Ron to look at each other again. So did she forgive me? Ron scratched his head, not knowing what Hermione meant. Probably. Harry was also at a loss, but looking at Hermione's lighter steps, he spoke uncertainly. Before Gryffindor's common room, August sent Hermione here and was about to leave. But the little witch held him back. Thank you today, not only for saving me but for lying in front of Professor McGonagall for me. The little witch seemed a little shy and spoke intermittently. August smiled slightly. It's okay, I also smelled a strange odor, so I went to see it, everything was a coincidence. August won't say that he's seen the movie and knows the plot. At this time, he can only find an excuse to prevaricate it. Looked at August's handsome face with a gentle smile. Hermione's heart beat faster. Finally, Hermione hugged August's waist lightly, stood on tiptoe, and kissed August's face lightly. Then she said breathlessly, "Don't think about it, I just want to thank you for saving me this time, plus the last flying lesson, you saved me twice." After speaking, August didn't react, and Hermione felt embarrassed. Harry and Ron, who were a little behind, also reached the door of the lounge at this time, just in time to see the scene of Hermione kissing August. The two couldn't help but open their mouths. Especially, Ron, he felt the top of his head sink suddenly as if something was on his head. And his heart was empty as if something had left him. August didn't expect the little witch to be so bold, but he didn't say much after hearing her words. After nodding to show his understanding, he walked towards the stairs and waved to Harry and Ron. Chapter 31, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The next day, news of August defeating a grown-up troll on his spread throughout the houses. Lavender Brown, in particular, kept telling everything she had heard from Hermione at lunchtime. Well-thought-out explanation plus some specific details. This made all the little wizards have to believe that it was true. Everyone is a sensation again. August had been in school for less than 2 months, and he was always the center of attention throughout the house. Changed the selection of the sorting hat at the sorting ceremony, the thrilling rescue in the flying class, joined the Quidditch team as the first year, and now one person defeats an adult troll. Now August's limelight has overshadowed the savior. After all, Harry has only shown flying talent in flying class since he entered school. As for his defense against the dark arts talent, due to Quirrell, it hasn't shown yet. August once again became the center of attention. When it was time for dinner, August came to the cafeteria to eat, and a bunch of little wizards immediately looked at him with admiration. It wasn't just Ravenclaw students, there were people in every house who looked at him with fiery eyes. Even Slytherin House has quite a few such little wizards. What's going on here? Facing everyone's gaze, August sat down beside Cho with his hair all over. Asked in a low voice. What else? Someone's story of another hero saving beauty last night spread. Cho said sourly. Hearing this, August started to get a little dizzy. There is no hero to save the beauty, I just want to challenge the troll and save Hermione. August smiled embarrassingly, remembering the kiss from Hermione yesterday, and said to Cho with some guilt. Cho was so angry that he simply ignored August and went directly to talk to Marietta. August had no choice but to slowly coax the little girl. It's Saturday, it's Quidditch, but it's Slytherin versus Gryffindor. August and Cho, who were finally coaxed, sat together with the other Ravenclaw players, preparing to watch the game. Slytherin will do whatever it takes to play. August, you have to do your job of protection and don't let them attack our players. Cho, carefully observe the seekers of the two teams. If Harry can be seen by Wood, he must have his brilliance. You have to study his movement habits carefully. Roger Davies was sitting in the row below August, talking to the two of them incessantly. In this selection, only 2 newcomers, Cho and August, were selected, so Roger kept introducing them to other players from the 2 houses. Don't worry, Roger, I will protect our seeker. He embraced Cho's slender waist. August said with a pun. Looked at Cho with a happy face nestled in his arms. Roger Davies felt that he shouldn't be sitting here, he should be underground. Soon, the game started, and the players from both sides fly out and started the game. Not to be outdone, the spectators of the houses on both sides took out all kinds of banners that had been released with magic to cheer for their house teams. The 2 sides launched a fierce competition, but soon, many people found that Harry's Nimbus 2000 was constantly shaking. Harry could barely maintain his balance so that he wouldn't fall off the broom. August stood up, his eyes swept across the room, and he quickly locked on Professor Quirrell, who was muttering. And the same Professor Snape. August knew Quirrell was the last villain and didn't hesitate. Eyes fixed on Quirrell in the stands. His lips parted slightly, and a spell was uttered softly. The sound is extremely low and the surrounding environment is extremely noisy. Even Cho, sitting beside him, didn't hear what he was saying. But if anyone could hear what August said now, it would be horrifying to hear the last 4 words. Crucio. There was an emerald green light in his eyes. Quirrell in the stand suddenly stopped chanting, and suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over. The expression is very painful. When the broom returned to normal, Harry successfully caught the golden snitch with his excellent eyesight and reflexes. In the end, Gryffindor successfully defeated Slytherin 160:60. August was very satisfied. He had a lot of ways to organize Quirrell just now, but thinking that he had drawn the Cruciatus Curse *5 a while ago, he tried it out. The result is very good, there is no trace of the spell in such a long distance without a wand. A proper black magic master level. Seeing the end of the game, the people of Gryffindor celebrated wildly, while the people of Slytherin were downcast, and August had no intention of staying. Holding Cho's hand, he strolled towards the castle. Chapter 32, Miserable Quirrell, Dumbledore the Blame. Inside Quirrell's office. Master, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Quirrell was lying on the ground in an embarrassed manner, his expression grim. Seems to be in great pain. And judging from the wailing that came out of his mouth from time to time, it was more uncomfortable than when August cast the Cruciatus. Master, spare me, this time someone cast Cruciatus on me. Next time I will deal with Harry Potter. Quirrell was the only one in the classroom, and his mournful begging for mercy made the entire classroom look very gloomy. Slowly, the scarf wrapped around his head gradually fell off, revealing not the back of his head, but a face without nostrils. It was Voldemort. Voldemort stopped tormenting Quirrell, and Quirrell kept twitching. Forget it this time, next time you miss, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Voldemort also knew that Quirrell had indeed been hit with the Cruciatus. And the technique of the practitioner is very clever. Even he hadn't traced the root cause. After a while, Quirrell slowly stood up from the ground, soaked in sweat. Great Master, do you know who put the Cruciatus on me just now, is it? Snape. Quirrell asked weakly. Humph. Snape. With his black magic skills, he can't do it so that I can't even notice it. A disdainful snort came from Voldemort's mouth. It must be Dumbledore. Besides him, who else at Hogwarts has such means? Dumbledore. Isn't he the White Wizard? Quirrell asked suspiciously. Do you naively think that Dumbledore is just a white wizard with transfiguration? His black magic skills are no better than mine. He is a sanctimonious old man. Voldemort's tone was extremely sarcastic but concealed deep fear. Quirrell didn't dare to refute, and could only ask Voldemort's words. Then what do you think he was doing? Idiot, your previous actions were too obvious and made him suspicious. This time it was just a small warning to you. It must be so. Hermione looked at August firmly. Snape hated Harry so much. It must have been Snape's curse that made Harry fall off the broom and die. I and Ron just saw he chanted with his lip. Hermione stopped August, who was going to the library, and pulled him into a corner. Then began to tell her and Harry's inferences. August said that Hermione's conclusion was too arbitrary. Snape had been working at Hogwarts for so many years. If he had the intention to murder the students, he would have been fired by Dumbledore. True, August wasn't going to tell the trio the truth. First, he couldn't explain how he knew so much. Second, this is the first copy that Dumbledore gave to Harry. If he comes up and flips the table, isn't this a pure no-nonsense move? In addition, August is also ready to blend in at the last moment to see if he can get the Philosopher's Stone. He is still very interested in this ultimate product of alchemy. Now August's ancient runes have been studied almost, and they have begun to study magic patterns and magic circles. Spells and spells are different. The ultimate use of the magic pattern is the magic circle and alchemy. If he can get the Philosopher's Stone, August believes his research progress will improve a lot. Seeing that August didn't believe her words, Hermione pouted angrily. She was a little resentful that August believed Snape so much and not her. Although I have some different feelings for August. But the little witch decided that when she, Harry, and Ron found conclusive evidence, August must admit his mistake and ask for his forgiveness. Thinking of this, a smirk appeared on Hermione's cute little round face, very silly. August looked at some inexplicable little witch. August doesn't know what she thought, how can she be a little silly when she smiles? But he didn't want to explore the little witch's secret anymore. He has a heavy task now, and the knowledge of magic patterns is more complicated. He also has to study alchemy along the way, and there is not enough time. Thinking of this, he did not stop and walk to the library. Hermione turned back to her senses, saw August's back disappearing into the corner of the corridor immediately, and hurriedly chased after him. August. Slow down, I'm going to the library too. Days passed, another potions class. Snape tortured Harry Potter, as usual, spraying the potions he had made worthless. Then he was content to announce the class was dismissed. After the last troll incident, Snape asked August to go to his office after class, and August didn't leave with Harry and the others. Snape glanced at him, motioned for August to follow, turned and left the classroom, then walked towards the office on his own. Chapter 33, Snape's Guidance. Snape's office was also in the basement, not far from the potions classroom. The light in the office was dim, the shelves against the wall were filled with countless glass specimen jars, and there was a small door on the left, which was closed. August reckoned that it contained some of Snape's treasured material. There is a cauldron table in the center of the room, with all kinds of medicinal materials. At a glance, August recognized it as the material for the memory potion. A potion is used to recall something deep in the mind. If there's something you forget, drink a bottle and you're guaranteed to remember every word. It is the dream of those copywriters who have traveled through parallel worlds. This potion is so precious in the wizarding world that even 7th graders may not have access to it. Many dark wizards like this thing very much, the potion of intelligence plus the Veritas. It can make people say how many times they wet the bed as a child. It's perfect for pressing some secrets. But August didn't care, maybe Snape didn't have time to clean up. What he is more concerned about now is what happened to the old bat calling him over. Snape put the remaining materials from the class into a large box. Then he looked at August. "Gaunt, what are you waiting for? Use the materials on the table to make me the memory potion. I don't have much stock of some materials, you only have one chance." Snape's voice was still so cold, without the slightest emotion. August was dumbfounded. What did he mean? Is the old bat looking for child labor? Isn't Snape afraid that he will make mistakes in refining and destroying a material? The price of some materials of the intensifier is very expensive, the Jobberknoll feather is 15 galleons, and the Acromantula venom is 100 galleons a pint. There are others, and the total cost of these raw materials adds up to 150 galleons. It's almost the price of a Nimbus 2000. The set price of Nimbus 2000 is 200 galleons, and Firebolt is 1,500 galleons. "Professor, aren't you afraid I'll mess up the potion?" August tried to reason with Snape. Too bad Snape didn't listen to August. "If you screw up, make me 10 elixir to induce euphoria as compensation." "Depend on." August scolded inwardly, 20 galleons a bottle in the elixir to induce euphoria market, the raw materials are not expensive, it is purely craft money. No matter how Snape is counted. August knew that he couldn't resist, so he could only walk to the cauldron table and refine it. The stewed mandrake, the diced. August's hand is like a unicorn arm, it is very stable, the processing of each material has been done to the extreme, and even the standard of particles is almost perfect. Then, in order, a portion of the material was mixed and stirred, and added to the cauldron. Boiled up. Then properly stir with magic, constantly testing the critical point, and then add the next part of the ingredients. And just like that, 3 hours passed in a flash. Snape's face was expressionless, and his heart was indeed galloping. How did this kid become so powerful again? Snape called August over today, at Dumbledore's request, to teach this boy a little lesson. Although every time Snape gave August a snack in class. But he also appreciates August's talent in potions, so every time he will increase the difficulty to see where August's limit is. He didn't expect August to grow so fast. Now, even the memory potion, which he would not learn before graduation, would be refined. He originally wanted to teach August a little lesson and hit his confidence. Snape was so confused now that he didn't even know the limits of August's knowledge. What kind of potion could I teach him? Am I going to take out the stuff at the bottom of the press box? After a while, August was sweating profusely and put the golden liquid boiled in the cauldron into the bottle. Then he looked at Snape eagerly. Snape didn't say a word, he walked straight to the test bench and picked up the bottle full of potions. Took a look. Well, the color is golden yellow with a hint of red light, and it is a qualified memory potion. And it's on a good level. If you add the venom of Acromantula, stir it 3 times counterclockwise, and then add the Jobberknoll feather, this potion will be improved by a level. But the book, Crazy Pharmacy, says that if you add it directly, it will make the medicinal materials merge faster. August refuted Snape subconsciously, and after speaking, he realized that something. For peeking at the books in the forbidden area, Ravenclaw will deduct 2 points. Don't let me find you sneaking to the forbidden area again, or I will deduct 50 points from you. Snape's voice sounded slightly gloating. August knew that it was. This book is a book in the forbidden book area. It's fine that he didn't mention the name, and he could say that he got the prescription from somewhere else. But mentioning the title of the book is a self-introduction. Snape felt happier when he saw August bow his head and didn't speak, and there was even a hint of warmth in his words. The book was published before I went to school, and now that is out of date. As a wizard, you have to keep inquiring. Don't trust books for everything. You know, even the books in the forbidden book area were written by wizards. After listening to Snape's words, August casually didn't change on the surface, but he still agreed in his heart. Although August is now extremely talented, his research on potions is still at a book level. Snape, on the other hand, embarked on his path early, reaching the realm of writing all the books. Rolling his eyes, August bowed his head in contemplation. Snape walked to the side door, and after opening the door, he put the memory potion in his hand in a small grid inside. After thinking about it, he walked to his desk again, took out a notebook from the drawer, and handed it to August. After returning to his senses, August took the notebook. Although it looks a bit old, it is very well preserved. After opening it and flipping through it a little, August knew that this was Harry's plug-in in the 6th part, the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Harry has learned a lot of potion knowledge from it, and there are many magic spells. He also opened some gaps for ordinary wizards from that time. Pretending not to know, August said casually after flipping through it casually. The Half-Blood Prince's notebook. Professor, whose notebook is this, so narcissistic, yet calling himself a prince? Snape's face darkened when he heard this. Growled. Get out of my office. Gaunt. August secretly smiled in his heart, knowing that the counterattack was successful. He did not continue to die and was ready to escape. But just as he opened the door and walked out, Snape's words came into his ears again. Chapter 34, Unfortunate Cedric. Walking out of Snape's office, August pondered Snape's last words. Right at the end, Snape asked August to go to his office every week after potions class. It was time for Snape to not only check his potion level but also test his progress on the spells in his notebook. Although he didn't know why Snape did this, Snape gave him the notes, and August decided that he must let Snape live until the end of the play. Looking at the forum before, August knew that this note was very special to Snape, and some of the potions were made by Snape and Lily together. It was nothing to be blamed on Harry, but Snape did give it to him now, which still moved August a little. Comparing heart to heart, Snape treated him like this. He was not a wolf-hearted person, and he would pull him in the future. Soon, the time came to the weekend. Today is Quidditch match day, and Ravenclaw is about to play against Hufflepuff. Roger Davies took all the players to the Quidditch pitch early to warm up. It can be seen that he is very concerned about this game. Soon, other little wizards arrived one after another, as did Hufflepuff's team members. At 9 o'clock, the players from both sides took off and the game began. This time, it's Lee Jordan. August has a good relationship with him now, taking him several times to the kitchen for supper with the twins. It's natural to be familiar with it. Okay, now the players on both sides are in the air. Hufflepuff's players are. Then we look at Ravenclaw, first with their captain, Roger Davies, as pursuer. Next, is our Hogwarts' most talented little wizard in 50 years. August Gaunt, who set the record for the first-year entry into the quiche team with Harry Potter of Gryffindor. Lee Jordan boasted about August crazily and gave his friend's face very much. Professor McGonagall next to him couldn't stand it any longer. Jordan, pay attention to your position. Hearing Professor McGonagall shout, Lee shrank his neck and stopped boasting. Finally, it's Ravenclaw's seeker, Ravenclaw's cutest girl. Cho Chang. Many people know that her relationship with August Gaunt is extraordinary. But what a lot of people don't know is that once a little wizard saw the two of them. August and Cho's broom stagnated at the same time, and Cho almost fell off the broom. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's roar resounded through the audience through the amplifying charm. Hermione in the audience glared at Lee Jordan in the commentary. Like an angry little lion. Many little witches also looked at him angrily. However, many wizards expressed regret. Why didn't Professor McGonagall shout slowly, anyway, to complete the words behind? August was also in a cold sweat just now. Next time, he had to set a disillusionment charm. After returning to his senses, the club in his hand swung fiercely, hitting the bludger that flew over, and the bludger hit a Hufflepuff chaser like a cannonball. The chaser was startled, and the quaffle in his hand fell. Roger Davies took the opportunity to pick it up and rush towards Hufflepuff's goalpost. August catches up to another bludger and hits it to another Hufflepuff player. He finally had time to observe Cho. Cho is now flying in disorder in the sky. Her hair is tied into a ponytail, which looks quite neat and has a heroic spirit. This was in stark contrast to the usual sweet girl. But this kind of Cho, August feels pretty good, even more. Bah. Beautiful. Hufflepuff's seeker was also circling high in the sky, but he would occasionally watch Cho's movements. Touching his chin, August recalled the seeker's name. What was it? It's like something called Edward. No, what, that's another show. Correct. Called Cedric Diggory. Does this seem? This seems to be the rumored boyfriend of Cho Chang in the 4th part. They also attended the dance together. Thinking of this, August's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked at Cho from time to time. This is immortal. At this time, August didn't think about it at all. Is there a possibility? I mean maybe. Was Cedric watching Cho instead of finding the snitch? August was suddenly unhappy, his body leaned forward slightly, and the Nimbus 2000 suddenly accelerated. Look. Ravenclaw's genius accelerates. He's heading for a bludger. Lee Jordan noticed August's movements with sharp eyes and shouted excitedly. He saw August rush in front of a bludger, swung it with a stick, and hit the ball to Cedric high in the air, and added a strong spin. Cedric was completely oblivious to the impending danger. It was not until he heard the wind beside his ears that he lowered his head subconsciously, and escaped the bludger's attack thrillingly. And a strong spin on the bludger sent it flying back around August. August did the trick again, hitting the ball back in Cedric's direction. At this time, Lee was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The bludger was hit by August to Cedric. Oh, what happened? It flew back to the side. August hit it again. Oh my god. What kind of game is this? Is this something I can watch without paying? The bludger kept hitting Cedric, and he couldn't find the snitch at all now. The audience at this time was also stunned. They had never seen such an outrageous beater or this way of playing. So there was a magical scene on the court. August kept hitting the bludger to Cedric, and he ignored the others. Cho at this time is also very strange as to why August has been targeting Cedric. But she didn't have to worry about Cedric's interference. Patiently found the golden snitch. 10 minutes later, Cho caught the golden snitch, and this special match ended. In the end, Ravenclaw defeated Hufflepuff 170-10. Both players fell to the ground. Cho smiled and hugged August. Then she asked suspiciously, "Why do you keep attacking Diggory? You didn't care about other players the whole game. I think he's always peeking at you. This kid has bad intentions." August was very upset. Buffed, Cho laughed. She had never seen August jealous before and immediately thought that August was very cute. Idiot, of course, he wants to observe me, he wants to prevent me from finding the golden snitch first. Really? August felt a little guilty. Why didn't he think of this just now? Chapter 35, Nicholas Flamel. Seeing August's guilty conscience, Cho's laughter grew even louder. Although August was purely jealous, Cho was still very happy, which was exactly what her sweetheart cared about in her performance. As for Cedric, who suffered an infallible disaster. Sorry, Cho said she didn't know him. Cedric Diggory, who is that? Don't delay me watching my boyfriend look jealous. Listening to Cho's laughter, August became more and more embarrassed. At this time, Cedric Diggory and the other Hufflepuffs came over. The two houses don't have any grudges. It's normal to say hello after the game. Cedric, who was covered in injuries, walked over to August, stretched out his hand, and said with a wry smile. "Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory. I know you, August Gaunt. Have I offended you before?" Looking at Cedric with a bruised nose and a swollen face, August was also a little embarrassed. "No, I just think you are a threat to Cho. Your flying skills are very good. I'm sorry today." August said nice things, ready to fool Cedric away. Cho next to him covered his mouth and snickered when she saw it. Cedric also felt nothing after hearing it and agreed with his statement. After all, August also avoided the vital spot to hit. "I can't compare to you, your batting skills are too good, you should be on the national team." Cedric also expressed his approval of August and then left with the others. August also dragged Cho and ran away, for fear of being scolded by the little wizard Hufflepuff. It's December, and outside the castle, it's already snowing heavily. The grass was also covered with snowflakes. And the land was vast. Christmas is also approaching. The head of the various houses began to ask about the little wizard staying in school for Christmas. August was alone and naturally stayed. Originally, Cho also wanted to stay here with August and spend a wonderful Christmas vacation with him. But just a week before Christmas, Cho received a letter from home. In the letter, Cho's mother rejected his idea, saying that she and Cho's father would take her back to the east. Cho is very helpless. Out of guilt for August, Cho has been obedient to August these few days. Instead, August received a lot of benefits. It doesn't matter to him. We haven't seen each other for a few days. When the Christmas holidays are over, can't the two still be together every day? However, the gift for Cho can only be sent to her before school starts. This is the surprise he carefully prepared for Cho. After sending away the tearful Cho, August returned to the castle. Suddenly, a brown-haired ball ran over and pulled August into a corner. It was Hermione. August said helplessly, "Hermione, why are you so sneaky every time? Why do you have to come to such a place where no one has anything to do?" Hermione blushed when she heard this. Yeah, why does she have to go to an empty place every time to find August? But she didn't have time to worry. "Speak quickly. August, I need your help. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" August suddenly, did Hermione and the others still find out here? August thought about it and decided to tell Hermione. After all, they would know about this in the future and tell her now so Hermione wouldn't waste too much time on useless books. Nicholas Flamel was a great alchemist, and his greatest work was the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone grants immortality and makes gold. Nicholas Flamel and his wife have lived from the 14th century to the present. At the same time, he is also a friend of Dumbledore. He is also one of the founders of the French School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Beauxbatons. After speaking in one breath, August quietly looked at Hermione, whose mouth was slightly open. Yes, the Philosopher's Stone. Snape's goal is the Philosopher's Stone. Thank you, August. I'll go first, I have something to do. After the little witch finished speaking, she found that the behavior of throwing it away after use was rather sloppy, so she prepared to reproduce the scene, nodded, and kissed it. August was taken advantage of once, how could Hermione succeed again? So he turned his head directly, found the lips that Hermione wanted to kiss on his cheek, and kissed them. Well. Hermione's eyes widened, and her brain stopped thinking. The body also froze, and there was no sign of resistance at all. It wasn't until August's lips slowly moved away from hers that she regained her senses. You. She gave August a fierce look, Hermione's face was flushed red, and her fair skin seemed to ooze blood. Pushing August away from wrapping her arms around her, Hermione ran away like an escape without looking back. August smiled, kissing is not kissing, as for what? But listening to Hermione's words just now, they still suspected that Snape was a bad guy and was going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I don't know how Hermione, Harry, and Ron would react when they found out that the final boss turned out to be Quirrell. It's really fun. Chapter 36, The Super Twins. On the other side, Hermione ran into the common room and came to Harry and Ron. Two people are playing wizard chess. Ron threw Harry's pawn, and the pawn was completely defeated. Harry's pawns kept giving him advice because of Harry's misdirection. Every pawn was talking, making Harry distraught. Just when he saw Hermione coming, Harry quickly swept his hand and knocked down all the pieces on the chessboard. Then asked Hermione. What's up, Hermione? Does August know who Nicholas Flamel is? Also, why are you so red? Ron next to him opened his mouth and looked at Harry, his eyes became very strange. Hermione's already flushed face turned even redder when she heard Harry's last question. It's okay, I just ran too fast, just take a breath. Hermione explained quickly. Then changed the subject. August, he knows who Nicholas Flamel is and has told me. Hearing her say that, Harry was also distracted, and Ron next to him also came over. Both Harry and Ron agreed to ask August about it. August and Harry have a good relationship. Unlike Hermione, August's homework can always be easily borrowed. And Harry thinks that Snape is always targeting August in potions class. Add in the fact that the two grew up in the Muggle world, and there are a few things in common. August is arguably his best friend at Hogwarts besides Ron. As for Ron, he has nothing to do with August, but August has a good relationship with his twin brother. Ron can often see Fred George hanging out with August. He was teased by twins since he was a child. For August, who can play with his brother and always stand in the leader position, Ron is both adored and a little scared. The only one who disagreed was Hermione. Hermione didn't want to rely on August to do everything. She wanted to work things out on her own and make August impress. The strong little witch is soaking in the library every day, frantically looking for any clues about Nicholas Flamel. So the search for Nicholas Flamel's information has been dragged to the present. A month has passed, and it cannot be said that this matter has made no progress, it can only be said that it is standing still. Harry and Ron couldn't stand it anymore, and if they dragged on, it was estimated that Snape had already completed his evil plan. Under the two people's hard work, Hermione was finally persuaded today, so there was the scene just now. Next, Hermione repeated what August had just said to the other two, adding her inferences by the way. Harry and Ron were also convinced that Snape was targeting the Philosopher's Stone. But none of this has anything to do with August, he just needs to show up at the last moment and try to get the Philosopher's Stone, that's it. December 24th. The snow that had been falling all day yesterday finally stopped. The school has been closed for a long time, and the little wizards in the house who do not go home for Christmas have nothing to do, and they ran out of the castle to play in the snow. Tired of reading books, August also decided to go for a walk and change his mood. He'd been studying Snape's potions notes recently, and Snape was worthy of a generation of potions masters. That notebook is not only about his experience as a student. And he is still constantly modifying the content above. It can be said that Snape's life's efforts. When they came outside, the little wizards had already started their activities, and some of them had a snowball fight. Some little wizards built snowmen. But the wizarding world plays differently than the Muggle world. With a flick of the wand, a bunch of small snowballs were made, and then without touching the hand, they directly used a spell to shoot at the opposite person. A person can throw several snowballs at a time. It was just a joke between a few people, and it made August see the momentum of the exchange of fire between the two armies. Whoosh! A dozen snowballs smashed over. August couldn't dodge it, so he used the defensive spell directly. Protego. A dozen snowballs hit an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Look in the direction the snowball came from. Just saw the twins standing there, waving wands making snowballs, and laughing at August. You're foul. Don't you shield charm. August is also very playful, fighting two with one. Without taking out his wand, he pointed his finger to the ground, and the snow on the ground quickly floated into a large mass and then divided into dozens or hundreds of snowballs the size of a fist. August also deliberately compressed it to increase the hardness of the snowball. He gave the dumbfounded twin a wicked smile. A puño. All the snowballs hit Fred and George in an instant, causing them to run away. It didn't take long before the temporary white flag was erected. Express surrender. August didn't continue, he just wanted to play with the twins on a whim. After letting go of the twins, he simply sat aside and watched as the little witches over there were building a castle. They built a snow castle in the shape of Hogwarts, not to mention that they are similar. After a while, August also felt a little tired. Just as he was about to go back, his eyes suddenly saw that Professor Quirrell, who came out at an unknown time, was being chased by the twins and smashing snowballs, and the twins picked the scarf on his head to hit him. Quirrell was beaten, his hands tightly holding the back of the turban. August shook his head. Quirrell was such an idiot. Can't he just use a spell? Or is it that Voldemort was afraid that Dumbledore would find a flaw? Make him use less magic. But the twin brothers are ruthless, chasing Voldemort in the face. This should be considered the pinnacle of the twins' life, right? No wonder there was only one twin left, one of the dark spots in the Dark Lord's life. Fortunately, after a while, Filch from a distance rushed over. The twins saw something bad and ran away in a hurry. Professor Quirrell, are you okay? Filch helped Quirrell on the ground and carefully brushed the snow off his body. No. It's okay. Quirrell stammered in response, his voice trembling. Idiot. Why don't you use magic? Use your brain. Voldemort's voice growled in Quirrell's head out of his ears. Master, I'm afraid of affecting your plans. Quirrell responded to Voldemort with his thoughts of fear. Are you all right, Professor Quirrell? Although they have run away, their red hair has exposed them. Don't worry, I'll go to Professor McGonagall now and put them in confinement. Filch swears by it. Quirrell simply responded twice and hurried away. Seeing this, August knew that there was no drama to watch. Also went to the castle. Chapter 37, Christmas Presents. Hogwarts, Great Hall. At this time, the Great Hall is full of a Christmas atmosphere. More than 100 turkeys, hills of roast meat and boiled potatoes, large plates of sausages, bowls of meat sauces, and various vegetable salads. It looks like the house elves at Hogwarts are pulling out all the stops this time around. It's been almost 4 months at Hogwarts, and August thinks only the food at the sorting ceremony can match this one. In addition, the vicinity of the 4 long tables is also full of wizard fireworks. Fred and George used to bring some of this stuff to August. With a gentle pull on the match string, all kinds of strange effects will appear. What the twins gave him last time was the powder that would leave behind some big dung eggs after the explosion. August gently picked up a wizard firecracker and pulled it gently. Boom. A cannon-like roar erupted from the top of the firecracker, and a large plume of blue smoke filled the air. At the same time, a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and a few chocolate frogs popped out from the inside. The professors in the classroom were also very different from usual. Dumbledore smiled like a child in his 100s. Also, Crazy wearing a hat. Makes Professor McGonagall laugh next to him. Professor Flitwick kept conjuring those legendary pixies with magic. Each pixie radiates light and comes in a different color. They fly in midair, adding a touch of romance to this great hall. August knew that these pixies were just fakes made of magic. After a certain period, it will disappear on its own. Not many young wizards stayed at school for the holidays, and August did not continue to eat at Ravenclaw's long table, and was dragged directly to the Gryffindor long table by the twins. Hi, my name is Percy. A boy with red hair also greeted August. August also greeted with a smile, this is the twins' older brother, the prefect of Gryffindor. The other little lions also welcomed August. August is a socialite, and every student likes him very much. Only some of the little witches in Slytherin House liked him. Soon, everyone was talking and laughing. Ron took out a set of wizard chess, ready to play a game with Harry. But Harry wasn't going to be fooled, and he hurriedly got in front of Seamus and fiddled with the model of the Chudley Cannons team. August couldn't help sighing that the entertainment projects in the wizarding world were lacking. When you become successful in alchemy, you must create something fun. In the end, Fred snatched the prefect badge from Percy while he was teaching August about being a prefect. Then Percy ran after the twins all over the Great Hall. At this point, everyone is also a little tired, ready to go back to sleep well and get up early tomorrow morning to open presents. Early in the morning, August woke up rubbing his sleepy eyes. When he was a little more awake, he saw the pile of packages in front of the bed. August had expected that he would receive a lot of gifts, but looking at it this way, it turned out to be a lot more than he thought, and the entire bedroom would be full. So, August started his happy unpacking journey. Opening a gift is like opening a blind box, you never know what's inside. Therefore, even after a busy morning, he still enjoys it. The first is Cho's gift, she gave him a scarf. Looking at the slightly scribbled pattern, August knew that Cho must have knitted it herself, and August decided to wear this scarf to pick her up when Cho came back. The twins gave a candy of their own, and after eating it, the little wizard's voice changed briefly, from male to female and female to male. Interesting. He was going to make another sex transfer potion himself and give it to Harry together. Hermione sent a manuscript copy of her History of Magic notes, knowing that August never listened to lectures in the History of Magic class. It suits August's heart. Harry gave him a broomstick care kit, and Lee Jordan gave him a copy of the Irish Quidditch Classic. And some other candy notebooks from Little Wizards or something. But what surprised August the most was the professors from the 4 houses, each of whom gave him a gift. Professor McGonagall gave a copy of Transfiguration Today magazine, which is the most authoritative academic publication on transfiguration in the magic world. Most people are not qualified to buy it. Professor Sprout gave a pot of orchid, which is closed during the day and grows at night by absorbing the light of the stars. It is a good ornamental plant. The head of his house sent a note of his understanding of the spell. Although it is a copy, it is also very precious. The most surprising thing was Snape, who gave him a bottle of Felix Felicis. Although August drew a lottery to get the Felix Felicis. But this does not mean that this potion is no longer precious in the magical world. Such a small bottle of Felix Felicis is estimated to be able to buy the Weasleys. August was fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, when he gave gifts, he did not forget the head of houses, and he even gave Dumbledore some wool socks. This Christmas, the gift from August, the one that spends the most gold galleon is the Cho broom, Nimbus 2001. That's right, it was 2001. Through Professor Flitwick's relationship, August spent a lot of money to buy Nimbus 2001, which will be released next year, 6 months in advance. Sent to Cho. The book for Hermione is the entire series of Lockhart, and Lockhart will come to teach at Hogwarts next year. Although this person is not good, the authenticity of the stolen stories and contents is not bad. The number of gold galleons that Muggle families can exchange each year is limited, and August is afraid that Hermione will eat dirt when she buys these books to come to school next year. As for the twins and Harry, August gave them a spell respectively, gave the twins the Severing Charm, and gave Harry his natal spell, Disarming Charm. But to say the most precious is a spell he gave Snape, the Garden of Eden. This was drawn by August's daily lottery a few days ago. This magic can extract the memory in his mind and form a spiritual space, and then he can put his spiritual body into it. It is similar to the pensieve, but the spiritual body it casts can indeed communicate with people in the memory space. How those people react is generated by the caster's impression of the person. I believe that Professor Snape will be satisfied with this magic. I want to see how Snape will behave in the memory space. Smiling like a little fox, August thought very gossip. Chapter 38, The Garden of Eden. Inside the potions office. Snape held a booklet blankly, without saying a word. This booklet, officially August sent his enchantment charm, the Garden of Eden, and some tips. Thinking of August, Snape's heart was still a little complicated. The same mixed blood, the same beloved witch, the same extraordinary talent in potions. Well, this kid is better than him in other subjects. However, the choices of the two were decidedly different, and Snape chose Slytherin. But August chose his little witch. Sometimes Snape would wonder, if he had gone to Gryffindor, would everything have been different? So, he kept his eyes on August, because August represented another possibility, the one he wanted most. But now, August had brought the charm, allowing Snape to find the answer himself. Flip through the booklet and look at August's introduction to the spell above. The more you know about a person, the more realistic you can create an effect. Whether it was Lily or James Potter, Snape dared to guarantee that he was the person who knew them best, no one. Not even James Potter's follower, Black. Thinking of this, Snape gritted his teeth and began to learn about the Garden of Eden. With his current level, he successfully mastered this charm in less than half a day. Without hesitation, the wand was aimed at his temple, drawing out wisps of smoke. Eden reappears. The charm was uttered, and the scene before Snape's eyes changed, becoming the scene of his sorting ceremony. Looking at the face that he will never forget for a lifetime, Snape's eyes were flushed, and there were already hot tears. After forcibly calming himself down and taking a few deep breaths, Snape drew out a mental force and poured it into little Snape's body, replacing him. In spiritual space. Snape stepped onto the high platform and put on the sorting hat. Not bad talent, well, bloodline can also be. Came the lazy voice of the sorting hat. Shut up. I'm going to Gryffindor. Snape immediately interrupted when he heard the same comment as back then. Boy, what did you say? The sorting hat was stunned. For so many years, he had never seen such a tyrannical little wizard. I said, shut up. I'm going to Gryffindor. Never mind blood, ambition. I just want to go to Gryffindor. Snape roared inwardly, roaring impatiently. The sorting hat seemed terrified and immediately agreed. Gryffindor. Kid, get me off your head. Snape took off his hat immediately and walked down the high platform impatiently to the girl who had appeared in his dreams countless times but could never meet again. Lily. He murmured as if a little in his voice would frighten the girl in front of him. I didn't expect you to come to Gryffindor, you kept saying you wanted to go to Slytherin. Lily didn't notice that Snape in front of her had changed to another person, should it count, and said happily. Where you are, I will be there. Snape's unequivocal answer made Lily stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Snape to say such a thing. A blush appeared on the face. What did you say? Lily's tone stammered. We're best friends, and of course, we're going to be in the same house, aren't we? Snape also reacted, he couldn't control himself, he was too excited. Next, although Snape, who became a little lion, was a little out of tune with this house, he had more time with Lily, and he didn't say those hurtful words. The relationship between the two gradually deepened, and they took classes together every day, went to the library together, and studied potions together. And James Potter saw that the two were so good, and he had no room to start, and turned to pursue a Quidditch team player. The intersection between the two sides gradually diminished. The good times didn't last long. Because of Voldemort, the entire magical world fell into darkness. Lily joined the Order of the Phoenix because of her worship of Dumbledore. In the end, both of them sacrificed in one mission. Reality, Potions Office. Snape retracted his mental body and slowly opened his eyes. Although a long time has passed in the memory space, the reality is only a few minutes. Although tears kept flowing from both eyes, deep tears formed on his cheeks. But the corners of Snape's mouth were indeed smiling. He could finally be sure that Lily had feelings for him, and that he had indeed sacrificed all of this with his own hands, and handed Lily over to others. Some people, once missed, is forever. Chapter 39, The Magic Mirror. For the next few days, Snape was obsessed with the Garden of Eden, unable to extricate himself. Although he knew it was fake, the magic was too real. Let someone as strong-willed as he falls deeper into it. And the source of this matter, our protagonist August, knows nothing about it. Although he was on vacation these few days, August had a lot of things to do, studying Snape's notebook, studying magic patterns, and even alchemy. However, in the past few days, August couldn't hold back his itching and drew the card once, but it sank unexpectedly. Only one guaranteed gold card and some purple cards were drawn. Name, Nicholas Flamel. Potions talents, 5. Transfiguration talents, 5. Spell, slightly. Special skill, alchemy. After struggling for a long time, August chose Nicholas Flamel's alchemy knowledge. Although he also needs the transfiguration talent, alchemy knowledge is more valuable. The amount of knowledge the gold card brings is not comparable to other cards. In just an instant, August's half-baked alchemy has improved to a world-class level. Moreover, his control of magic patterns and magic words has also been greatly improved. Even other subjects have improved a lot. Alchemy is not a separate academic subject but is essentially a combined application of various magical knowledge. Naturally, other subjects are included in this knowledge. August was pleasantly surprised by this harvest, which was more profitable than choosing the transfiguration talent. However, with so much knowledge suddenly appearing in his mind, August needs some time to settle, and when he has completely digested this memory, he can start his plan. Therefore, in the past few days of the Christmas holiday, August has been writing and drawing with a notebook, and from time to time he flips through reference books as high as a hill. Not even the twin brothers invited him to Hogsmeade. On this day, there was a knock on the door of August's room. Opening the door, a Ravenclaw boy stood outside, saying that Harry was waiting for him outside the common room. August was curious and walked out of the bedroom. Harry had never come to the Ravenclaw common room to look for him like that. This is the first time. Out of the common room door, August saw Harry pacing back and forth there. Harry. August said. Harry regained his senses, saw August, and took his hand excitedly. Come on, August, go somewhere with me. Calmly breaking free from Harry's hand, August is a little goosebump. Why is Harry a little weird today? Where are you going? Why don't you call Ron? Harry looked anxious, not paying attention to the movements of August's hands. Ron went with me once yesterday, but he doesn't want to come here today. He also said that I have a problem. I have no choice but to find you. Hearing this, August panicked, even more, thinking about where this place is, rotten country. What's so special is that it is true that it is too handsome to attract the same star. Thinking in his heart, August opened his mouth, considering the words in his mouth, and said to Harry. Harry, you know, I'm not against some things, but I have. Before the words were finished, Harry understood what August meant. Retorted hastily. What do you think, August? I found a mirror. After Harry finished explaining, August realized he had misunderstood and knew that the mirror was the mirror of Erist. A magic mirror that reveals what people desire most in their hearts. August is also curious about what his deepest desire is. So he agreed with Harry and followed him. On the 5th floor, Harry took August into an abandoned classroom. In the middle of the classroom is a very imposing mirror, reaching the ceiling, with a gorgeous golden frame, supported by 2 claw-shaped feet. When Harry came to this room, he didn't care about August anymore, walked a few steps to the magic mirror, and looked at it obsessively. "August, did you see that? These are my parents." With that said, Harry reached out and touched the mirror, as if to touch his parents. August watched this scene quietly. Although Harry's state was a little wrong, he didn't rush to pull Harry away. He is already very pitiful, let him enjoy the warmth of family affection. Talk to Harry about the danger after the day is over so he doesn't come back again. After a long time, Harry gradually woke up and looked at August embarrassedly. "Are you going to try it?" "No, Harry, I've seen it." "Let's go." August lied, he hadn't looked at the magic mirror yet, and Harry was lying on top of it just now, so he wouldn't have a chance to look at the mirror. The two walked out of the classroom and on the road, August warned Harry. "Harry, I know you are eager to see your parents' feelings and understand you, but I have to say that you are in a very wrong state. This mirror will reflect what you desire most in your heart, but it is not real. You should come out and return to the real world." Harry stared blankly at August. He knew that what August said was right, but he didn't want to believe it. He'd rather believe that was the mark his parents left here. After a long silence, Harry finally spoke. "Thank you, August, you're right, I won't look at this mirror again." After saying this, Harry seemed to let go of something in his heart, and the state of the whole person became better. The two went to the Great Hall for lunch, and Harry went back to the Gryffindor common room. August, on the other hand, intends to look at that mirror. He didn't want to indulge in it but wanted to understand what he wanted most. After coming to this world for so many years, and entering the magical world again, August has always been at ease and just living by. This is even more true after having a plug-in. The exploration of magic is also to satisfy interest and to realize some fantasies of the previous life by the way. If you want him to say what he desires most, he really can't say it. Turning back to the 5th floor, still the abandoned classroom, August suddenly felt a little guilty. My F just persuaded Harry away, and I did come here secretly. Kind of inappropriate. After confirming that no one was around, August walked in and stood in front of the mirror of Ariste. At this time, an unexpected voice came. "Mr. Gaunt, I thought you and Harry would never enter this classroom again, but I didn't expect you to be here so soon." Chapter 40, The First Conversation with Dumbledore. August was taken aback. He instantly recognized the owner of the voice. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore. August was sure he didn't see anyone in the classroom when he came in. It is estimated that the old bee used the disillusionment charm. August thought silently in his heart and said, "I didn't expect to see you here. Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore smiled and walked up to August. He didn't care that August didn't answer his question. Instead, he opened his mouth to explain why he was there. "I originally wanted to persuade Mr. Potter. He has been here for 3 consecutive days, but happened to hear your conversation on the road. You are right, people can't always live in fantasy, they always have to face reality." August scolded the old bee secretly after hearing this. "What a coincidence, it was you who followed Harry all the way, right?" I scolded sob in my heart and replied with a smile on my face. "Professor, I am talking about my inner thoughts, but I am also very curious about what the mirror can show." August didn't hide it either, it was useless to lie to such an old bee. Even if he's confident about his occlumency. But this old bee can see through a person just by observation. Dumbledore showed great interest after listening. "Mr. Gaunt, I'm very curious about what the most talented wizard at Hogwarts in 50 years can see in this mirror. Can you talk to me?" "Sorry, Professor, you appeared before I could see clearly." August said he appeared too quickly. "I don't know yet." After August finished speaking, he looked at the mirror, and the picture inside slowly appeared, from blurred to clear. August finally saw it. It turned out that what he wanted most was silent for a long time. Dumbledore asked curiously, "Mr. Gaunt, what did you see?" August. Looking at himself in the mirror, hugging from left to right, there are grown-up Cho, Hermione, and several other women, and the family lives happily in a manor. August blushed. "Fake, this is fake, how could I be so superficial?" However, looking at the picture in the mirror, it seems that this kind of life is not bad. Shaking his head, he got rid of some inappropriate thoughts in his mind. The most important thing now is to deal with Dumbledore. "Professor, I saw Cho, and the two of us have a very good relationship." August told the truth, but not quite. How could Dumbledore not see that August was hiding something? The rippling expression on August's face just now couldn't hide it from him. He didn't break it either, nodding his head in agreement. "Young people are full of energy, old men like me see wool socks, and I don't have enough wool socks every year. By the way, thank you for your Christmas gift, Mr. Gaunt. It's the first time I've received red wool socks. Very nice. August said that Dumbledore, you bad old man, is very bad. If you didn't see your sister or Grindelwald, August dared to go to Voldemort to confront him now. But he didn't dare to say these words, and he didn't want to continue conversations with Dumbledore now. Occlumency is running at a high speed, for fear that his plug-in will be caught in a few words. If it's nothing, I'll go first. Professor, you know, Christmas homework isn't easy. Making a random excuse, August was about to slip away. Dumbledore didn't stop either. A nod to show he knows. You can come to my office when you are free. The password is lemon ice lolly. If you can bring your phoenix, it will be even better. Fox has not seen his companion for many years. August agreed and turned and left the classroom. In today's conversation, at least August saw that Dumbledore was friendly to him, and August was not afraid of Dumbledore. He doesn't want to lose my peaceful life now. In this academy, he had Cho, many friends, and a group of good professors. For August, who was an orphan of 2 generations, this was the warmth he had never felt before. August knew that he had too many secrets, and one day Dumbledore would notice him. But today, it seems that the old bee must have been paying attention to him for a long time, but he hasn't talked to or troubled him for so long, which shows that August did not have much impact on his plan. It's still not strong enough. If I am strong enough, Dumbledore will not easily have a bad relationship with me when he knows that there is a Voldemort. Thinking of this, August's desire for strength could not help deepen a lot. However, he also knows that his strength has improved very quickly, and there is still too little that can be improved by training at this level, and he still has to rely on plug-ins. For the next few days, August didn't leave his bedroom door, digesting the alchemy in his mind. In this case, the Christmas holidays are over soon, and Cho is finally going back to Hogwarts. Chapter 41, The Return of Cho, Snape's Mission. Today is the day when students return from Christmas break. Carrying a suitcase and carrying a large long box on his back, Cho and a few friends came to the long bridge of Hogwarts Castle. And a handsome boy, wearing a Hogwarts uniform and a scarf. The wand in his hand emits a warm white light, waiting quietly. It was August. When Cho saw August, she immediately left a few friends behind, ran to August's side quickly, and threw herself into August's arms. August also opened his arms and hugged the little witch. Said softly, "Welcome back, Cho. I missed you so much, August." She hasn't seen August for a few days, and Cho misses him very much. She was about to cry. August heard the choking in Cho's voice and quickly changed the subject. "Why do I feel like you're getting fatter?" "What?" Hearing this, the little witch stopped crying immediately and reacted violently. It seems that no matter where they are, women of any grade are very concerned about their weight. "August. Could it be that I've been eating too well these days? It's all my father's fault. Take me back to China. The food there is so delicious that I can't control myself." When he heard Cho skillfully throw the fault to her father, August cried out in his heart. Is this the legendary filial piety? But I can't continue to stimulate the little witch, and if I go on, I will drop beans again. It's too cold here, let's go back to the Great Hall, and you say you haven't had dinner yet. The two walked towards the Great Hall, and a group of little wizards behind them looked at Cho with envy. Why don't they have such gentle, considerate, and handsome boyfriends? And Hermione in the crowd pursed her lips and silently followed the others to move on. Cho, after returning to the Great Hall, simply ate something and kept telling August about his vacation these days, but it was mainly Chinese food. If you have time in the summer vacation, we must go back again. Finally, Cho concluded. Then she talked about the gift. Thank you for the gift, August, but this broom is too expensive for me to have. August didn't think it was very expensive. He often gets galleon rewards for his daily check-in, and the minimum is 100. This broom is just a matter of checking in for a few days. You can take it with confidence. I helped Snape refine a lot of potions, and he gave me a lot of rewards. This amount of money is nothing to me. Taking Snape out as a shield and explaining the origin of galleon, August continued. And it also has your name engraved on it. If you don't want it, it's not easy to deal with it. Seeing what August said, Cho had no choice but to accept it, but she was curious how August got Nimbus 2001 half a year ahead of schedule. August explained Professor Flitwick's relationship, and Cho's inner doubts were finally answered. For the next month, nothing major happened at the school. August has been busy this month. In addition to his classes, he has to attend Quidditch training and Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, and Snape's special guidance. If it wasn't for his time management skills, he might have been dizzy long ago. August decided not to go to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club next semester. After all, at his current level, there are very few things in the club that are helpful to him. During the month, there was also a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. When Cho took out Nimbus 2001, all the little wizards were boiling. This is a product that will only be released this summer, and it is now available on Cho. But Slytherin saw that the situation was not good and was ready to use foul tactics to stop Cho. Too bad they forgot there was an August on the court. Without any hesitation, August made several consecutive blows and directly knocked several Slytherin players off the broom. There were even 2 broken hands. This time, the Slytherin people are finally honest and don't dare to foul, especially the new substitute players, who are flying around Cho. Under such circumstances, Ravenclaw defeated Slytherin with a score of 280 to 101, 2 consecutive victories. As long as he can beat Gryffindor, this year's Quidditch champion will be Ravenclaw. And because of August's performance, he also got the nickname of the Guardian Angel of Cho, which made him very speechless. But Cho was very satisfied with this nickname. And just like that, the time came to a morning in February. When August and Cho came to the Great Hall, they found a group of little wizards surrounding the scoreboard. Especially the students of Gryffindor, their expressions were very painful. Yesterday's Gryffindor has deducted 150 points. It is said that Potter and his 2 roommates caused the night out. After the gossip, Marietta came to the 2 of them and shared the latest news with her. They're so unlucky. Cho didn't feel anything after hearing it, but August knew what was going on. It should be Hagrid raising dragons. August had been asked a few times about dragons by Hermione before, and he roughly guessed that Hagrid got a dragon and was discovered by Harry, Hermione, and the others. However, August didn't care either. This kind of Western dragon is quite ugly, to be honest. If it was a dragon from the Eastern legend, he would join in. This time the deduction should be because Malfoy reported them, and then Professor McGonagall severely deducted a wave of points. This is Harry. If a little wizard is changed, and such a big disaster occurs, it is still a matter of whether he can stay at Hogwarts. After sighing, August lost interest, and it had nothing to do with him anyway. But he didn't expect that in the afternoon, he was still involved in this matter. After the afternoon potions class ended, August followed Snape back to his office as usual. During these times, Snape not only taught August potions but also cultivated August's fighting awareness and ability. Especially after receiving the Garden of Eden charm from August at Christmas, Snape's attitude towards August was much better, and he even taught August some more advanced fighting skills. This made August shout about the gift's worth. During this period of training, Snape had to use 70% of his strength to beat August. This also made Snape curse the evildoer. But today, Snape didn't let August go after the pair's practice. Instead, he was given a task. Chapter 42, Trip to the Forbidden Forest. Are you serious? August looked at Snape in amazement, unable to believe that he was the one who said the words just now. Just now, Snape asked him to follow Harry and his party to Forbidden Forest this evening. Can I ask why? Snape said with a strong sarcasm, do you think that big man's brain can control Potter? And I think with their relationship, Potter just went to him to hang out. I need you to help me keep an eye on them and let Potter get the punishment he deserves. August didn't believe a word of Snape, worried that Hagrid was real, but he was worried that Hagrid couldn't take care of Harry. But August doesn't have the habit of being a babysitter. Even if that is the protagonist. Professor, you know, Before he could finish speaking, Snape interrupted him. If you go tonight, not only will Ravenclaw add 20 points, but I will also give you an extra bottle of potent extimulo potion. This time, it was August's turn to be speechless. Was Snape so desperate? 20 points are not the key is the bottle of potent extimulo potion. The potent extimulo potion can increase the total amount of magic power of a wizard, and the effect depends on the person. At least, it can increase the magic power of half an adult wizard. Not only is this potion difficult to refine, but several of its raw materials are extinct. With August's talent, this bottle of potion can add a lot of magic power, catching up with a gold card. Thinking of this, August succumbed. I promise, Professor, may I ask, how did you get this potion? If he can get more potent extimulo potions, his growth will be faster. Current August's mastery of magic spells is no less than that of a professor like Snape, and some magics are even stronger than him. But the magic power is the key factor limiting his strength. The total amount of magic power cannot be raised, the output efficiency will also decrease, and it is estimated that the force is too much, and the embarrassing situation of empty blue in a few seconds. Don't be delusional, this is what I got from exploring a pharaoh's pyramid when I was young. This is the last bottle I have. Snape's icy words shattered August's sweet dreams. But August is not too regrettable, a bottle is good. No problem, I'll be there tonight, don't worry. After the deal was reached, August didn't stop and went back to the bedroom to sleep. At exactly 11 o'clock, Harry, Neville, and Ron followed Filch to the door of Hagrid's hut. The original was Hermione, but the author replaced it with Neville. And Slytherin's Malfoy followed. After the few people arrived, Hagrid did not take them directly into the Forbidden Forest but stayed where they were. What's the matter, Hagrid, is there anyone else? Harry asked curiously. Yes, Professor Snape said another student would come. In an instant, Harry felt sympathy for the little wizard, and those who could be targeted by Snape were all good people. At this time, August also walked over slowly and greeted Harry. Harry. August. Is that you? Are you the little wizard who was punished by Snape? A few black lines immediately appeared in August's mind. If the old bat can't make excuses, don't look for it. Will an excellent wizard like me be punished? Helpless to take people's money, and people to eliminate disasters. August can only bear the pot. Yes, I'm going to enter the Forbidden Forest with you today. Harry was very happy and hurriedly introduced him to Hagrid next to him. The two got to know each other. Hagrid's rough voice sounded. I know you, Ravenclaw's best little wizard, August. Is it okay for me to call you that? Harry talks about you a lot. No problem. August agreed with a smile. Hagrid was still a hidden tyrant, and he used a lot of magic materials in his recent experiments that were hard to find on the market. Maybe Hagrid can be found here. It's also good that August has a good relationship with him. After everyone gathered, a few people walked into the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy turned pale with fright and kept talking about his dad being the school manager. A few people didn't have time to control Malfoy, and Harry and the others were also very nervous, but they didn't want to show their timidity in front of their mortal enemy, so they were forced to follow Hagrid. A group of people walked along the path and went to the depths of the jungle. The further you go, the more secluded it becomes. Suddenly, they saw a light in the distance. A few people walked over, and Hagrid took a picture with a lantern. Have you seen it? That silver-white thing is the blood of a unicorn. Hagrid's expression was very serious when he said this because this was not the first time it had happened recently. Just 2 weeks ago, a unicorn died of serious injuries. August also stepped forward to check, and then he was keenly aware that there were some hoof marks in front of him. I know where the unicorn has gone, follow me. After finishing speaking, August took the lead and walked along the clue. They came to the river and encountered a cloud of silver blood. Just when a few people wanted to go forward to check, there was movement in the woods beside the river bank. Harry and the others hugged each other in fright, and Hagrid nervously pointed the arrow in the direction of the sound. Chapter 43, Chasing the Unicorn. It's me, Hagrid. Hearing this voice, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to speak to the crowd. Don't be afraid, this is Ronan. He is a centaur who has been living in the Forbidden Forest. I hope he can give us some new clues. Soon the centaur Ronan came out, and this was the first time August saw a centaur. Couldn't help but take a few more glances. Well, worthy of his name, Ronan is indeed close to nature. Hagrid stepped forward, said hello, and asked Ronan about the unicorn. But the centaur did keep a secret, just looking up at the night sky, repeating the same sentence mysteriously. Mars is bright tonight. Not long after, other centaurs also appeared in front of everyone, named Bane, and also refused to disclose any information. After saying goodbye to the two centaurs, Hagrid said angrily. This is a colony of centaurs. No matter what you say, you have to bring the damn star. But August knew what the centaurs meant. Mars represents war and disaster. In the ancient East, Mars was also called Inghua, which has the same meaning. Looks like a fight with Quirrell tonight. Thinking of this, August clenched his wand. Secretly. Soon, everyone came to a fork, with blood on both sides. Harry spoke now. Let's split up. Hagrid hesitated, nodded in agreement, and took Neville, Ron, and Malfoy to choose a direction. Before leaving, he kept reminding Harry to shoot fireworks with his wand if he found something, and they would come right away. August followed Harry the other way. The blood on the road became more and more obvious. Wait a minute, Harry. I see it. August stopped Harry, who continued to move forward and looked at the thorny grass on the right. August saw that a unicorn figure faintly appeared through the gap. August sent a gust of wind with his wand, blew away the thorns, and strode across. Under a sturdy tree, a unicorn with a faint halo on its body knelt there. Silver blood continued to ooze from his flawless body. The slender legs struggled to support this elegant body, and there was a whimper in the mouth, each weaker than the other. The whole scene reveals a heartbreaking beauty. August found that the unicorn was not completely dead, and hurried up. Ordinary unicorns will not let wizards approach, only holy maidens can approach or even ride them. But now the unicorn has no strength to stop August. Aiming at the unicorn, August kept casting healing charms. I saw that the wound on the surface of the unicorn was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his breath continued to weaken. August knew that this was the effect of black magic, not a simple healing charm that can cure it. After thinking for a moment, August reached into his pocket and took out a bottle of azure blue potion. This is what he had drawn by lottery before. Holy elixir, removes all injuries and negative states caused by dark forces. August pondered that black magic should be regarded as a dark power. Now in this situation, only this potion could cure her. Gently opened the unicorn's mouth. The unicorn also knew that the good-looking human boy in front of him was trying to save her, and cooperated very well. Pouring all the potion into the unicorn's mouth, August kept unleashing healing magic, hoping to ease her pain. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the holy elixir to kick in, and a puff of black smoke escaped from the unicorn's body. August took 2 steps back, afraid of the danger of the smoke. Sure enough, when the black smoke drifted into the sky and hit the big tree, the whole big tree withered quickly and turned into a dead tree. The unicorn also stood up slowly, walked to August's side, and gently rubbed August her face, expressing gratitude. Harry next to him was stunned. He didn't expect that the dying unicorn could be rescued by August. The same as a first-year freshman, why is there such a big gap between the two? August's hand swam softly on the unicorn's smooth fur. Feel the soft touch. Okay, you're all right. Woo. The unicorn let out a long cry. Although it was the language of the unicorn, August miraculously understood what she meant. August asked, "You mean, can you find the dark wizard who hurt you now?" The unicorn nodded and motioned for him to sit up. Can I? Thinking of the introduction of the unicorn, August hesitated. The unicorn nodded again firmly. August didn't hesitate, rolled over, and jumped up. This unicorn should not be an adult yet, otherwise, she should be close to 1.6 to 1.8 meters tall when she was fighting. And the one in front of him was only 1 meter too, and it was still a foal. Harry, stop here, don't move, and remember to signal Hagrid to join you. After shouting at Harry, August and the unicorn disappeared into the darkness, leaving only Harry standing there stupidly, unable to respond for a long time. Chapter 44, Fierce Battle. Deep in the Forbidden Forest. August sit on the unicorn's body and kept walking between the tall trees at a high speed. From time to time, August also communicated with the unicorn and figured out some things. It turned out that the unicorn killed half a month ago was the mother of this little unicorn. Half a month ago, a few days after the little unicorn's mother disappeared, she saw whose mother never came back, leaving the unicorn tribe in the Forbidden Forest every day to find her mother. But there has been no progress. Today, she came out to look for it as usual, but she encountered a man in a black robe who attacked her and drank her blood. August knew it was Quirrell. Patting the unicorn's head comfortingly, August spoke gently. Follow me in the future, I'm your family. The little unicorn rubbed August intimately, expressing his feelings. Hearing that such the mother of the little unicorn was killed by Quirrell, rare anger rose in August's heart. It was originally a matter between Harry and Voldemort, but August said that the beam was settled. Suddenly, August's heart tightened and he subconsciously released a spell. Protego. A curse of miserable green light hit the armor charm, causing a wave. The unicorn also stopped running at this time, looking around vigilantly, with its front hooves constantly hitting the ground, ready to attack at any time. August soothed the little unicorn and rolled over. Lumos Maxima. August's wand shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. This is the modified version of the flashing charm, and the power and flashing charm are no longer on the same level. With this light, August easily found the black-robed man hidden in the darkness. Without hesitation, with a gentle stroke of the wand of the man in a black robe, a stunning spell was fired. The man in the black robe didn't dare to be careless, he rolled to the side, and immediately avoided it. Little devil, you annoyed me. An angry voice came from under the black robe. Quirrell didn't know what magic he had used. It was dark under the hat, and August couldn't see anything. Without seeing any movement from him, a spell was uttered from his mouth. Serpensortia. A 2-foot-long giant python snaked out of his battle. The python was as thick as the trunk of a small tree. August didn't dare to be careless, this was the first time he had a life-and-death duel with a wizard, and his whole body was in a tense state. As soon as the wand lit up, the 2 big trees next to it stood up, the trunks turned into bodies, and the branches and roots turned into limbs. With 2 steps or 3 steps, he walked toward the python and started a fierce fight with the python. Quirrell was surprised that the little wizard was so good at transfiguration, but he didn't hesitate to move his hands. Avada Kedavra. A spell of the same color as before hit August. August didn't panic, and with a swipe of his wand, he swept the death-killing spell to the side. There was a big hole in the ground. Quirrell didn't expect this little wizard to be so difficult to deal with, and he was in trouble for a while, whether to leave or solve him. Idiot. Even a first-year wizard can't solve it, give me your body. Voldemort's voice of dissatisfaction echoed in Quirrell's mind. Quirrell didn't dare to resist, so he could only weakly say, Master, take it easy. He handed over control of his body. Suddenly, August felt that the aura of the wizard on the opposite side changed instantly, becoming more sinister and evil. August hurriedly cast a few shield charm on his body, and then kept the little unicorn away from here. Boy, although your strength is good, it is a pity that you are going to die here today. The hoarse voice came, like chalk scratching a blackboard, and August got goosebumps. Listening to the two different voices before and after, he knew that it was Voldemort who came out. Voldemort didn't say a word, and a killing curse was cast. The feeling this time was completely different from before. There was a suffocating sense of oppression. August clenched his wand, pouring magic into it frantically. Expecto Patronum. A silver-white phoenix flew out from between his sticks and headed straight for the oncoming killing curse. Chirp. Facing this extremely powerful killing curse, Phoenix did not dodge or evade, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in one bite. Then August saw Phoenix's body shrink in a circle, but the castration continued, and it slammed into Quirrell's body. Boom. Quirrell's body backed frantically, breaking 4 or 5 trees before stopping like a puddle of mud, motionless. August's power was unforgiving, and before the dust had cleared, he cast another powerful spell. Incendio. A heating flame suddenly rose, blazing where Quirrell had collapsed. What? The shrill scream came from Quirrell's mouth, and the flames had already burned on him, burning his robes. Damn it. I won't let you go. After he finished speaking, Quirrell's body turned into a plume of black smoke, breaking through the circle of flames and flying away like a distant place. August also heard the moment of breaking through the flames, and another scream came from his mouth. Only now did August relax, and the giant python beside him had long since been smashed by the 2 treemen. Sitting on the ground, August gasped heavily. Although it was only a short fight against a few spells, the thrill of it was unimaginable for ordinary people. Voldemort and Quirrell are both lunatics, and they continuously release life-threatening spells. Are they not afraid of being devoured by negative emotions and becoming dead who only know how to kill but have no reason? You must know that this is the real world. It does not mean that chanting a curse will have an effect. After the release of an unforgivable curse such as the killing curse, there will be a lot of negative emotions, and most people will have to wait for a long time to put one on. And just now Quirrell and Voldemort fired 3 shots in a row, all of which were used as regular spells. At this moment, the little unicorn came up and looked at August sitting on the ground with a pair of big innocent eyes. August could see the worry in it. As expected of a high-level creature in the magic world, his intelligence is no less than that of ordinary humans. August stood up, patted the little unicorn's head, indicating that he was okay, and then looked at the burning flames and the trees that were constantly being swallowed by the flames. Chapter 45, Conquering the Unicorn. Looking at the burning forest gave August a headache. How to put out the fire? After thinking about it for a long time, August drank a bottle of magic potion and replenished his magic power. Then do your best to squeeze the magic into the wand and lift it to the sky. Weather-modifying charms. With the release of the charm, a cloud of rain appeared in the sky, and it continued to swallow the clouds next to it and expand. It didn't take long for it to rain, and there was a tendency for it to get bigger and bigger. August didn't stop but used the water that rained on the ground to release several freezing spells in a row. The fire was finally contained. August. August. Where are you? Harry's voice was heard in the distance, and August shot another magical firework into the sky, guiding Harry. Soon, Harry and Hagrid appeared in front of him. Are you all right, August? Why is there a fire here? Looking at the fire ahead, the dead python and the 2 motionless treemen beside him, Harry asked concerned. It's all right, I met the wizard who attacked the unicorn and had a fight with him. These are all caused by your fighting. Swallowing his saliva, Harry asked with difficulty. Is the fight between 2 people so exaggerated? He and Hagrid could see the flames soaring into the sky and the chirping of a bird from afar. Most of it was caused by me. The wizard used the killing curse. Killing curse. Hagrid's terrified voice became sharp and thin, trembling involuntarily. Merlin. You're fighting a dark wizard who uses the killing charm. No, I must tell Dumbledore. August shook his head helplessly. How could Hagrid be so timid? Harry next to him was also silent. He knew the killing curse, which killed his parents and left a scar on his body. He knew all too well the horror of that spell. And August, who had been in school for a year with himself, fought that kind of existence and seemed to have won. This made Harry wonder if he was a 5. Okay, don't talk too much here, there is quite a lot of noise here, let's go first. If you have anything, Hagrid, please report to Professor Dumbledore. Seeing that the fire was gradually extinguished, August had no reason to stay here. Although he was not injured in the battle today, August still felt a little mentally exhausted. He couldn't wait to lie in bed and get a good night's sleep. Okay. Hagrid no longer dared to treat August as a first-year wizard, and subconsciously obeyed August's orders. Who is a first-year wizard who can fight a dark wizard? It's not magic. Neville and Malfoy next to them were scared out of their minds, and their tears were about to fall when they heard that they were going back. Especially Malfoy. Originally, he thought that August had made Slytherin lose face, and he was going to teach August a lesson, but August's excellent performance in class made him suppress this urge. He was very thankful that he had only been looking for trouble with Harry and didn't dare to mess with August, otherwise, the grass on the grave would probably be 3 feet tall by now. For a moment, his gaze towards Harry softened a lot. The group walked out of the Forbidden Forest, and August followed them slowly while sitting on the back of the unicorn, stroking the unicorn's smooth fur from time to time. Soon, they came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. It's time to part with the little unicorn too. Looking at the reluctant eyes of the little unicorn, August said that he was cute. Hastily patted his head. There are a lot of bad people out there. How about you live in the Forbidden Forest temporarily? If you want to find me, go to Hagrid's place and he will notify me. Woo. The little unicorn let out a cry, and suddenly there was a gleam of light from its horns, and then it touched August's chest. A 6-pointed star magic circle was formed on the ground, and many ancient runes were also engraved in it. August suddenly felt a connection between him and the little unicorn, and through this, some simple messages could be conveyed. This is a very old contract. The contractee can not only contact the pet through the contract, but some of his magic will also change due to the pet's attributes. It seems that the little unicorn has completely recognized August as the master. August decided to give her a name. I'll call you Celestia from now on, okay? The little unicorn liked the name and called out happily. After solving Celestia's problems, August did not stop and returned to the castle with Harry and the others. Celestia quietly watched August's leaving figure in the distance and walked slowly back to the forest until August was no longer visible. After saying hello to Harry, August went back to his bedroom and fell asleep. And the turmoil caused by this incident has only just begun. After such a big thing happened, Hagrid didn't care that it was too late. He went directly to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, and found Dumbledore. Chapter 46, Azura Field. Hagrid quickly came to the door of Dumbledore's headmaster's office. Sherbet Lemon. Rushing to the door of the office, Hagrid said the password directly, and the bronze beast looked at Hagrid and opened the door directly. And Dumbledore did not rest at this time. At this time, he was sitting at the chair, holding a pen in his hand, and was replying to the letter. Looking at Hagrid who hurried in, there was still a look of panic on his face. Dumbledore put the pen down and asked, "What's the matter, Hagrid?" Hagrid quickly told him what had happened in the Forbidden Forest just now, and Dumbledore's face became serious. "Lead the way, Hagrid." The two quickly rushed towards the spot where August fought just now. When he came to the place, looking at the blackened land and the broken trees, Dumbledore frowned. "Is this where Mr. Gaunt fought someone just now?" "Yes, Professor." Dumbledore thought for a while and pulled out a wand with a section that was slightly longer than a normal wand. "Aim for that field." A pair vestigium. The scene in the open space over there quickly regressed, until August appeared, and then it slowly stopped. It's just that the figure that appeared was very vague, and August probably couldn't recognize himself when he came here. This magic spell is similar to an hour reversal charm, but the effect is not so defiant. It can only restore some of the magic spells used in the current scene according to the fluctuation of magic power. And Dumbledore's ability to restore a blurred figure is beyond the scope of this spell, and he relies more on his profound magical attainments. But when he saw that the men in black robes should hit August with 2 consecutive killing curse, Hagrid's face turned pale, and even Dumbledore's face became more serious. After watching the battle, Dumbledore did not speak but stood silently. After a long time, he spoke. "Sorry, Hagrid, I can't tell exactly who this person is. I can only confirm that he is related to the mysterious men. You go back first, I still have some things to think about on my side." Hagrid shuddered when he heard the name of the mysterious men, then obeyed Dumbledore's orders and left quickly. And Dumbledore stood there, thinking about the battle scene just now, thinking quietly. "Tom, I didn't expect you to be like this." Muttering to himself, he thought about what August had just done. He knew that August was a genius, but he mastered this kind of combat-type transfiguration in his first year, and the Patronus of the Phoenix who could resist the killing curse. These things are things that many wizards can't do in their lifetime. Even the original Voldemort was much inferior when he was in first grade. Although August's usual performance is far from the name of the Dark Lord. However, once bitten by a snake, he is afraid of the rope for 100 years. The fragile wizarding world could no longer afford a third Dark Lord. Thinking of this, Dumbledore secretly decided to pay more attention to August in the future. Swinging his wand, several trees rose from the ground, and clumps of green grass appeared on the ground. Soon, the devastated ground came back to life. Everything is like nothing happened. After doing this, Dumbledore did not stop, turned, and returned to the castle. Silent all night. August slept beautifully to replenish his energy. On the way to the Transfiguration classroom, he was stopped by Hermione. "I heard you recovered a unicorn. Can you take me there?" August was a little surprised. How did it spread so quickly? Harry said it. He said you made a contract with a unicorn. Can you show me? Blushing, Hermione sold Harry directly. Okay, then before dinner this afternoon. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and August agreed directly. Thinking of this, he hasn't had time to tell Cho, so we better go together in the afternoon. The time came to afternoon, and August, Cho, and Hermione marched side by side. The three of them walked towards the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, without saying a word along the way. A strange atmosphere spread among the three of them. August just wanted to go back to the time when in the morning. It's okay to promise nothing. Do you have to be lazy? Isn't this looking for guilt? August wasn't a fool, how could he not know what Hermione thought about him? But he didn't know how to deal with it. So he had been allocating his time subtly, preventing Cho and Hermione from the meeting. It's all right now, because of their brain twitches, they still meet. This wave is Mars hitting the Earth. So in this strange atmosphere, the three came to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. August told Celestia early through the contract that he was going to see her. So when they arrived, a white shadow rushed over and instantly came to August's side. Woo. Celestia's happy voice sounded, and she gently arched August. Feeling the attachment to Celestia, August also smiled and stroked her mane. Cho and Hermione next to him had long been eager to see the holy unicorn standing beside him. The two women couldn't care less about the Cold War and said in unison that they also wanted to touch the unicorn. Chapter 47, Room of Requirement, the Bottleneck of Alchemy. August smiled when he saw the eyes of the two girls. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. I hope that the relationship between the two can be eased through Celestia. He waved his hand and let the two girls come forward. Celestia, they are my good friends, can they get to know you? Touching Celestia's horn, August asked her for her opinion. The unicorn's horn also distinguishes between good and evil. She sensed that the two women had no ill will towards her, and nodded lightly. A pair of big blue eyes looked at the two girls, like clear lake water. The two girls were all cute, and slowly stepped forward. Cho said in the softest tone. Celestia, can I touch you? After hesitating for a while, the unicorn nodded. Afterward, Cho was with excitement on his face, and gently put his hand on the unicorn's back. She closed his eyes intoxicated and enjoyed it. Hermione also watched this scene eagerly, but embarrassed to speak. At this time, August saw her embarrassment and said encouragingly. It's okay Hermione, you can try it too. Hearing August's words, Hermione followed Cho's example and stroked the unicorn. Then the two became acquainted with Celestia. The two and one beast started playing on the grass. For a time, the relationship between the two women also eased a lot. August watched this scene with satisfaction. Sure enough, Celestia was his lucky star, and she helped him a lot today. The sky gradually darkened, Cho and Hermione reluctantly said goodbye to the unicorn, and the three returned to the Great Hall. 2 months have passed, the final exam is approaching, and August's alchemy has hit a bottleneck. That night, August lay in bed with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with a frown. No, there is not enough space in the dormitory, and if there is any movement, it is easy to be discovered. August frowned, thinking that his alchemy experiment had reached the final stage. But there were 2 explosions before, although August relied on an excellent reaction to suppress the dynamic and static immediately. But it's a bit unsafe after all. After thinking about it, August didn't think of a good solution. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Yes, the Room of Requirement. How could I have forgotten a treasure? August patted his head angrily. Without hesitation, he put a disillusionment charm on himself and came to the 8th floor. Then he is dumbfounded. He only remembered that the Room of Requirement was on the 8th floor, but he didn't know where it was. Fortunately, he still remembers the entry conditions, so he can try it slowly. Then, he tried it one by one, wall by wall. Finally, on the wall opposite the tapestry, he attacked. I need a room where I can experiment with alchemy. When he finished the last recitation in his mind, a door suddenly appeared on the smooth wall, and August knew that this was the Room of Requirement. Pushing the door and walking in, there was a long experimental table in the middle of the empty room, and there were some tools on the table. Seeing this scene, August also felt very magical. It's unclear what the principle of this room is, but there must be a part of legilimency and space replacement magic in it. Not thinking too much, August opened the box where he cast the extension charm, and took out various materials and tools from it. August is going to be some assistant in his magical research, referred to as tool people. These tool people don't have to have strong ability, as long as they can help them deal with some repetitive work. The problem that troubles August now is the intelligent system of these tool people. He has refined the body and prepared the energy system. But how to instill his knowledge into the processing core perfectly is the biggest problem he is facing now. But fortunately, he already has some eyebrows. That is through the magic of the Garden of Eden. After this magic is cast, each character is independent and will develop differently according to the memory and magic power instilled by the caster. For example, August created an LSP in a dream. Even if August didn't intervene, he would go on the road of seeking resources every day. And August modified this spell, transmitted some knowledge and memory, and then created characters in the Garden of Eden. Then it is permanently solidified on the toolman. This becomes a manifestation of pseudo-artificial intelligence. Thinking of this, August began his experiments, constantly shaping memory in the Garden of Eden. It's a tough process, even harder than creating a whole new spell. What August has to do is keep the specific memory he's shaped even if he doesn't maintain the Garden of Eden. It's been a long process, and August only hopes that this spell can be perfected before this semester. Chapter 48, The Ever-Distant Utopia. The time is gradually approaching the final exam, and all the little wizards are nervously preparing for the exam. Hermione has been having a bad relationship with August lately. She thinks August doesn't believe what she says, the Snape being the bad guy thing. She claims to have overheard a conversation where Snape threatened Quirrell. This made her very sure that the guy who coveted the Philosopher's Stone was Snape. August didn't refute it, just said that the truth of the matter is far from being as simple as it seems. This made Hermione a little unhappy with his covert behavior, pouting to ignore August for a while until she caught Snape out. August didn't care about this either. Hermione was a stubborn girl. Only when she found out the truth herself would she realize her mistake. August also wanted to make Hermione take his own words seriously through this incident. Sometimes having a personality is a kind of charm, but girls with a too strong personality are still not so pleasing. Under such circumstances, August's first final exam came. There is nothing to say about the whole exam. August passed all the exams smoothly. Especially in the defense against the dark arts exam. Quirrell shuddered when he saw August take out his wand. Speaking of Quirrell, August also had to feel that Voldemort's methods were superb. Under the circumstances last time, Quirrell was almost out of shape. But Quirrell showed up at Hogwarts after a week of leave, but his voice was very weak. And deliberately avoid August every time. August didn't dismantle Quirrell either, since he still had to get the Philosopher's Stone after all. And just like that, August's first-year life came to an end. After August completed all the exams, he returned to the bedroom, ready to draw a wave of cards to improve his strength. Since the last Nicholas Flamel card, August has saved another 20,000 gold coins. To be able to draw the diamond card, August has been refusing to draw a card. Today, he decided to give it a try and see how many good things he could get with 20,000 gold coins. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, August chose to draw cards. This most unfortunate time point he fortuned out was regarded as the golden time by him. After all, troll-level divination talent, everyone knows it. System, all 20,000 gold coins will be withdrawn. Remember to bring something good. After speaking, August stopped talking and stared at the card pool interface. There is no ink in the system, and light is constantly flying out from the center. Finally, near the end, a colorful light covered the brilliance of other cards. August's heart was slightly relieved, and he came out with one. Finally, when the card draw is over, 5 gold cards and 1 diamond card remain, and the other cards, August, are all integrated, and materials and items are included in the system space. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, instead of looking at the diamond card, August first looked at the 5 golden cards. 2 Professor McGonagall, 1 Snape, and 1 Nicholas Flamel. There is nothing to say. Professor McGonagall chose transfiguration talent to improve his talent, and Snape chose potions. Nicholas Flamel chooses alchemy. The last card took August by surprise. Bloodline Awakening Potion, gold wake up the sleeping ancient bloodline in the body. If the bloodline has been awakened, the awakening progress will be greatly improved. Isn't that what he got in the novice gift pack? August knew the power of this witch spirit bloodline. The witch spirits were the first batch of wizards to awaken their magic power. At that time, there were a group of people with extraordinary talents in the world. They have powers that ordinary people do not have and can cast all kinds of strange spells. This group of people was later called witch spirits by wizards. August deeply realized that his magic power was growing at a much faster rate than ordinary people. Even without the fusion card, August's magic power would now surpass that of an average adult wizard. Without hesitation, August fused 5 gold cards. Feeling the huge increase in the magic power in his body, August was immersed in the feeling of the rapid increase in strength. It took a while for August to barely control the magic within him. It seems that it will take a while to get used to the magic in the body. The increase in magic power this time is too huge, and August has no way to control it perfectly. If he is asked to take the spells exam now, he is afraid that his spell will blow up the classroom. This made him feel fortunate. Fortunately, he chose to draw cards after the final exam. Finally, August looked at the last diamond card. The surface of the card shattered. A gorgeous scabbard was formed and floated in front of August. The main body is blue, the sides and tip of the scabbard are wrapped in gold, and this complicated pattern is also engraved on it. The overall look is atmospheric and gorgeous. And when August saw the introduction of this scabbard, the ever-distant Utopia. Aliases, Avalon. Introduction, it was created by fairies along with Excalibur, an inscription written in fairy letters engraved on its center to show that it is not the work of men. Efficacy 1, after the holder grows to 18 years old, he will remain youthful and immortal. Effect 2, endows the holder with strong healing ability and a speed of mana recovery. Effect 3, after encountering a crisis or actively releasing it, bounded field, Avalon, any attack that cannot travel through space cannot touch the host, which can be called an absolute defense. Take off, this wave is taking off. At this time, August's brain was blank. He never expected to draw a noble phantasm at this level in his first diamond level card draw. It's as if the system pointed to August's nose and said, "Cubs, get me up." This is the most famous defensive noble phantasm in another anime world. With him, August dared to eat the killing curse. Moreover, the system has also been changed intimately, so August doesn't have to worry that after fusion, he will stop growing like a foolish king. He can grow up to 18 years old, and then stay young forever. Wiping the unsatisfactory tears from the corners of his mouth, August integrated Avalon into his body. A warm feeling rose from within. And his magic has become more active. It's getting close to the level where he was holding his wand before. August felt it carefully and found that Avalon was still improving his body. He felt that the cells in his body were full of vitality. If he wears it all the time, his body will exceed the limits of human beings. Maybe he can still be a fellow practitioner of magic and martial arts. Chapter 49, the gorgeous attribute panel, the wisdom and bravery of the Big Pass. Let's start. The next day, August went straight to the room of requirement. He wished to get a training room dedicated to magic. With all kinds of targets and anti-magic equipment inside, August released magic to his heart's content. He found that his magic power was regenerated 5 or 6 times faster, and his ability to cast spells silently and without a staff was also enhanced. Now, he can be called a walking magic fort. Finally, after a day of bombardment, August was able to control his magic again. August felt that his current strength had reached the professor level, and no one dared to say that Snape would still be able to deal with it. August checked his attribute panel, and sure enough, that had a huge improvement. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 12 years old. Status, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Witch Spirit, Awakening. It is expected to be fully awakened after the age of 18, and the magic scale will reach the pseudo-legendary level. Magic scale, 55.4. Magic items, Avalon. Charms talent, 6, excellent. Defense against the dark arts, 7, Wizards of the Sky. Transfiguration spell talent, 6, excellent. Potions talent, 7, Sky Wizards. Black magic, 9, the Demon King comes to Earth. Spells, Fiend Fire, Cruciatus Curse, Sectum Sempra, only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed. Gold, 300. Looking at his system panel, August was very satisfied. It was only the first semester, and his strength had improved to this level. After Voldemort is resurrected, he can reach the pseudo-legendary level. Although the pseudo-legendary and the professor level are only 1 level apart. But the gap between the 2 levels is wider than the gap between Muggle and professor. In nearly 100 years, only 3 people have achieved this level. Walking out of the room of requirement, he saw Hermione standing at the door of the principal's office, constantly talking to the statue. "Let me in. I'm looking for Professor Dumbledore on something very important." "Sorry, you can't enter without a password." The stone statue said expressionlessly, ruthlessly rejecting Hermione. "Why are you here, Hermione?" August was a little puzzled. "August, why are you here?" Hermione seemed to see a savior. Excitedly, he said to August. "Someone broke into the 4th floor. It must be Snape. Harry and the others are guarding the door, waiting for me to call Professor Dumbledore there." Hearing this, August patted his head. How could he forget such an important thing by practicing magic by himself? Without hesitation, August read the password to the bronze statue. "Sherbet lemon." The stone statue hesitated for a while, but it seemed that the left and right sides were separated. August strode inside, followed by Hermione. But unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore is not here. August spoke in a low voice. "Professor Dumbledore is not here, let's go to the 4th floor now. I'm afraid Harry and the others broke in directly." August vaguely remembered that Harry didn't wait for Dumbledore in the original book, and rushed in with his friends. At this time, Hermione, who was somewhat helpless, had to listen to August's words, and the 2 quickly rushed to the abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. At this time, Harry and Ron were waiting anxiously at the door of the classroom. To be honest, August was a little surprised when he saw Harry didn't rush in. After all, the savior has always been a style, reckless. It seems to be quite calm today. Harry, Professor Dumbledore is out of the office and won't be able to find him for a while. Hearing this, Harry became even more anxious, and his heart sank. Come on, let's go in together, August, you are so good, we can stop Snape. August didn't stop either, just looking at the levels set up by several other professors. Thus began August's first dungeons of the school year at Hogwarts. The configurations are number 1 calling Harry, number 2 calling Ron, and number 3 a seductive lowly, calling Hermione. Well, at least in August's eyes. Walking in the door, he saw the 3-headed dog Fluffy, still the same. August directly turned a stool next to him into a harp and played a song called Poor Fork. The 3-headed dog Fluffy kneeled directly. However, when Harry next to him waited, he always felt a little strange. Why did the words Harry Potter ride and fly suddenly appear in his mind? Shaking his head, Harry quickly threw his unreliable thoughts out of his mind. Hermione next to him couldn't help but sigh, that such a terrifying magical creature could be defeated by a single song. Still such an ugly tune. Sure enough, Snape is an idiot. He must have been bitten by Fluffy last time. Ron on the side was also schadenfreude. As long as Snape was unlucky, this silly kid would be happy for the entire semester. Okay, don't think about so much useless, are you ready, we're going to jump. August walked over to the trapdoor, pulled it hard, and the door opened. Is it okay? They stretched out his head and looked down. Then looked at each other. It was pitch black like a black hole. Bottomless. Seeing that the 3 of them were cowardly, August set an example and jumped off. Well, although he knew that there was devil's snare underneath, August wouldn't put his safety on memory. Casting the Arresto momentum charm in the air, August slowly fell to the ground. There are soft plants down there. No problem. Jump down. Come on, Hermione, I'll catch you like last time, trust me. August shouted at the top. Chapter 50, why not play an exciting game of flying chess? Hermione blushed when she heard August's words. But she didn't hesitate, took a deep breath, and jumped down. August's arms held Hermione firmly in his embrace and swayed subconsciously. Then she said something that made Hermione break her defense in an instant. Why does it feel heavier than last time? Hermione heard it and slapped frantically on August's chest. Even after Hermione was put down by August, she still twisted half a turn on his arm. Harry and Ron above were relieved to see that everything was fine and jumped down one by one. Then heard. Ouch, *2. August, you already picked up Hermione, why didn't you pick up both of us? Harry and Ron rubbed their butts and looked at August resentfully. Although there are soft plants on the ground. But they still had some pain when they jumped from that high. August looked at them like a fool. Are you and Hermione the same? Puffed. This sentence was like a sharp arrow, hitting the hearts of the 2 people fiercely. Look at August, then look at Hermione. Confirmed the eyes, both of them are people who can't be provoked. Seeing the silly looks of the 2, August ignored them. How could Lowly fall to the ground? Lumos. They cast flashing charm with their wands, lighting up the room. Hermione screamed as she saw the plants on the ground. God. This is the devil's snare, they are not safe, we need to use fire. Before he could finish speaking, August snapped his fingers. Resist the ring of fire. After he finished speaking, a flame ring appeared from under his feet, and then rapidly expanded. The devil's snare seems to meet the enemy and immediately collects all the vines. The speed was so fast that the 3 little ones were stunned. Go, don't waste time here. Regardless of their consternation, August walked in the direction the devil's snare had receded, where there was a wooden door. Harry looked at August enviously, and he also wanted to be as cool and handsome as August. Snap your fingers and call whatever you want. Too bad he didn't even know what spells August used, let alone cast spells without a wand. This is not a magic spell in itself, but a fine control of the flame spell. The large number of blue and white cards that August obtained in this card draw has made his application of some basic magic spells reach a state of perfection. Just now August just made up a name just to be handsome. This wave of batches was very successful. Didn't you see little stars appearing in Hermione's eyes next to her? Walking into the wooden door, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the winged keys flying in the sky. Harry saw the broom next to him, and his eyes were happy. There's a broom there. Just. Before he finished speaking, August pointed to the ground, and a giant hand instantly appeared on the ground. He swept towards the sky suddenly, and directly grabbed more than half of the keys. August snapped his fingers again, and his palm instantly turned into a cage, trapping the keys in the cage. Look for the injured wing. If someone opened the door just now, the key's wings must be different from the others. After speaking, August made a chair and sit it. Mainly because August can't stand it anymore. Is the broom next to him serious? It's almost like going to an escape room and someone slaps a map on your face. Harry opened his mouth. Well, I still have some use, at least I can still find the keys. Soothing to himself, Harry and Ron went up to find the keys. And Hermione was left by August's side, and the two shared a lounge chair. Looking at Harry and Ron leisurely, struggling to find the key. When the two found a key with sky blue wings and inserted it into the wooden door, after a harsh sound, the wooden door was opened. As soon as the door was opened, the key was bounced away, and he was caught twice in a row, looking exhausted. The group passed through the wooden door and entered a dark hall. Suddenly, the room was brightly lit, showing the shocking scene in this room. In front of them was a huge chessboard. Harry, Ron, and Hermione paled. Because the pieces on the chessboard are too huge, more than twice as high as they are. In front of them is a black, and the opposite is a white. There was nothing on August's face, and with this black and white chessboard, it looked particularly gloomy and empty. There are a few fewer black stones, let them act as pawns, and if they win against the opponent, they will be able to pass the level. At this time, August's inner spit soul was burning. Dare to be more obvious in the design of these levels. The last level is to reflect Harry's flying skills, and this level is designed for Ron. Is this a custom service in the wizarding world? Professor McGonagall, why don't you get a flying chessboard and let them play an exciting game of flying chess? Chapter 51, this is not wizard's chess. Soon, Ron and Harry had their positions on the board assigned. Ron was very excited at this time. He felt that this level was specially prepared for him. Well, it's actually. Ron, who had been pressed down and couldn't raise his head, could finally show himself. However, Ron's beautiful fantasy was immediately shattered by August. Geminio. August said that although he can't play wizard's chess, he is a wizard, right? As a wizard, of course, you must learn to defeat magic with magic. After a few doubling charm, the number of black chess pieces on the field suddenly increased several times. August still felt that it was not enough, and put another layer of the shield on each black pawn. After a few minutes, everyone watched as each white piece was kicked in a circle surrounded by 3 or 5 black pieces. They fell into silence. Harry and Hermione looked at August admiringly, saying they had learned. Ron, on the other hand, had a collapsed expression. Muttering to himself, this is not wizard's chess, it shouldn't be like this. The whole person seems to be broken. After all the white pieces on the field were violently swept out of the board by August, the door behind White opened immediately. As if he wanted to send these plague gods away quickly, he couldn't wait. A group of people filed in to bring the next level. As a result, the house was empty. Smell, an unpleasant smell in the air. Hermione analyzed, this should be Professor Quirrell's level, it should be the troll, but the troll has been solved by August. Harry and Ron nodded blankly. Sure enough, they still didn't come in handy. Just be obedient and follow August. Then everyone went to the next room. Just after everyone entered the room, flames of 2 different colors rose, blocking the way forward and the way out. There is only a table in the middle, and there are 7 bottles of various shapes on it. And a piece of parchment. Hermione stepped forward, picked up the parchment, and looked at it. This seems to be a puzzle that we can try to solve. August naturally let the little witch. Since she has the heart to decipher it, let her try it. After reading it several times, Hermione walked around in front of the row of potion bottles, and finally, she chose a black bottle. This can help us pass the flames and get to the next room. Harry looked at the black medicine bottle and saw that there was only enough in it to suffocate him. He decided to drink this bottle of potion himself and break it into the next level. I'll go in with you. I have a way to pass this flame, but I can only pass it alone. August spoke at this time. Of course, he has many ways to pass through this flame, and even extinguish it directly. But after all, he had to face Voldemort for a while, and he didn't want to be distracted to protect Hermione. Of course, Harry is fine as the protagonist, and he needs to get the Philosopher's Stone. After Harry heard the words, he felt at ease. With August around, he also had some confidence. After pouring in the potion, Harry resolutely walked into the flames in front of him, with a feeling of desolation that would never return. Just as August was about to follow, Hermione suddenly rushed over and hugged him. Be sure to protect yourself well, I will go to Dumbledore. After a few seconds, Hermione blushed and let go of August. Gently rubbing the little witch's hair, August agreed gently. Don't worry, I'm strong. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the flames. As August stepped forward, a flash of fire appeared from behind him. Wow! With a soft moan, a noble and gorgeous phoenix appeared behind August. It was Fury. August kept walking, and against the background of the phoenix, the whole person became sacred and solemn, which made Hermione and Ron, who was already stunned beside them, feel reverence in their hearts. Fury's body burned with golden flames, then wrapped August up. And amazingly, the flames didn't hurt August in the slightest. He passed the flames in front of him so smoothly and disappeared in front of the two of them. Why you, Quirrell? Harry looked at the last person in the room in surprise. It's me. Quirrell's voice was very different from usual, with a hint of gloom and weirdness. I was wondering if I would meet you here, Potter. But I thought Snape him. Harry obviously couldn't believe Quirrell, who was usually submissive and was constantly being forced by Snape. It turned out to be the person who plotted to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, I told you a long time ago, don't let prejudice cloud your judgment. Here, August, guarded by the Phoenix Flame, appeared in the room. Quirrell, we meet again. You were so lucky last time in the Forbidden Forest. However, you can't run today. And you, Voldemort. Chapter 52, August. It's not a good thing to say. It's you. Gaunt. Quirrell looked at August in horror, not expecting Harry not to be the only one who finally entered the room. There is such a handsome shit stick as August. He drank the correct potion to the point where only one person's weight was enough. Oh, this person has a phoenix, that's fine. Idiot. Turn your head away. Another voice suddenly appeared on Quirrell's body, startling Harry. Yes, esteemed master. Quirrell replied respectfully, then turned around and slowly took off his scarf, revealing a terrifyingly small head. Harry felt like he was being watched by a terrifying monster, and he wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. Even August next to him was disgusted. It wasn't the back of Quirrell's head, but a dead chalk-like face with two terrible bright red eyes. Most importantly, he has no nostrils. August had long known that Voldemort was on the back of Quirrell's head, but he didn't expect it to be 100 times uglier than in the movie. Harry Potter. Look at what I've become, said the face. I even need to borrow other people's bodies, but there are always people who will let me into their hearts and minds. The face turned slowly to August. August Gaunt. After all, I'm still your elder. My mother is also from the Gaunt family. I know your talent, surrender to me, you will be my right-hand man. August was happy to hear this. Friends. No, Voldemort, I'm not happy to say this, I'm an excellent student of all-round development of intellectual, physical, and aesthetics at Hogwarts. Voldemort thought August was afraid of Dumbledore and continued to speak. Don't worry, Dumbledore's immortal. Boom. An explosive fireball blasted toward Voldemort from in front of August. August was too lazy to listen to Voldemort's nonsense and directly smashed his face with a fireball. Voldemort didn't expect the little wizard in front of him to be so ignorant of martial arts, and he didn't react for a while. When he recovered, the fireball was about to hit him. In desperation, Voldemort could only dodge the attack with a very embarrassing roll. Is this the Dark Lord? August sneered mercilessly, but the thing in his hand was not slow at all, and he waved his wand. The 3 spells are like the cannon. This time, Voldemort was not careless, and directly released 3 spells that accurately hit August's 3 attacks. Do you think I couldn't beat you like last time? Voldemort roared. He was only careless last time, did not expect this younger generation to have such strong magic power. The killing curse can't defeat him head-on. Harry, go to the Mirror of Erist and get the Philosopher's Stone. I'll deal with him. August ignored Voldemort's roar and commanded Harry. Harry hurried to the Mirror of Erist after hearing this. Voldemort did not stop him, after all, he planned to obtain the Philosopher's Stone through Harry Potter. Sectum Sempra. 2 invisible air blades attacked Voldemort, very concealed. With his keen sense, Voldemort avoided only one. But another attack did hit his thigh. What? A scream came from Professor Quirrell, probably because the body was not Voldemort's, and he didn't feel anything. It's just that Quirrell is suffering. Damn it. Voldemort summoned a cloud of black mist, and the injury on the repairer's body, although there was no pain, also affected the movement of this body. Voldemort felt that the August in front of him was outrageous. From the few short confrontations just now, Voldemort felt that the power of August's spell was much stronger, and he released it at will. It can't go on like this. Voldemort is secretly anxious, not sure when Dumbledore will come. My servant, Quirrell, give me your all. After he finished speaking, despite Quirrell's objection, the black mist he summoned filled his body, and Quirrell let out bursts of screams. August frowned. Although Voldemort is not in his prime now, there are a lot of crooked ways. He has seen the introduction of this kind of magic from the Forbidden Book area, directly squeezing the vitality of the wizard, and breaking out the magic power far beyond the normal in a short period. It is similar to the method of disintegrating the demons in fantasy novels. Sure enough, at the top of Voldemort's wand, wisps of fiery red flames emerged, and the magical energy lingered on the ground and expanded wildly. Formed a flame python. The flame python snaked towards August. At this moment, Fury above August's head let out a long cry, carrying a golden phoenix flame, and met the flame python. Chapter 53, This Philosopher's Stone is fake. At this time, in this small room, 3 different scenes appeared. At this moment, Harry was shivering behind the mirror of Ariste. And Phoenix Fury was fighting with the Fiend Fire Python, splashing flames from time to time, so frightened that Harry didn't dare to show his head. In the end, it was the confrontation between August and Voldemort. The curses flew between the two. From time to time, the collision of the curses and the curses blasted large pits on the ground. Bombarda. Flexible to the right side. August dodged a Cruciatus curse and returned with an exploding charm in return. August has to say that although he only got Avalon for one day, August felt that his reaction and physical fitness had improved a lot. Whenever facing the attacking spell, he can always dodge and counterattack. If August unfolded Avalon now, he could kill him right now. But it is rare to have a qualified opponent, and August doesn't want to directly crush the opponent. You want to beat me too? August Gaunt. Voldemort was also angry at this time. A first-year freshman fought back and forth with him. How could he be the Dark Lord? Desperately extracting the vitality from Quirrell's body, Voldemort unleashed black magic that August had never seen before. Countless ghosts appeared from behind him, turned into ghosts, and rushed towards August. Although I don't know what the effect of this magic is, it is extremely evil at first glance. Expecto Patronum, Unicorn. Expecto Patronum, Phoenix. August cast 2 Patronus spells in a row, summoning a unicorn and a phoenix, rampaging, and directly killing these ghosts without leaving them behind. This is a gain from August's previous contract with Celestia. He discovered that his Patronus charm could summon 2 Patronus. And phoenixes and unicorns are magical creatures. In the original book, only Dumbledore's patron saint is also a phoenix, a magical creature. The others are just ordinary little animals. Voldemort looked at the phoenix with raging anger in his eyes. It was this phoenix who suffered making him such a big loss last time in the Forbidden Forest. Several consecutive smashing spells hit the phoenix in the air, and Voldemort began to summon a new fiend fire. The high-intensity use of magic power has caused Quirrell's body to collapse. Seeing this, August was also helpless, the venue was too small, and Harry had to be burned to death if there was more fire. Using the active magic of his body, August unleashed a powerful transformation. The ground vibrated wildly as if something was about to burst out of the ground. One by one, tall armored stone statues emerged from the ground, holding heavy swords, like expedition crusaders returning from the Middle Ages. That's it, Voldemort. August hurriedly poured a bottle of medicine into his mouth, restoring some of the magic power that was about to be depleted. Those stone statues were dispatched, which can be called the most powerful transformation spell that August has mastered so far. Use powerful transfiguration spells to transform into stone-armored soldiers to fight for yourself. Voldemort did not dare to be careless when he saw this. Raise wand in hand. A puño. The gravel under his feet floated into the air, there were hundreds of them, they quickly transformed into arrows, and rushed towards the stone statue with Voldemort's order. August also had to sigh, Voldemort is not only good at black magic but also the use of this ordinary magic spell is also very outstanding. This combination of the Apunio Jinx and Transfiguration is not something that everyone can master. Unfortunately, the defensive power of the stone statue is amazing. These stone arrows knocked down the top of the stone statue and only caused minor damage to the surface. They were still firmly on their way to Voldemort. Voldemort was soon surrounded by siege, and he could only keep attacking the statue with spells. At this time, the unicorn Patronus found a neutral position, and the sharp horn on the top of his head pierced directly into Voldemort's chest. The divine light shines above. Voldemort was about to cast the armor spell. Silencio. August's precise silencing charm interrupted his casting, and the unicorn Patronus hit Voldemort smoothly. A big hole appeared in his chest. Damn you. Looking at August resentfully, Voldemort no longer could resist, not to mention the hole. Even Quirrell's vitality has been extracted by him. August also knew that this duel was over, and he was just about to finally deal with the remnant of Voldemort. A black mist suddenly appeared on Quirrell's body, and he quickly rushed out of the door that was smashed into a big hole by the curse. Wait. August Gaunt. One day, I'll be back. When the time comes, your flesh and blood, your soul. All will become my sacrifice. August hit the black mist with several spells in a row, but it didn't work, he could only watch Voldemort slip away like this. He didn't panic at all about the threat of Voldemort's departure. Voldemort has been beaten up by him now, let alone in the future. At this time, Harry, who was shivering behind the magic mirror, heard the cruel words that Voldemort said when he escaped and knew that August had won. Tremblingly, he emerged from behind the magic mirror. All of a sudden, he saw the devastating room and the fiend fire burning on the ground. Have you got the Philosopher's Stone? Harry. Wake up the stunned Harry, August asked. I got it, Harry replied subconsciously, but he was still shocked by this tragic scene. Although he already knew that August was very strongly last time, this time it was even more shocking to him. After all, the rumbling explosion just now, the still raging flames, and the tall stone statue all showed the power of August. Just got it, and glanced at the fiend fire on the ground. Wand flicked. The so-called never-extinguishing fire gradually disappeared under August's spell. Walking in front of Harry, August asked for the Philosopher's Stone directly. Harry also felt that it might be safer in August's hands, so he gave it to him without hesitation. Looking at the peculiarly shaped red stone in his hand, August raised it in front of him and looked at it. This is the so-called Philosopher's Stone that can make people immortal. Why does it feel that there are not many powerful magic fluctuations? Holding the Philosopher's Stone tightly, a trace of magic penetrated it. August's expression changed. Is this Philosopher's Stone fake? Chapter 54, Dumbledore after the fact. August had the urge to blow up the school at this time. What's the matter? I fought with Voldemort after a lot of hard work, and the Philosopher's Stone I finally got is a fake. Dumbledore is a fool. Just when August complained about Dumbledore fiercely. A burst of loud singing could appease people's hearts and bring endless courage. Along with the singing, Dumbledore and his Phoenix Fox appeared at the door. August rolled his eyes. You came just in time, Dumbledore. August. Hermione's urgent voice came, and she jumped into August's arms and cried. Seeing how the little witch was crying, August was still very moved although he was not injured. He comforted Hermione softly, saying that he was safe and sound. Voldemort or something is just a sticker. Hermione raised her head stubbornly and looked at August. Promise me, don't take such risks in the future, okay? Looking at the serious look of the little witch, and the strong friendship in his eyes, August's inner softness was severely touched. Leaning down, he gently kissed Hermione, conveying his feelings to her. Hermione, although shy, was very cooperative. For a long time, the lips are divided. August thought silently in his heart, it's not my scum, but Cupid who helped him shoot arrows out of Renance's hurricane. After defending himself a little, August quickly put his guilt on Cho behind him. Dumbledore, who was on the side, did not bother and watched the scene in front of him with a smile. Knowing that the two were separated, he was the only one who spoke. Young is good. When I see you, I think of me when I was young. As he spoke, he recalled the past. Didn't you fight with Grindelwald when you were young? There's no such thing as a little witch. August's heart was full of malice. Seeing August not answering, Dumbledore was not embarrassed. Glancing at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, he looked at Quirrell on the ground. He stepped forward and checked Quirrell's condition. Quirrell had turned into a mummified corpse now and was too old to look like. Dumbledore knew in his heart that this was Voldemort's magic. Looking around at the surrounding environment, the intensity of this battle may be far beyond his imagination. Hermione's eyes followed Dumbledore's actions. August hurriedly covered the little witch's eyes. Don't let her see this disgusting scene. Ron and Harry next to them were miserable and had already started retching. Seeing the little wizards like this, Dumbledore knew that this was not the place to talk. Okay, let's go to my office and talk, there are some things I need to ask Harry and Mr. Gaunt. In the headmaster's room, Hermione and Ron had left, leaving only Harry and August sitting opposite Dumbledore. Want something to eat? Looking at the two little wizards in front of him, Dumbledore asked. Harry was a little reserved and didn't say anything, but August was welcome. He had just come out of the room of requirement when Hermione pulled him away, and he had only eaten a little dessert for most of the day. His stomach was already empty. A roast chicken, and an onion soup. Oh, by the way, give me another beef patty. Listening to what August said, Dumbledore was silent. This kid doesn't treat himself as an outsider. Still, he waved his wand and summoned what August had ordered. Seeing August eating in big chunks, Harry next to him swallowed silently. Seeing August eating so deliciously, he, who was not very hungry at first, also felt a little hungry. But it was too late, Dumbledore had already spoken. So Harry, can you tell me how you found out about Quirrell's plot? Immediately, Harry talked about what happened, and he also said that he had misunderstood Snape to be a conspirator. Dumbledore heard this and explained to Harry the grievances between Snape and his father. At this time, Harry finally realized why Snape was targeting him so much. This wave is the father's debt to the son. But he still felt that Snape was not a good person. In the end, Harry finished talking about today's events and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It was August today that we were able to successfully protect the Philosopher's Stone. Harry said that he is just a spectator. Needless to say, Harry, when you know someone is going to snatch the Philosopher's Stone, you dare to stop it. This is already a qualified Gryffindor's performance. Dumbledore praised. This is his favorite cub, how can he not encourage it? After Harry heard it, although he was still a little embarrassed, he was also deeply encouraged. After talking about Harry, Dumbledore looked at August who was still gobbling down. The expression on his face paused. Why hasn't this kid finished eating yet? Harry, you go back first, and I'll talk to Mr. Gaunt about the rest. Oh well. Harry nodded quickly, glanced at August who was still eating and walked out of the headmaster's room. Finally, August finished eating and wiped his mouth with the handkerchief he had conjured. When Dumbledore saw that August had finished eating, he swiped his wand and the table was immediately cleaned. Looks like you're eating well, Gaunt. Principal, your meal here is much better than ours. August responded with a smile. Yes, as the principal, it's not too much for me to have an elf who is better at cooking, right? After finishing speaking, he winked mischievously at August, acting like an old urchin. After listening, August can only say, is this a privilege? After 2 jokes, the two finally got to the point. Mr. Gaunt, you did a great job today, thank you for fighting off Voldemort to protect the Philosopher's Stone. So, can you give me back the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket? After all, it's Nico's stuff. Chapter 55, Can I touch your wand? Philosopher's Stone. August is a little confused, isn't this Philosopher's Stone fake? How could Dumbledore say the truth? Professor, I just observed it, although this stone has some magical fluctuations, but... August didn't finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. But there is absolutely no such huge magic power that can turn stone into gold and make people live forever, right? Dumbledore said August's unfinished words, but he didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked August a question. Mr. Gaunt, what do you think is the essence of alchemy as you have been the best student at Hogwarts for 50 years, no, not even ever? Equivalent exchange. August's answer blurted out. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Then another question was asked. Then why do you think the Philosopher's Stone can make people immortal? Is the magic in the Philosopher's Stone endless? Hearing this, August somewhat understood. You mean, this Philosopher's Stone is going to be exhausted? Yes, Nico has owned it for more than 600 years, and only the last bit of magic power is consumed. Dumbledore didn't hide it and told the truth frankly. August suddenly realized, no wonder Nicholas Flamel gave the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore used him as a lure to seduce Voldemort. It turned out to be an expiring product. At this moment, August felt a little sad for Voldemort and casually sent news of the Philosopher's Stone to him. People and ghosts are showing off, and only Voldemort has been beaten again. August took out the Philosopher's Stone and put him on the table with a regretful expression. Seeing this, Dumbledore was a little worried and a little hesitant, but he finally spoke up. Mr. Gaunt, you are so young now, and old age and death are too far away for you. Your greatest wealth is your extraordinary wisdom. You don't need to pursue the power of the Philosopher's Stone. August was stunned, knowing that Dumbledore had misunderstood him, and he didn't hide it. Professor, I think you misunderstood. I don't desire the power of the magic stone, but want to study some ancient alchemy through the magic stone. Dumbledore had some doubts about the veracity of August's words. August didn't care either. Dumbledore was also a master of alchemy, so he could ask him these questions. Immediately, August threw some of his alchemical problems to Dumbledore. After communicating with August, Dumbledore confirmed in his heart that August's alchemy has reached a certain level. There are even some aspects of August's problems that have inspired him. Sorry, Mr. Gaunt, I misunderstood you. Dumbledore apologized to Gaunt, not because he was quite uneasy. He knew that August must have his secret, otherwise he would not have the current strength. A freshman who defeated Voldemort, Snape taught all his potions, and now he has such deep research on alchemy. He can't imagine that when August grows up, he will become another legend in the magic world. If he goes astray. August looked at Dumbledore's uncertain eyes. How could he not know what Dumbledore was worried about after seeing all the movies and countless movie reviews? August decided to make things clear. With his current strength, although he can't compete with Dumbledore, Dumbledore should not think about doing any harm to him who has Avalon. But he also needed to show an attitude. After all, Cho and Hermione lived here, and he didn't want to break up with the old bee and have to drop out. Professor, I know your concerns and even some of your plans. As soon as the words came out, Dumbledore became serious. August continued without caring. I'm just an ordinary Ravenclaw student, here I have my friends, my love, believe me, I'm not like my relatives. If I can, I just want to spend 7 years at Hogwarts smoothly. Power and wealth are not important to me. After listening to this, Dumbledore was silent and did not speak for a long time. August was not in a hurry but looked at the 2 phoenixes in the air. Since Fawkes saw Fury, he was captured immediately. He kept hovering in front of Fury, showing off his beautiful feathers from time to time. On the other hand, Fury ignored Fawkes's love and didn't even look at him. Take care of your feathers. Seeing Fawkes like this, August couldn't stop complaining. What kind of phoenix is this? Isn't this a licking dog? Dumbledore thought about it for a long time and thoroughly understood it. August and Voldemort and Grindelwald are not the same. Although talented, he did not show ambition, and the little wizards flocked to him because of his charm. Also, As someone who grew up in the Muggle world, he didn't have the same hatred for Muggles that Voldemort did. Also very willing to help the orphanage where he grew up. Most importantly, he has someone he loves, well, more than one. After he figured it out, Dumbledore no longer struggled and looked at August with a smile. Forgive me for being a bad old man, after all, I have taught a bad student. Haha, Dumbledore wiped the matter, and then quickly changed the subject. This time, you helped the school guard the Philosopher's Stone. When the final semester ceremony is held, I will add 2 points to Ravenclaw. Apart from that, what other rewards do you want? After waiting for Dumbledore's words, August's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the house points, but he was very interested in the extra reward. Can the Elder Wand be touched by me? Chapter 56, Investing in Twins. Watching the door to the principal's office slowly close, August shook his head in dissatisfaction. Dumbledore is not kind, he lets him choose the reward. Why did he turn his face when he mentioned the Elder Wand? But it was not a loss. In the end, the old bee agreed to help August contact Nicholas Flamel to see if August could study alchemy with Nicholas Flamel for a while. On the way back, August also happened to meet Fred and George, but their frowning expressions made August want to laugh. What happened to you? August asked the twins curiously. Nothing, some of our little inventions were discovered by Professor McGonagall. Fred sighed. August's heart moved after hearing it. The twins in the movie seemed to have developed a lot of prank products. I don't know what was discovered this time. Can you tell me about it? What gizmo? Fred and George saw that August was interested in their invention, and they also got a little bit of energy. George showed off a pack of chewing gum. It's a nosebleed nougat. After eating it, it can leave a nosebleed for a while, and it will stop in about a few minutes, Fred added. August took one, took it apart, and looked at it, with a little spell that could make nosebleeds attached to it. However, the power is not great. As Fred said, the little wizard usually stops after a few minutes. Then how did you get discovered by Professor McGonagall? It's George, and if he hadn't sold this to Angelina, we wouldn't have been found out. You still say me, Fred, obviously because you sold it to Lee. No, it should be the problem of the two of them, who made them both eat nosebleed nougat in the history of magic exam. Hearing this, August understood that it seems that Lee and Angelina wanted to pass the magic history exam, but unfortunately, they were caught. After all, there is no such thing as a coincidence. The two have nosebleeds together and are still on the exam. Seeing the two arguings, August was happy. This is also the charm of the twins. They can make people happy no matter what time they are. Forget it, let's not talk about that. August, do you want to buy some of our nosebleed nougat? Fred and George quickly adjusted their moods and turned around to sell their products. Okay, give me some. Also, do you have any other fun? When the twins saw August so refreshing, they looked at each other. This is a big client. With a smile on his face, he took August into a classroom. As soon as he came in, Fred took out a bunch of round balls like a conjurer, wrapped in colorful packaging. Is this the last time you guys throw at Filch? August looked at the balls curiously and guessed what they were. That's right, Weasley carefully produced it, a dung bomb. August nodded, but it didn't fit his style, and he wasn't going to buy it. Do you only have these two products? Looking at Fred and George, August was a little puzzled. In the original book, they had a lot of crazy ideas. Even in Harry's 5th year, they used up all their stock before escaping the school and gave Umbridge a nasty prank. We also want more products, but research requires a lot of money. The twins' faces paled at August's question. Fred explained. We can only accumulate funds slowly. When we have enough money, we can continue to research and develop. Originally, this time, we hope that the nosebleed nougat will return some funds. George added with a bitter face. Are you interested in accepting investment? Looking at Fred and George like this, August suggested. Really? The twins' eyes lit up and said in unison. How much do you need? August nodded, not because of the twins, but because he thought these gadgets developed by the Weasley twins were quite fun. In the end, they opened a shop in Diagon Alley. Although August is not short of money, he should not give up this kind of money-making opportunity in front of him. George spoke with delight. 50 galleons. No, 30 galleons. With only 30 galleons, we will be able to develop 2 or 3 new products, and the products will sell well by then. Is that enough? August said in surprise. Enough is enough, August, don't you know, George and I only saved 10 galleons this year. 30 galleons is enough for us to buy a lot of raw materials. August didn't expect that the twins' experiment would be so economical, knowing that he spent no less than 2,000 galleons to buy materials to practice alchemy this semester. After thinking about it, August reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bag. Holding the small bag in his hand, it made a tinkling sound. Looking at George and Fred, their eyes were straight. There are 200 galleons in it, enough for you to use it for a while. Is this really for us? Fred stuttered in surprise. Yes, it's all for you, don't save it, and make more products as soon as possible. Then we'll go to Diagon Alley to open a Weasley joke shop. When the twins heard the end, their eyes lit up, and went to Diagon Alley to open a shop of their own, which was their ultimate dream. August looked at the twins in fantasy and nodded with satisfaction. He and the twins had a good relationship. He knows that the talents of the two are very good. To be precise, the Weasleys are all very talented, oh yes, except for Ron. After helping them solve their problems, they turned into a pure-blooded family, and they could make money at the end, which was a win-win situation. Taking the purse, George pretended to be serious. Master Gaunt, we won't let you down, you can rest assured. Fred also patted George in disgust. What are you yelling about? Master Gaunt, you want to call the boss. August smirked, these two were making fun all the time. After confirming the profit sharing of August 7th twins 3 with the two, Fred and George rushed back to develop new products. And August also went to the dorm, ready to spend the last few days of the semester leisurely. Chapter 57, Breaking Record of College Points, the end of the first grade. 3 days later, the Great Hall. Today is the year-end banquet, and all the little wizards are in the Great Hall, enjoying their last dinner of the semester. The entire Great Hall is occupied by Ravenclaw's iconic blue, and the Eagle's logo is scattered around the Great Hall. Ravenclaw's little wizards are as happy as Christmas Day. This year's Ravenclaw finally won the House Cup and also won the Quidditch Championship. Just yesterday, Ravenclaw successfully restrained Harry with August's excellent play. Cho caught the golden snitch. Throughout the game, whenever Harry made a move, August could always hit the bludger accurately and hinder Harry's movements. After the game, Harry and the twins looked at August very resentfully, making August sick enough. The twin brothers didn't let August go until August agreed to visit the burrow during the summer vacation. At this time, August was sitting next to Cho, and the two of them talked about their summer vacation plans. Mom and Dad invited you to my house in the letter. Cho stared at August as if she was ready to cry if August didn't agree. No problem, but I'm not sure about the exact time. I have some things to do during the summer vacation and I have to leave London. August's scalp was numb. He was also a little nervous. What do your parents like? August asked tentatively. Cho was a little amused when she saw August's nervous look, but she was happier. Isn't that why August cared about his performance? Don't be nervous, August, they're good talkers, and you're so good, they'll all love you. Hearing this, August felt a little relieved, but he thought of Hermione again. After what happened last time, August and Hermione's relationship became clear. Since he went to see Cho's parents, should go see Hermione's parents also there once. If the little witch knew that she favored one over the other, she would be offended. August couldn't help sighing, it seems that scumbags are not so easy to be. At this moment, Dumbledore walked in, and the noise in the Great Hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed, said Dumbledore cheerfully. Before you leave the school, I must trouble you to listen to an old man's clichés. Now, as far as I know, we are going to have the award ceremony of the House Cup. The specific scores of each house are as follows. 4th, Gryffindor, 312 points. 3rd, Hufflepuff, 352 points. 2nd, Slytherin, 451 points. 1st place, Ravenclaw, 502 points. There was a thunderous roar of cheers and applause from the Ravenclaw table, even Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students applauding them. Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and Ravenclaw's victory this time can be described as a delight. Except for Slytherin, the other 3 houses have more or fewer complaints about them. August saw Snape slashing the steak with a knife and fork, and he could almost hear the screeching sound. Snape saw August looking at him and gave him a hard look. August didn't bother but returned him a bright smile that made Snape lose his temper. This August is just a piece of hob meat. Snape thought bitterly in his heart. However, several recent events must also be counted. Dumbledore looked at the Gryffindor table, which dimmed the smiles of Ravenclaw's little wizards. August didn't panic at all. If the old bee dared to let Gryffindor surpass Ravenclaw, he would dare to blow up the school now. As if aware of August's gaze, Dumbledore tilted his head to look at him and smiled slightly. Mr. Weasley, he bravely stood with his mates in the face of danger, and for that, 50 points to Gryffindor. Miss Hermione Granger, she has won 50 points for Gryffindor with her profound knowledge, keen observation, and calm reasoning. Mr. Potter, he has shown senseless courage and extraordinary courage in the face of crisis, I will add 60 points to Gryffindor. The cheers of the Gryffindors almost overturned the enchanted ceiling. They were so happy that although they did not surpass Ravenclaw, they suppressed the mortal enemy Slytherin. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the Gryffindors slowly quieted down. At last. Speaking of this, Ravenclaw's little wizards are a little panicked. If Dumbledore comes up with an excuse to add a few points to Gryffindor, wouldn't that be the same score as them? Mr. August Gaunt, I have to admit, he is the most talented little wizard I have ever seen, and he defeated the powerful enemy brilliantly. Protected the important property of Hogwarts. For this, I'm going to give Ravenclaw 200 points. And Ravenclaw also managed to break the record and become the highest house scorer ever. Boom. The Ravenclaw side was completely crazy, and most of the girls' Ravenclaws burst into cheers that were not inferior to the Gryffindor just now. A whole bunch of little witches pounced on August like crazy, hugging and kissing him. Cho, who was next to him, didn't care at all, and she happily threw herself into August's arms. It was not until Dumbledore called it off that the group of little witches gradually calmed down. August crawled out of the witch pile with difficulty. His robe was almost torn off, and his face was full of lip prints. Harry, who was looking at the next table, was envious. Finally, in this happy atmosphere, the banquet was over, and the little Ravenclaw wizard supported August back to the dorm like guards. In the end, August almost rolled and crawled into the bedroom corridor. This group of women, no, women of witches, it's so scary. Chapter 58, Return, the Principle of Trace. The next day, August woke up from a nightmare. In the dream, countless Ravenclaw girls rushed to him one after another. Something indescribable happened, over and over again. Next to Cho and Hermione, they looked at August and the girls with a smile. When August was alone, they raised their swords and discussed the distribution plan. Until August finished washing, he still had lingering fears. Cho's words echoed in his mind, finally it's just the two of us. Chilling, August kept telling himself that it was just a dream. However, he should still look for some magical learning to strengthen his body. He can also fight melee in the face of dark wizards in the future. When August packs his stuff, forget about it. The house elves will take them to the train. When Cho and August arrived on the train, both received a letter in their hands. The letter warned them not to use magic during the holiday, and even to be expelled in severe cases. Fred and George said they wish they had forgotten to send us this. You don't have to worry. At this time, August spoke, attracting the eyes of the twins and Cho. This notice is essentially a contract magic. As soon as this letter is in your hands, you have agreed with the Ministry of Magic that they will monitor the use of magic around you. If there are no other wizards around you and there are magic fluctuations around you, of course, you are using magic. After August finished speaking, Cho, Fred, and George fell into deep thought. So you mean, if there are adult wizards around, even if I use magic, they're not sure it's me? Fred said uncertainly. That's what it means. At this moment, George suddenly remembered something. Fred, you forgot, last time we pushed Ron out of the window by accident, didn't you subconsciously use the levitation charm? The Ministry of Magic didn't send me a letter that time. The corners of August's mouth twitched when he heard it. What a dire day Ron was living. It's not easy to have such a brother alive to this day. That's right. George, Mommy beat us up at home that day. After figuring this out, the twins immediately smiled, so that their summer vacation would not be boring. What do you do, August? You don't have any wizards living there. Cho looked at August curiously, wondering how he could solve this problem. Oh, I had a house elf in the kitchen sign it for me when I got this letter. So there's no trace on my wand at all. Cho and the twins were stunned when they heard these words. They didn't expect such a showy operation. At this moment, August stood up. I'll go say hello to Harry and the others. Sit down by the way. Cho did not suspect him and nodded to show that he knew. August walked out of the private room and wiped his cold sweat. He was looking for Hermione, and he still thought about how to talk to Cho about Hermione, so he could only use the time management method. When August came to Hermione's box, the little witch was sitting in August's arms, chattering about the books she was going to read this summer. The atmosphere between the two was very warm. Listening to Hermione's plans, August was thinking about what he was going to do this summer. If all goes well, he will be very busy this summer. The first is to complete the alchemy test of his own toolman. He already has a general grasp, and he can do it in a few days. The second is to wait for Dumbledore's reply. If Nicholas Flamel agrees, he will stay in France for a while. In the end, it was something that August hesitated in mind. Although he has a lot of money, alchemy and ancient magic research are things that burn money. If only the money obtained by the system signing in and drawing cards is not enough, he is considering whether he needs to recover some wizards to help him earn some wealth. The test items of their alchemy need to be sold somewhere, and some magic items obtained by signing in also need to be disposed of. The train passed through Muggle towns and gradually arrived in London. August also said goodbye to Hermione in advance, and before taking them away, August gave Hermione a protective pendant. This pendant can automatically cast a shield charm in critical moments. He had given Cho the same necklace before, but Hermione's had to wait until now. Hermione knew where August was going, pursed her lips, and said nothing. After all, she didn't come first. Finally, the train stopped at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. August and the others took a long time to get off the platform. An old man was there, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time, so as not to attract the attention of the muggles. After August and Cho passed the platform, they saw a couple beckoning to them. The man is of an Asian face and looks powerful. The woman looks beautiful. Dad, Mom. Cho cheered and ran over, plunging her head into the woman's arms. Seeing this, August couldn't leave, so he had to go forward to say hello. You are August, right? You are often mentioned in Cho's letters. Cho's father opened his mouth and kept looking at August as if he wanted to see what was so special about this kid that he could kidnap his daughter. Hello, uncle. August nodded stiffly, feeling the unkind look in Cho's father's eyes. He felt it was more torture than another fight with Voldemort. Don't scare the kids. Cho's mother slapped Cho's father's head with a slap, and instantly the cold face turned into a grievance that did not dare to be angry or speak. I'm Cho's mother, just call me Aunt Helen. August knew the status of the family in an instant and pretended to be surprised. So you're Cho's mother? I wasn't sure just now, you look young like Cho's sister. Helen Chang was overjoyed by August's words, and immediately became a little closer to August, and kept inviting August to be a guest at home. August naturally agreed. Finally, after being separated from Cho and his parents, August also returned to his home. Chapter 59, Suitcase Renovation. Back home, August immediately summoned Fury. Fury was very happy. At school, August only let her out every night because he didn't want to attract too much attention. Now that August is home, she can finally stay outside all day. Immediately, August casts a muggle-repelling charm to prevent outsiders from accidentally discovering Fury. He didn't want to be in the headlines of the London Daily the next day. Looking at a house that hasn't been cleaned in nearly a year, a whirlwind cleans it up. August also had to admit that wizards do have the qualifications to look down on muggles in some things. For such a large house, if it is cleaned manually, it is estimated that it will take 5 or 6 people and then several hours to complete the cleaning. And wizards only need a few little spells to do it. While Dumbledore didn't reply, he decided to make a large suitcase these days, like Newt Scamander's. When watching a movie in a previous life, August envied Newt's suitcase. It was like carrying a forbidden forest with him. However, at August's current level, he can't do it to that extent. August estimates that the suitcase was not made by Newt himself. It should be something like an heirloom of the Scamander family. Although some of these pure-blooded families look impoverished, their heritage cannot be underestimated. Just like the Weasley family, the clock in their house can show the current location and life status of each family member. In the original book, when Mr. Weasley entered Street Mungo after being attacked, the clock pointed to the hospital. Now August can't figure out why. Although his current combat power is not weak, it is only an improvement brought about by the system drawing cards. If he were to fight Dumbledore now, without using Avalon, August, although the power of the spell is very powerful, but Dumbledore can play him alive with his superb application of the basic spell. Die. So, August never takes any enemy lightly, because you don't know if they will suddenly hit you with a strange spell and end up losing your life. Studying more magic and constantly improving himself is what he should do now. Came to a spare guest room, and August moved all the things out. He decided to use it as his temporary laboratory for his study of alchemy and refining potions. Early the next morning, August took out an empty suitcase and got ready to work. The first step is to cast the extension charm on the suitcase. To this end, August drank a bottle of inspiration potion and a bottle of magic potion, just to make his seamless extension charm to achieve the maximum effect. As August's spell was cast, the space in the suitcase gradually became larger. August tried his best to finally make the space inside the suitcase as large as 2 school playgrounds. This was his limit. If it continues to expand, the space may become unstable, and it will fail in a few months. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, August was ready to start the second step. Water and green plants. He first went to Diagon Alley, bought some fast-growing plants, and planted them in boxes. Then there is the water source. August used a lot of transforming spells to form a 1,000 square meter pit 5 meters deep on the ground. Then he took a hose and filled it with water. This is called the combination of magic and technology. The change of time in the suitcase is the same as that of the outside world. When the outside world is the day, the inside is also the day, and when the outside is dark, the inside is also night. So August doesn't have to worry about the light source. With some hard work, this small world is completed. By the 2nd grade, the environment inside can meet Celestia's survival needs, and August can take her with him anytime. In the end, August put a magic lock on this space. Without his magic drive, opening the suitcase would only be a normal space. August bought some furniture and daily necessities and put them in the small villa he built. When Hermione came to August's house to play, she was stunned by August's magic and imagination when she saw the suitcase. She entered the suitcase excitedly and helped August arrange the furniture, making it a cozy cabin. However, Hermione was also a little worried after being excited, because it was illegal to cast the extension charm at will, and she was afraid that August would be targeted by the Ministry of Magic. August didn't care much about this. He had already made several space bags, otherwise, how would there be a place for those connected materials and potions? As long as he doesn't use these props in front of those Ministry of Magic officials, no one will come to him. Chapter 60, Lightning 5 Whiplashes. August, here I come. Hermione's voice came from the door, and as soon as August reached out, the door opened. Hermione walked in wearing a traditional British sailor's suit, with white socks wrapped around her calf, which made her look extra slender. After replacing the Hogwarts school uniform, Hermione has a little more lively temperament. Coupled with the specially groomed hair, she is as beautiful as a little princess. Come on, Hermione, it's so hot outside, drink some iced orange juice. At this time, August was sitting in the main seat of the living room, wearing a pair of gold glasses and holding a book in his hand. This gave him a more refined temperament. Seeing August like this, Hermione's little face turned red. August looks so handsome wearing glasses. What book are you reading today? A Guide to Defense of Fantastic Beasts, or an alternative application of Transfiguration. During this period, since Hermione found out that August bought a lot of books, she often came to August's house to read books. After all, the galleons that can be exchanged with British pounds are limited every year. She can't buy all the books she wants to read. So August's house became Hermione's paradise. When she was free, she would come back here to read books. An alternative application of Transfiguration. Looking at the book in August's hand, she didn't even know the font on the cover, only that it was an ancient script. Okay, just as you finish the book, I have a present for you. Hermione looked at August curiously, but in no hurry, she took the book that August handed over and read it. Soon, the time came to noon, the two went out to eat some food at will, and then returned home. Although August has lived alone for so long, he can't cook at all, Hermione is also a housekeeping idiot, and the two of them can only eat out every time. Back home, August took Hermione to a study on the second floor, which was full of crucibles and beakers, as well as two cabinets. One is filled with medicinal herbs, while the other is filled with some metals and other materials. It was also the first day that Hermione came to this room and looked around. She has not been exposed to alchemy, so she does not know many materials, and can only reluctantly recognize some potion materials. August put a chair on one side of the lab bench, and he did it on the opposite side. Motioning for Hermione to sit over, August fiddled with a cauldron, the contents of which looked like flowing silver. What is this for? Hermione asked August curiously. Although you have a protective pendant, the attack method is slightly insufficient. I will help you make up for this shortcoming today. Stirring the cauldron, and extending his wand to sense it, August nodded in satisfaction. He took out one of the magnifying glasses that muggles wear on their heads when they fix watches and held a quill in his hand. Stretch out your hand. Oh, Hermione nodded obediently and held out her small jade-like hand. It was the first time that August looked at Hermione's hand so carefully, and she found that Hermione's skin was not as rough. Delicate like a piece of silk. Being stared at and played with by August, Hermione was a little shy and shook it unconsciously. Don't move for a while. Seeing her like this, August ordered. Spreading Hermione's hand out, palm down, August dipped the alchemy product in the cauldron with a quill. And then on Hermione's fingernails, something was constantly being drawn. A tingling sensation spread through Hermione's body, making her feel strange. Although Hermione was curious, she didn't dare to disturb August's attention. She could only endure the slight itching on her nails. After 10 minutes, August breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished the magic pattern on the first nails. Next, his technique gradually became more proficient. After more than an hour, the magic patterns on the 10 fingers were all completed. August took off his glasses and rubbed them to relieve the fatigue caused by concentrating for a long time. Hermione finally couldn't help being curious at this time and asked, August, what the hell is this? August smiled smugly. This is the demonstration of his achievements in alchemy and magic patterns this semester. When you encounter danger in the future, gather the magic power to the right finger to activate the magic spell on the magic pattern. After activation, each magic spell will automatically replenish the magic power, but it requires a 12-hour cooling time. The 5 fingers of your right hand have been engraved by me with the disarming charm, and they can instantly activate 5 spells at the same time. I call it Lightning 5 Whip. Hermione's mouth grew when she heard this. She didn't expect August to have such ability. Just imagine, when Hermione was fighting with the others, the enemy knocked Hermione's wand flying with a disarming charm, and then was complacent and ready to kill Hermione completely. Then Hermione stretched out her right hand and instantly cast 5 disarming charms. The enemy might react to the first blow and block it with the shield charm, but what about the remaining ones? Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but mourn for her enemies in the future. Then what spell is on my left hand? Hermione asked again. This is the summoning charm, which allows you to instantly summon your wand. Or you can use the summoning charm to get your wand back after being knocked away by the enemy. After Hermione heard it, she instantly understood August's thoughts. Seeing his little boyfriend prepare self-defense measures for herself so carefully, Hermione smiled brightly and offered a kiss as a reward. August accepted it calmly. Since this time, his relationship with the little witch has become more and more intimate. Such a little temptation can't shake his mind. This method is amazing, can I learn it? As a scholar, Hermione showed her strong thirst for knowledge. This may not be possible recently. You need to learn ancient runes first, and then learn the magic pattern and some knowledge of alchemy. Hearing this, the little witch was a little disappointed, but she was full of fighting spirit in the blink of an eye. She decided to go to the library when she went to school the next semester and began to study ancient runes. Seeing Hermione's appearance, August shook his head. He naturally knew what Hermione was thinking, but it wasn't something that could be done overnight. August is confident that among the people in the entire magic world, only wizards with no more than 2 digits can do such delicate operations. This not only requires a deep understanding of the magic pattern but can be simplified to a certain extent, otherwise it is impossible to engrave the complicated magic pattern on the nails. That alone stumped most wizards. In the current magical world, fewer and fewer people are willing to study ancient magic. After all, for most wizards, it is enough to use a few commonly used spells. It is also very difficult for August to refine this special metal. This metal liquid not only needs to have strong magical conductivity but also needs to be attached to the nails for a long time and cannot fall off. If Hermione wanted to achieve his level, it would be impossible without 3 or 5 years of hard study. However, August would not stop Hermione. After all, studying these subjects would be of great help to the little witch's strength. Chapter 61, The Borgin and Burkes. Where there is light there is darkness. This statement holds true both in the Muggle world and in the Wizarding world. In the magical world, the Ministry of Magic on the bright side strictly prohibits all kinds of black magic and the trade of black magic items. But for wizards, these things are sometimes necessary. Nocturne Alley is just that. Ironically, the largest gathering point of dark wizards in the country is next to the most prosperous magic world commodity street in the country, only separated by a wall. This is a notorious place, most of the shops are black magic shops, and they sell a variety of things. From all kinds of black magic props to all kinds of human organs, there is every kind of evil business you can think of. In a corner of Nocturne Alley, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared here with the apparition. He sorted out his clothes, walked out of the corner, and came to the main road. There are dilapidated houses all around, and the signs of several shops are crumbling. The rubbish discarded in the corner exudes a disgusting stench. A few wizards sitting at the door of the store looked at August casually and didn't find it strange. Every day there are 8 or 10 wizards in this dress that appear in the alley. So normal. But when August walked into a store called Borgin and Burkes, some people's eyes become malicious. As soon as August entered the room, he saw an unremarkable old man with a big greasy back, looking at him with a smile. This distinguished guest, welcome to the Borgin and Burkes, is there anything I can do for you? August didn't talk to him right away but glanced around the room. The shelves were lined with merchandise, the kind of stuff that would give a kid a nightmare just looking at it. Poison candles, black spiders, dead man's nails. If you can get rid of the cartilage powder in the air, I think we will have to talk. August's voice sounded. Instead of using his original voice, what came out of his mouth was a hoarse and deep middle-aged male voice. The smile on Borgin's face disappeared, and he knew that he had met an expert. He took a step back, with a smile on his face. The guest is joking, this is just a small self-defense measure. I don't know if you are here to sell or buy something. August flicked his hand, some necklaces, rings, and some accessories, and he put them on the counter. Borgins carefully observed these props first. He didn't get started directly. When he confirmed that these accessories were some protective alchemy props, he picked up one and observed it. Can you talk about the efficacy of these things? Borgin asked with interest. Each ornament is engraved with a shield charm, which can resist 2 aura-level full-strength blows. However, it takes 24 hours to recharge, and after being attacked 10 times, it will be invalid. Hearing this, Borgin was even more interested. This kind of thing is the favorite of the dark wizards, and those who lick blood at the edge of a knife will undoubtedly have a second life to obtain such a prop. August doesn't have to sell these things here, but here he delivers the goods, and he doesn't need to disclose his information. August was also trying to avoid trouble by establishing a connection with the local snake in Nocturne Alley. He has some things that he can't buy from other places. So at what price are you going to sell these things? 200 galleons each, August said his price. Although the price is not expensive, your props have a limit on the number of times they can be used. But that's the only way those idiots keep buying, don't they? August interrupted Borgin's bargaining. Borgin is silent. Yes, if he can use this item repeatedly, then there will be no repeat customers. Thinking of this, he nodded immediately. You are right, sir, I will have as much as you have. August took out a bag with an extension charm and took out a handful of magic trinkets from it. Counting the ones on the counter, there are 50 in total. There are only 50 of them. It's not easy to make these things. It's not that August can't come up with more, but that what is rare is more expensive. Could he say that he did all this stuff in one morning? Then it's not worth the money. Borgin nodded in agreement. Although there is a limit on the number of times it can be used, this magical item can withstand aura-level attacks. It is also considered a high-end item in the entire magic world. 50 in total, 10,000 galleons in total. Do you need cash or the equivalent? Chapter 62, The Dark Wizard Without Eyes. Taking his greedy eyes away from the props, Borgin looked at August with a smile on his face. This batch of props is enough for him to make a lot of money, and even the smile on his face is sincere a lot. The hearts of fire dragons, I want 5, not limited to varieties. August's words did not fluctuate at all, as if buying a dragon's heart was as simple as buying a steak. What? The hearts of 5 fire dragons. At this time, Borgin was a little shocked and speechless. This black-robe wizard dared to ask for it. You must know that there are not many fire dragons in Europe, and most of them have not been domesticated by dragon farms. Even if a fire dragon is found, it is not something that 3 or 5 wizards can deal with. It only takes 10 elite-level adult wizards to kill a fire dragon safely. Sir, are you sure you want 5 dragon hearts? Well, sure, the money for these props is the deposit. Mr. Borgin, what's the problem? August asked back. No. A chrysanthemum appeared on Borgin's face, and he made a lot of money again. Respectfully sent August out of the store. Watching August's back, the smile on Borgin's face slowly disappeared. I hope you can survive this disaster. This old fox, Borgin, sent August out with a smile on his face this time, and August was noticed by the dark wizards who were secretly observing here. If August succeeded in surviving, then in future cooperation, Borgin dare not play any careful thought. But if August never showed up again, he just earned this batch of magic props for nothing. August was walking on the dilapidated road of Nocturne Alley, and most of the stone bricks on the road were damaged. Suddenly, he paused in his footsteps. In his perception, several dark wizards had gathered together and slowly followed behind him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and August entered a deserted alley. The few dark wizards also suspected him, with grim smiles on their faces, and walked in as well. A man with a scar on his face took out his wand and pointed at August, who was standing still in the corner. Spoke up. Boy, just now we saw that old Borgin send you out with a smile on his face. Hurry up and hand over the things on your body, we may be able to spare your life. Scarface said so, but as for sparing August's life, it is impossible. The wizard's body is the best test material. August stretched out his hand, took out a bag of galleons from his pocket, and kept weighing it in his hand. Do you want either? 35. The eyes of several wizards immediately turned red. This voice is like galleon, and there are still quite a few. They are all eager to try, ready to shoot at any time. Seeing them like this, August hooked his fingers. If you want, get it yourself. Several people looked at each other, and could no longer contain the greed in their hearts, and the curses hit August one after another. A minute later, August curled his lips in disdain, looking at these people who fell to the ground. At this level, he still came out to be a dark wizard. The killing curse is not even qualified to make August nosebleed. He stretched out his foot and kicked the scarred face again. Don't play dead, get up, I have something to ask you. Scarface saw that August had seen through him, and couldn't hold back. He stood up flatteringly and said to August. Sir, this time we are blind, you have a lot, can you spare us this time? August's eyes glowed with green light, and suddenly the scarred face fell to the ground in pain, very painful. I asked, you said. August spoke indifferently. Scarface didn't dare to say anything else and nodded again and again. Are you the boss of this group? No. Then who is your boss? This. August saw the hesitant look on Scar's face and another shot that pierced his wrist, and he begged for mercy loudly. After a full 5 seconds, August stopped casting spells. It's Arya, our leader is Arya, and she's the leader of one of the 3 major forces of Nocturne Alley. Scarface spoke out all the information he knew quickly, for fear that August would start to do it if he disagreed. With joy in his heart, August did not expect to find a leader of great power so smoothly. This is also the purpose of his coming to Nocturne Alley this time. He plans to regain a force to help him collect materials and information. Take me to see her. August said his order. Scarface did not dare to resist, and walked ahead to lead the way for August. Soon they came outside a quaint manor. Chapter 63, Subduing the Arya Family. Looking at the manor in front of him, August asked. You're sure that Lady Arya is here now? Yes, I am quite sure that Mrs. Arya will be here every day during the day, and then return to her house at night. No one knows where her hidden abode is until now. Scarface replied, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. However, this is our headquarters. I'm just a small leader. Several powerful wizards should be here now. August smiled indifferently, he completely ignored these crooked dark wizards. These dark wizards were not the well-trained purebloods of the Death Eaters, but ordinary wizards who did shameful deeds. They don't have the qualifications to take refuge in Voldemort. August also decided to come here after considering that he needed these low-level wizards of the three groups to help him with chores. Without stopping, August pushed open the door of the manor and walked in directly into the main gate of the villa. Scarface opened the door, and August walked in, with 5 or 6 wizards sitting inside. A person who knew the Scarface came up to say hello. Hills. Why are you here, the person next to you? Before he could finish speaking, August raised his hand and cast a full body bind curse to fix the men in place, unable to move. The rest of the people saw this scene and knew that the visitor was not good, and immediately took out their wands and aimed them at August. At this moment, a lazy and charming voice came from the second floor. This guest, you are welcome to Arya Manor, but you are too angry when you come up to my people. August looked up and saw a charming blonde woman swaying down the stairs. Arya looks like she is in her 20s, but she does have an air of maturity all over her body, which is in sharp contrast to her pretty face. The proud figure is also very obvious under the fiery red dress. Is a rare beauty. When the wizards downstairs saw Arya appear, expressions of dazzling and infatuation appeared on their faces. August was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a beautiful woman in Nocturne Alley, and she was a leader of the forces. However, he was only slightly surprised and returned to normal. Through the black robe, Arya couldn't observe August's expression, and she was a little uncertain about the wizard's way. However, seeing that there were so many subordinates around, she didn't panic. This guest, I don't know how our Arya family offended you, but I can apologize for them and send you an apology. Hearing the other party being so polite, August made his request. Your subordinates robbed me. As an apology, I want your family to serve me. At this time, Arya was full of question marks. Does this person have some serious illness in his mind? One of his subordinates couldn't help it at this time. This man petrified one of their brothers as soon as he entered the door, and now he has made them surrender. Do you think that they are made of mud? He immediately hit August with a curse. Crucio. August didn't even look at it. With a wave of his sleeve, the shield charm blocked the attack. Immediately, he opened his mouth lightly, and a green magic spell flew out of his mouth, hitting the black wizard, and then he fell to the ground, completely losing his soul. The expressions of the others changed one after another, and even Arya's face lost the formulaic smile, and her expression became solemn. Where did the dark wizard come from? A disagreement and his casting the killing curse, and the spell is cast silently and without a staff. The most outrageous thing is that he spit out a killing curse with his mouth. August didn't want to spend any more time with them, and a wand appeared in his hand, and swiped it lightly. Everyone's wands flew out of their hands and flew in front of him. I don't want to say it a second time, surrender to me, and I will show you a higher landscape. August's deep voice came from under the black robe, bringing heavy pressure. The rest of the room was frightened by his hand, and it was silent. Strong, too strong, kill one person silently, and then knocks everyone's wands away in one fell swoop. There is absolutely no room for resistance. Arya forced a smile on her face and said, Sir, your strength is already so strong, and the strength of our Arya family can't help you. Why don't you go to the Frank family or the Rambise family? This woman is still thinking about the misfortune. A green light appeared in August's eyes, and suddenly, except for Arya and Scarface Hills, everyone else fell to the ground and cried out in pain. You have 10 seconds to make a decision, and in 10 seconds it's up to you whether they live or die. What? Forgive me. Boss. Save us. Seeing her subordinates who fell to the ground and howled, Arya's face was uncertain. She knew that no one in this manor would survive as long as she refused. In the end, she gave in. My lord, you won, our Arya family will be loyal to you and serve you. Arya doesn't want her half-life efforts to be ruined like this, and this black-robed man is so powerful, maybe he can show her a different scenery. Her lifelong wish is to lead her family out of the stinking ditch of Nocturne Alley and become a strength that is not inferior to those of the ancient pure-blood families. Seeing her so conscious of current affairs, August was also satisfied and stopped the Cruciatus curse on the rest. Also returned their wands. The crowd looked at August in fear, and now even though they had wands in their hands, they no longer had any desire to resist. The piercing pain just now remained in their bodies. If there was any small movement, no one could guarantee that the next person lying on the ground would be they. Reaching into his pocket, August pulled out a piece of parchment. Sign this contract, you are my subordinate. Without any hesitation, Arya signed her name on the contract. As for the others, they also signed in turn. You signed it so happily. Aren't you afraid that I will set some traps on it? Seeing Arya so happy, it was August's turn to be surprised. With your strength, if you want to deal with us, there is no need to make much trouble. And since I have surrendered to you, I will not have any regrets. I believe that a powerful wizard like you is disdainful to deceive us. Looking at this woman carefully, August did not expect her to have such courage, and it is no wonder that she can have a foundation in this man-eating Nocturne Alley. Chapter 64, The Three Forces of Nocturne Alley. Seeing that the other party was so happy, August didn't hide it and said the content of the contract readily. You can rest assured that this contract is not strict. As long as you do not disclose my existence and do things according to my instructions, the contract will not harm you. The same is true. August did not set up any harsh conditions. He was mainly to cover up his existence, so as not to find him in the future. Seeing August say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they have been attached to it, everyone hopes that their new boss is not a difficult person to serve. Judging from August's appearance, he should be the kind of better boss. Okay, you all go out. I will discuss future development plans with Arya. When everyone heard the order, they all withdrew, and in the big room, August and Arya were the only ones left. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Seeing that everyone had left and only herself was left behind, Arya panicked and suddenly became a little nervous. Shouldn't this person be? Before she could finish her wild thoughts, the robe and hat on August's head were removed, and the magic that covered his face was also removed. With black hair and black eyes, a handsome face was revealed. Arya was stunned. She never imagined that the black wizard who cast the Cruciatus curse on the family with one move turned out to be such a small handsome guy. Why, seeing me so young, regret it? August looked at Arya with interest, admiring her surprised look. No, I'm just shocked. I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. Heartbroken, Arya quickly defended. August didn't care what Arya was thinking. As long as he signed a contract, he couldn't get out of his control. In the future, I will only connect with you. If there is anything, you can sense by using magic to urge the contract. Yes, sir. Arya didn't know what to call the new master. My name is August Gaunt, and call me Mr. Gaunt. August knew she was struggling with the question of what to call her. Give me a detailed introduction to your family, as well as the other two forces. After finding a chair and sitting down, August was going to take a detailed look at the distribution of forces in Nocturne Alley and see how he could expand his influence here. That's right, Mr. Gaunt. With Arya's explanation, August also had a certain understanding of the three major families of Diagon Alley. The first is Arya's family. There are about 50 people in total, all of which she has recruited little by little in recent years. The most powerful wizards were all in the room just now. Originally, they were going to hold a high-level meeting today to distribute the proceeds from the previous month. As a result, August has come. The Arya family mainly deals in potion raw materials, and by the way, also sells some smuggled goods. The Frank family and the Rambis family control the most profitable commodity in Nocturne Alley, the trade of people. In the magical world, there is nothing more suitable for experimenting with black magic and potions than people. Every wizard is a good experimental subject, and the price is naturally extremely expensive. And these two almost monopolized the population transaction in the magic world of the whole country. The two families hated each other, and both wanted to swallow up the place and monopolize this big piece of cake. Therefore, they will not provoke this Arya family, who does not have many conflicts of interest with them. Although the Arya family is weaker than the other two. But if it falls to one side completely, it is also a headache. After listening to this, August had a general understanding of the three major families, saying that they were the three major families. In fact, they were the little brothers who did odd jobs for those pure-blood wizard families. The pure-blooded families feel ashamed of these shady things, but they inevitably have some needs, which makes the three major forces in Nocturne Alley find a leak. Fingers tapped on the table unconsciously, and Arya stood quietly, waiting for August's orders. Does your family have any shops in Nocturne Alley? August asked suddenly. There are two, one sells medicinal materials, and the other does some customized services, Arya replied. August understands that the so-called customized service is what the customers want, and they will get what they want. Stop the herbal medicine shop. August had an idea in his heart and ordered Arya. Arya's face changed. The medicinal herbs business was the biggest profit for their family. If this stops, everyone will have to be cold and hungry in a few days. Throw the bag directly into Arya. August ordered. Here are some potions that I have refined, ranging from ordinary healing potions to Verita serum and wit sharpening potion. Keep all the potions for me in the future, and sell them when I don't need them. That shop will sell these finished potions in the future. Pay more attention to the news in the magic world. If something unusual happens, you should also contact me. Arya looked at the potion in the bag in surprise. Seeing that there are hundreds of bottles of potions in the bag that has been cast with the extension charm, there are all kinds of them. She was agitated. You must know that in the magic world, except for some very expensive and profitable materials, the profits of other magical medicines are very low. But if it is refined into a finished product, it will be different, the value of which has doubled dozens of times, but there are still more than 10 times. With these things, she can get a lot of money, and then recruit more people. Arya stared at August with beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that the little wizard in front of her was not only a powerful wizard but also a potion master. With her eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the quality of these potions is much higher than the ones that flow on the market. Okay, let's make this arrangement for the time being. If I have new instructions, I will inform you at any time. As long as you do what I instructed, I will do the profound magic and sophisticated magic props. Give generously. August got up and was about to leave. He had to visit Cho's house in the afternoon, so he didn't have time to linger here. You're leaving now. Arya couldn't help but speak, and after she finished speaking, she regretted how it was her turn to interfere with the master's affairs. But August didn't care and waved his hand. It's all over, what are you still doing here, having lunch? Seeing that August was not to blame her, Arya was also relieved. It seems that this little wizard is not so difficult to get along with. Then she said boldly. It's okay to have lunch, my elf's cooking is pretty good. August was startled, but he didn't expect this woman to invite him to dinner at home. Laughing and saying next time, August operated out of here. Only this stunner was left watching where August left, dazed. Chapter 65, Visiting the Door. What should I prepare for dinner at my girlfriend's house for the first time? August has never had such an experience. But today's August will usher in his first. After leaving Nocturne Alley, August hurried back home and picked a bottle of Rhone Valley red wine as a souvenir. Cho said that her father likes to drink, whether it is Oriental white wine or Western red wine, he has dabbled in it. This bottle of Rhone Valley red wine was given to him by the shareholders of a company in which August invested. It is said that it is still a collector's edition and is of great value. After changing clothes and picking up the packaged red wine, August came to the place that had been agreed with Cho. Soon, Cho arrived. Looking at August, who was dressed completely different from his usual style, Cho's eyes lit up slightly. Wearing a small black suit with a slim fit, with his gentle smile, he looks like a young boy among the ancient nobles. The two talked and laughed along the way, but August suddenly felt a little nervous when they approached the gate. Cho saw nervousness in August, and held his hand lightly, signaling him not to worry. Smiling toward Cho, August signaled that he was fine, and the two walked in together. Cho's home is located on the outskirts of London. Her home is not big, just a normal small house. No one would have thought that a family of wizards lived here. Mom. Dad. We're back. As soon as he entered the door, Cho shouted to the inside. Cho's mother was cooking in the kitchen, while Cho's father was sitting on the sofa with a copy of the Daily Prophet in his hand. Hearing her daughter's voice, Cho's mother Helen Chang came out of the kitchen, said hello, and hurried back to the kitchen. But August felt that she didn't have to watch it at all the kitchen utensils were magic, and she could make meals without any manipulation. Cho's father smiled and watched his good daughter come back. However, when he turned his head to see August, his face instantly became serious. August was very speechless. He didn't expect Cho's father to tend to control his daughter. It seems that today's test is a bit sad. However, after returning home, Cho was very excited and pulled August up to the second floor of the girls' room. Walking into Cho's room, August also looked up curiously. This was the first time he entered a girl's room. The room is not big, only a single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. There are posters of the Tuts Hill tornadoes on the walls, and a Nimbus 2001 gift from August to Cho is placed next to the table. It's enough to see the girl's love for Quidditch. However, the two dolls on the bed suddenly showed the girlish heart of a girl. Seeing August looking at his room so curiously, Cho felt a little embarrassed and covered August's eyes. Don't mess around. August nodded with a smile and threw the girl onto the single bed, and the two started fighting. It wasn't until Helen Chang called them downstairs that August and Cho stood up and sorted out the clothes that were a little messy due to strenuous exercise. Come on, August, may I call you that? Don't be nervous, just make it your home. Eat whatever you want. Sitting at the dining table, Helen Chang greeted August with a smile on her face. August sat in a chair, looked at a table of sumptuous Oriental dishes, and couldn't help but praise. Auntie's cooking is really good, these Oriental dishes look very authentic. Then eat more. Helen Chang was also very happy to hear August speak so nicely, and kept serving August dishes. Both Cho and Cho's father were ignored. August is also welcome. Enjoying food is the greatest recognition for the cook. He also praised all the dishes while eating. Do you still know Oriental cuisine? Cho's father was interested, but he didn't expect a child who grew up in England to have an understanding of Oriental cuisine. August is not sleepy when talking about this, he was an authentic glutton in his previous life. He immediately chatted with Cho's father about Dong Fa Kai. Cho's father was of Chinese descent but came here when he was very young. Some of the dishes and local specialties mentioned by August were not even known to him. However, seeing that August understands Oriental culture so well, he also has a good impression of August. Suddenly, he turned to the cupboard and brought a bottle of wine. I didn't expect you to know so much about Oriental cuisine. I have a bottle of wine here. Let's drink and chat. Cho's father was very bad. Although he had a good impression of August, he still had to teach him a lesson about the kid who kidnapped his daughter. The solution he came up with was to drink and put this kid on the ground. Sirui. You're fooling around again, how old is August? August finally knew Cho's father's name, Sirui Chang. Kindness. Sirui, isn't it a good guy, Chang-san? Boss, I can't be bothered. That means Cho's father's name is like Viagra product name. August's admiration rose suddenly. It's all right, this is home for dinner and 2 drinks to add to the fun. Sirui Chang would not let Helen Chang spoil his plan, so he quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. August looked at the bottle of wine and immediately became happy. Isn't this Moutai? In my previous life, as a 996 worker, how could I have the opportunity to drink Moutai, and this is still the Moutai of this era? It's okay, Auntie, I'll accompany him to have a drink with my uncle if he's happy. August smiled and persuaded Helen Chang, who planned to stop it. Cho smiled and watched without saying a word. Last semester, they always secretly drank the butterbeer brought by Fred and George, but she knew August's alcohol intake. Looking at his father looking like he was about to get drunk on August, Cho knew that he was going to have bad luck today. Seeing that August was so uptight, Sirui Chang was still nodding with a smile. He doesn't know that his sweet little padded jacket has become black heart cotton. Chapter 66, I want to be your son-in-law, not a brother. Cho home. Sirui Chang directly gave August a small half glass of white wine, and he was also half a glass small. Come on, August cheers with uncle for a drink. After speaking, he directly gulped the ones in his glass, which were estimated to be 2 taels. August took a look, and only had to follow along with a dry mouth. Cho's father took a look and saw that something was wrong. How could this kid drink 2 taels in one breath? Thinking of himself as a dignified adult, can't he still drink as a child? Sirui Chang was immediately dissatisfied. This time, it was filled directly for both of them. 10 minutes later. Brother, I'm not saying, if you use magic in front of muggles, don't panic, come to brother, brother promises to do it properly for you. All 3 at the table were silent. At this time, Helen Chang and Cho were a little embarrassed. It was Sirui Chang who insisted on pulling August to drink, so why did he start talking nonsense first? August next to him is still the same. August's mouth twitched, I came to be your son-in-law, not your brother. As if the wine was coming, Sirui Chang kept pulling August, telling him about some of his work in the Ministry of Magic, and he even mentioned that one of his subordinates was secretly looking at him. August hurriedly had a cup with him, interrupting Sirui Chang's self-destruction, for fear that he would be gone if he continued. Didn't you see that Helen Chang's face changed beside him? At this time, Cho couldn't stand it anymore. Dad. You're drunk. Cho hummed. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. Sirui Chang immediately retorted, but his flushed face was not convincing. Then Sirui Chang looked at August and said earnestly. Brother, my daughter has been spoiled by us since she was a child. If she doesn't understand anything. Stupefy. Helen Chang next to her directly took out her wand and forcibly ended the family dinner with a stunning spell. Helen Chang looked at August tenderly. August, your Uncle Chang is drinking a little too much, it's not too late, shall we be here today? August was in a cold sweat at this time, is Cho's mother so sturdy, and she will wait for a stunning spell if she disagrees. He didn't dare to say a word, nodded again, and stood up, ready to leave. Auntie, you're right, it's time for me to go back. I'll let Cho send you off. No, I'm from the Muggle world, just take their bus. August hastily refused. However, Helen Chang insisted that Cho send August some distance. Cho was also a little worried that August had drunk so much, and said she would send him out. The two went out together. After going out, August looked at Cho and said with lingering fears. Uncle should be good, right? Cho didn't realize what August meant at first, but with her cleverness, she understood what August wanted to express in a few moments. Suddenly she giggled. After laughing, she punched August angrily. Where did you get so many weird words? Isn't it? August answered solemnly. Under the light of the street lights, the two walked side by side, and the shadows behind them were drawn long and gradually overlapped. Just here. Walking to an intersection, August said to Cho. I just apparat home, you don't have to send it. Cho nodded, no surprise that August learned to apparate. In her heart, her little boyfriend was so powerful that Cho wouldn't be surprised if he picked up Voldemort the next day. After hugging August gently, Cho walked back home. Watching Cho's figure enter the door of her house, August is going with the apparition. For the next few days, August lived a fulfilling day. Not only study magic but also deal with some Arya family affairs. Arya is efficient in her work and quickly turned the medicine store into a finished potion store. And a lot of potions have been sold. August took the time to go to Arya's house, took a batch of medicinal herbs and materials, and gave her some potions that he made by himself. As a reward, August gave 2 shield charms and a smashing spells. Although they have learned these spells before, can they use the greatest power just by learning them? There are many tricks and variants of casting each spell, and the version August gave them was improved after he learned the ancient spells himself. Each magic spell is more than double the power under the same magic power. This can almost serve as the foundation of some pureblood families. Why do pureblood families survive? One reason is that they often intermarry, and their mutual interests are already very strong. If you offend a family, you are likely to offend most of the pure-blooded families. The second reason is that each family has some family magic spells, or special skills, as an inheritance. This is one of the main reasons why they look down on half-blood wizards or wizards of Muggle origin. Do you think we learned the same magic spell as you, and we are people of the same level? Think too much. Arya looked at August with sparkling eyes. Are these 2 magic spells rewarded to me? With his legs crossed, August leaned comfortably on the sofa, eating the grapes Arya peeled one by one. Of course, as I said, as long as you do things well, there will be no shortage of rewards. Then can I pass it on to my subordinates? Don't worry, I will sign a contract with them to prevent them from spreading the word. Arya asked expectantly. Of course, it was originally intended for you to give to your subordinates. In the future, you will have more and more subordinates, and you still need to support some cronies to control the overall situation. August doesn't care about these things, the treasure in their eyes is just a reward for a few daily check-ins. By the way, this is for you. August took out an exquisite ring and handed it to Arya. Putting down the grapes in her hand, Arya looked at the ring curiously. What is this? August explained the efficacy and usage of the protective ring. It made Arya look at him with more and more gentle eyes. Chapter 67, Dumbledore's Letter, Going to Paris. Early in the morning, the arrival of a phoenix broke the tranquility of August's house. Dumbledore's phoenix Fawkes brought Dumbledore's letter early in the morning. Throwing the letter on August's desk, Fawkes couldn't wait to find Fury to play. August scolded the bird and opened the letter. Dear Gaunt, I'm sorry to write to you just now, and forgive the busyness of an old man who can't retire at over 100 years old. I have already told Nico about your situation. He is very happy that there are still young wizards who can study alchemy so much in this era. He asked me to sincerely invite you to visit his castle in Paris, France. If it doesn't affect your pleasant summer vacation, please go to Nico earlier, he can't wait to meet you. After reading Dumbledore's letter, August was very happy. The summer vacation was almost half over, and this old bee brought the news of Nicholas Flamel. This made August wonder for a while now if Nicholas Flamel's undead medicine had been used up and went directly into the soil. Fortunately, after reading the contents of the letter, August knew that he should leave for France. Picking up the pen, August wrote a letter to his 2 little witches and twin brothers. In the letter, August briefly introduced his itinerary and was worried because the owl could not contact me across the country. Handed the letter to Fawkes, who was pestering Fury, August drove the licking bird away. August decided to set off tomorrow. He planned to take advantage of the time today to arrange some security measures for his house. Although there were no enemies, he was still careful. Bali, Champs-Élysées. This is the most famous street in Gaul, also known as Triumphal Avenue. Pedestrians come and go on the street, revealing a bustling atmosphere. A handsome young man was walking on the street, attracting the attention of passers-by from time to time, lamenting that there are such handsome boys in the world. The teenager was August. He walked slowly down the street, came to a cafe, and walked in. There was not a single customer in the entire cafe, as if passers-by didn't know that such a store existed here. Walking into the store door, the person standing at the front desk was not a human, but a house elf. Seeing August walking in, he hurriedly greeted him. Bowing deeply, the house elf spoke respectfully. Is it Master Gaunt? I am Sean, the master's house elf, and the master asked me to welcome you. August nodded. That me. Please come with me. The house elf Sean bowed his head the whole time and led August through the back kitchen to a rockery. Suddenly, the rockery split in half, revealing a large gap, and August followed the elf in. When the two walked in, the rockery closed again and returned to its original state. After entering, August found that there was a cave inside. They seemed to be teleported to another place and walked hundreds of meters before they came to a medieval castle. There are two armored giants guarding both sides of the castle. After seeing August and Sean, they bowed slightly, as if welcoming the guests. In a living room in the castle, there is no one in it, but August feels that something is always watching him, but he can't find the source of this feeling. August looked at it, and the whole living room was decorated very modernly, with air conditioners, TVs, and electric fans. It's a bit out of tune with the heaviness of the castle itself. At this moment, an old voice came. "Sean, have you brought Mr. Gaunt over here?" August turned around and saw an old man in a wheelchair coming out from behind a wall on the side. There was no one behind the old man pushing the wheelchair, and there was no manual control by himself, the wheelchair just slid over. Very weird. August knew that this was Nicholas Flamel. After walking a few steps to meet him, August said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Flamel, this is August Gaunt." "Well, good boy." Nicholas Flamel was very happy and nodded with satisfaction. Through the conversation with Dumbledore, he already knew how talented the little wizard in front of him was. Not only is he far superior to ordinary people in spells, but he has also made good achievements in the ancient and difficult subject of alchemy. The last time Dumbledore recounted several alchemy problems he and August discussed, which surprised Nicholas Flamel. Is this a field that students can study? But what he didn't expect was that he originally thought that such a talented little wizard should be arrogant and indomitable. But he is so handsome, gentle, and polite. It made him seem to see his younger self. "Sean, go and prepare a sumptuous dinner." Motioning for August to sit down, Nicholas Flamel said to Sean, the house elf. August found that the sound was not coming from Nicholas Flamel's mouth, but from the wheelchair he sat in, which surprised August. The elf bowed and left the room to prepare dinner. In the living room, only Nicholas Flamel and August were left. August remembered the feeling of peeping just now, hesitated, and asked, "Mr. Flamel, when I entered this room just now, I felt that someone was watching me again, but—" Nicholas Flamel smiled, a little surprised by August's keen perception. He also wanted to take the test of the little wizard in front of him. "You're right. In this room, there are indeed other beings who have observed you, but whether you can find it or not depends on your ability." After speaking, he looked at August with a smile, to see if he could find out what was watching him. Chapter 68, Minions, Nico's exclamation. August could see the meaning of Nicholas Flamel's exam, but he didn't say anything. Closing his eyes, August diffused his magic and sensed everything. Under the perception of magic, the whole world is divided into two colors. One is the color with magic power, and the other is black without magic power. August suddenly discovered that in this room, besides Nicholas Flamel and him, there are other sources of magic. Those air conditioning, TVs, and electric fans are alchemy products. Opening his eyes, August looked at Nicholas Flamel with some incredible openings. "Mr. Flamel, are these appliances all alchemy products?" Nicholas Flamel was very happy to see that August guessed the answer, and clapped his hands. "Okay, stop pretending, the guests have discovered you." Suddenly, the form of these appliances has undergone some changes. Every appliance has grown limbs and a mouth. "Welcome, Master Gaunt. This is the air conditioner." "Yeah, it's so boring to accompany the master every day, and it's been a long time since no guests came." The electric fan also clicked on its fan blades, agreeing. "Me too," was the voice from the TV. Looking at these appliances, August suddenly felt that Nicholas Flamel is an interesting old man, who made alchemy products from things in the Muggle world. And it also gave them a lot of wisdom. This is similar to the toolman he brought to Nicholas Flamel to taste this time. Thinking of this, he looked at Nicholas Flamel, ready to show his gadgets. "Mr. Flamel, I also have some small things here, and I would like to ask you for advice." Nicholas Flamel was also interested and wanted to see what kind of work this little wizard could come up with. August opened his carry-on suitcase, took out a small bag, opened his mouth, and fell. Immediately, 3 small yellow things like capsules rolled out, and then quickly became larger. These little things have limbs, eyes, and mouths. He also wore some of the jeans worn by Muggle world workers. It's just that because there are no shoulders, the straps of the denim jacket slip down onto the arms. Soon, their eyes opened. After seeing August, they said something one by one and then rushed to August's thigh. August rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Kevin, Stuart, and Bob, don't move around and let Mr. Flamel take a good look at you." "Oola." When a few minions heard this, they immediately lined up, pretending to be serious, and looking at Nicholas Flamel. It's just that their big eyes still aim at August from time to time. Nicholas Flamel, who was next to him, was already itching to see it. With his eyesight, he could see most of the techniques in August's alchemy products in a short period. However, he found that August's method of imparting intelligence to alchemical items was different from his. Or it is different from any known technology in this world. Nicholas Flamel directly let the wheelchair float over, then picked up a minion and looked at it. Kevin, don't move. August instructed the minions. Signal him to cooperate well. Nicholas Flamel watched carefully. Isis Magic Pattern Array, the heart of the fire dragon is used as the source of magic. The role of these transmission arrays is. Looking at the minions, Nicholas Flamel kept saying some alchemy craftsmanship, which made August next to him admire it very much. With just a few observations, the refining techniques and materials can be closely related. If alchemy is divided into levels in the system, then Nicholas Flamel is at least at the level of the 8th level, or even the upper level of the 8th level. These minions are the tool people refined by August. One day, he had a whim and thought that in a film he had seen in a previous life, the protagonist's little brothers, the minions, were proficient in all 18 skills. Why can't I make some minions as assistants in my daily magic research? Do it when you think of it, do it vigorously. That's August's style. So he spent a semester and wasted countless materials. In the end, these minions were completed as a finished product a few days ago. However, he still used the magic of the Garden of Eden to forcibly endow these minions with some intelligence. This time, August wanted to meet and chat with Nicholas Flamel, and the most important thing was to figure out how to use alchemy to give alchemical products the ability to act independently and as part of their wisdom. Excellent work, Gaunt. Finally, Nicholas Flamel put down Kevin, and the minions ran behind August, looking at the old man badly. Can a boy's body be played with like this? If it wasn't for the master's order, he would slap this bad old man in the face. Patting Kevin's head, August quietly waited for Nicholas Flamel's next evaluation. The combination of your alchemy application is very novel, and the foundation is very solid. You only need to make some adjustments to the combination of the magic pattern sequence. This is a perfect work. August listened to Nicholas Flamel's comments and agreed. After all, August didn't study alchemy for a long time. Although he has a lot of knowledge in his mind, his hands are still a little rusty. He also failed many times during refining, wasting a lot of materials. May I ask, Mr. Gaunt, what is your method of giving them intelligence? I have never seen such a method in any book. In the end, Nicholas Flamel still couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked the most crucial question. Without hesitation, August directly told his thoughts in the process of how to realize the magic spell of the Garden of Eden. He even passed the spell on to Nicholas Flamel to see if he could come up with a new way to apply it. Nicholas Flamel became more and more excited as he listened, and in the end, his cloudy eyes burst into a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 69, The Stunning Villa. August. Your idea is a direction I've never thought about. Nicholas Flamel was very excited at the moment. August's operation amazed him. He didn't expect that dream magic would be used by him in alchemy. This is a method no one has thought of. And the effect is surprisingly good. Even Nicholas Flamel's home appliance alchemy may seem spiritual, but it's like a set program. Like this air conditioner made by Nico added a cooling magic pattern during refining and also used magic to make some spirits. This air conditioner will always be like this, he can only follow the set functions and creators. The will to work and communicate. And August's method brings an infinite possibility. They can learn and evolve. Seeing the 600-year-old man so excited, August was afraid he couldn't catch his breath. Hastily motioned Nicholas Flamel not to be so excited, we can speak slowly. For half a day, August was talking to Nicholas Flamel about the process of refining minions and some of the problems he encountered. And Nicholas Flamel listened to August's narration, nodded from time to time, and when August said the problems he encountered, he also gave his advice and insights accurately. The old and the young discussed in this living room until the evening, until the house elves came to inform them that the dinner was ready. August and Nico stopped communicating with a sigh of relief. Nicholas Flamel deserves to be a person who stands at the pinnacle of alchemy. August has achieved a lot this afternoon, which is completely more effective than reading books alone for a whole month. And Nicholas Flamel is also the same. August's alchemical thinking with Muggle programming thinking is undoubtedly novel to him, who has always lived in the wizarding world. This also broadened his mind and gave him the urge to retreat and experiment. Naturally, the relationship between the two of them also became excellent this afternoon and became a year-long friendship. At the dinner, August also met Nicholas's wife, Pernelle Flamel. As soon as the old lady saw August, she liked it very much, and kept asking if August had a girlfriend, and if he did, would he mind having more girlfriends. Made August blush. I'm just a kid with 2 girlfriends. For the next period, August lived in Nico's castle. These days, Nico has regarded August as his close disciple, all the books in the house are open to him and even taught August how to refine the magic stone. He believed that August's talent in alchemy far surpassed himself, and even deliberately made August his heir. Nicholas Flamel is an old antique that has lived for more than 600 years. His family's collection of books can be described as rich and unusual, far exceeding that of all pure-blood families. There are also many alchemy books and magic books here that are not available at Hogwarts. August feels like a fish in water, soaking in the library every day, absorbing knowledge crazily. From time to time, he can also ask Nico about some of the problems he encounters himself. Even 3 meals a day and daily life are taken care of by the elves in the castle. In a short period, August's magic level and alchemy level have made great progress, and Nicholas Flamel also sighed repeatedly. What a little monster. August's daily life is very fulfilling, but this also makes Pernelli some complaints. What kind of thing is such a cute child spending every day in the library and laboratory, and she even quarreled with Nico. Nicholas Flamel jokingly complained about August when he was experimenting with August. Seeing the old lady caring about him so much, August was very moved, but he was also a little dumbfounded. He was an orphan in 2 lives, but he felt the long-lost family love here, which made August quite enjoy. It's August. August, as usual, was sitting in the library watching a synopsis of medieval dark magic. The house elf Sean suddenly appeared in front of him. Master August, Madam has asked you to come to the assembly hall. Sean respectfully said to August, his tone a little more affectionate than before. After this period, Sean also knew that August was Nico's heir, in other words, his young master. Therefore, the tone was more polite than before and more affectionate. What did Mrs. Flamel say? There are some guests from Beauxbatons, the lady would like you to meet. After August heard it, he was a little puzzled. What does Beauxbatons have to do with him? As one of the 3 magic schools in Europe, Beauxbatons is located in France. The Nico family is also a shareholder of the school. Their people come to visit here. August is not surprised, but why ask him to go there? But since the old lady called him, and he just got tired of reading books, he just went and had a look. August followed Sean to the living room, and before he entered, he heard hearty laughter constantly coming. Walking into the hall, August saw a woman sitting next to Pernelli in the middle. This woman is so tall that August estimates that she is almost 3 meters tall. However, although this woman is tall, she has a graceful temperament and a very elegant manner. She is chatting with Pernelli with a smile. Sitting at her start were a group of young witches, dressed in uniform blue uniforms, with hats on their heads and veils on their faces. Although he can't see his face clearly, she has a graceful figure, and his appearance is not too bad. Seeing August walk in, Pernelli immediately waved to him with a smile and motioned to her side. August walked to her side a few steps and said hello. Pernelli grabbed Erwin's hand and introduced him to the woman opposite. Maxime, this is August, he is a little genius that even Nico praises. August, this Madame Olympe Maxime, is the current headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. August guessed her identity long ago, but he didn't show it and gave a gentleman's salute. Hello, Madame Maxime. Madame Maxime looked August up and down, and she also praised secretly in her heart, how could there be such a handsome little wizard? She nodded with satisfaction. Are you interested in transferring to my Beauxbatons? You can choose any of the little witches in our school besides Delacour. August was dumbfounded. Why didn't this person play cards according to the routine, poach people when he came up and gave such attractive, unhealthy conditions? Humph. At this moment, a crisp cold hum sounded. August turned his head to look over, and a girl stood up. This was the best figure in the group of little witches, and her whole body exuded a different kind of charm. When the girl saw August's look, she didn't show any weakness and glared at August. Immediately, she took off his hat and veil, revealing a stunning face. The girl has a pair of big eyes like emeralds, and facial features as perfect and delicate as Venus are engraved on her white pretty face. As the hat was taken off, a waterfall of silver hair fell naturally, and there were some sparkles under the light of the candlelight. The girl raised her chin proudly, looked at August, and spoke in English with a French accent. I am Fleur Delacour. Chapter 70, Fiancé. Fleur of Tsundere. August was shocked by the beauty of the girl in front of him. Although he was not affected by that strange charm. But he had to admit that this girl was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Although Cho and Hermione are also outstanding in appearance, they are among the best at Hogwarts, but Fleur is too perfect. Delicate facial features, undulating figure, perfect like the fairy in the magic world. But August still reacted quickly. Now is not the time for this girl seems to have some opinions about him. Although he is puzzled, August is not a licking dog. Even if the other party's appearance can be described as shy, but he will not fall in love with a cold kindness. August responded coldly, saying he knew. You. Fleur was a little annoyed. Why did this person have such an attitude? In the past at school, Fleur never lacked admirers, and those wizards would be excited to talk to her for a whole year. When she saw that he was not fascinated by her. As a result, although was also shocked by her appearance at the beginning, August immediately became extremely cold. Pernelli and Madame Maxime next to each other watched the confrontation between these 2 people with a smile. Pernelli said suddenly. August, Miss Delacour is coming to us for the first time, you should show her around. Hearing what the old lady said, although August didn't want to agree, he couldn't save her face in front of so many people, so he nodded and agreed. Miss Delacour, please come with me, and I will show you around. Speaking to Fleur, August walked out the back door without waiting for the other party to agree. Fleur gritted her teeth secretly, scolding August for not being a gentleman at all. But still followed August up. The two walked out of the living room one after the other and wandered around the castle. Nicholas Flamel's castle is very big. August has been here for so many days, and only barely knows most of the places. By his estimation, the castle was at least half the size of Hogwarts without the Forbidden Forest. August introduced Hibiscus to her. On the way, Fleur didn't say anything, just listened to his introduction silently. It's just that she would stare at August from time to time, and there was a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, which made August a little puzzled. Hasn't he met this eldest? Why do you feel so strange looking at him? When the two walked to a garden, August finally couldn't help asking. Delacour, we don't seem to have met before. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Fleur didn't speak, a pair of emeralds just stared at August. It wasn't until August couldn't stand it that he finally spoke up. You don't know. My fiancé. The corners of August's mouth twitched wildly. What was going on? How did he become Fleur's fiancé? Wait a minute, Mademoiselle Delacour. August put his hand on his forehead and rubbed his temples as if to confirm whether Fleur had admitted the wrong person. Am I, Auguste Gaunt, your fiancé? Fleur saw him like this and believed that he didn't know about it. His attitude towards him was also slightly softened. I thought you knew that my grandmother had a very good relationship with Mrs. Flamel. Mrs. Flamel sent a letter to my grandmother the other day, saying that she would arrange a marriage for me, and she agreed. Got it all. The old lady was not joking at the banquet a few days ago. This is not to introduce him to a girlfriend, it is to give him a little daughter-in-law directly. And the other party is the famous flower of Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. Although the other party has the silver hair that is against, although the other party is already magnificent at a young age, he must be a piano girl again when he grows up, although, cough. The code can't be done anymore, and after thinking about it, he wants to agree. Miss Delacour, I don't know about this matter, but don't worry, I will explain it to Madame Flamel. After August's words, this time it was Fleur's turn to be unhappy. This is how women are. You greet her and she says you lick dogs. You ignore her, and she becomes rebellious. You don't like me. Did she mean this? August is numb. How can women focus on such strange things? I didn't mean it that way. You're beautiful, even the most beautiful of all the girls I've ever met, but we didn't know each other at all, so let's just forget about a fiancé. August explained patiently. Only then did Fleur nod with satisfaction, and it was very useful for August's praise. Let's not talk about these things. Madame Flamel praised you in the letter, saying that you are an unprecedented genius, and dare to fight me in a duel. August looked at her firm eyes and reluctantly agreed. The battle begins. Well, the battle is over. The strength gap between the two sides is too huge. Fleur looked at August with a complicated face. He defeated herself without even using his wand, and to prevent herself from being unconvinced, he defeated her 3 times in a row. She finally understood the meaning of unprecedented genius. Seeing her lost appearance, she revealed an air of pity, and August couldn't help but comfort her. Don't be discouraged, you've been practicing for decades, and you can let me pull out my wand. After hearing this, Fleur laughed in anger. Is he so comforting? Humph. Lifting her smooth chin, she was as graceful as a white swan. Glancing at August, Fleur walked forward on her own. August scratched his head. Is this okay? Although he was not sure about Fleur's attitude, he still followed. The atmosphere between the two gradually changed, and Fleur kept pulling August and asking some questions. There are spell issues, there are alchemy issues, but more personal issues. Along the way, there was some inexplicable harmony between the girl's chattering questions and the boy's helpless answering voice. Chapter 71, Farewell, Vila's Love. It has been half a month since Fleur first came to the castle. Since that time, Fleur has come here to find August often, and the two old people are also happy to see it happen. Therefore, the relationship between August and Fleur has also grown by leaps and bounds for some time. Fleur also showed a completely different character from outsiders. Loved to be coquettish. August also discovered that Fleur was proud when facing other people, and wished her eyes would grow on top of her head. But in front of August, she became a coquettish little girl. Although August was 3 years younger than her coquetry was so natural. Every time Fleur sees the alchemy products made by August, she has to grind August to give her a copy. And after each discussion, when August speaks more heavily, she acts like a spoiled child and interrupts August's reprimand, which makes him very helpless. Overall, still a very lovely girl. And now that the time has come to the end of August, August is also about to leave France and go back to prepare for the start of school. There was also a letter from Arya, indicating that the potion stock was running out. Today is August's penultimate day at the castle. When casting spells, the manual movements must be concealed, otherwise the opponent will predict your spell in advance through your gestures. August is talking to Fleur about some of these fighting techniques. Fleur deserves to be a player in the future Triwizard Tournament, and her talent is very strong. Whenever August mentions some of her shortcomings, she can immediately correct them, and from time to time, she can also draw inferences from others. But today's Fleur seems a little absent-minded. August said a lot, but she didn't seem to hear it. August saw what was wrong with her and asked aloud. "What's wrong? It feels like you're out of shape today." The distracted Fleur calmed down and looked at the handsome young man in front of her. Biting his lips, she asked softly. "Tomorrow, you're going back to London." After speaking, Fleur looked at August, and there seemed to be 1,000 words in those green eyes. August was startled, but he didn't expect Fleur to be absent-minded because of this matter. He raised his hand and gently stroked Fleur's silky silver hair, which he often did recently. August couldn't put it down for Fleur's silver hair, and the gentle movements made Fleur's pretty face a little red. "Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow, but I'll come over when I have time." Softly comforting the beautiful girl in front of him, August felt a little guilty. After all, he left this time, and he didn't know when he would come to Gaul next time. "Then when will you come next time?" Fleur asked expectantly. August thought about it, and suddenly he realized that he can't come at Christmas, otherwise Cho and Hermione would never let him have a good time, and it could only be summer vacation. "I'll come over next summer." Embarrassingly smiled, August said embarrassedly. Fleur immediately puffed up her face, like a cute little puffer fish. Unable to hold back, August poked his cheek with his index finger. Slippery. After knocking off the boy's mischievous hand, Fleur gave him an angry look. But she also knew that Hogwarts had a Christmas holiday after school started, and it was very hard to run back and forth for a few days. "You must come over for the summer, and you have to remember that no matter how many girlfriends you have at Hogwarts, you still have a fiancé waiting for you in France." Fleur buried her head in August's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. She coquettishly said to August. Feeling the flirtatious friendship revealed in the girl's tenderness, August also hugged her tightly. No one spoke, both of them cherished the last period together. Early the next morning, August was ready to leave. Nicholas Flamel and his wife also got up early, and the three of them had a warm breakfast. During this period, Pernelli also kept telling August not to forget to sleep and eat because of studying magic, and to write to her frequently to communicate his current situation. August nodded and agreed, taking every word of the old lady's request firmly in his heart. Pernelli was also very happy with August. She and Nico have no descendants and have long regarded August as a grandson. For this grandson, Nicholas Flamel plans to make a philosopher's stone and continue to live, watching him grow up, get married and have children. So, it's not that people are tired of the world. Just no nostalgia. The current Nicholas Flamel and his wife have no intention of ending their own lives. As for what materials for making the philosopher's stone have become extinct, this is just the wind that Nico released to the outside world. He doesn't want to be targeted by some people because he can still make philosopher's stone. The two sent August into the cafe when he came. Nicholas Flamel gave August a title deed to a London manor housed by an elf. This is also Nico's parting gift to August. For August to have a place in the British wizarding world, it is also inconvenient to always live in the Muggle world. August accepted it without rejecting it, and the two of them have long since stopped being so polite. Looking around, August didn't see Fleur coming. He doesn't want to feel the pain of parting. Waving at the two old men, August left the cafe. In the distance, Madame Maxime and Fleur stood on the corner of the street. The morning light shining on the girl's face has become the best foil for the girl's beautiful appearance, making the girl more charming and more sacred. Fleur quietly looked at the back of August getting farther and farther away, her eyes were already full of tears. Madame Maxime also sighed when she saw her proud disciple look like this. Although Fleur is only a quarter of Vila's blood, she has inherited a characteristic of Vila. Once you fall in love with a person, you will love him deeply for the rest of your life. You don't want to go up and say goodbye to him. Madame Maxime couldn't help but be persuaded. Fleur shook her head and said firmly. I don't want him to see me cry, I want to always appear in front of him with the most beautiful image. After speaking, the girl wiped her tears and said to Madame Maxime. Principal, let's go back, I have to get in touch with the magician, and I must surprise him next time we meet. Looking at the girl who seemed to have grown a lot in an instant, Madame Maxime thought silently in her heart. It seems that the matter should be advanced, and strive to hold it within 2 years. Chapter 72, for the continuation of the family. August chose the Muggle way of travel and flew back to London. He didn't go to the manor that Nico gave him first but went back to his own home first. Walking into the house that he hadn't come back to for more than a month, August didn't feel much, probably because since he went to Hogwarts, he knew that this place could only be a temporary residence. August feels like a wanderer returning home. The next day, after receiving a letter from August, Cho ran to August's house very early. Looking at her boyfriend who hadn't seen each other for more than a month, Cho was both happy and angry. She is happy to see someone who has been thinking about it again and again. What's angry is that this guy has been gone for a month, and she still sent letters back at the beginning, but he didn't even reply after that. She puffed out her mouth and looked at August angrily. August also knew that he was wrong, but after the appearance of Fleur, the relationship between the two became more and more ambiguous, and he was a little reluctant to think about it. He quickly walked to Cho's side, gently hugged the young lady in his arms, and kept talking about the love between the two. It didn't take long for Cho to be coaxed into a happy smile, his face crimson. The two stayed warm for a while, and Cho asked about August's life in France during this time. August hesitated for a while, feeling that it would not be a long-term solution to hide the matter of Fleur from Cho, so he simply told her what happened. The little witch looked calm, and after listening to August's story quietly, she finally spoke. "So you went to France and got a fiancé?" August nodded and looked at Cho nervously, but Cho's next sentence made August's scalp even more numb. "Did you tell Hermione about this?" August didn't think that Cho would even know about him and Hermione, but he thought he was hiding well. Looking at August's cold sweat, Cho finally couldn't help it and burst out laughing. "Okay, stop teasing you. This kind of thing is very common in the wizarding world. Some pure-blood families often marry several wives for the continuation of their blood. You are the only one left in your family, I can understand you." Gently touched August's handsome face, Cho said thoughtfully. Seeing Cho so sensible, August kissed her forehead lightly. August said righteously, "You still know me best, Cho, and for the continuation of the family, I have an obligation. It's nothing to suffer or be tired of." Cho rolled his beautiful eyes and was speechless about August's behavior of being cheap and good. "However, if you dare to abandon me because of others, I will not let you go." Cho pretended to be fierce and said, and a pair of small hands quietly moved to the soft flesh around August's waist and twisted it. August pretended to be in pain, although Cho knew that he didn't exert any force, he still rubbed him cooperatively. This is the little fun of couples before. Some exaggerated reactions can always promote the relationship between couples. The two stayed until the evening before August sent Cho, who was reluctant to part, home. "So we need more potions now, or in other words, can you help me cultivate a group of potion-making talents?" August rested on Arya's slender, elastic thighs, listening to Arya recount some of the recent events in Nocturne Alley. Because of August's support, Arya's business has grown more and more recently, and she has recruited more than a dozen wizards. But this is also a hidden danger. All of Arya's expansion was achieved only with the resources provided by August. If August was busy with other things for a while, or it was inconvenient to hand over the potion to Arya, it would be affected. And August didn't want to keep making the potion by himself. "The reason to subdue a force is to save trouble for me. How can I make them rely on me all the time, and the tool person is me?" After listening to Arya, he also felt that it was time to train some people to make potions. Putting both hands on Arya's lap, making Arya blush, August did it. "How many of our people have a good level of making potions now?" "There are 2. Arya thought for a while and replied. "You go and call them over, and then sign a contract. I will provide some special making methods. Although they cannot make difficult potions, some commonly used ones can also achieve good quality." Arya's eyes lit up when she heard this. If August cultivated these 2 people, then some simple potions would not need August. She immediately said that she would do it in 2 days. August was very satisfied with her resolute performance, especially when she was in front of him. She was as gentle as water. This gave August a different experience. During this period, he basically lived on Arya's side, and someone was waiting on him every day, and he was simply reluctant to think about it. It was not until the last 2 days of summer vacation when Cho and Hermione asked him to accompany them to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies, he walked out of the gentle village with difficulty. Looking at Arya's reluctant eyes and caring eyes. August has to sigh, or one Isan will hurt people. "August, this way." Hermione excitedly waved to August, and August walked over. 2 beautiful girls, Hermione and Cho, arm in arm, are waiting for August at the entrance of Diagon Alley. Strange to say, the smell of gunpowder between the 2 girls had disappeared since the last time he told Hermione what Cho had said. And August doesn't know when. The relationship between the 2 people is getting better and better, and they often come to Diagon Alley for dessert. August was very puzzled about this. Girls are indeed the most difficult book to read. The 3 walked together in Diagon Alley, Hermione and Cho holding August's arms from left to right. 2 young and beautiful girls and a handsome boy became beautiful scenery on the street and attracted the attention of many pedestrians. Some of the Hogwarts students recognized August and looked at him like a god. "That's it, I don't know how they will act it when I go back to school." Hermione said a little depressed, but August was very open to it. "They must be very envious of me having 2 such beautiful girlfriends." August said proudly, and his performance of being cheap and good attracted the two girls' eyes for a while. Chapter 73, Beat him. Beat him. The three stopped and walked all the way, and soon arrived near Flourish and Blotts. Perhaps because of the opening of the school, the Flourish and Blotts were very lively today, but August took a closer look and found that most of them were witches. From the little witches at August's school to the old witches in their 70s and 80s, they all looked into the bookstore with frenzied expressions. Today is Lockhart's autograph. Hermione looked at the banner hanging on the second floor of the bookstore with a hint of disgust in her tone. At Christmas, August gave her a set of Lockhart books and also told Hermione how Lockhart obtained the stories. Of course, the little witch chose to trust August. So she hates Lockhart very much. But due to the lack of evidence, Hermione, who is full of justice, can't have to write a letter to the Ministry of Magic to report Lockhart. Hermione, don't you like Lockhart? My mother is a big fan of his books. Cho Chang, who was on the side, looked at Hermione. Afterward, Hermione told Cho about everything, and Cho didn't doubt that, and immediately lost his affection for Lockhart. At this time, August suddenly saw the twin brother. He stepped forward and said hello. George, Fred. Hearing someone calling them, the twins turned their heads to see that it was their friend and boss, August, and laughed. Walking to the three of them, Fred and George winked and gave August a thumbs up. Are you here to buy Lockhart's books too? August ignored the weirdness between the two of them and asked directly. No, our mom is in line, and my dad and I are helping Ginny with other school supplies, George replied. This semester's defense against the dark arts professor is crazy to ask us to buy Lockhart's full set of books. Fred on the side also vomited bitterly. His family now has 4 boys studying at Hogwarts, plus a younger sister, Ginny, who is new to the school this year. So many textbooks have a great impact on his family's economic situation. You know, Lockhart books don't come cheap. Even little sister Ginny's school uniform is going to be old, not to mention Ron's wand. At this time, a middle-aged man came over with a girl. When the twins saw it, they called out to Dad immediately, and August knew that this was Mr. Weasley. The twins introduced them to each other. Mr. Weasley was very happy. August, George, and Fred kept talking about you at home and saying you were coming over as a guest. I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley, I've been to France for some business, so I don't have time to visit. Mr. Weasley waved his hand and said that he was fine. It was obvious that he was a very easygoing person. During the conversation, August suddenly remembered the question that he had not finished. George, Fred, I don't think you need to buy so many Lockhart books. Several people looked over curiously, and their faces were full of doubts. You only need to buy 2 sets of his books. After all, he can't teach different grades at the same time. You only need the books to appear in the hands of those who are about to take classes. After listening to this, the Weasley family suddenly realized. Yeah. Just make sure the twins have 2 books in class and give them to the others when they need them. Wanting to understand, Mr. Weasley rushed into the bookstore to find his wife. He prayed in his heart that Molly hadn't lined up to buy Lockhart's books. And Ginny, who was left behind, also looked at August gratefully, so she should be able to get a new school uniform. August also observed Ginny, a very cute little girl, but the freckles and red hair on her face were not August's food, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Since Joe hadn't bought Lockhart's books yet, several people also walked into the bookstore, preparing to buy a set, but when they entered the bookstore, they heard a quarrel. A few people walked over and found Mr. Weasley and a platinum-haired man on the line, with Malfoy standing beside him. Fred identified the men. That's Lucius Malfoy, and he's very bad at dealing with my dad, who had been raiding his estate a while ago. The two quarreled to the end and immediately started to move their hands. Mr. Weasley really couldn't stand Lucius Malfoy's cynicism, and he threw the cauldron, and a straight hook hit him. Lucius Malfoy was unprepared and was directly staggered back by, knocking down a bookshelf, and smashing dozens of books on his head. However, the two of them didn't care and scuffled frantically on the ground. George and Fred next to him were also frantically cheering on their father. August also watched with relish. Do all wizards have a heart for melee combat? Beat him. Mr. Weasley beat him. August couldn't get enough of it and raised his suggestion loudly. Hermione and Cho hurriedly stood far away, trying their best to express that they didn't know this person. When Mr. Weasley heard someone calling him, he subconsciously complied with the suggestion of this sentence and punched him. What? Lucius Malfoy screamed, his face flushed and covered his body bowed into a prawn. Fortunately, it was Hagrid who came from out of nowhere, one in each hand, and picked them up and separated them like chickens. In the end, Lucius Malfoy stood up in pain, picked up what Mr. Weasley had spilled with his trembling hands, and left after taunting a few words. But what surprised August was that he didn't see any small movements from Lucius Malfoy, nor did he see the diary. This can't help but give August a little more attention. Next semester, he can't just rely on the plot to infer. What happened here soon spread to Lockhart, and with Lockhart's pushy and noisy character, he would come. August and Cho didn't stop, they said hello to Mr. Weasley's and left. On the last 2 days of summer vacation, August went to Cho and Hermione's house for dinner respectively and made an appointment to go to the train station together. Originally, Arya wanted to give August a gift that day, but August refused. It's not that he looks down on Arya, but he's just afraid of attracting the attention of those who care. Recently, Arya's expansion has attracted the attention of some families. They want to know where so many high-quality potions come from. After meeting with Hermione and Cho, the three walked into platform 9 3/4 together and got on the train. Watching the familiar noise and old-fashioned trains made August feel a lot better. Chapter 74, Astoria Greengrass. The three of August quickly found a carriage. Although there are only 3 of them, many young wizards will not enter this box again after seeing August. Over the past year, August's reputation has been very loud among every student, and even some little wizards will have to fear him when they see him. This also gave him some small privileges. Before long, the train set off. Hermione was a little puzzled, not seeing Harry and Ron all the way. August, did you see Harry and Ron? No. August stretched comfortably and answered lazily. The sunlight outside the window was warm, and it made August feel drowsy in the compartments. At this time, August was leaning against the window, looking sleepy. Seeing August like this, Hermione didn't have anything to do with him. Had to go out and see if Harry and Ron were on the train. After a while, Hermione came back, her face a little dignified. I turned around and didn't see them, and Fred and George didn't know where they were. Seeing that Hermione was so worried, August comforted him. It's okay if you miss the train, there are other ways to get to the school. For example, driving. Hermione rolled her eyes and was about to show that the joke was not funny at all when the box door suddenly opened. A little witch with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in and asked weakly. Hello, is there anyone in this seat? I searched for a long time and couldn't find a vacant seat. August glanced at her and found that this girl was extraordinarily beautiful. The curly blonde hair was carefully draped over her shoulders, and the long eyelashes on her blue pupils made her look more like a doll. Although her face was a little pale, it added a softness to her, making August suddenly think of Lin Daiyu, Chinese classic novel Dream of the Red Chamber. No one, just sit down. August was also surprised and returned to normal. It has to be said that he, who has been baptized by Fleur's prosperous beauty, won't feel too much when he sees a beautiful girl. Seeing that August agreed, Cho and Hermione naturally didn't say anything and gave the little witch a friendly nod. Seeing that the little witch was struggling to hold a large box, August stood up and helped her put the box on the luggage rack. Thank you. The girl smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. My name is Astoria Greengrass. Nice to meet you. August thought for a while, and he didn't seem to have heard the name in the movie and didn't say anything. He nodded, then introduced himself, Cho and Hermione. Unexpectedly, the little witch suddenly cried out in surprise. Are you August Gaunt? The genius wizard who refused to join Slytherin. The corners of August's mouth twitched when he heard it, and the 2 women next to him also covered their mouths and snickered. Unexpectedly, August's reputation had already spread to the newly enrolled little wizards. Feeling a little rude, Astoria hurriedly apologized and explained. I always heard my sister mention you this summer, saying that you are the most talented student in the past few years, and you have created a record in the House Cup. August nodded knowingly, it turned out to be a pure-blood family. Who is your sister? Daphne Greengrass. August felt that the name was a bit familiar. He heard Cho mention this name, and it was said that it was the Slytherin leader of the August cheerleading team. After the 2 sides got to know each other, the girls quickly became friends, and the train moved smoothly towards Hogwarts. Suddenly, August found something outside the window, somewhat uncertain, he took out his wand and tapped it on his temple. Then he looked a little weird. What's wrong? Cho noticed that August's eyes had been staying outside the car, his expression was still very strange, and asked aloud. Hermione and Astoria on the side also looked over curiously. August thought for a while and felt that it was more troublesome to say, and then added a spell to the 2 women, signaling them to look out the window. Looking at Astoria's curious look, August also gave her. So, everyone could see in the sky outside the window, a muggle car flying in the sky. The people who had been blessed with the spell could see the 2 people in the car. Harry. Ron. Hermione cried out. She saw the terrified expressions on their faces. The car also jumped up and down, very unstable. She shook August hastily. August, can you help them? August shook his head, too far away, and there was nothing he could do. So the 4 of them could only watch the car fly farther and farther. Hermione kept talking about points deductions and so on, and August thought it was funny. Sure enough, Hermione was a good student who valued her grades more than her life. The Harry you're talking about is the savior Harry Potter? Astoria asked August suspiciously. Yes, he is the savior, Harry Potter, August replied with confirmation. This made Astoria's 3 views collapse a bit. Is this Mr. Savior so skinny? However, August simply explained that this car is Mr. Weasley's collection so that Hermione does not have to worry about safety issues. The school has not yet started, and there are no points for Harry and the others to deduct. August bought some snacks to pass the boring time on buffet car and invited Astoria to enjoy them together. The little witch was a little embarrassed, but after Cho and Hermione's words, she also ate some. Along the way, the relationship between Astoria and Cho became inexplicably good. Maybe Cho, who was 1 year older, became more gentle, giving Astoria a feeling of a big sister. If it weren't for the fact that the Greengrass family were all Slytherin students, she might have come to Ravenclaw because of Cho. Gradually, the train reached the end, and after the 3 sent Astoria to Hagrid, they went to the area where Thestral rode the carriage. And Hermione told Hagrid about Harry's situation, and Hagrid was very worried after hearing it. However, Hagrid needed to lead the little wizard to the sorting ceremony, so there was no way to go to Professor McGonagall immediately, so he had to ask Hermione to find Professor McGonagall immediately after arriving at the school and explain the situation to her. Chapter 75, A Group of Troubled Children. August and his party followed the senior students out of the station, and soon they saw hundreds of carriages standing in rows and leaning against the roadside. Unlike ordinary carriages, these carriages had no horses in front of them and were just left there. But August could see that in front of the carriages was a scrawny, dragon-like black Pegasus with huge bat wings. These are Thestrals, and it is said that only those who have seen death can see them. Whether it was Quirrell's death last semester, or the dark wizard he killed in Nocturne Alley. These are enough for August to see them. Hermione was a little puzzled, but she didn't care. A carriage that could walk on its own was not something unusual in the wizarding world. She is still worried about whether Harry will make it to school and what punishment will be imposed. Cho was not surprised, she had ridden in these carriages last year. At this time. Woo. With a beast inscription, the sound of horse hooves stepping on the ground came from a distance, and it quickly approached. Celestia. August saw the figure of the little unicorn and was running towards him from a distance. Under the moonlight, his whole body radiated a soft brilliance, especially the unicorn, as if there was a nebula around her. Celestia quickly ran to August's side, happily circling August, screaming from time to time. August was also very happy. After a summer vacation, Celestia has grown a lot taller, and her limbs have become slender and powerful. He pulled the little pony that sprinkled and checked it carefully to see if she had suffered any harm in the Forbidden Forest. Although August has asked Hagrid to take care of Celestia, there are still some dangerous groups in the Forbidden Forest, such as those 8-eyed giant spiders. Although the Acromantula has a good relationship with Hagrid, it can sometimes lose control of its hunting instinct. According to George and Fred, every time they go deep into the Forbidden Forest, they dare not approach the territory of the Acromantula, where some magical creatures often go missing. The little unicorn felt August's concern, rubbed his cheek affectionately, and then whimpered a few times. "You mean, you are in charge of pulling the cart for us?" August understood what she meant. Celestia nodded, staring at August with big eyes. So, August and the others got on the carriage pulled by the unicorn under the envy of the other little wizards. They don't understand why August's carriage is pulled by a unicorn, and why don't they get this treatment. However, some of the little witches in Ravenclaw heard Cho say that August had conquered a little unicorn last semester, not too surprised. Soon, the news quickly spread in the crowd, and without knowing it, August left a new legend among the students. Hermione and Cho were also very happy. They liked Celestia very much. The curtain of the carriage was never lowered along the way. The 2 girls also fed Celestia some snacks from time to time. Although Celestia pulled the cart for the first time, she was still very stable and walked slowly along the Hogsmeade path. August didn't walk this road last semester, and he was still a little curious, so he looked around and observed. Unfortunately, the road was surrounded by woods dozens of meters high, and he couldn't see anything. Within half an hour, the carriage stopped at the gate of the oak gate. After getting off the carriage, August rubbed Celestia's head, praised her, and let her go back to the Forbidden Forest. The little unicorn was a little reluctant to give up, but after August said that he would visit her in the next few days, he still turned back and left. Several people walked back to the castle, and August was also a little happy when he saw that he had returned to the place where he had lived for nearly a year. When they met Professor McGonagall at the castle gate, Hermione suddenly remembered Harry and Ron and hurried over to tell Professor McGonagall about it. Professor McGonagall didn't believe it at first, but after August came forward to testify, she knew that this was no joke. Don't they know how to get an owl to deliver a letter? Professor McGonagall was about to cry stupidly by the little lion in his college, and she didn't care about the little wizards who needed to be admitted, so she went directly to Dumbledore. Before leaving, she also asked August to help maintain order. If she did not come back, he would take the little wizard to the sorting ceremony. August opened his mouth and wanted to refuse, but Professor McGonagall left without giving him a chance to speak. Depressed, he could only take over the drudgery. Seeing August's helpless look, Hermione and Cho also covered their mouths and snickered. They said that Professor McGonagall did not let them stay to help, so they had to leave first. Seeing the two girls gloating over his misfortune, August decided that he had to get revenge when he had the chance. And a group of little wizards saw the stern Professor McGonagall go, leaving only a student who was not much older than them in charge of them. Immediately, they became more courageous and chatted about what he would encounter in the sorting ceremony for a while. Some said that they would let them release the magic spell and perform it, and some said that they had to fight the fire dragon. There were even a few little witches who saw that August was so handsome, and came up to chat with him and asked his name. August's head becomes dizzy. Quiet. August shouted, but unfortunately, it had no effect, and a group of freshmen was still noisy. Quiet. He took out his wand and cast an amplifying charm on himself, and August's voice suddenly suppressed all the noise, and even the dust on the roof was shaken off a lot by him. The freshmen were finally honest and looked at August with some fear. Glancing at them, he saw Astoria, whom he knew on the train, the little witch had been standing there quietly, which made him feel very relieved. Friendly nodded at her but made the little witch a little red. The freshmen on the side saw that Astoria knew this senior, and a few girls came up to ask something, and Astoria was a little at a loss for a while. Chapter 76, Luna. August saw that Astoria was not good at this kind of scene, so he waved. Come to me. Astoria. Hearing August's call, Astoria breathed a sigh of relief, got rid of the entanglement of the little witch next to her, and hid behind August. At this moment, the door was opened, and Professor Flitwick came over and asked August. August, what's the situation here? The sorting ceremony will begin in a while. Professor McGonagall met Professor Flitwick on the way. She was afraid that August would not be able to handle these little wizards, so she asked Flitwick to come and take a look. However, Flitwick was relieved to see that the group of freshmen in front of him were still honest. It's okay, Professor, everything is normal here. Is the sorting ceremony about to start? August answered, and asked when the division would be. He was a little distracted by these little wizards now. Professor Flitwick shook his head and said that it would take some time. And he saw that August managed the freshmen well, so he simply taught August everything and left. After all, his height is not suitable for helping the little wizard to put on the sorting hat for sorting, and it is good to have August's help. Seeing his head of house show his face, he slipped, and August's mouth twitched. There's a lot of Raxpert around you. An ethereal voice recalled that August looked over, and the little witch looked around August with a pair of indifferent eyes, muttering to herself. This girl has a pair of very rare silver eyes, dark blonde hair scattered in a mess, and part of it is braided. A pair of radish earrings are worn on both ears, and a necklace made of butterbeer caps is also worn on the white neck. The whole person seems to have some weird beauty. What did you say? What is Raxpert? August was a little confused as to why he had never heard of this magical animal. Can't you see them? Also, many people don't believe they exist, so they can't see the Raxpert. Her expression was a little dazed, which, combined with her ethereal self-talk, made August feel a little unreal. She continued. The Raxpert will drift into people's ears, confuse their minds, and cause trouble. August felt a little inexplicable, but this little witch made him feel a little familiar. It should be a character from the original book, August asked with interest. What's your name? Luna Lovegood. August suddenly realized that it was this one. In the original world, this one was no less popular than Hermione. With this ethereal temperament, charming face, and unique charm, it is no wonder that a group of ISPs in the previous life were calling their wives and wives in the comment area all day long. Knowing that it was her, August was not surprised by these remarks. This girl was a bit strange at first, and everyone in the school called her a loony Lovegood. Then can you help me get rid of the Raxpert? August asked back. He wanted to see how the little witch would react. Astoria, who was hiding behind him, couldn't help it. She was a little unhappy, although she didn't know why. But this girl obviously didn't know August, but she came up to talk and even pulled out a creature she had never heard of before, which was used to attract August's attention. There is no such creature at all, and Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them doesn't even mention Raxpert. Astoria's rebuttal did not make Luna react. She thought quietly as if she wanted to think of a way to expel the harassment. This made Astoria even more unhappy. After a moment, Luna shook her head. Sorry, I can't do it. Seeing her say that, Astoria wanted to say something but was interrupted by August. Then there is no other way but to let the Raxpert busy himself to leave. Okay, gentlemen and ladies. Line up, we're ready to go to the sorting ceremony. August saw Professor Flitwick wave to him behind the door and stopped chatting. Entered the hall with the little wizards. When August entered the hall with a group of little wizards, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Everyone did not expect that this year, it was not Professor McGonagall who brought this group of freshmen to the sorting ceremony but August, a second-year student. For a while, there were voices of discussion from the 4 tables. August glanced at the professor's seat and saw that neither Dumbledore nor Professor McGonagall was there. Even Snape was absent. This made the professor's chair seem a little empty. After the Sorting Hat had sung its annual bad song, the sorting ceremony began. August called out the names of the little wizards in turn and performed the sorting ceremony for them. Lockhart on the stage looked at August enviously. Why didn't he think of such a showy thing? Turning his head to look at Professor Flitwick, he asked, "Who is this little wizard?" Flitwick replied proudly, "This is Mr. August Gaunt, the most outstanding student at Hogwarts in 50 years. The pride of our Ravenclaw." Lockhart heard that Flitwick would have such a high opinion of a second-year wizard, and couldn't help but glanced at August a few more times and wrote him down. Maybe in the future, the little wizard can share his adventures. Halfway through the sorting ceremony, August saw the hall door open, and Harry and Ron sneaked in, dirty and embarrassed. But he didn't have time to pay attention to them now, so he took a look and continued to branch for the next little wizard. Finally, after successfully assigning the last little wizard to Hufflepuff, August also completed the task and returned to the Ravenclaw long table. A few Ravenclaw students on the side greeted him and then asked why August was here for the sorting ceremony today. August dealt with a few words casually, confused the matter, and waited eagerly for today's dinner. Cho on the side pulled his sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Will Potter and Weasley not be fired?" "Rest assured, Headmaster Dumbledore will not allow such a thing to happen." August answered affirmatively. At this moment, Snape came in through the side door. Chapter 77, Healing the Whomping Willow. Snape's face was very bad, as if someone owed him 100,000 galleons. When a little wizard saw him like this, they stared at Snape curiously, wanting to know what happened. Even though Snape usually has a gloomy, it is rare today to have such a stinky appearance. But Snape did not step up to the chair, but stood at the door and shouted at the auditorium. "Professor Sprout, please come with me, and you, August." August was stunned. How could this have his own business? Looking at the steak on the table, August hesitated to pretend he didn't hear. The bright steak was constantly tempting him. Snape, who had known August for a year, knew his temper for a long time, and he repeated it. "August. Come here now. Don't pretend you didn't hear me." There was no other way, had to shove a mouthful of beef into his mouth, stood up, and walked over. "Professor, I feel like I need to add some nutrition now instead of being here." Walking over to Snape, August complained to him. Snape ignored him directly and said to Professor Sprout, "Professor Sprout, there is something wrong with the Whomping Willow. I am afraid that my judgment is not accurate, so I need your help." When Professor Sprout heard this, her expression became serious. She nodded and followed Snape to the outside, and August had to follow. Along the way, Snape also told Professor Sprout about Harry and Ron's car crashing into the willow. It could be heard that when he said this, he was a little gloating about the misfortune. It seemed that the two of them would pack up and leave tomorrow. The three came to the Whomping Willow. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were already waiting there. At this time, the Whomping Willow looked very manic, with countless branches waving in the air, and everyone could only stand far away. Professor Sprout didn't talk nonsense and stepped forward directly to appease the manic Whomping Willow. The head of Hufflepuff was worthy of being a master of herbal medicine, and within a few minutes, the willow was brought back to peace, and then she checked the injury of the willow. Sprout frowned, walked back, and said to Dumbledore with some worry, "Whomping Willow was seriously injured. The car hit the trunk of the willow. It needs to be repaired with the dragon dung fertilizer immediately. Otherwise, his lifespan will be affected." Except for August, everyone else looked at Snape, and Snape did not speak but looked at August. At this point, August finally understood why Professor Snape had called him over. When he practiced potion with Snape before, he secretly used Snape's raw materials to refine some things for himself, and this dragon dung fertilizer was one of them. Originally, he wanted to use these stock solutions to cultivate some medicinal materials by himself to achieve self-sufficiency. But he didn't expect Snape to be so clear about this matter, and he didn't say anything until now when he needed it. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he cursed, but August still looked at Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, please give me the location of my luggage. I have a bottle of dragon dung fertilizer in my luggage." Professor McGonagall named a location, and August took out his wand and cast a summoning charm. Soon, his luggage flew over from the castle, and he automatically avoided various obstacles along the way. "Professor Flitwick would be proud of you, Gaunt." Professor McGonagall couldn't help but praised when he saw such a wonderful summoning charm. August smiled, opened his luggage, fiddled around for a while, found the space bag for the potion, and took out a bottle of green potion. He handed the potion to Professor Sprout. After Professor Sprout opened it, he carefully observed it and was a little surprised. "Gaunt, I didn't expect your potion refining level to be so high. The quality of this bottle of dragon dung fertilizer is very good." Immediately, she put the whole bottle of dragon dung fertilizer on the wound of the Whomping Willow, and a green light immediately appeared on the wound, and it was still shrinking. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Whomping Willow is one of the hallmarks of Hogwarts, and since it was planted decades ago, it has not suffered so much damage. Several professors are also very affectionate towards it, and they are naturally very happy to see the Whomping Willow return to its original state. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Congratulations, Gaunt, for scoring 50 points for Ravenclaw on the first day of the new school year." August nodded. He had no interest in extra points for a long time, and now he just wanted to go back and see if he could catch the tail of the banquet and eat something. At this point, Snape spoke up. "Since the Whomping Willow is fine, then we should discuss the penalties for Potter and Weasley. They've had a lot of trouble along the way. At least 7 Muggles saw their car flying in the sky. It's going to be in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. I recommend firing them." Snaffordalizer happier, as he spoke, and finally, a smile appeared on his face. August said that Snape could still have such a happy day with a smile after a long time. "Severus." Dumbledore interrupted Snape, who wanted to continue, and said to him calmly, "Let Minerva decide this matter, they are Gryffindor students after all." After Dumbledore finished speaking, Snape's expression became ugly again, which made August next to him couldn't help laughing. When did Snape learn to change his face so fast? Snape glared at the snickering August and left without saying a word. "Okay, it's time for us to go back. Please go and call Harry and Ron to Professor McGonagall's office, August." August nodded and walked towards the castle as well. Entering the Great Hall, August looked in the direction of the Gryffindor long table and saw Harry and Ron fidgeting at a glance. The two stared at the food in front of them and did not move at all, obviously very worried about what kind of punishment they would receive. "Harry." Walking over, August patted Harry on the shoulder, startling him. "Professor McGonagall asked you and Ron to come to her office." August sent a notice to Harry and Ron with a serious face, as if they were going to have bad luck. Hearing August's words and matching his tone, the faces of the two were instantly pale. Ron muttered to himself, "Dead, I'm fired." Listening to August laughed secretly. He still thinks it's fun not to tell them that there's nothing to do this time, and it's fun to scare them. August smiled unscrupulously, seeing Harry and the two helping each other up the stairs as if they were about to fall at any moment. When August returned to Cho's side and just sat down and was about to pick up a steak, all the food suddenly disappeared, and the whole person turned gray. Chapter 78, Moment of Death for the Weasley. The next morning, August and Cho came to the Great Hall together. Because he missed dinner last night, August secretly went to the kitchen to get himself a late-night snack. He is already familiar with this set of procedures, and he specially asked the house elf to make him food. After he was full, he couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the morning that he fell asleep in a daze, and the whole person is still in a state of wandering. Eating bread and jam on the table, August and Cho chatted about this semester's courses, and Cho listened to August's choice of study of ancient runes this semester. But she is a little nervous now. She never knew much about ancient rune, and now August is giving her some basic knowledge. At this moment, hundreds of owls suddenly flew in from outside, flapping their wings and delivering the little wizard's letters and packages to them. One of the owls tried its best to fly to Ron's side, and then finally couldn't hold on, and suddenly fell into a large basin of milk. A big splash of milk and feathers. Ron and Neville left the old owl that looked dying. Instead, he looked at the red envelope sent by the owl in horror, as if it was not a letter, but a time bomb. Harry next to him didn't quite understand why Ron and Neville had such expressions. There was deep fear in Neville's voice as if recalling something bad. "Howler. Ron, you'd better open it." Ron stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to open the envelope. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the 4 corners of the envelope had already begun to smoke. There was a roar from Mrs. Weasley, and the whole Great Hall heard the contents of the letter. At this time, Ron's face was flushed, and he couldn't say a word. Now he can't wait to find a gap in the ground to get in. Ginny on the side was not feeling well either. Mrs. Weasley finally said congratulations to her for entering Gryffindor, making her the focus of the Great Hall at once. August watched the scene with a smile. This was the moment of death for the Weasley brothers and sisters. Mrs. Weasley's voice was so loud that it seemed that the ceiling could be shattered. "They're pathetic, and if my mum sent such a roaring letter, I think I'd be thinking about dropping out of Hogwarts by now." Cho expresses sympathy for what happened to Ron and Ginny. August doesn't think so. Mr. Weasley, as head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, is to prevent wizards from arbitrarily modifying Muggle products. Now that Ron made such a fuss, he directly put Mr. Weasley on the fire, if Mr. Weasley has not left a few loopholes for himself when he wrote the Muggle Artifact Misuse Act. August is afraid he has now been expelled from the Ministry of Magic, and even faces additional punishment. Mrs. Weasley is a housewife, and Mr. Weasley is the sole breadwinner of the family. Can't imagine what kind of disaster it will bring to their family when Mr. Weasley loses his job. And Mrs. Weasley just scolded Ron, which could be regarded as her treatment. Not bothering about this matter, after August and Cho parted, they went to the herbology classroom and started the first class of this semester. When August arrived in the classroom, Professor Sprout greeted him kindly. After seeing the dragon dung fertilizer made by August yesterday, Professor Sprout became even more fond of this genius wizard. Okay, classmates. Welcome back to Hogwarts. With a clapping of hands, Professor Sprout caught the attention of all the students and then began his lecture. Today, August and the others are going to learn about mandrakes. Mandrake is a powerful restorative used to restore shape-shifted or enchanted people back to their original form. The roots of this grass look like a very ugly baby, the leaves are on his head, and when the mandrake is pulled from the roots, it will cry. This cry is so terrifying that it can even lead to the death of a wizard. But what they are now in contact with is not mature mandrakes, but juveniles. Sometimes August wonders, did Dumbledore know that this year is a basilisk, so he specially prepared the mandrake? But it's not right, looking directly into the eyes of the basilisk will lead to the death of the wizard, and those little wizards who were petrified in the original work are indirectly looking at the basilisk, and they survived. After a class, many little wizards were tortured by the harsh cry of the mandrakes. Especially Neville, who passed out because he didn't have his earmuffs on. August thoughtfully released a muffly-auto charm for Hermione and himself, and the two of them couldn't hear the outside world at all. The whole class is using gestures to communicate, which is very interesting to August. They also have a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. August and Hermione offered no hope for the lessons taught by the liar, not even Harry. He resented being photographed by Lockhart, so when August said Lockhart was a liar, he believed it without hesitation. However, other wizards, especially the Little Witch, were full of expectations for this class. After all, Lockhart packaged himself so well that everyone thought he was a strong wizard. Soon, Lockhart walked in with a smile on his face. His eyes lit up when he saw Harry. Harry. Professor Lockhart. Harry forced himself an ugly smile and greeted Lockhart. But Lockhart didn't seem to see his reluctance, walked to his side, and stopped Harry's shoulder familiarly. I know, I understand the mood of young people who love to break up, after all, the taste of headlines is unforgettable. Lockhart spoke to Harry in a familiar voice. Professor, I dash. Harry retorted vigorously, but Lockhart patted him and continued before he finished speaking. I know, it's all my fault for making you taste famous, but you can't drive in the sky either. Lockhart's serious expression made some classmates who didn't know the truth look at him admiringly. They didn't expect Lockhart to write so well and care so much for students. It was so warm. August and Hermione, who knew the inside story, were gloating to watch Harry being tortured by Lockhart. Chapter 79, Farce in Defense Against the Dark Arts. None of you will help me. After the class bell rang, Lockhart finally let Harry go and stepped onto the podium. Harry grumbled to August in a low voice, he hadn't told August that he scared him and Ron yesterday. Unexpectedly, August pitted him again today. August and Hermione held back their laughter, and August replied solemnly. After all, we are not the famous Harry Potter, and we don't want to enjoy the feeling of being famous. Hearing the teasing in August's tone, Harry glanced at August and Hermione angrily. He hates Lockhart very much, but unfortunately, since the last time he was forced to take a group photo at the Flourish and Blots, Lockhart has become his defense against the dark arts professor, and he is simply haunted. Lockhart looked at the little wizard below and introduced himself with a smile. The long list of useless titles made August's teeth hurt. However, Lockhart is still the recipient of the Merlin Medal, which is somewhat surprising to August. He didn't expect that this liar professor could fool the Wisengamot judges. The Merlin Order of Merlin is a very precious honor, and it is not always possible to issue one in 10 years. August thinks this name is still very useful, and it helps to improve his reputation in the magic world, and he also thinks about getting a piece of it himself. Soon Lockhart handed out a few papers, which August looked at in his hand. 1. What was Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What was Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3 whole pages, full of personal questions about Lockhart, not even one related to defense against the dark arts. August just threw the test paper aside without looking at it, contaminating his eyes. Although Hermione and Harry disliked Lockhart very much, after all, as students, they were afraid to hand in blank papers, so they had to write. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and turned over them one by one. TSK, almost no one remembers that I like lilac, I mentioned it in A Year with the Tibetan Yeti. Kindness. August Gaunt. Why did you hand in a blank? Don't you even know my birthday? When Lockhart turned to August's papers, he frowned and questioned a little unhappily. Stretching, August replied indifferently, I don't know these boring things. Lockhart didn't expect August to be so direct, he already remembered who August was, the little Ravenclaw wizard who held the sorting ceremony yesterday. Thinking of what Professor Flitwick said to him, he didn't dare to scold August too much. Just smirk. It's okay, I will announce the standard answer in a while, these things will be very helpful to you. August is a little upset. Why isn't this Lockhart over? He didn't expose him because he was looking at Dumbledore's face, didn't expect that Lockhart was still looking for trouble for him. Thinking of this, August stood up and asked sarcastically. Professor Lockhart, I know your birthday will allow me to learn new spells. Do I know that your favorite color will allow me to successfully fend off dangerous magical beasts? Hearing August's unceremonious question, Lockhart's face turned blue and white, and he didn't know how to answer. He didn't expect to have such a piercing student in his first class. The other little wizards were also very dissatisfied with Lockhart's test paper and simply watched the excitement. Lockhart held back for a long time without saying a word, and could only selectively ignore August's question. To distract everyone, he took out a silk-covered cage. Now. Beware, my mission is to defend you against the most wicked things known to the wizarding world. You will see terrifying things, but don't worry, for I am here. Lockhart's words were captivating and quickly diverted the attention of the little wizards. Everyone looked at the covered cage eagerly, wanting to know what was inside. Lockhart held his breath and lifted the silk cloth. Suddenly the cage revealed its true colors, filled with pixie. Shit. Seamus of Gryffindor couldn't help laughing, and many little wizards couldn't help laughing when they heard him laugh. The little wizards of the Voice Wizard family all know that the pixie is already the most dangerous group of magical beasts. As a result, Lockhart described them so exaggeratedly, which made the little wizards couldn't help laughing. Lockhart was a little annoyed and opened the cage in a fit of rage. The classroom was in chaos. Dozens of pixie rushed out, wanton destruction. Neville was caught by two ears and flew up, and a few smashed the glass and rushed out of the window. Lockhart was also a little flustered. He took out his wand and chanted an unknown spell, but it didn't work at all. The wand was snatched away by the pixie and thrown out the window. Covering his head in embarrassment, Lockhart opened the door of the classroom and shouted, "Your mission in this class is to catch these pixie." After speaking, he ran out of the classroom without looking back and closed the door. Hermione couldn't stand it anymore and used the freezing charm to freeze the activities of these pixies. Neville also fell from the air, and he rubbed it in pain. The school bell rang, and the farce finally ended. The little wizards left the classroom as if they were running for their lives. I don't understand why Professor Dumbledore invited such a liar to teach us. In the hallway, Hermione complained to August. Harry next to him nodded frantically in agreement. It is estimated that no one dares to apply for this position. You know, the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts is a consumable item, and no one can fill the 1 year in this position. August shrugged and answered Hermione. Consumables. Harry and Hermione came to be interested, they didn't know these things yet. It is said that Voldemort found Dumbledore and expressed his desire to stay at the school to become a teacher of defense against the dark arts, but Dumbledore refused. When Voldemort became the Dark Lord, a curse was placed on the position in his name. August patiently explained the reason to the two of them. Hearing this, Harry and Hermione suddenly realized, and suddenly understood Dumbledore. After all, this position consumes one professor a year. It is estimated that Dumbledore can't find a more suitable person. At this time, Lockhart suddenly agreed, is it better than nothing? Chapter 80, August's Little Classroom, Mudblood. After thinking about it, Hermione's expression did not improve. Then don't we learn nothing for another year? When Quirrell was in first grade, to disguise himself, he didn't teach any useful knowledge and only read the textbook according to the script. As a result, in the second year, she had hoped to have a reliable defense against the dark arts professor, but it turned out that Lockhart was so speechless and pitiful, and Hermione couldn't help but feel depressed. Seeing the little witch like this, August hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. How about I take the time to teach you? Hermione's eyes lit up when she heard August's words. Yes, August is so good, he was able to fight back and forth with Voldemort last semester. Wouldn't it be more than enough to teach her such a second-year little wizard? Hermione nodded happily, and Harry next to him looked at this scene enviously. Seeing Harry's look, August said, you can come if you want, Harry. But you have to be prepared, it will be very tiring, and you will have Quidditch training. Harry immediately turned from worry to joy. He has also realized the importance of strength since the end of the last term. When August and Voldemort were fighting, he could only hide in the corner and shiver. This also made Harry feel the powerlessness of Deep D, and he wanted to fight side by side with his friends. The three have agreed on a time, and every weekend in the future, August will tutor them in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. August feels that the magical world will become more and more dangerous in the future, although Hermione and Cho have good spell talents. But basic magic power is too low, even if they learn the magic spell, it is standard power when used. So he decided to give a small help to the two girls. He got a lot of precious herbs from Nicholas Flamel, and he could make some potions that increase the magic power scale for them to take. After making up his mind, August decided to take them to the room of requirement for practice, where the words were more hidden and would not attract the attention of other little wizards. For the next few days, August pondered whose hands the diary belonged. August and Ginny got to know each other through the Weasley twins. During these few days of small talk, August mentioned the diary intentionally or unintentionally. But Ginny didn't react at all, and it didn't seem like she have it. If the diary is no longer with Ginny, then this becomes troublesome. August knew that the advantage of the plot was gone. He's also less able to guarantee the safety of Cho and Hermione once the plot changes. You must know that the magic eye of the basilisk is a direct death skill. At that time, if there is any accident between the two of them, August has no place to cry. Therefore, he has been observing this new class of students these days. The two girls thought that August was looking for a beautiful girl again. August has also encountered a troublesome thing these days. Colin Creevey, the first-year freshman in Gryffindor, heard from others about August's glorious deeds last semester. He immediately admired August and insisted on taking pictures of him, documenting the life of a genius wizard, which made August a little annoying. But Harry was happy, and Colin wouldn't bother him if he was so busy following August. On Saturday, Cho and Hermione were walking on the lawn, and the two of them were on very good terms now, sometimes going out without even bringing August. Saying that the conversation between the girls can't be known to the boys made August very speechless. But the relationship between the two is good, which is what August is willing to see. After all, he didn't want to be restless. Early this morning, when August was still sound asleep, Cho and Hermione came to the lawn for a walk after breakfast, chatting about these girl-specific topics. Harry. Hermione saw Harry walking towards the Quidditch pitch with a broom and greeted him sharply. Harry saw Hermione and came over too. "Good morning, Hermione." "Good morning, Cho." Harry stammered as he greeted Cho, not daring to look up at her. Harry had no idea that August had found Hermione as his girlfriend. But Cho, his heart beat faster every time he saw Cho. But he also knew that Cho was August's girlfriend, so he could only envy him in his heart. Not only is he handsome, but he also studies well, and his girlfriend is so beautiful. Harry is sour. "What's the matter? Why are you listless?" Seeing that Harry was in a bad state, Hermione asked suspiciously. "It's Wood. Pulled us up in the morning for some tactical meeting. I didn't even eat breakfast," Harry said resentfully. Although Harry didn't miss the final Quidditch final as in the original last term, August's excellent performance shattered Wood's championship dreams. This semester, Wood is like a maniac, and he called all the players up one by one early to listen to his tactics lessons. Poor Harry didn't even eat breakfast. He watched Wood pointing at the arrows moving on the tactical board and talked about tactics for nearly 2 hours. Well, he also wants you to have good results this year. After listening to Harry's complaints, Hermione was helpless. Because of August's relationship, Hermione was too embarrassed to cheer for Harry and the others, so she could only comfort him with a few words. Cho next to her has been smiling softly, but she firmly believes in it. As long as Ravenclaw has August with her, this year's Quidditch Cup must be theirs too. The three chatted for a while, and Harry hurried into the Quidditch pitch for training. Hermione and Cho continued to chat about girls' little secrets. After a while, however, Hermione and Cho saw Malfoy and a group of Slytherin students also entering the Quidditch pitch. Didn't Wood already book the venue today? Why are the people from Slytherin still coming over? Hermione was a little worried and wanted to go over and take a look. Cho was also a little curious. If she read it right, those Slytherin players were all holding Nimbus 2001, right? As the owner of Nimbus 2001, Cho is all too familiar with the shape of this broom. She also wants to see if all Slytherins are replaced by Nimbus 2001, and if so, Slytherin will be stronger this year. When the two walked into the Quidditch pitch, they happened to see Malfoy proudly holding a broom and showing off to the Gryffindor players. Very good, isn't it? But if your family is willing to sell the house, maybe they can exchange 2 Nimbus 2001s for you. You think I'm right? Weasley. Hearing Malfoy's sour words, Hermione couldn't bear it any longer, stepped forward, and said angrily. At least none of the Gryffindors have to pay to be on the team. Malfoy's proud face instantly turned ugly, and Hermione's words pierced his heart. He knew that Hermione was right, and although he had good talent, it was too far-fetched to be on the team as a seeker in his second year. The Gryffindor team also burst into laughter when they heard it, mocking Malfoy wildly. Nobody asked you, you stinky mudblood, Malfoy said sternly. This sentence immediately caused an explosive reaction. George and Fred rushed towards Malfoy in an instant but were stopped by Slytherin's Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint. Ron also took out his broken wand and cursed at Malfoy. It's a pity that his wand has not been working from time to time since it was broken. This time Ron was very unfortunate. The curse hit Ron directly from the back of the wand. It directly blew Ron away. When the Slytherin players saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment, and then went crazy with laughter. Especially Malfoy was out of breath when he laughed, and the way he leaned forward and closed his back seemed very exaggerated. Wanted to reason with Malfoy, but Ron couldn't stop throwing up some slugs. Harry and the others could only take Ron to the school infirmary first. At this moment, a cold voice came from the door. Malfoy, can you repeat the word you just said in front of me? Chapter 81, don't even think about running away. When everyone heard this voice, they couldn't help shivering, and they all looked in the direction of the voice. August. Although there is a strong contrast to the usual gentle tone. But Cho and Hermione still immediately knew who the owner of the voice was. The two looked at August standing at the entrance in surprise and walked towards her step by step. August nodded to them gently, and then put his eyes on Malfoy, instantly becoming extremely cold. Malfoy, do you dare to repeat that word in front of my face? August approached Malfoy step by step. A powerful magic force oppressed all of them, choking their breath. At this time, Malfoy was already pale with fright, but he regretted it after he said it. He was aware of the Gryffindor witch's relationship with August, somewhat vaguely. Malfoy is smart, he knew it since his trip to the Forbidden Forest the last term. August and he are not on the same level, and he is by no means a good nuisance guy. He had never had a conflict with August all along, but Hermione's words were too sharp today, directly hitting his sore spot, so he would be so reckless. Unexpectedly, it was this time that August hit him right. Thinking of August's methods, he was even more afraid. August would burn him to death. Marcus on the side saw August come up to question Malfoy so arrogantly, and he couldn't stand it any longer. He took a few steps forward, and his tall body blocked Malfoy behind him. Boy, your name is August Gaunt, isn't there something wrong with what Draco said about the mudblood? Relying on the fact that he was in 7th grade and the captain of Slytherin, he didn't take August seriously. In his opinion, what can a genius wizard be like, isn't he still a second-year kid? Flipendo. August made his move without warning, and a knockback jinx knocked Marcus into the air and slammed him into the wall under the stand. The colossal force directly smashed a big hole in the wall, and Marcus only had time to let out a scream before fainting. Seeing that August made such a move, the others were immediately furious, and they took out their wands and aimed them at August. Densajo. Tarantaligra. Slugulus Eructo. The Gryffindor team members next to them did not expect the situation to develop so violently and did not react. By the time they were about to fight back, the Slytherin player's spell had already hit August's side, and they could only watch. August. George and Fred cried worriedly but soon realized something was wrong. All the spells stopped at the moment they were about to hit August, suspended in front of August, and with a wave of August's hand, the spells immediately returned to the original path and hit the Slytherin team. The Slytherin players who were hit fell badly one after another. One person's front teeth suddenly became larger, extending directly to his chin, and one person immediately fell to the ground with both legs uncontrollably. The most miserable person used the curse that Ron wanted to use just now. At this time, he was lying on the ground, vomiting frantically, and slugs came out of his mouth, which was extremely disgusting. The Gryffindor team members were stunned when they saw this scene and then burst into laughter. They didn't expect these people in Slytherin to be so rubbish and beaten so badly by their curse. August ignored the misery of these people and looked at Malfoy. At this time, Malfoy had collapsed to the ground, and when he saw August's eyes cast over him, he rolled back and crawled back. August directly hung him in the air with a levitation charm, thinking about how to punish him. Suddenly he remembered that in the 4th film, Little Crouch's disguised Moody directly turned Malfoy into a ferret, slapping it back and forth like a ball, and suddenly had an idea. Use the dirt on the ground to make a rolling cage, and then turn Malfoy, who was struggling in the air, into a ferret. Throwing Malfoy into the ferret and letting him run around in the cage, August nodded in satisfaction. August, are you okay with this? Hermione was a little worried that August would be punished for this. Don't worry, Hermione, Malfoy said a very exaggerated word just now, I believe Professor Snape won't blame me when he finds out. August wasn't worried at all, not to mention his current delicate relationship with Snape, just saying that the word mudblood was an absolute taboo in Snape's place. If Snape had known that Malfoy had used that word, August could guarantee he would be worse off than he is now. Let's go, this transfiguration will expire tomorrow, and then he will be able to change back. Looking at the ferret running frantically in the cage, August said to Hermione and Cho. Okay, you're fine, I don't care what Malfoy says, after all, I don't know what that word means. Hermione nodded in agreement, and then comforted August. August was so angry that Hermione had never seen it before. Although the little witch likes the feeling of being protected by August, she doesn't want August to be in a bad mood because of herself. Seeing Hermione's worried look, August raised his hand and rubbed her fluffy hair until it was a mess. The little witch looked at August angrily, she also knew that this was to divert his attention August and let him not think too much. After saying hello to the Gryffindor team, and helping Ron to lift the curse, August left with the two girls. Looking at August leaving, the ferret in the cage made a squeak, but unfortunately, no one could understand what they were saying. Harry and the rest of the Gryffindor team looked at each other, but they couldn't train any more today, so they had to cancel today's plan, and the group left the Quidditch field. leaving a group of fallen Slytherins and a squeaky ferret. Such a big thing happened here, and naturally, it quickly spread among the little wizards. Some Slytherin students tried to release Malfoy's curse, but they all failed. They had to take Malfoy to Snape. What happened? Snape looked at the ferret and said with a gloomy face, and brazenly deformed the students of his house, didn't they put him in the eyes? The few Slytherins who had lifted the curse looked at each other a few times, and hesitantly recounted what had happened, but concealed the fact that Malfoy provoked first. When he heard that it was August, Snape twitched the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and let several Slytherins go down. Chapter 82, Uncurse. No need. Gaunt. Come with me. At this time, August, who was eating in the Great Hall, was directly pulled away by Professor McGonagall and went to her office. In the office, Snape and Harry were both there. Snape was facing the ferret and trying to break the curse. Mr. Gaunt, please explain why you broke 5 of Flint's ribs and cast such a bad transfiguration spell on Malfoy. Professor McGonagall looked serious, sitting in his seat and staring at August. She was very angry. She did not expect such a bad incident on the Quidditch pitch. Marcus Flint suffered a fractured rib and is now in a coma in the school hospital. And Malfoy was even worse. He was still shivering on the table. Seeing August coming in, the ferret that Malfoy transformed into was even more so. Tears flowed down. It's just that Professor McGonagall has known August very well over the past year, knowing that he is not the type to bully others based on his talent, so she still suppressed her anger and wanted to hear August's explanation. Harry on the side stared at Malfoy unblinkingly, in a very happy mood. Snape sensed Harry's joy and gave him a cold look. Harry changed his face quickly, trying to be expressionless. Snape didn't care about this stupid Potter but looked at August with a bad look. Gaunt, do you think you can show your talent by defeating our Slytherin students? August glanced at Harry in surprise and said in confusion. Didn't you tell them? Say what? Scratching his head, Harry asked in confusion. What's going on the Quidditch pitch? I said it. What about the mudblood? I didn't say that. Listening to the conversation between the two, the expressions of Professor McGonagall and Snape changed immediately, especially Snape, who had a ferocious expression like a beast after hearing the word mudblood. What do you mean, Gaunt? What mudblood? Listening to Snape's suffocating tone, August still looked as usual and told the original words of Malfoy and Marcus on the Quidditch pitch. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't take it anymore. Screamed. My God. How could they do this to Granger? 50 points from Slytherin. No, 100 points. To Harry's surprise, Snape didn't have any objection to Professor McGonagall's sentence but instead stared at Malfoy on the table coldly. August had expected this result for a long time, and it was not surprising. Got up and said. The 2 professors also understand the matter. If there is nothing, I will go out first. After saying that, he looked like he was going to leave. Professor McGonagall stops August. Gaunt, your transfiguration is very profound, and I can't solve it for a while. Can you restore Malfoy to his original state first? Uncurse. No need. Snape spoke coldly and said in a blunt tone. In my judgment, Malfoy will recover tomorrow, just leave him as he is. He should pay for what he said. Professor McGonagall saw that the head of Slytherin had said so, so she had no objection. After all, she also hated Malfoy very much in her heart. Seeing that he had nothing to do with himself, August took Harry out. When he walked out of the office, Harry couldn't believe that Snape had just let August go, and he looked at August in confusion. Is that the end? Looking at Harry's stupid look, August shook his head helplessly. Could this kid be PUA by Snape? Wouldn't he be happy if he didn't punish him? August went back to the dorm and lay on the bed, thinking carefully about what to do with Hermione and the others tomorrow. Although Cho and Hermione mastered a lot of magic spells, they could only release them rigidly and had a poor grasp of timing and accuracy. August is going to get some moving targets for them to practice tomorrow. As for Harry, he is not as eager to learn as Hermione. After a summer vacation, he must have forgotten a lot of the spells he learned last semester, and Harry's fighting talent is not weak, he is only poor in basics. After customizing tomorrow's plan, August checked today's sign-in rewards. Wolf Venom Potion, purple. He thought for a while as if this potion had not been developed, the author's private design, he was going to publish this potion to see if he could get an Order of Merlin to improve his reputation in the magic world. Reaching out, he snapped his fingers. A house elf appeared in front of him instantly. Mr. Gunter, Bar is a pleasure to serve you. The elf Bar respectfully said to August. This is the house elf from the estate Nicholas Flamel gave him, where August rarely goes, and usually lives with Arya. Help me prepare a few of the medicinal materials on this piece of paper. August handed Bar a list and ordered casually. Bar excitedly took over the list, very excited. Since August took over his contract, he hasn't been asked to do anything, leaving Bar frustrated that his new owner doesn't like him. But today August suddenly called him over and gave him a task, which made him happy again. With a respectful bow, Bar apparat and disappeared here. August was also a little emotional when he saw Bar come and go like this. Hogwarts has a powerful magical barrier that prohibits all wizards from apparating or manifesting in this area. Even he and Dumbledore can only apparate by relying on the special abilities of the Phoenix. House elves are exempt from this restriction. It can only be said that each magical creature has its special place. As long as it is used well, there will always be unexpected receipts. It didn't take long for Bar to return with the materials August needed. August opened the suitcase, entered the interior, and came to the laboratory in the small villa. The materials required for the making of the wolf poison potion are not expensive, but the control of the heat is indeed very strict. According to the steps of the recipe, August operated step by step. After trying it a few times, he mastered this recipe proficiently. August looked at the potion in his hand, rubbing his chin and thinking about how to maximize the benefits of this potion. Chapter 83, August's Ambition, the small class starts. In the magic world, the existence of werewolf wizards is feared by most wizards, and they are discriminated against and hated. A big part of this is that they go mad on full moon nights. If a wizard bitten by a werewolf is not treated immediately, he will be infected, and there is a high probability of becoming a werewolf. Therefore, to avoid risks, wizards are in a state of expelling and keeping away from werewolf wizards. Remus Lupin in the original book is a typical example. Because of his werewolf status, he could not get a job at all, and he lived a poor life before coming to Hogwarts as a professor. Now that August has the wolf poison potion, he can take this as an opportunity to master some psychic nature, but they have become a werewolf wizard due to various accidents. August gave them a chance to live under the sun again, and August gained their allegiance. Secondly, August can also gain great prestige through the werewolf potion, giving him a place in the magic world. It was a win-win. August won twice. August has never been the kind of person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. Although it cannot be said that he is ambitious, he also wants to stand at the top of the world and respond to every response. To live a new life, August not only has enough strength but also wants to get the prestige and material conditions to match. Obtaining the Order of Merlin, integrating Nocturne Alley, and eventually becoming a pivotal figure in the wizarding world is August's plan. After finishing his thoughts, August put the werewolf potion into the storage cabinet first, ready to go to Snape tomorrow to see what he can do, and then walked out of the suitcase. Looking at the sky, it was already nighttime, and August didn't plan to go to dinner anymore. After reading a book for a while, he fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, August woke up early and called Cho to go to the Gryffindor common room to find Hermione and Harry. But to his surprise, it was not only Harry and Hermione who walked out of the portrait of the fat lady but also Fred and George. "Why are you here to join in the fun?" The twins looked at August with a grin, and Fred said, "You were so cool with your rebound spell on the Quidditch pitch." Just when Harry said you were going to teach them, we followed. He put his arms around Harry's shoulders as he spoke. Harry shrugged helplessly and looked at August apologetically. August waved to Harry, indicating that he didn't care. Anyway, a sheep is also driven, and a group of sheep is also released. The twins can also be regarded as his employees, and they should cultivate their fighting ability a lot, so as not to be killed by the Death Eaters in the later stage. Several people came to the 8th floor, and August walked back and forth 3 times in front of the door of the Room of Requirement, still chanting words between words. Everyone is still wondering why August brought them to the 8th floor, knowing that this floor is where the principal's office is located. They saw a smooth door suddenly appear on that wall, and August walked in first. In a huge room, there are many targets and dummies, and the walls are also made of steel. Cho never knew there was such a magical place in Hogwarts and asked August curiously, "How did you find this place?" "It's the perfect place to practice spells," August answered Cho while waving his wand and dividing the space into several areas. "This room is called the Room of Requirement. Turn around 3 times just now, and then think in your heart what you need this place for, and he will try his best to meet your needs." After listening to it, everyone suddenly realized that this place is not only a training room but also a wishing house. With a snap of his fingers, grabbing everyone's attention, August said, "Each of you has a different spell level, so there will be no uniform training. Harry, you have the least spells of all people. What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with the Basic Self-Defense Guide to Dark Magic, and master a series of primary spells such as stunning spells. Don't be lazy, I'll check your progress in a moment." After saying that, August pointed to a table and a small chair in the corner, and motioned Harry to read a book obediently. Harry didn't expect to read a book when he came here, and was a little depressed, but he sat down obediently under the pressure of August's gaze. "Cho and Hermione, you know a lot of spells, but the application is too rigid and can't effectively hit the enemy, so what you mainly practice today is the precision of spells. I will apply them to these blood jars. Spells, all you have to do today is hit them with spells as hard as you can. August pointed out the shortcomings of Cho and Hermione and drew a small area for them, in which 3 blood jars were flying irregularly. Hermione and Cho nodded obediently, walked to the area, and practiced according to August's method. As for the 2 of you. August looked at the twins, rubbing his chin in difficulty, and he didn't know what to do with them. What do you want to learn? August thought about it for a long time and couldn't think of a suitable one, so he had to ask the twins. The one that you rebound back the spell. The twins said in unison. August shook his head and explained, that's not a specific spell, but I know the spell they released at the time, so I easily bounced back. It's hard for you to do this, and it's useless to do it. After Fred and George listened, they had to give up and then asked tentatively. Are there any spells suitable for mischief? August thought for a while, he really agreed to their conditions, pointed his finger at the dummy next to him, and said softly in his mouth. Levi Corpus. The dummy immediately floated into the air, head down and legs up. The twins looked overjoyed. This spell is good, it is suitable for them. George and Fred nodded repeatedly, indicating that they will learn this. August took out a piece of parchment, wrote the spell and the casting method on it, and handed it to the 2 of them. After Fred and George got the spell, they happily ran aside and studied the spell. Seeing that everyone has their tasks, there is no need for August's tutoring for a short time. He simply conjured up a table and a reclining chair, and with a tap of his wand, a pot of black tea appeared on the table, along with a few beef sandwiches. Sit down on the reclining chair and enjoy the good time comfortably. Chapter 84, I am willing to contribute to the peace of the magic world. August and the others spent the whole day in the room of requirement. Even lunch is delivered here by the house elf. Because of their age, Cho and Hermione's magic power is not sufficient, and every time they cast a dozen spells, they need to rest for a while. But the 2 little witches didn't feel tired. After all, they had never cast spells like this before. Speaking of this, August had to complain that there was indeed a big problem with education at Hogwarts. The school expressly prohibits casting spells in the corridors, and the classroom is mainly for teaching spells. And after returning home for the summer vacation, the little wizards were not allowed to perform magic outside the school. So it's hard for Hogwarts students to have the opportunity to connect with magic. This is the same as Muggle students learn knowledge points in class, but the teacher does not allow them to do extracurricular exercises at all. No wonder the students at Hogwarts got worse each year, and Harry used a disarming charm in the finale. Okay. Let's get here today. August calculated the time and found that it was time for dinner, so he stopped everyone. Harry breathed a long sigh of relief. He had been reading the basic self-defense guide to dark magic guide since morning, and whenever he was distracted, August's spell would fly over. Although it is not an offensive spell, it can make him itch, and it is simply real damage. However, the day was still fruitful. This time, he had forgotten a few spells he had learned last semester. After reading the book today, he recalled a lot, and he also learned a stunning spell. Fred and George are also very happy. The talent of the 2 is really good, and they can use the dangling jinx proficiently. At this time, the 2 are murmuring about who should let them experience this spell. After the group went out in a mighty manner, they walked towards the Great Hall, but Harry patted his head and said angrily when he was halfway there. I forgot, I'm going to help Lockhart respond to fans tonight. This is Professor McGonagall's punishment for Harry and Ron driving to school. Ron is going to wipe the trophy, and Harry is going to help Lockhart to reply to fans. But Harry would rather switch with Ron than be alone with Lockhart. August thought about it, he should also go to Snape to talk about the wolf poison potion. So he said to Cho and Hermione, I have something to ask Snape for, so please go to the Great Hall. The 2 girls nodded and then separated from August. August also went to Snape's office. Snape didn't like to eat in the Great Hall very much, he liked to be alone in the office quietly, especially after August handed him the Garden of Eden. Snape went to the Great Hall less and less often. After knocking on the door and getting Snape's response, August pushed open the door and walked closer. Snape's office was still so cold and damp. But to August's surprise, Malfoy was here too. When Malfoy saw that the person who came in was August, his face was bloodless, and he immediately stood up from the chair, ducking his legs behind Professor Snape. August didn't care when he saw Malfoy's PTSD appearance and greeted him with a smile. Yo, Malfoy, are you here to complain to Professor Snape? No. No. The professor ordered me to copy the potions textbook today, I'm not here to make a snitch. Malfoy was afraid that August would misunderstand him and immediately explained the reason. He doesn't want to turn into a hamster all at once, this whole day's experience will follow him like a nightmare for the rest of his life. August didn't expect Snape to be so ruthless, and after the transformation was over, he let Malfoy stay here and copy the textbook. What are you doing here, Gaunt? Snape ignored the conversation between the two and asked August. August shook the bottle in his hand and replied, there is a major event that is conducive to the peace of the magic world, I want to talk to you. After he finished speaking, his eyes turned to Malfoy. Snape frowned, not sure what August was trying to do, But he began to speak to Malfoy. Malfoy, you go first, I hope you will remember what to say and what not to say. Malfoy was amnesty, nodding his head quickly, indicating that he understood and was ready to escape from this terrifying office. But when he was about to leave the office, he was stopped by August. Wait a minute, Malfoy. Hearing August's words, Malfoy also stopped and looked at August uneasily. I don't think the glory of pure blood can be brought out by a few vicious words. Malfoy was taken aback, he didn't expect August to tell him this. I'm not pure blood, but do you dare to offend me? August continued. You dare not, because you know how strong I am. Weakness or ignorance is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Malfoy lowered his head and clenched his fists. He raised his head slightly and opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't say it. August waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. August is just on a whim today, after all, although Malfoy looks bad and pus now, it has something to do with the environment in which he grew up. He also didn't expect his words to change Malfoy's mind, just to plant a seed later. When Malfoy left the office, August acted a lot more natural, and without waiting for Snape to greet him, he found a sofa and sat down. At the same time, the bottle of potion and the parchment of the refining method were sent to Snape's table with magic power. Malfoy returned to the Slytherin dormitory and immediately lay on the bed. A day of running and the subsequent confinement had exhausted him, and he had long wanted to take a good night's sleep. But when he closed his eyes, Malfoy couldn't sleep, and he kept thinking about what August had just said. What is pure blood glory? He didn't understand. From an early age, his father taught him that he was pure blood, born above others. But when he came to school, he found that not only August but also Hermione couldn't compare. There's also a reason for his jealousy when he speaks ill of him on the playground. Today August's remarks completely shattered the worldview imposed on him by his father, allowing him to think on his own for the first time. He wants to be like August, with a half-blood, step by step, relying on his strength, to become a man of the school. Even the house where pure blood is paramount has many fans. Thinking of this, Malfoy's confused eyes gradually condensed and became firm, and he secretly decided in his heart. At this time, August didn't know the change in Malfoy's mentality, he was staring at Snape. August, oh. Snape, eyes closed face. Finally, Snape couldn't bear it any longer and asked. Why did you develop the wolf poison potion? Most of the werewolves in the wizarding world are destitute, and they won't make much profit for you. Snape was very upset with August. Didn't you know that your teacher's mortal enemy had a werewolf? August ignored Snape's dissatisfaction and said with a sincere expression, I'm not trying to make money, I just can't bear to see these werewolf wizards being discriminated against, and other wizards are also worried about being hurt. For the prosperity of the magic world, I developed the wolf poison potion so that the werewolf wizard could return to the magic world. Snape watched August's passionate speech quietly, unmoved. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Speak the human language, Gaunt. Snape knew August too well, this is a man who can make a profit, and he won't believe August's nonsense for the wizarding world. Well, I'd like to get an Order of Merlin. August spread his hands and said his true purpose. Are you serious? Snape looked at August, a little surprised at his purpose. It is a fantasy for a minor wizard to receive the Order of Merlin, not to mention August, even though he does not have one now. Of course, this may also have something to do with his Death Eater experience, or with his potion level, he can get one by publishing a few papers. Of course, my professor, you are a well-known potion master in the magic world. If you help me with your connections, you should be able to get one, right? Snape thought about it for a while, and it seemed that it was possible. Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, was a politician through and through. If he could solve the werewolf problem in his office, plus some old friends of Snape. Rewarding August with an Order of Merlin is no big deal. After he figured it out, he turned his attention to August. Are you sure you want to publish this formula for free, just for a vain Order of Merlin? August nodded, expressing his determination. Well, I'll try my best, but don't get your hopes up, after all, awarding an Order of Merlin to a second-year student has never happened. But they gave Shane Levins one, and he was only in the first grade. August retorted that he was familiar with some of the history of the Order of Merlin. Because he died protecting 10 muggles. Snape taunted August sharply. August. Well, he did forget this paragraph. Chapter 85, Parseltongue, Pig's Head Lollipop. On Monday, Charms class. Harry sat nervously beside August and pushed Hermione aside. Looking at Harry strangely, August was a little strange. What's the matter, Harry, with that look? What would you think if I said I could hear something that others couldn't? Harry leaned into August's ear and whispered like a spy connector. August stepped back subconsciously, he didn't want to be so close to the boy. But after listening to Harry's words, he was moved in his heart. Has Harry met a basilisk? Can you describe it to me? August asked with interest. Harry briefly explained what had happened yesterday when he wrote back in Lockhart's office. After listening, August confirmed that it was the basilisk. But he didn't say it outright. August had his plans. Even if he doesn't usually pay attention, he still has the blood of the Gaunt family flowing in his blood, and he wants to try if it is possible to conquer the basilisk. August believes that Slytherin's legacy must be more than this basilisk, and it would be best if some of Slytherin's secrets could be discovered through the basilisk. Maybe it's a gift of yours, Harry. Watching Professor Flitwick walk away, August said to Harry. You know, wizards always have something special, so it's not surprising that you have awakened some talents. Harry listened to August's analysis and was relieved. When he told Ron yesterday, Ron didn't believe him at all, which made him very frustrated. I'm sure, you're fooling Harry. While Harry was practicing the spell, Hermione suddenly whispered in August's ear. She knew August very well now, and when he said something serious, it was often his behavior to fool people. No, not this time. Harry does have a special talent. August patted Hermione on the head angrily, a little dissatisfied that she didn't trust him so much. What talent? Hermione covered her head and looked at August curiously. She had not noticed anything special about Harry this year. You'll find out next week. August sold out. Hermione gave him an angry look, turned, and walked back to practice the vanishing charm with Patil. At night, August slipped skillfully into the forbidden book area, looking for books on Parseltongue. With his blood, it should not be difficult to learn the Parseltongue. He secretly tried, using transfiguration to turn the teapot into a snake, and then tried to talk to it, but unfortunately, August failed. The snake has become snake soup. He thought it was because of the scar that Harry could talk to the snake, and Voldemort had left some legacy on Harry's forehead after all. Last semester, August also often came to the library to read books at night, but generally, he was about books on ancient magic patterns and alchemy, and he didn't pay much attention to such anecdotes in the magic world. The Hogwarts Library is the largest in Britain, and it can even be said to be the largest library in the world. Among them, the restricted section accounted for at least 1/3, and August couldn't read so many books in a mere year. He can only search according to his own needs. It's a pity that he flipped through many areas this time, but he couldn't find a book like this. Most of all, he introduced some wizards with the talent of Parseltongue. No specific language is mentioned. But August was in no hurry. He could try to learn the language from Harry. Put all the books back in their places, and August leaves. Time soon came to Sunday, and several people went to the room of requirement again to prepare for this week's magic practice. Before training, though, Fred and George pulled August aside. Like offering a treasure, he took out the box. Lollipop. August opened the box and looked. Didn't find anything special. You'll know when you try it, Fred said mysteriously, and George next to him was also looking forward to it. The corners of August's eyes jumped. It's really like we met on the first day. Did he dare to eat the food that the two of them handed over? Pretend to pick up two different colors. The green one is apple-flavored, and the pink one is strawberry-flavored. August took it apart, pretending to think about which one he wanted to eat. Suddenly, August quickly stuffed 2 lollipops into the twins' mouth. The two were snickering and didn't react at all. Oh! Fred and George subconsciously taste the lollipops. Well, good, very sweet. After the sound of bang, 2 pig heads appeared on their necks. Puff. When Cho saw the 2 huge pig heads, he instantly sprayed the tea on the ground and then trembled with laughter. Hermione and Harry couldn't be happier. They always watched Fred and George play tricks on others, and they never thought that they would also be counter-killed. Fred and George looked at each other and laughed out loud, but with such a big pig head, even the laughter was humming. 5 minutes later, they restored the prototype. It didn't go according to plan though, says Fred. George followed up, but the effect of our pighead lollipop is still good. Seeing the way they sang and harmonized, everyone laughed out loud again. The twins are like this, they can always bring joy to people. And their products caught the attention of others. Everyone bought some, ready to use them as a prank. Even a good girl like Hermione bought 2. The twins are also laughing from ear to ear. It seems that this pighead lollipop will become a hit. After a few chats, everyone was ready to start today's course. August took out a few bottles of potion and distributed them to the crowd. These are potent extimulo potions. Your magic power will increase rapidly within half a month after drinking them. Several people looked at the potion in their palms with burning eyes, especially Fred and George. Those wizards who lived in pure-blood families knew better how precious potions were. There was a struggle on their faces, but the 2 of them spread their hands together to return the potion to August. August, this is so precious, you can't even buy a bottle if you sell us. The twins were hilarious, but others also heard the value of the bottle. They all looked at August. August smiled. He admired the twins' hearts, but since he gave them to them, he had no plans to take them back. Don't worry, these are all made by me. I still have a lot of stock. I have already drank a bottle. You can use these. Listening to August's words, the twins let go of their hearts, looked at each other, and were proud to have made friends like August. Hermione and Cho didn't have so many ideas, they were all August's, and a bottle of potion was nothing. As for Harry, he was even more naive. He thought that August had helped him enough, that he would not itch if he had more lice, and he would not worry about having too much debt. As long as August needs him, he does it. If August hurt Harry's heart, he would sigh. Stupid people have stupid blessings. Chapter 86, For the greater good, sacrifice yourself, Harry. Harry, I have some guesses about that voice you heard last time. After the others drank the potion, he said to Harry. Harry was intrigued when he heard August say that. It's been a week since the last time he was in Lockhart's office, and he hasn't heard that voice again, so much so that he thinks it's an illusion. As a result, today August said that he had some conjectures, and he would like to hear August's views. I think it may be an animal voice, and some wizards can understand the language of some magical creatures. August pretended to analyze. So we're going to test it out today to see if it's what I imagined it to be. Harry didn't know how August was going to test, so he could only subconsciously nod. The others also looked at August curiously. August took out his wand and tapped the chair behind him. The chair quickly turned into a mouse, squeaking at Harry. Can you understand what he's saying? August asked Harry. Harry shook his head blankly. Then, August turned the chair into a bat, a horned toad, and a toad, one by one for Harry to try to understand their calls. But all failed. Seeing that the bait was almost complete, August stopped covering it up and turned the chair into a boa. What? Two screams reminded. Hermione and Cho were startled, looked at the python in fear, and stood far away. The python opened its mouth, stared at Harry with a pair of vertical pupils, and let out a hissing sound. Harry is also a little flustered now. He now thinks that August is trying to make fun of him. He said sadly if August has any opinions, he can make changes. Don't scare me with such a big boa constrictor. Seeing that Harry was too frightened to move, August thought he should be treated harder. Controlling the boa to crawl towards Harry, the front half of the boa still stands upright. Don't come here. Harry screamed in horror, but the sound he made was not at all human. It was a creepy horse, full of gloom and cruelty. And the boa also stopped obediently and did not continue to move toward Harry. Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know it was his own words that ordered the boa, thinking it was August controlling it. But soon he saw the others looking at him in astonishment, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Harry, you are still a Parseltongue, you never told us. Fred said in amazement. What am I? Harry asked. Parseltongue. George answered, you talk to snakes. Salazar Slytherin is a Parseltongue. Harry was confused, but he remembered that when he was a kid at the zoo he had released the Brazilian python, which had told him that it had never been to Brazil. August interrupted Harry's recollection. Looks like the horse you heard that day was a snake, Harry. August also heard what Harry said to the snake just now, probably because of the bloodline, he could understand what Harry said. But just one sentence is not enough, he still needs more vocabulary, so that he can communicate with the basilisk in the future. Looking at Harry with a smile, although August was very approachable, Harry couldn't help shivering, as if something bad was about to happen. Harry, I'm very interested in this kind of Parseltongue, can you teach me? But I don't know how to teach people, I just did it subconsciously. Harry said with some difficulty, he didn't even know he spoke the language of snakes just now. It's okay, I have something special. August didn't care at all and said with a gentle on his face. Next. Ah. August, help. The twins and the two girls looked at Harry, who was screaming constantly in the arena, in astonishment. At this time, he was tightly wrapped around by the giant python that August had conjured. Harry, don't talk to me, you should talk to the snake, say something different, don't keep repeating a sentence. This is August's special trick, tying Harry directly into a big python, and letting Harry continue to communicate with the python. He can take the opportunity to learn a few more words. The entangled Harry could only obey August's request, saying some words intermittently, trying to communicate with the python. Harry's snot and tears shocked the others, and they all made up their minds that they must never provoke August in the future. This person's actions are too cruel. Especially Fred and George, who were still thinking in their minds just now, how can they successfully prank August? But now it seems that it's okay, the boss can't afford to offend. For the whole hour, Harry was in that state of extreme collapse. In the end, August saw that he had been repeating a few words back and forth, and there were no new words before he let him go. August, spare me. Harry, who was released by the python, walked to August's side and pleaded with pain on his face. At this time, Harry's clothes were covered with slime and had a stench. Covering his nose, he cast a new scouring charm. August returned Harry's clothes to their original shape and removed the odor before speaking earnestly. It's all for the greater good, Harry. Be prepared to devote your life to magic. Harry looked at August resentfully. This is dedicated to magic, but why am I dedicated to your magic? But Harry didn't dare to say it. He knew August's way of tossing people. If he complained, August would miss him, then he would have nowhere to cry. August knew that Harry couldn't agree to his request today, and he also mastered a lot of snake language vocabulary, and he needed to digest it well. The next time, August also started normal teaching. To compensate Harry, he also taught him the dangling jinx. This made Harry feel a lot better. Chapter 87, My life is so hard. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is October. Hogwarts has also been open for more than a month. Different from the first grade, the second grade is much heavier than the first grade, and every day Harry and Ron have to beg August to give them the homework for reference. August didn't care, but every time Hermione looked that way, Harry and Ron felt that they were sinful, as if borrowing homework was a sinful thing. On this day, as usual, when August came to the auditorium for breakfast, he found that many little wizards were looking at him with admiration. This puzzled August a bit. Although he was already famous at school, it was never like today when the little wizards wanted to eat him. What's wrong? He asked Cho next to him in a low voice. I don't know either. Cho was also very puzzled. At this time, Colin suddenly ran over and shouted to August excitedly. Awesome. August, can I take a picture of you? I never knew you were so kind. August said hello, what's wrong with this kid? Colin, what's the matter, can you tell me what happened? Resisting the urge to throw the kid's head away, August asked softly. Don't you know? You're on the Daily Prophet. It turns out you have such great ideals, August. In the end, Colin choked up. The corners of August's mouth twitched. Colin didn't get on the point after talking for a long time, but he also keenly captured the key information, Daily Prophet. He quickly asked Cho to bring a newspaper over, and August flipped through it. Sure enough, on the second page, a huge title occupies a bright position. August the Genius Wizard, researching wolf poison for peace in the wizarding world. August didn't expect that the wolf poison drug thing would be in the newspaper. It is estimated that Snape made it to give him momentum, and August didn't care, and then read on. August Gaunt, a freshman who has just been in the second year this year, he has outstanding talent and a handsome appearance, but his most moving is indeed his dream. A whole page full of introductions to August and the wolf poison potion. But what makes August speechless is that this article points out that although August was born in an orphanage in the Muggle world, he has always maintained a kind heart. The newspaper also made up a few touching stories, describing his difficult life and hard work, not only willing to help his classmates. And seeing the plight of the werewolf wizard, he couldn't bear it, and he specially developed the wolf poison potion and released the formula for free. After reading it, August was moved by himself to the newspaper. He didn't even know that his life was so difficult. Cho, who was on the side, read the newspaper and stared at August with a strange expression. How much money did you put into the Daily Prophet? To let them talk to you like that? After patting Cho's little head, August said angrily, I didn't give a single galleon, and I don't know why they wrote it like this. Maybe I'm the image in everyone's mind. Cho straightens her messed up hair by August. She has nothing to say about August's narcissism. Soon, all the little witches knew the contents of the newspaper, and some perceptive little witches quietly wiped their tears when they saw the stories made up above. There were even some little witches who would have wanted to give August a loving hug if Cho hadn't stopped him. August had to endure these same glances, and then quickly finished breakfast with Cho, ready to go to Snape. He wanted to ask Snape why he acted so rudely. In Snape's office, August and Snape sat opposite each other. Throwing away the newspaper in his hand, August felt helpless. Professor, isn't the editorial in this newspaper too outrageous? They won't write these stories if they investigate casually. Listening to August's complaints, Snape was helpless. He just asked a few old friends to help August build momentum, and one of his friends happened to be the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, and he also mentioned it. He didn't expect such big news to come out. But he won't admit his mistakes to August. He can only speak bluntly. This is to better arouse the sympathy of the public, and to better impress Fudge. He won't miss such an opportunity to win the hearts and minds of the people. Your Order of Merlin is stable, but you don't know what level it is. Hearing Snape's explanation, August had to admit that he had some truth in what he said, and things had already happened, so he could only acquiesce. The next day, Alls kept sending letters to August, some thanking him for his contribution to the werewolf wizard and some condolences for his difficult life. Many people have sent him condolences. It took August an afternoon just to sort out the letters and packages. And to maintain the character design, he also replied to these letters one by one, especially the letters from the werewolf wizards. August specially explained that there was a shop in Nocturne Alley that had already started selling wolf poison potions. As early as last month, August sent a batch of wolf poison potion to Nocturne Alley and let Arya sell it at her discretion. This is a means to recruit werewolf wizards. Most werewolf wizards have good combat power, and their reflexes and physical fitness are far higher than ordinary wizards. As long as they train a little, they will be a backbone after learning a few powerful spells. August cast magic on the quills, and several quills began to automatically write the content of the reply, which greatly reduced his workload finally. Before dinner, August completed all the work. All those condolences were returned by August, and he was not a wizard with a difficult life, and these things could not be taken. Sure enough, at dinner, Dumbledore announced that this Saturday, Fudge would come over to present August with the Order of Merlin 3rd class for his service. This made Lockhart's face a little ugly. He didn't expect that this little wizard, who was always a little bit uncomfortable with him, would get the same honor as him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 88, The Old Men in the Magic World. The sun was shining brightly on Saturday morning. At this time, it has entered October, and although the weather is a little cold, the greenery has not completely receded. On the lawn in front of Hogwarts Castle, a squat middle-aged man dressed in a muggle suit was waiting quietly. There are several wizards behind him, who are arranging some tables and chairs. In the center, there is a high platform. A wizard came over, lowered his head slightly, and said to the men in a suit, "Minister, it seems that the members of the jury will come over in a while, or why don't you go to the castle and wait?" The man in the suit is the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. "Don't bother, Shackle. I have to make sure that they can see me as soon as possible, knowing that these old men on the jury will be very troublesome if they say anything about me," Fudge said to the Auror named Shacklebolt. The jury that can make Fudge so jealous is of course the review members of the International Confederation of Wizards. All those old men have a high reputation in the magic world. Although they are usually secluded and do not ask about world affairs, no one will underestimate their influence. The purpose of Fudge's arrival so early today was to impress these people. There are always people in the outside world who say that he is a puppet supported by Dumbledore. He also hoped to gain the support of some people, to get rid of the shadow that Dumbledore gave him. Soon, an old man appeared from the other side of the suspension bridge and walked over slowly. Fudge hurried up to meet him, wiped away the fine sweat from walking quickly, and said attentively, "Mr. Bonham, I didn't expect you to come so early." Seeing that Fudge was so attentive, the old man was a little impatient and casually said a few words. "I'm here to see the kid who developed the wolf's poison potion. Nico praised him so much in the letter. You can do your own thing." After speaking, regardless of the embarrassed Fudge, he walked straight into the campus. After that, some people came one after another, some old people came alone, and some also brought a few younger wizards. But they didn't like to deal with politicians like Fudge very much. Fudge was also thinking to himself, what kind of magic does this August Gaunt have to make so many big men come out and award him medals? August. Many people have come. Headmaster Dumbledore has gone out to receive. Hermione chirped and reported to August what was going on outside. Ever since the news that August received the Merlin medal, the little witch was more excited than August herself and kept telling the information she knew. Those who didn't know thought it was Hermione who was going to receive the Order of Merlin. Seeing that Hermione and Cho were so excited, August didn't want to disappoint, so he could only go outside the castle under the urging of the two girls. At this time, the outside of the castle has been neatly arranged. Dumbledore is chatting with a group of old men. Many little wizards are watching there in the distance, but they dare not get too close. Dumbledore saw August's appearance and waved at him, signaling him to come over. Dumbledore happily introduced them to him one by one, many of whom were often named in August's textbooks. August also greeted each other politely. A group of old men looked at August with a smile, and the old man named Bonham suddenly asked, "Can you tell us about your ideas for developing the wolf poison potion? The skin of the fig has a calming effect, and the tail of the rat can control the bloodthirsty impulse and..." August talked eloquently and talked about the principle of this potion. He understood the minds of this group of people. It is indeed a far-fetched talk for a second-year wizard to develop such a powerful potion. Following August's explanation, everyone fell into silent thinking, and from time to time someone asked about the difficulties in refining. Dumbledore looked on with a smile, a little relieved, but he still had to entertain those officials of the Ministry of Magic, and he left after a while. And the topic of August and a group of old men has gradually turned from the wolf poison potion to the whole potions, and there are even some problems with magic spells. What amazes everyone is that although August doesn't know much about some aspects of knowledge, as long as he speaks, he must have something to say, and he has his own unique opinions. Gradually, everyone changed from questioning August to communicating on an equal footing, which made some of the little wizards who were brought over to meet the market and the Hogwarts students onlookers dumbfounded. Is this person so strong? When Dumbledore came to ask them to attend the ceremony, the group of old men and August stopped. One of them exclaimed, "I want to chat with you a little longer, August, but this is not the purpose of today, we can't delay your award ceremony." "Yes, when Nico invited us here, he said that we would be full of praise for you." Now it seems that he didn't talk big. Bonham also agreed. This old man named Bonham, August has just learned, his ancestor is the founder of St. Mungo's Magic Hospital, and their family has been famous for their potion level for more than 400 years. After listening to his words, August realized that it turned out that all the great people who came this time were invited by Nicholas Flamel, and he also felt a deep gratitude in his heart. This old man is good to him. August only mentioned some of his thoughts to Nico in the letter, but he did not expect to receive such strong support from him. Gaunt, I have to admit that you are very attractive to old people. Dumbledore teased August with a smile. August felt a chill. Why did it feel strange to say these words from an old bee's mouth? In the ensuing ceremony, Dumbledore, as chief mage of Wisengamot, bestowed the medal on August. August made some comments again, saying that he would continue to work hard, so he ended the award ceremony this time. All the little wizards were envious, especially Percy. He just wanted to have a few words with these bigwigs, but August was able to chat and laugh with them. Sometimes, the gap between men and men is bigger than the gap between men and dog. Chapter 89, Harry. No, Harry. After the award ceremony was over, August was pulled by a group of old men again, which made Fudge a little embarrassed to come up and have a relationship with August. August is also very happy. Fudge, the standard politician face, can now greet you with a smile, and when there is a conflict of interest, he will immediately turn his face. He only wanted to raise his prestige to a level that Fudge was afraid of so that he would not suffer when Fudge targeted Dumbledore in the future, but he also didn't want to have any connection with Fudge. August chatted with a group of old people late into the night. For the sake of their health, he persuaded them to go back one by one. Before leaving, they exchanged contact information with August to facilitate the exchange of letters. On this day, August faced everyone with a standard smile, which continued until the evening, and he felt that his whole face was going to freeze. Rubbing his stiff cheeks, dragging his tired body, he walked back to the common room. Boom. August, who had just stepped into the common room, was taken aback. He saw that the common room was densely packed with people, even Harry and Ron of Gryffindor were there. Cho and Hermione had wizard fireworks in their hands, and they made the sound just now. Congratulations, August. As Cho's words fell, thunderous applause broke out in the common room. Almost all Ravenclaws hadn't slept. It's all here waiting for August. Amazing. Merlin 3rd class. It's so cool how you interact with those people. So many people's names I've only seen in books. You broke the record for the youngest Ravenclaw to receive the Order of Merlin. Little wizards, you said one sentence after another. The scene was a bit messy. But everyone was happy to celebrate August, which made August, who had been smirking all day, also showed a sincere smile. A small banquet followed, and the house elves prepared a sumptuous dinner, especially for this moment. Cho tricked out the butterbeer contributed by George and Fred and distributed it to everyone. A group of people sang, danced, and vented their inner joy. This made the tired August feel involved. The banquet continued until the middle of the night when it ended hastily. Looking at the messy common room, with a snap of his fingers, August called Bar and asked him to help clean up the mess. August went back to his bedroom, and soon fell asleep. As the time approached Halloween, August's enthusiasm gradually subsided, which also made him relieved. During this period, August received various letters from fans every day, as well as some love letters from little witches in the school to August, asking him if he would mind having another girlfriend. But unfortunately, these love letters were destroyed by Miss Cho Chang's fire-making charm, and August regretted it for a few minutes. Harry's life is not very easy. Because of the Order of Merlin, Dumbledore added 200 points to Ravenclaw, and August's usual excellent performance, this semester's House Cup must still belong to the Ravenclaw. Snape was also in a bad mood because of this, and he had to find various reasons to deduct some of Harry's points in potion class every day. He just wanted me to die. The unlovable Harry sat next to August and complained to him. 1 point off Gryffindor. Don't talk while the professor is teaching, Potter. Snape keenly caught Harry's little movement, and then a critical strike. Harry didn't feel it anymore. August looked at Harry's numb expression and sighed. Who made you James' son? However, he remembered that he had not signed in today, so he habitually opened the panel and clicked the sign-in button. Get the daily check-in reward, Transsexual Potion. Transsexual Potion, purple, change the gender of the user in a short time without side effects. August. Looking at the unclaimed Transfiguration Potion, August looked at Harry again. This system is going to mess up. Aware that August was looking at him strangely, Harry cast a suspicious look. August hesitated, but curiosity prevailed over his friendship with Harry. He asked quietly, would you like to try my method? Maybe Snape would be nice to you. There may be some risks, though. August also didn't know whether Harry would become more like Lily after drinking this potion and whether it would produce a special attack on Snape. Harry's eyes flashed after hearing this. Is there such a good thing? However, August's reliability has always given him a lot of confidence. With a firm nod, Harry motioned for August to tell him. Silently, he took out the transsexual potion and handed it to Harry, and August gave him another piece of voice-changing gum that Fred gave him. Harry looked at the two things that August gave him, a little puzzled. Do these make Snape friendly? After hesitating for a few seconds, Harry followed August's instructions, drank the potion, and then ate the gum. Snape noticed the movement here, and just as he was about to reprimand him, he saw Harry's change. At this time, Harry's facial features gradually softened, Adam's apple disappeared, and he gradually turned into the appearance of a girl. Lily. Snape murmured this softly, forgetting what to say for a while. Harry, who was being looked at by Snape, was also a little uncomfortable. He had never seen Snape look like this. All the while, Snape looked at him with a look of disgust, as if he was never supposed to exist in this world, Harry Potter. But what did he see in Snape's eyes now? Tenderness, reminiscence, remorse, and tears. Seeing Harry's bewildered look, Snape's heart was severely touched, and he hurriedly regained his senses and made Harry stand up. Harleen, please repeat what I just said. Snape subconsciously changed Harry's name. Professor, are you calling me? Harry replied that Snape seemed to have called him by the wrong name just now. But after speaking, Harry was startled by his voice. How did he become a girl? But he immediately realized that it must be the ghost of what August just gave him. Glancing at August hard, he saw that everyone was looking at him with weird looks. But he didn't have the time to worry about it and quickly answered Snape's question. Sorry, Professor, I didn't hear what you just said. Snape subconsciously wanted to deduct Gryffindor's points but looked at the pair of green eyes looking at him, and it wasn't James' annoying face. He struggled for a long time but finally said. Listen carefully in class, and keep your eyes on the professor. But your honesty is commendable, Gryffindor for points. Snape subconsciously wanted to deduct Gryffindor's points but looked at the pair of green eyes looking at him, and it wasn't James' annoying face. Chapter 90, Ron, why are you blushing? Harry couldn't believe that Snape gave him extra points. But he wouldn't be stupid enough to confirm it again. What if Snape came to his senses? Nodding, Harry took his place. His eyes looked at August subconsciously, and he wondered why Snape changed so much after his voice became a female voice. At this time, Harry didn't know that he had become a girl. Just thought it was a sound issue. But August didn't have the energy to answer Harry's doubts. He was twitching all over his body now, and his expression was very distorted. Don't get me wrong, August was holding back his laughter. He didn't expect this drama to be so exciting. Snape's eyes were like a fan-shaped statistical chart just now, and Harry's dazed look at this moment. They all poke hard at his smile. Seeing August like this, how could Harry not know that he was harassed by him? It's a pity that he is in class now. Otherwise, even if he can't beat August, Harry will rush up to him desperately. In the next half of the potions class, everyone's three views collapsed. Snape kept asking Harry questions, and Harry couldn't answer them, but Snape always found a reason to give him extra points. Knowing that the bell rang, Snape gave Harry a reluctant look before leaving the classroom. Everyone did not recover. The Slytherin students felt that Harry had been drugged by the head of the house, and glared at Harry fiercely. But the more they look at it, the more they realize that the feminine Harry is also quite cute. Hiss. Can't think about it. They quickly looked away and escaped from the classroom. Ha 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 ha. August finally couldn't hold it anymore and laughed out loud. August. I'll fight with you. Harry couldn't help it anymore. Even if he played a prank on him, he laughed so recklessly, it was unbearable. Pushing away the pounced Harry, August said breathlessly. Don't do this. I'm afraid Cho and Hermione will misunderstand. Hermione also came over at this time, looking at Harry strangely. I won't get anything wrong, August, and do you want to move to the girls' dorm? Harry. Harry was even more confused. What were the two talking about? At this time, August conjured a mirror and handed it to Harry. Harry took the mirror, looked at it, and then was dumbfounded. This beautiful girl in the mirror, bah. How did the self in the mirror become a girl? Are you kidding me? August. Harry asked August, a little more sobbing in his voice. At this time, August laughed enough, panting slightly, and replied, Don't worry, Harry, this is only a temporary transformation, and it will recover soon. Hermione pinched August on the side. This time his joke was a bit bigger and changed Harry's gender directly. But Hermione glanced at Harry again. Puff. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Harry left the two reluctantly, ready to follow Ron out of the classroom and back to the common room. He didn't want to hang out with a feminine face. But when he saw Ron staring at him with weird eyes and a flushed face, he suddenly panicked. Ron didn't expect his good friend, even after he became a girl, to be very good-looking. He didn't know what he was thinking. His eyes were a little erratic, and the blush on his cheeks spread to his ears. What the hell are you blushing? It took a whole day for Harry to recover, and since then, he has had a shadow in his mind about whatever food August gave him. But August didn't have time to tease Harry anymore. Arya suddenly sent a letter saying that the wolf poison potion in the shop was almost sold out. This speed surprised August. In the letter, Arya also mentioned that through the wolf poison potion, they recruited 20 werewolves in just 1 month. And it was Arya who carefully selected and left behind those wizards with good hearts, all of whom signed contracts. The consequence of this was that August had to work overtime for a while to refine a batch of wolf poison potions to provide to Arya. However, Arya also said one thing, which made August a little worried. Recently, their expansion has been too rapid, affecting the interests of the other 2 families. You must know that werewolves and wandering wizards are the main sources of human trade. Arya has quietly recruited so many people, naturally blocking their way of making money. But now because it is still unclear who is standing behind Arya, the 2 families will not act rashly for a while, but it is always a hidden danger. After reading it, August decided to go this Christmas to get rid of these troubles. The first strike first, August doesn't want to be stabbed in the back at some point in the future. Until Halloween, August concocted potions in his suitcase when he was free. Cho couldn't stand it anymore, sneaked into the suitcase, and called out to August. At first, August gave the 2 girls permission to enter and exit the suitcase at will. If someone else approaches, the alarm will be triggered immediately. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. I don't think it's fair why I can't go to the girls' dorm and you can go to the boys' dorm. August, who was dragged out, also muttered and complained, and received a fierce look from the young lady. Shut up, what else do you want to do in the girls' dorm? Walking down the corridor, Cho complained dissatisfiedly about August's recent behavior. August also knew that he was wrong, smiled, and did not refute, quietly pulling the hand of the young lady, ready to use sugar-coated cannonballs to extinguish her anger. What? A scream interrupted August's movements. August and Cho looked at each other, and the 2 rushed to the place where the sound came from. When they arrived, they saw the bloody words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. There were already a few people around, Harry, Ron, and Filch. The scream just now was made by Filch. He was hugging Mrs. Norris and screaming on the ground. When Cho saw this scene, he was a little scared and clenched August's hand tightly. It's you. You killed my cat. I'm going to kill you. Filch shouted hysterically and rushed towards Harry frantically. Harry stared blankly at Filch, who didn't seem to realize what was going on. But at this moment, an old and serious voice interrupted Filch's movements. Filch. It was Dumbledore, with all the professors. Chapter 91, No one knows dark magic better than me. Dumbledore arrived at the scene, followed by many other professors. Many little wizards also noticed the movement here and rushed over here one after another. All of a sudden, the huge corridor like it was overcrowded. When people saw the writing on the wall and Filch hysterically, the noise suddenly died down. Enemies of the heir, beware. You'll be next, Mud. To shut up. Malfoy whispered to the sarcastic Crabbe, he didn't want to lose one of his valets. August glanced at Malfoy in surprise, he felt that Malfoy had changed a bit recently. Although he still likes to oppose Harry, he has become more upright. But now is not the time to study Malfoy's changes. Filch is complaining to Dumbledore. He did it. It was him, said Filch, spitting. He found my office letter, he knew it, I'm a squib. Wow. As soon as Filch finished speaking, the crowd boiled. They didn't expect that the school administrator, who has been looking for trouble with students everywhere, was a squib. What's a squib? Hermione asked August in a low voice. Those who were born into wizarding families but couldn't use magic, August explained, before asking Harry why they were there. He and Ron went to nearly Headless Nick's death party and somehow ended up here. After Hermione finished speaking, August was a little stunned. There was indeed this passage in the original book, but it was a long time ago and it was not an important matter. He had long forgotten it. Okay, Filch. Dumbledore interrupted his accusation, this is not the place to talk, let's talk somewhere else. My office is upstairs, you can go there, Lockhart said happily, he would not miss this opportunity to show off. Dumbledore nodded his thanks and took the professors and Harry to Lockhart's office upstairs. But before he left, he handed August in. Gaunt, come here too. August was a little surprised, but he also wanted to study some of the situations after being petrified by the basilisk, and he did not refuse. After turning around and mouthing to Cho, he followed him upstairs. Entering the office, Dumbledore put Mrs. Norris on the table, lit the whole cat with candles, and observed. The slender fingers poked here and there as if searching for something. Lockhart was not idle either, he kept saying some strange spell names to show his erudition. No one knows black magic better than me. It's a pity that no one paid attention to him at this time, which made Lockhart a little embarrassed, smiled shyly, and shut up on the sofa without speaking. August also stood aside and carefully observed Mrs. Norris, and he quickly discovered that this petrification was different from a spell, which was more like a curse. Being hit by the full body bind curse only means that the body cannot move, but the consciousness is still there and can perceive the external situation. And Mrs. Norris seemed to be in a deep sleep, not only unable to move but also conscious. If he hadn't sensed that its life breath was still there, August would have suspected that the cat had been hit with a killing curse. It's not dead, Filch. Dumbledore came to the same conclusion as August. This is a very strange petrification state, but don't worry, we can wake it up. Professor Sprout recently got some mandrakes that, once they are mature, will allow Mrs. Norris to recover. Dumbledore's patient explanation calmed Filch a little, but he still demanded severe punishment for Harry, who he always believed was the culprit. Mr. Filch, I don't think it's possible to do this with Harry's spell level. August got a little impatient with his arguing and opened his mouth to defend Harry. Harry. Should he thank August? Or should he be angry at August for taunting his level of charm? Snape sneered when he heard August's words. Since Harry changed back to Harry, the state between Snape and Harry has returned to the past, even worse. Gaunt, do you have a different opinion? Dumbledore looked at August at this time, wanting to hear his opinion. No, Professor, I agree with you, this is petrification similar to a curse. August shook his head and spoke slowly, but then he posed a new question. May I ask, why the school happens to have mandrakes? As soon as this question came out, the office was quiet, and Harry and Ron were a little scared. They didn't expect August's question to be so acute. Gaunt, I can answer this question for you. Professor Sprout, who had been silent for a while, said. Although mandrake is not a particularly precious material, it is rarely planted because of its single use. This time, the Ministry of Magic ordered a batch for reserve, and I will use it as experimental material for you by the way. And the mandrake that has just matured has the strongest effect and is also the best choice for refining potions. Hearing Sprout's explanation, August also understood. When he watched a movie in his previous life, he thought it was a coincidence. Before the basilisk appeared, Dumbledore even prepared mandrakes. Dumbledore was not dissatisfied with August's questioning, this kind of thing was normal, after all, even though he thought it was too coincidental. Inside the room of requirement, Hermione, Cho, and the twin brothers were already waiting here. As soon as August and Harry got to the door, they were taken in by Fred. How is it, are you all right? The twins looked at Ron and asked with some concern. Although they are not very reliable at ordinary times, they are still very concerned when their younger brother encounters something. It's fine. Ron shook his head. Harry said at this point, I hear the snake again. Everyone looked at Harry, and he was a little nervous. I heard that voice and said, tear you, kill you. Chapter 92, The Legend of the Chamber of Secrets. What? Are you Parseltongue? After listening to Harry's narration, Ron looked at Harry in disbelief. I told you about that voice last time, and you don't believe it yourself. Harry said he didn't take the blame. You didn't tell me that it was the voice of a snake. Ron looked aggrieved and betrayed. Ron, don't make trouble. George and Fred said in unison, interrupting Ron. August, do you know what the Chamber of Secrets is? August thought about it and decided to say it from the beginning. You all know that Hogwarts was founded by 4 founders, right? The crowd nodded. August continued, Hogwarts Castle, which is said to be built on the home of Slytherin, the entire castle, including the Forbidden Forest, is the property of the Slytherin family. His family is really rich, Ron said enviously. Don't interrupt. George gave Ron a shudder to keep him quiet. August ignored them but continued. In the beginning, the 4 founders looked around for talented young people and brought them to school. But slowly, Slytherin and others had differences. Slytherin wanted Hogwarts to admit only pureblood wizards, and Muggle kids were unreliable. Because of this, the 4 founders had a big fight, and Slytherin left the school. August finished speaking in one breath, a little thirsty, conjured a glass of lemon juice to moisten his throat and continued. It is said that before Slytherin left, he left a secret room and closed him. Only when Slytherin's descendants come to the school can they open it, release the horrible things in it, and clean up all those students who are not worthy of learning magic. This is the origin of the Chamber of Secrets. After he finished speaking, he gave everyone some time to digest. Everyone was immersed in the story August had just told, and they didn't know there was such a story at the beginning of Hogwarts. It took a long time for them to react, and Cho took the lead to ask, so, the successor of Slytherin has appeared now. So the secret room will be opened. August shook his head. Actually 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened once, when a girl at Hogwarts died. A student named Tom Riddle caught the guy who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and got the school's Special Contribution Award. The man who was caught was later expelled, but Dumbledore let him stay at the school and you all know him. Hagrid. Hermione reacted quickly, she couldn't believe it, that stupid big man would open the Chamber of Secrets and kill a Hogwarts student. It can't be Hagrid. Harry's reaction was particularly strong, and among the people who did it, he had the best relationship with Hagrid. These are all recorded in the book, Hogwarts, A History. Although Hagrid's name is not specifically written, you will find him when you check the expulsion record. And the one who was killed. The student who was killed is Myrtle. August said calmly, but then he threw a bombshell. The student named Tom Riddle changed his name later, and you've all heard of it. That name was Voldemort. Hearing this name, except for Harry, everyone else trembled and took a deep breath. So it must be Voldemort who opened the Chamber of Secrets and put the blame on Hagrid, said Harry excitedly. I'm going to Dumbledore now and ask him to help Hagrid clear his grievances. After saying that, Harry was ready to get up and go out. With a wave of August's wand, he let him sit back and shook his head. How could Harry be so stupid after studying with him for so long? Sit down, do you have any evidence? Why should Dumbledore believe what you said? August scolded, and Harry immediately became honest. I tell you these purposes are to make you more vigilant, don't think about finding any Chamber of Secrets, there are never treasures, but dangers. After August finished his last words, he ended today's conversation and let everyone go back to the dorm. August returned to the dorm and did not sleep immediately, but entered the suitcase and took some props. He hasn't mastered the Parseltongue yet. He also secretly went to the girls' bathroom on the second floor before and tried to use the Parseltongue to open the door Chamber of Secrets, but nothing happened. Until then, he needs some props to keep Cho and Hermione safe. August's words were quickly spread by Ron's big mouth, which immediately caused a sensation at Hogwarts. However, Ron is still a bit reliable, not saying the fact that Tom is Voldemort. The little wizards were particularly curious about that period of history, and the books, Hogwarts, A History, in the library were all borrowed. Intrepid students kept pressing Professor Binns for information about the Chamber of Secrets in the History of Magic class. Professor Binns rarely got into a rage in class, claiming that everything about the secret room is fake and that they should focus on more real history, rather than these illusory campus legends. Fred and George took the opportunity to sell the amulets they made themselves. The little wizards panicked, but the sales were not bad, they were discovered by Professor McGonagall and confiscated all their remaining stocks. Dumbledore quickly found August and asked him to go to the office. Gaunt, I think what you said made everyone panic even more. Dumbledore frowned, looking with a little headache. I just tell the facts that I know, don't I? August didn't care, he was more and more casual with Dumbledore now. Dumbledore is a person who talks about evidence. No matter what he thinks about you, as long as there is no fact in front of him, he will still think that you are a good boy. Sure enough, Dumbledore sighed and did not accuse August of anything, but said admonishingly, although these things are facts, they are not what students should worry about, I don't want them to live in a panic environment. Looking at Dumbledore like this, August is also a little complicated. Dumbledore's love for this school is unquestionable. Seeing the students so panicked, this 100-year-old old man is indeed exhausted. Don't worry so much, Professor, we can use another method to divert their attention. August's words aroused Dumbledore's curiosity, and the old man put his eyes on August. Chapter 93, The Rubber Fruit Ability Harry, Dueling Club. Shortly after Halloween, the annual Quidditch Cup begins. This year's Slytherin has 7 Nimbus 2001, which makes Cho attach great importance to it, and the Ravenclaw team has been training very frequently recently. However, August didn't follow the training, and his technical training was useless, as long as he could perfectly protect Cho in the game. The first game of this year was Slytherin against Gryffindor. Today, Slytherin's 7 new brooms are about to debut. Facing such a game with a huge gap, all the little lions watched the game in the heavy rain. Cheer for Gryffindor. During the game, the unfortunate Harry encountered a situation again. He was targeted by a bludger. The bludgers specifically targeted Harry alone, and were very strong. However, Harry had the experience of playing against August the last term, and he could hold on for a while, and he finally managed to catch the golden snitch on Malfoy's head at the cost of being hit by a bludger. However, his arm was also fractured by the bludger, and Lockhart's manipulation even made Harry's entire arm boneless. August didn't watch the game, and he doesn't like going out in thunderstorms. But when the little wizards who came back told him about today's results, he became interested in Harry's arm. August came to the hospital wing and soon found Harry. At this time, Harry was lying on the hospital bed, holding a Quidditch magazine in his left hand, looking at it, and seeing August's arrival, Harry was very happy. August, I'm glad you came to see me. August made a few perfunctory remarks and reached Harry's side, raising his right hand. At this time, Harry's right hand can be called really weak and boneless, and the whole arm is like a rubberman who ate a rubber fruit. August fiddled with Harry's arms casually, tying his fingers into knots from time to time, and had a lot of fun. It wasn't until Harry's dead fish eyes completely lost the light that he let go of Harry's arm with no end in sight. Do you remember the spell Lockhart chanted? August asked with interest. I don't know. I'm going to rest. Harry was a little shattered by August's rude operation. What else was August trying to say? Madame Pomfrey came in and kicked August out, claiming that Harry needed plenty of rest so that the bones could grow faster. For the master of the school doctor, even August didn't dare to provoke her, so he could only run away in despair, leaving only Harry, the rubber fruit capable. Harry's hand recovered well and was released from the hospital wing on Sunday night. But after this incident, he not only had a deeper disgust for Lockhart but also a little more fear. August also discovered that Lockhart seems to be able to make some bad things worse, the last time the pixie incident, this time Harry's arm, this ability is no one else. A week later, as August and Hermione walked through the hallway, they suddenly saw a small group of people gathered around the bulletin board, and Harry stepped out of the crowd excitedly. "They're starting a dueling club," said Harry. "First party tonight." Harry is a little happy. He has recently learned a lot of spells with August, but he is always abused and has no sense of accomplishment at all. But this duel club is a good opportunity, he must teach Malfoy a good lesson. August looked at Harry so happy and nodded. He said to Hermione and Cho, "You two can also find some opponents in the dueling club to improve some battle experience." "You don't seem to be surprised at the dueling club." Cho looked at August's bland expression a little strangely as if August knew the existence of this club for a long time. August nodded to Cho's guess, "Before Dumbledore's complained that I was shaking things out of the Chamber of Secrets, for fear of causing panic, so I came up with an idea to divert the little wizard's attention." "Then you organized this club?" Hermione asked curiously. August shrugged and said negatively, "I don't know, I just made a suggestion. As for how it was implemented, I don't know." "Okay, let's go eat first, we'll know everything in the evening." After speaking, August walked into the Great Hall and started eating. 8 o'clock in the evening, the Great Hall. The long dining table disappeared, and in the center of the Great Hall was a makeshift square gilded stage, lit by hundreds of candles floating above. "I don't know who taught us." Harry squeezed into the crowd and said with difficulty. "August told me that Professor Flitwick was a duel champion when he was young, so it should be him." Hermione, August, and Cho stood together, and August cast a spell to isolate a space to prevent others from crowding in. "As long as it's not." Before Harry's words were finished, he turned into a groan, and Lockhart, whom he least wanted to see, stepped onto the stage. Today's Lockhart stood on stage in a fuchsia robe, radiant, with his signature smile, and next to him was Snape with a sullen face. Lockhart enjoyed the feeling of being in the spotlight, waving to silence everyone, and speaking aloud. "I am honored to be able to support the Dueling Club. When Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned this proposal, I knew that this was the club for me. He's so shameless." Hermione looked angry, obviously August's proposal, but it became tailor-made for Lockhart. Cho nodded in agreement. August looked at the two girls amusingly. He never cared about such trivial matters, and even he made this suggestion so that the two girls could have some opponents to practice against and gain some combat experience. Lockhart was still chattering on the stage, of course, the promotion of his books. In the last 30 seconds, he was finally willing to introduce Snape, whose face was getting darker and darker next to him. Professor Snape himself knows a thing or two about duels, and he generously agreed to help me with a small demonstration before the class. "Don't worry, I will return your potions, Professor, to you in good condition." After speaking, he cracked his mouth and smiled, revealing a set of big white teeth. Chapter 94, August, you're first at Hogwarts. August didn't know if Snape would be intact, but he knew that Lockhart wouldn't survive today. Didn't you see the murderous intent in Snape's eyes? Lockhart did not realize that he was in danger, and he was still enthusiastically introducing the rules of the duel. "As you can see, we hold our wands in the usual dueling position," Lockhart said to the little wizard below. "When we count to 3, we use the first spell, and of course, we won't hurt each other's lives." August watched Snape smile, and silently a second of silence for Lockhart. The two suddenly threw their wands out, and Snape shouted first, "Expelliarmus." Suddenly a dazzling red light flashed. Lockhart was hit in an instant, and the wand in his hand flew out, he also fell backward, hit the wall, and then slid down. Slytherin's little wizards applauded their head of house, and some people looked at Lockhart worriedly. "Is he all right?" Hermione said in silence, covering her mouth. Although she didn't like Lockhart, she didn't want to see him die just like that. "Don't worry, Hermione, Snape is holding back his strength." August frowned as he comforted Hermione. He found that Lockhart's fighting response was not weak, he took out his wand almost at the same time as Snape and held it up in front of him. It stands to reason that such waste should not be able to have such a speed, and he suddenly became curious about Lockhart. Some doubts also gradually emerged in August's mind. Why is Lockhart's memory charm so proficient and other spells close to the level of Squib? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, August is ready to have time to explore. At this time, Lockhart had already stood up, staggered onto the stage, and defended himself stubbornly. "It's a kind of disarming charm, yes, Professor Snape and I agreed to show you the spell, just a little accident." But he also knew what Snape would do to him if he continued to fight, and Lockhart immediately changed the subject. Okay, now let's divide you into pairs. Before he could finish speaking, Snape interrupted him and made arrangements first. Potter, come up. And you, Malfoy. Malfoy sneered and stepped onto the stage, looking at Harry defiantly. Harry was not at all cowardly at this time, went straight up, walked to the opposite side of Malfoy, and looked at Malfoy without showing weakness. The two sides performed good etiquette, and Lockhart shouted. Start. Expelliarmus. Harry quickly issued a disarming charm, but unfortunately, because he was too nervous, he missed a bit. But this also frightened Malfoy. He didn't expect Harry to have such a fast casting speed, and can also disarm. Locomotor Wibbly, Malfoy also quickly counterattacked, and a release spell hit Harry, and Harry suddenly felt weak in his legs, and he couldn't stand still. Tarantaligra. Harry resisted the powerless counterattack and hit Malfoy, making him unable to control his legs and dance. August in the audience was a little speechless. He didn't expect that Harry had learned so many spells in a while, and he forgot all of them as soon as he came on stage. He would only attack Malfoy with this kind of trick. For a time, the two of them used their wands to cast spells. The scene was pretty good, with colorful spells flying around, but at first glance, the damage was. Snape couldn't stand it any longer and cast a spell to restore the two who had been hit by a lot of negative states and then restarted the duel. Serpensortia. Malfoy yelled. The tip of his wand exploded, and a long black snake emerged from it, landed on the floor, raised its head, and attacked Harry. Some of the little wizards under the stage were frightened and left the stage one after another. Harry didn't respond. August had greeted him with all kinds of snakes to learn Parseltongue. Harry even wanted to laugh a little when he saw such a small snake and dared to flaunt himself. He subconsciously wanted to use Parseltongue to control the snake to attack Malfoy, but he thought that August forbid him to use Parseltongue in front of outsiders, and he extinguished the idea. Incendio. A fireball flew out from the tip of Harry's cane and hit the black snake directly. The black snake neighed hard and quickly became a mass of coke. Harry took advantage of the victory to pursue, and with one shot of dangling Jinx, Malfoy, who was staring at the black snake, was suspended in the air, and then another disarming charm, which hit Malfoy steadily, and smoothly knocked his wand into the air. I won. Harry proudly held Malfoy's wand and said to Snape beside him. I said other spells are not allowed and only disarming spells are allowed. Gryffindor deducts 1 point. Snape said angrily and glared at August fiercely. This kid taught Harry this spell. Didn't he know Harry's father used this spell to torture him, Snape? August met Snape's gaze and shrugged helplessly. You're going to give this spell to him anyway, he just taught it to Harry years in advance. Seeing that there was nothing he could do with August, Snape could only let Malfoy go down. The distraught Malfoy glanced at Harry and left without saying a word. Harry walked up to August and said with some show-off, "Did you see Malfoy's appearance? It's so funny." The welcome was indeed a ruthless reprimand from August. If you add a shield charm to yourself in the first place, you can defeat him directly, instead of foolishly using your body to pick up those evil spells. Hearing August's reprimand, Harry immediately froze. He knew that August was right, he could have beaten Malfoy more easily. At this time, a Slytherin student stepped onto the stage. August, dare you to accept my invitation to a duel? There was a loud noise from the audience, just because the student was very famous. Simone Travers. He is the current head boy and has been the shadow prefect of Slytherin since the first year. Slytherin's shadow prefect is an interesting system where the strongest student in each grade is the leader of the current grade. In other words, Simone is the strongest student of Slytherin now, and it can even be said that he is the strongest student in the entire Hogwarts. Except for August, of course. Fred leaned up to August and whispered to him, "Don't promise him, August. I heard Dad say that Simone often fights with his family with the Dark Wizard during the holidays. He is not a good person." August heard this and smiled. He stepped onto the stage to meet the eyes of the crowd. At this time, he seemed to hear someone say another word. August. You are number 1 at Hogwarts. Chapter 95, Transfiguration of August. Standing on the stage, August stood opposite Simone. The little wizards off the field stopped communicating one after another, looking forward to the battle between the two. A man who is recognized as a strong man at Hogwarts. One is a genius who has risen to fame in the past 2 years and also won the Order of Merlin. The duel between the two is still interesting. Simone looked at August opposite and sneered. Gaunt, I hope you don't lose too badly for a while. I want you to know that Slytherin's glory cannot be tarnished. Simone disliked August very early on. Every time August became famous, he got it by stepping on the Slytherin house. The sorting ceremony, Transfiguration Club, last year's House Cup, and the recent Quidditch fight. Every time, August stepped on Slytherin house and made his name. Today's club duel was Simone's dream opportunity to take down August. He's going to make August suffer in front of everyone. August's reaction to Simone is not surprising, and most people in Slytherin don't have a good relationship with him. Instead, Professor Snape frowned next to him. He couldn't help but remind it aloud, "Take it lightly." Simone thought that Snape was reminding him not to go too far, and nodded to Snape to show that he knew. Snape's head is full of black lines. "Is this telling you? This is telling the kid across from you." August tilted his head and glanced at Snape with a half-smile, but said nothing, raised his hand slightly to Simone and said softly, "Let's start, you go first." Simone saw that August was so supportive, and his anger was even stronger. "Expelliarmus." Simone quickly shouted a spell, and a dazzling red light quickly flew in front of August. It can be seen that Simone does have 2 brushes, and he releases spells more than twice as fast as Malfoy and Harry. "What?" August whimpered lightly, but still didn't make any movement, just quietly watching the spell hit him. A wave rose, and the magic spell hit an invisible wall, and it only splashed a little ripple before dissipating in the air. But then Simone didn't make any movement, and another spell hit the shield, but it still didn't break it. This is what August was slightly surprised about just now. This Simone not only released a disarming charm very quickly but also used the light of the disarming charm to hide a silent spell as a real attack. At this level in 7th grade, August feels like he could be an Auror in a few years of training. Not bad, quite capable. August approvingly said to Simone on the opposite side. Simone's face is not very good looking. He knows that August is not so simple, so he does not expect the disarming charm to directly end the battle. But what he didn't expect was that neither of his 2 spells could break August's shield charm, which made him a little embarrassed. Especially August's last compliment, like praising a junior, made him even angrier. August was also interested. With a wave of his hand, a table flew onto the stage, transformed into a horned serpent, and rushed towards Simone. Simone didn't dare to be careless. A vine plant trapped the horned serpent, and then summoned a flame, which burned together with the vine and the horned serpent. With a wave of August's wand, the horned serpent turned into an eagle, soaring into the sky, and breaking free from the flames. The little wizards in the audience were shocked. Whether it is August's superb transfiguration or Simone's combination of plants and fire spells, they have benefited a lot. It turns out that Wizard Duel is not a spell for you, it is as simple as a spell for me. Instead, it can achieve mutual attack and defense between you and me, which can be called art. The battle on the field continued. Before the eagle attacked him, Simone cast a layer of shield charm, and then a full body bind curse to hold the eagle. August didn't pursue the victory, and he still had a playful mentality to deal with this kind of person who could not be called an opponent. Boom. The fire on the field became more and more intense, gradually forming a wall of fire between the two. The little wizards who stood at the front felt a burning sensation and loosened their school robes with some discomfort. Professor Flitwick was afraid that the battle on the field would spread to others, so he imposed a layer of magical barriers on the stage. Simone looked at the flame in the middle and smiled coldly, knowing that the flame was summoned by him. Waving his wand, he used all his strength to push the flames in August's direction. Feeling the higher and higher temperature, August was a little unhappy. He came to the Great Hall after taking a shower, and now he has to take a shower again when he goes back. In a bad mood, he no longer had the intention to play with Simone. Gracefully moving the wand forward, the flame suddenly stopped approaching, and then, under the transfiguration of August, turned into a fire dragon. It is not a Western dragon, but an image of a dragon in Eastern legends. The limbs and dragon head are shaped like life, and even the scales on the body are looming. Roar. With a roar of dragons, the fire dragon soared high into the sky, entrenched, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at Simone, which brought him great pressure. At this time, Simone was about to break out in cold sweat, and in just a moment, he lost control of the flame. The exaggerated fire dragon made his heart crack, even more. Such a strong element of transfiguration magic is too outrageous. August didn't care about Simone's mood at this time. He was a little impatient, and under his control, the fire dragon rushed toward Simone. "I surrender." Simone shouted from his heart, but the fire dragon didn't mean to stop at all, the closer he got. "I admit defeat. Save me, Professor." His expression gradually panicked, and the fire dragon was about to hit him in the face. Snape wanted to make a move, but it was too late. He just thought that August would stop after Simone called to stop. Who would have thought that August was so rude as if he hadn't heard it? Some of the little wizards in the audience screamed in fear. But at the last moment, the fire dragon suddenly dissipated and became a circle of flames, surrounding Simone. August naturally had no intention of killing, but Simone made him sweat, and he had to repay him. Just here. August waved his hand and walked off the stage. Chapter 96, Rookie Fight, Malfoy's Request. The resignation of August also announced the end of the duel. "Wonderful, Mr. Gaunt and Mr. Travers have brought us a wonderful duel." Lockhart's voice appeared just in time, breaking everyone's silence. The little wizard also recovered from the wonderful tactics and brilliant magic just now and sent warm applause. The professors were also amazed at August, especially Professor Flitwick, who burst into tears with excitement. The professor could see that August deliberately controlled the power of the spell, and only used a shield charm and a transfiguration in the entire battle. August's understanding of magic has reached a state of the top. Even the last fire dragon is also a deformation formed by August's fine manipulation of magic power, not some profound magic spell. As for Simone on stage, he was rescued by Snape. He was not burned by the flames but was slightly blackened by the smoke. At this time, Simone looked August and his eyes were full of fear. It is estimated that he now really wants to kill himself, which provoked August at the time. August walked back to Cho and Hermione calmly, and the crowd automatically gave up a path. The little wizard looked at August with even more awe. Awesome. Cho gently said to August as encouragement. August looked at Hermione, Hermione blushed and said it too. Harry next to him hesitated for a moment, and finally did hold it. He was afraid that August would kill him. Afterward, Lockhart and Snape divided everyone into groups, and the little wizards began to practice. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, most of the little lions in Gryffindor met the little snakes in Slytherin. Therefore, the scene is very bloody. August saw Gryffindor chaser Angelina pulling the hair of a Slytherin girl. Lee Jordan was using his wand as a sword, poking back and forth with a Slytherin. Lockhart had already shouted hoarsely, and he was emphasizing that he could only use the disarming charm, but no one would listen to him at all. Ignoring these close combat, August's attention was mainly on Hermione and Cho. Cho and Hermione lived up to August's special training, their reflexes and spell accuracy were very good. Hermione easily defeated Pansy Parkinson. This little valet of Malfoy has always looked down on Hermione, especially since Malfoy suffered so much last time because of Hermione. She found Hermione as soon as she came up. It's a pity that Hermione's disarming charm knocked her wand flying, and then the silencing charm gave Pansy no chance to admit defeat. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Lockhart couldn't control it and hurriedly looked at Snape for help. Snape also knew that there might not be enough beds in the hospital wing, so Snape said, "Gaunt, shoot with me and separate them." August nodded and did not refuse, waving his wand in his hand. A dozen spells spewed out, separating many of the little wizards in the fight. On the side, Madame Pomfrey started to heal the injured little wizards with an unhappy face. Dumbledore shouldn't have agreed to such a ridiculous proposal. There is absolutely no consideration for safety, reckless. Too reckless. As she spoke, she drank various potions for the little wizards. Within 5 minutes, all the little wizards recovered, but a few who had their noses broken by fists might need to rest for a few days. Needless to say, the little wizards at Hogwarts have a heart for melee combat. Okay, everyone. Today's club activities are over here. Please keep an eye on the bulletin board for the next event time. Seeing that the trouble had been resolved, Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ended today's activities. The little wizards were a little disappointed when they heard that today was over. They rarely had the opportunity to cast spells like this, and they were all discussing when the next event would be on the way back. August and Cho also walked back to the dorm, but they were stopped by someone on the way. "Can you talk to me alone?" Malfoy, who was standing in front of August, said in a nervous tone. August also wondered what Malfoy was looking for, but he let Cho go back to the dorm first, and he took Malfoy to a classroom. August sat in the chair, leaned back, looked at Malfoy calmly, and said, "Is something wrong?" Malfoy did not sit down but stood directly in front of August, and he asked, "Did you teach Potter magic?" August didn't expect Malfoy to ask about this, but he didn't want to hide it, and nodded directly, "Yes, I taught it." "Then can you teach me?" After hesitating, Malfoy said it. "Teaching you?" August was a little surprised. "Why did you let me teach you magic?" Malfoy said firmly, "Because you are strong. Follow you and I will know what pureblood glory is." After speaking, Malfoy stood still, waiting for August's decision. Taking a closer look at Malfoy, August found that at this moment, the ruthlessness on Malfoy's brows had disappeared a lot, and the inexplicable arrogance had also disappeared. It can be seen that he has changed quite a lot recently. "I can teach you, but what can you bring me?" August thought for a while, then asked Malfoy. Malfoy opened his mouth when he heard it, but he said nothing. Yes, what can he bring to August? He is not August's friend, and he is not qualified to let August tutor him for free. Standing up, patting Malfoy on the shoulder, and August left the classroom, leaving only one sentence. "After you figure out what you want to get and what you can give, come find me again." Chapter 97, Magic Abandoned Me. The Malfoy thing was just an episode, and August didn't take it to heart. He is now interested in Lockhart, and August found that some of Lockhart's theoretical knowledge is still something. But he doesn't know why, it's just hard to release the spell. He had also asked Professor Flitwick about Lockhart's time at school. He was an annoying presence, he always wanted to be famous, he wanted to show off. Lockhart also made the dwarf send himself a love letter written by himself, and he even started a newspaper. Listening to Professor Flitwick's recollection, August frowned and asked, "What was his grade then?" Because it has been some years, Professor Flitwick thought about it carefully, and then said, I only remember that he got good grades in the charms class. Although in other subjects is not very good, he also passed the NEWT exam. August, who came out of Professor Flitwick, felt more and more that something must have happened to Lockhart. Does anyone who can pass the NEWT exam, the highest level of wizarding, even have a wand taken away by a pixie? After thinking about it for a long time, August has no clue. So he decided to go directly to Lockhart. In defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart asked the little wizards to finish the story in his book according to his script. Since the pixie incident, Lockhart has never given the little wizards a chance to practice. He sometimes let the little wizards read his works emotionally, and sometimes he made plays. Although Lockhart is a liar, the content of his book is genuine, so the little wizards learned a lot. It's just that people like Harry who have to cooperate with Lockhart on stage every time are more difficult. After class, August followed Lockhart to the door of his office. Knock lightly. Come in, Lockhart's voice came from inside the room. He looked at August who came in, wondering why he was there. Although August hasn't troubled him recently, Lockhart also knows that August doesn't like him. August ignored Lockhart's eyes, sat across from the desk, and said with a smile. Professor, I have some questions for you. Lockhart was a little puzzled, but agreed with a smile on his face, revealing his signature white teeth. No problem, Gaunt, with my rich adventures, I can easily answer your questions. August didn't refute, smiled and nodded, and then asked a question that made Lockhart shudder. Professor Lockhart, I would like to ask, under what circumstances will a wizard lose most of his abilities and only have a memory charm? Reluctantly smiled, Lockhart tried to change the subject. Actually, the book I Traveled with Vampires also has quite a few adventures. I can. Professor, I know many things, like your experience, have been stolen from others. August interrupted Lockhart directly and said calmly. Unfortunately, your memory charm was not cleaned up very well, and some people still remember some things clearly. Of course, this is August tricked Lockhart, he has no time to collect Lockhart's evidence. Lockhart was really fooled, sighed, and said faintly, since you already know. Obliviate. Protego. Two voices sounded in the room at the same time, and Lockhart's spell hit August's shield impartially and lost its trace. Okay, Professor, don't make trouble, I'm just curious about your past, I don't mean to expose you. August didn't get angry but explained to Lockhart patiently. Well, what do you want to know? As if resigned, Lockhart leaned back in his chair, folded his head in his hands, and waited for August's question. Professor Flitwick told me something about your school days. Although you were a little unreliable at that time, at least you graduated from Hogwarts smoothly. But why can't you even use a standard levitation charm now? Lockhart did not speak immediately after hearing this but fell into silence as if recalling something. After a long time, he spoke. I didn't expect a genius like you to be interested in the past of a liar like me. After sighing with emotion, he continued to speak. I am a very pushy person, I want to let the wizarding world know my existence, my idol is Dumbledore, the whole Europa, who doesn't know his name. So, when I graduated, I was obsessed with exploring the ruins, the gathering place of magical animals, and I would not miss any opportunity that could make me famous. August listened quietly, not intending to interrupt. In the 2 or 3 years after graduation, I have been to many dangerous places, and my strength has improved rapidly, and I can even fight auras for a while. But I'm not satisfied. I want to become stronger. Only in that way, my fame will increase, so I set my sights on the pyramid. As long as I can crack a pyramid, I can immediately become famous in the world. Speaking of this, Lockhart's tone became excited, but then it was deeply depressing. Unfortunately, I failed. I almost couldn't get out of the pyramid. I was chased and killed by the mummies inside. If it wasn't for a kind wizard who gave me a hand, I would have died inside. And since this time, my magic has gone wrong, and I have started to have fear, but the more I am afraid, the faster my magic will dissipate. Within 2 years, my magic is the level of a young wizard who has just entered school. Hearing this, August finally came to his senses, he finally knew why Lockhart became such a bad. At this time, Lockhart's face was full of pain, and there was a deep hatred between his brows. He gritted his teeth and said, magic abandoned me, and I began to hate adventure, so I used the memory charm could only use to steal the stories of successful adventurers. It will both increase my fame and ease my inner jealousy of successful adventurers. After speaking, Lockhart took a deep breath, and his expression became more relaxed. He had never told anyone about this before, and after talking to August this time, he felt that the boulder in his heart was lifted a lot. He looked at August who said nothing and said resignedly, whether you want this to tell Dumbledore or the Ministry of Magic, it's up to you, but I ask that the last time I go to the paper, I must put I shot a little more handsome. Chapter 98, Transformation. Inside Lockhart's office. Lockhart stopped talking after he finished speaking, and August was thinking about something. The room fell into silence. Suddenly, August said, "Can I check it with magic?" What? Lockhart didn't understand. He had been thinking about his life after entering Azkaban just now. "I want to check the reason for your lack of magic." August repeated it. Okay. Lockhart found that August hadn't revealed his intentions for a while, and there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. If so, who wouldn't want to be a good person? August took the wand, and the tip of the wand pointed at Lockhart's arm, and the magic power went into him. August checked it carefully and found that the total amount of magic power in Lockhart's body was not low, but it was very silent. In this case, he naturally couldn't use any magic spells. August retracted his wand, turned a teapot on the table into a mouse, and looked at Lockhart. "Can you use the memory charm again?" Although Lockhart didn't know what August wanted to do, he didn't dare to disobey August now, so he used the memory charm on the mouse. Obliviate. A white light flashed, and the mouse became a little dumbfounded. August has been observing Lockhart's magic power just now, and he found that when Lockhart used the memory charm, the magic power in his body became active again like a normal wizard. "Were you good at memory charm when you were in school?" August asked Lockhart. Lockhart answered affirmatively, "Yes, I have had a strong talent for memory charm since I was a child. I can use it very early, and I can also control the memories I want to modify or delete." Nodding clearly, August probably understood the reason why Lockhart became what he is now. The magic in the Harry Potter world is idealistic, and Lockhart no longer believes in his magic. Naturally, his magic has become dead silent. And he has always been confident in his memory charm, so when he cast the memory charm, not only did his level not regress, but he became more and more proficient because it was the only spell he could master freely. It's not that magic has abandoned you, it's that you don't believe in magic anymore. August made his conclusion. After listening to August's words, Lockhart was stunned. Yes, I didn't believe in magic at first, so how could I complain that magic abandoned me? Looking at Lockhart with a sullen face, August was also thinking about what to do with him. Lockhart is indeed a liar now, but it has nothing to do with August. If Lockhart killed all those people, maybe August would still think about doing things for the sky, but he just erased the memories of those people. In the end, August made up his mind that he wanted to conquer Lockhart. Although at Hogwarts, Lockhart's reputation has been broken. But in the outside world, he still has a great reputation. If Lockhart continues to develop, he can quickly become a pivotal figure in the magical community of Great Britain. At that time, August, casually let Lockhart announce his entry into the Ministry of Magic, can directly get a very high position. After all, in the magic world, everyone is relatively simple, and there are very few people like him who can package themselves. After figuring it out, August took out a contract and handed it to Lockhart. "Signing this contract, I will help you regain the power of magic." After hearing that, Lockhart accepted the contract without hesitation, wrote his name, and looked at August expectantly. August was not surprised that Lockhart would choose so, and people always subconsciously grab the last straw when they are drowning. And August is Lockhart's last savior. August didn't ink any ink, he went back to the bedroom and brought the suitcase over. "Follow me." After speaking, August walked into the suitcase, and Lockhart followed him curiously. "Look left, look right, can't help but marvel at the large space here. I didn't expect you to have such a large space box. I bought my suitcase at a high price, and it's less than 1% of yours. I do it by myself." August responded casually and took Lockhart into the laboratory. "Lie down, let me transform you." Lockhart was very obedient and lay down on an operation. August fiddled with a pot of metal liquid that Hermione used last time, then walked over to Lockhart and told him his plan. "Your magic power has not disappeared, it's just that when you release the magic spell, they do not respond. I will carve some runes on your body, and they will extract the magic power from your body as a supply and emit magic power according to your mind." Lockhart's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't wait to say, "Then what are you waiting for, let's start now." August ignored his urging, and instead reminded, "This process will be very painful, similar to the feeling of tattooing in the Muggle world, and it may even be more painful, you have to be mentally prepared." "No problem." Lockhart agreed without hesitation. Seeing his appearance, August didn't say anything, he took out a carving knife and started to work. What? For the next half hour, this small room was filled with the wailing of Lockhart, which sounded extremely tragic. If it hadn't been for August's full body bind curse and the silencing charm, he'd be a little bit helpless. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, August completed the final sketch and released Lockhart's imprisonment. At this time, Lockhart's sweat was mixed with blood, the entire operating table was wet, and the ground was in a mess. August summoned clean water, cleaned Lockhart, and tidied up the house with a scouring charm. After a long time, Lockhart stood up with difficulty and came to August's side. "Is that all right?" He couldn't believe it, could he successfully use the magic spell in just half an hour? August also wanted to see the quality of his work this time, so he took Lockhart to the lawn outside the villa. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, I want you to be Minister of Magic. On the lawn, several dummies have been erected. This is specially made by August, and it can be automatically restored after being broken. It is a good target for the power test of magic spells. Lockhart, try to mobilize the magic power to the rune, and then you can cast the spell. Standing aside, August instructed Lockhart how to operate, introducing the effect of each rune. He engraved nearly 20 kinds of runes on Lockhart, all of which are combat-type magic. Lockhart must understand what kind of magic spell each rune is. In case Lockhart uses it directly in normal discussions, it's cool to play the killing curse. The operation is very simple, there are not many, a dozen spells in total. Lockhart quickly figured out the method in August's explanation, and then began to experiment. Boom. 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 At this time, Lockhart was very excited, constantly bombarding the dummy with magic spells. August watched this scene with satisfaction and was satisfied with the power of the spell. The power of these spells is already great, close to the elite aura level. And Lockhart can completely silent casting and release them instantly. If his fighters are good enough, he can already be called an elite aura level wizard. Don't think that the aura is worthless. According to August's knowledge, there were only about 50 auras in England, and they were divided into 10 teams. An elite force belonging to the Ministry of Magic. Auras are dispatched only on dangerous missions such as capturing powerful dark wizards. And the elite auras refer to those small captains. Like Kingsley Shacklebolt, who followed Fudge last time, he was an elite aura who was already Fudge's confidant. And Lockhart is a top aura as long as he has enough skills and magic power. If the wizards of the Pureblood family knew about it, they would go crazy for August's technology. Not every family will have a strong person in every generation. This kind of rune technology can guarantee the lower limit is the heritage of a pure-blooded family. Finally, after violently venting all his magic power, Lockhart dragged his tired body to August's side. Although tired, his eyes were full of excitement. "Gaunt, my life is yours from now on," Lockhart said to August gratefully. With a chuckle, August shook his head. "Don't worry, I won't let you take risks at will, you have a bigger role to play." "What do you want me to do?" Lockhart was curious, didn't August give him such a strong fighting power to let him fight others? "I need you to keep writing books and show your strength in front of the public." Seeing that Lockhart was a little puzzled, August stroked his palm and continued to speak, with a somewhat casual tone. "What I need is your influence in the magical world, and when your influence is strong enough, I need you to run for Minister of Magic." Hearing this, Lockhart was first shocked by August's words, and then his breathing gradually became heavier. Minister of Magic, for a man like Lockhart whose fame was his life. This position is the most tempting. Why did he come to Hogwarts to be a professor even if he risked being exposed? It is to spread his books and reputation to the entire wizarding world. Now August directly gave him such a big pie, how could he not make Lockhart excited? With exciting looks, Lockhart and August stepped out of the suitcase. August didn't stop and left the office directly. And Lockhart's mood could not calm down for a long time. He sat on his swivel chair, constantly turning back and forth, murmuring something to himself. Suddenly, he thought of a question and stopped. What is August doing this for? Thinking of this, he couldn't help shivering in his heart, and he had a bold guess. August wants to control the magic circle of England behind the scenes, and he is the puppet introduced by August. Hiss. Lockhart, who thought he understood, took a deep breath and was amazed at August's insidiousness. With such a deep plan at such a young age, he seems to be another Dark Lord in the future. However, he immediately shook his head with a laugh, not saying that he had signed a contract with August, but that August had given him his current strength, and he would not say anything. "Let me be your pawn in control of the wizarding world, August Gaunt." After whispering as if under an oath, Lockhart took out a roll of parchment and a quill. He kept writing some plans on it. He needed to increase his influence as much as possible. He now has the strength. Many of the ideas that existed in Lockhart's mind before can also be realized one by one. August, who has gone far, does not know that he has been regarded by Lockhart as a black hand who wants to control the magic world behind the scenes. If he found out, he would be confused. He just hoped that there was someone of his own so that what he wanted to do would not have too much trouble. How could he be the mastermind behind the scenes? Are you sure? At this time, the mastermind behind the scenes was stopped by Malfoy. "I'm sure this is a promise I made as Malfoy's future patriarch that Christmas can deliver." Malfoy's voice answered August firmly. "Okay, I promise, you will wait for me on the 8th floor at 8 o'clock in the morning this weekend." Just now, Malfoy asked August to teach him magic at the price of August's visit to his library. Although it was a little surprising that Malfoy could have such great courage, August didn't think too much about it and agreed to the deal directly. After all, the Malfoys, who got it well, are the 28th oldest pure-blood family, and their collections are still very attractive. "Okay, I'll be there on time." Nodding excitedly, Malfoy agreed impatiently. Okay, I still have things to do now, let's go first. After speaking, August waved his hand and returned to the bedroom. Through this period of hard work, his Parseltongue has learned a lot, and he will try to open the secret room again after practicing more pronunciation. However, before opening the secret room, August had to draw a wave of cards to improve his strength. He must have added as much protection as possible before going. It just so happened that there has been no lottery for nearly half a year. August has saved over 20,000 gold coins, and he can draw a cool at once. Chapter 100, EA. EA. 11 at night. This is the auspicious time that August uses his level 0 divination skill. After bathing and changing clothes, August lay on the bed with a pocket watch in his hand, staring at the time closely. When the time was up, August immediately shouted, "Now system. I've drawn all of them." System. If it had intelligence, it would have been scolded long ago. Although it is not a human being as a system, this host is really good. With a flash of brilliance, 2 diamond cards, 6 gold cards, and countless other cards appeared in front of August. August's eyes lit up, very surprised. I'm lucky this time, there are 2 diamond cards. It's still the old rule, first fuse the rest of the cards, and then open the gold card. With the integration of a large number of basic cards, August's spell level has increased rapidly. Especially black magic, half of the nearly 30 purple cards were black magic, which made him very speechless. He rarely uses black magic, but why does this black magic always have such a strong presence when drawing cards? Shaking his head helplessly, August also reassured himself that black magic is also magic and that Fiendfire is still quite handsome while checking the 6 gold cards. Ollivander, gold. Phileas Flitwick, gold, *2. Thunderbird Bloodline Talent, gold. Minerva McGonagall, gold. Nicholas Flamel, gold. Looking at these gold cards, August didn't have any surprises about the other character cards, except that he was happy when he drew his head of house. What surprised him the most was the Thunderbird Bloodline Talent, gold. Thunderbird Bloodline Talent, after fusion, gained the ability to control thunder and lightning, and call for wind and rain. Looking at the introduction on the card, August thought it was a good card. In this wizarding world, there is very little magic involving the thunder attribute. The atmospheric charm is counted as one, but the lighting in the atmospheric charm is just an accessory, and its power is very small. However, after August integrates the Thunderbird bloodline, he can manipulate the Thunderbolt to attack the enemy. At the speed of thunder and lightning, he believes that no one can escape, only hard resistance is the way to go. Pleasantly fused with the gold card, feeling the magic power in his body soaring, August felt a little swollen, which may be the reason for too much magic power increasing at one time. Holding the last expectation, looking at the last 2 diamond cards, August prayed silently, hoping for something good. Turn over the first card and the result is a guaranteed bonus. Talent Breaking Limit card, unconditionally break through a talent level, the highest is level 9, you cannot continue to use this card with level 9 talent. Well, at least now that this kind of talent is getting closer and closer to the gold card talent limit, this card is still very useful. Just like potions, no one in the entire magic world has reached the 8th level of talent. Putting the diamond card away, August turned over the last card. Immediately, his eyes were dull. EA, I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world, the mortar of the stars, the hell in the sky is the end of the night before the creation of the world, and the heaven and earth lie down with death. Note, this is the source of EA, the host can be integrated into the magic wand, the quality of the magic wand will be greatly improved, and it will have special effects. Looking at the introduction of the system, August opened his mouth unconsciously, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. The source of EA. When I was watching that anime, August thought that Gilgamesh's EA sword was too high, but he didn't expect that he took out EA origin from the prize pool today. And these sources can also be integrated into the wand, which greatly enhances the power of August's wand. At the level August, his wand is no longer helpful to him, and his power of spell casting without a wand is slightly inferior to when he holds a wand. In another year or 2, this wand will not give him any help but will become a burden to him. After all, the speed and concealment of wandless casting are higher than that of wand casting. However, this was August's first wand, and it still used Fury's Feather as the core. He is a nostalgic person, and he doesn't want to give up his wand so casually. He still thinks about studying the technology of wand making in the future to see if he can upgrade it himself. As a result, he was drawn to the source of EA today. Suppressing his inner excitement, August held the wand in his hand according to the introduction of the system and then merged it into the source of EA. The wand began to vibrate slightly, and the color of the wand body began to change, from fiery red at the beginning to red with a hint of gold. The texture has also become a material like gold but not gold, like jade but not jade. And August also clearly felt the improvement brought by this brand new wand. The whole body's magic power skyrocketed, and the crazy riot seemed to break out at any time. He hurriedly summoned Fury and asked her to transfer herself to a valley. Only then did August let go of the shackles of the magic in his body. Boom. A wave of air centered on August, scattered in all directions, knocked down countless trees, and finally hit the mountain, forming several aftermaths. And the countless boulders on the mountain were also smashed down. Waving the magic wand, a red light blazing out, the thickness of an arm, penetrated through countless boulders, and smashed the mountain into a bottomless hole before it dissipated. Who? Taking a deep breath, August controlled the magic within his body through the magic spell just now. Strong, too strong. This was the only feeling August felt, the destructive power alone. August believed that even Grindelwald and Dumbledore were inferior to him with the new wand. The magic spell just now was just a magic beam formed by August's unconscious release of some magic power, not a powerful attacking spell. It's hard to imagine how powerful August will be when he uses this wand to unleash a powerful attack spell. After calming his breath, August checked the information on the wand. Magic item, EA, wand. Quality, diamond. Effect, greatly reduces mana consumption, greatly enhances the power of spells, and doubles the bonus to space or time spells. Special skill, Enuma Elish, outputs a lot of magic power and sends out a blow that splits the world. Comments, this is an unprecedented wand, and the legendary Elder Wand is overshadowed by it. After reading the introduction of the system, August felt that it was very appropriate. This wand far surpassed the Elder Wand. While August was rejoicing, the headmaster's room at Hogwarts was not far away. Dumbledore stood up with a serious face, holding the Elder Wand and releasing a Phoenix patron saint. Minerva, I'm going out of school, feel free to contact me if anything goes wrong. His voice fell, and the silver Patronus disappeared into the room. While Dumbledore himself stroked the real Phoenix, apparating in August's direction.